How about those Dubs? How about those Dubs? A perfect road trip going 3-0, and we say good morning to everybody out there enjoying 95.7 The Game, getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? YouTube and Twitch, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Comcast Business text line as well. We love you, we love you, we love you. And we also love Steph Curry and Tim Roy on the call right here on the flagship of the Golden State Warriors 95.7 The Game. Spinoni Lubman and Shasky, happy Halloween to you. I guess it's Shasky has a soy problem today. He woke up and wanted to be Jock Peterson. What is that?
Come on, this outfit's hilarious.
What is the red stuff on your face?
Well, that's lipstick that I put on a glove and then slap myself with it.
Oh, my God. Oh, my God.
So I'm dressed up today as Jock Peterson, and in honor of Tommy Pham and fantasy football all over the world, I have a slap face, and then I also have the Pasoy Vegas outfit going with my baseball shades, and I got a deck of cards.
By the way.
And I'm the Joker.
By the way, Jock Peterson's career went the other way when Tommy Pham slapped him. And Tommy Pham's career went the other. Tommy Pham has become Willie Mays Hayes. Have you guys been watching him in this postseason? He is balling right now.
Did you hear what the Diamondbacks? He took himself out of the lineup because he was struggling in the NLCS, and they're like, "What a team player!" I'm like,
gosh.
"Team player." This guy physically assaulted my guy over at Shea Stadium or whatever the heck it's called, Citi Field nowadays, and not one Giant did anything.
Yeah, no doubt.
Or was that in Cincinnati? Was he in Cincinnati?
They were Cincinnati. By the way, there was a trade when we were all asleep. 11 o'clock at night. What was it, 11:30 at night? I don't know. James Harden's gone from the Philadelphia 76ers, and he's now the LA Clippers problem. Poor Russell Westbrook has to be his teammate for the third time. Kawhi Leonard and Paul George have no idea what they're getting into. I'm sure James Harden will join Paul George on his podcast. But James Harden gets to go back home. Philadelphia finally gets rid of him, and they get a poo-poo platter of players. Who is it? Batum, Robert Covington, AJ Martin.
How many draft picks has been stapled to Robert Covington over the years?
Oh, my gosh. Remember we wanted him as a Warrior like 5 years ago.
Yeah, not for 2 firsts.
Unbelievable.
Wasn't that what Portland gave up way back when?
Yeah, they gave up all kind of.
Does that do anything for anyone?
No,
like, honestly.
No, I don't take the Clippers seriously. So now a guy who needs the ball in his hands, James Harden, he's playing with a guy who needs the ball in his hands in Kawhi Leonard, and a guy who can play with the ball in his hands in Paul George, with another guy, Russell Westbrook, who needs the ball in his hands to be effective. Good luck to Ty Lue. Good luck to Ty Lue. I just don't see it working in L.A. Why? And the Sixers get 2 first-round picks. They get 2 second-round picks, and they get to get rid of the headache that is James Harden.
Look, as we talk about trades and acquisitions, today is the NFL trade deadline. We'll be monitoring all of the things that go down. There was a trade for Seattle, but the trade that I want to start with, Bonta, is one that I thought would be a good trade for the Warriors when it was all said and done, but I didn't realize how much everyone would buy in. The Chris Paul trade. Now, if I see another video from another person tagging me in a Jordan Poole play with the Washington Wizards, I understand we've got our eye on him to some degree. That ship has sailed.
Yeah.
It's like the Santa Maria, the Nina, and the Pinta. I'm over it, okay? But in terms of what the Warriors look like with Chris Paul, Bonta, I think I underrated the buy-in factor from Steph Curry. Because when I saw them Friday night, I've been waiting to talk Warriors with you. Friday night, that game against the Sacramento Kings, I was watching the talking between Chris Paul and Steph Curry. And then watching it again yesterday on the road in between timeouts. I was watching Chris Paul tutoring a young Kuminga Friday night, talking to Moses Moody, conversing with Klay Thompson. There was a little pocket pass that he made to Klay Thompson, and Klay Thompson looked at him like he had found his lover because the ball was right where he needed to be so he can go up, rise, and hit. Chris Paul, it's only a couple games, and it's a long season. You got to keep him healthy. What an incredible trade. And the buy-in from everyone on the roster. This looks like a team night and day in terms of connectivity from last year.
The bench is night and day, right? Last year it took the Warriors. It wasn't until December 18th when they won their 3rd road game of the season. December 18th. Remember, they started 0-8 on the road. So that was a factor for me coming into the season. We're going to find out right away how bought in this team is. 7 of the first 9 games on the road. So you lose a home opener against Phoenix, and everybody's freaking out. Phoenix is going to be there in the end. They're a Western Conference contender.
Agreed.
It's a good team. Very good team. Go up to Sacramento Friday night, home opener. Sacramento's coming off a blowout win against Utah. And right away we get to see, okay, how will the Warriors respond on the road? They're up 84-75 midway through the 3rd quarter. Steph Curry checks out, and he's having a monster game. Monster game. It's Chris Paul. It's Jonathan Kuminga. It's Moses Moody. There's a little bit of Clay. There's some Saric. And they go on a run and extend the lead to 18. And Chris Paul is just quarterbacking everything. Kuminga slashing, Moody slashing. Chris Paul's letting him get back on defense, get back on defense. So far in the season, as they go to Sacramento and win, they go to Houston and win, they go to New Orleans last night and win on the back-to-back, and everybody plays on the back end of the back-to-back. Chris Paul so far this season, 33 assists, 6 turnovers.
And what's their road record?
3-0.
I mean,
again, they didn't win their 3rd road game last year until December 18th.
That's insane.
We're not even out of October, and the Warriors have matched that. They're 3-0 so far on the road.
Well, the vibes are there. And
the vibes are there.
Jackson Davis, I keep messing up his name, so I apologize.
Trace Jackson Davis.
Yeah, it's gonna take time for me
TJD.
to have it
TJD.
roll off the tongue. He fits. Now I don't know what his long-term impact on the team's going to be, or even this season. Like, it's a long year. To think that Podziemski's going to replicate what he did last night, that feels a little far-fetched. He's going to have ups and downs and whatever. But the big man, I saw hands. I saw him actively going and finding guys to go screen for away from the ball. I saw a guy that was active on the offensive glass defensively. He seems to be aware of when to help and when to rotate. And he seems like a very thick body who can box out. Like, I think he's going to be a contributor this year. I don't know to what degree, but I really like him as a pick.
He fits. He has some experience from Indiana. And listen, man, he played 19 minutes and 50 seconds yesterday. They took away a rebound late after the game. He had a double-double. We thought he had a double-double. They took away a rebound. So he had 13 and 9, 4 block shots. I want to go back to Chris Paul for a second. First of all, it's all starts and ends with Steph Curry. Let's not leave. He dropped 42 yesterday.
Steph Curry.
He dropped 7 threes.
I feel
he scored 16 of the first 18 points yesterday to set the tone. The guy, Stephen Curry, has had 3 straight games in which he's had 20 points and a half.
Fonte.
Think about that.
As today's Halloween, later on, I'm going to be dressed up as a Jedi. The family is all going to be
switch
Star Wars.
Outfits?
Well, yeah, I'm going to go home and take a shower.
Oh, gotcha.
Yeah, I'm going to be a
And
Jedi.
we got a
Michelle's gonna
Pasoy
be
problem
Princess
in the
Leia.
clubhouse.
I'll tell you this right now. I feel like Steph Curry's at the height of his powers.
Oh,
I feel like I'm walking Luke Skywalker in, Return of the Jedi at the height of his powers. B, he's magical.
He is. I mean, look, he's mastered a game of basketball. Literally
right.
mastered a game of basketball.
You're right.
I mean, he's hitting threes. He's finishing. He's cooking Dylan Brooks. Hey, that felt good on Sunday against the Houston Rockets. He had 3 straight games in which he's had a 20-point half. All right, 42 points. And look, he's playing at the height of his powers, 5 assists, 5 rebounds. So it all starts and ends with Stephen Curry. I don't want to bury the lead. Steph is magical. Steph is leading his team, and you can tell the leadership. What I loved in the third quarter on Friday night against Sacramento, Moses Moody hits a big 3.
Yeah.
And see Steph Curry damn near walk the half court saying, let's go, Moses. He's hyped up off this pitch. And that's where the difference is. Look, last year, we put a lot on the youngsters for coming in with the second unit and blowing leads, and I get it. I thought the veterans should have closed those games in, but I get the bitch. The bitch was not connected. Why? And it's not to go back on Jordan Poole, but they needed leadership with the second unit.
Oh,
they needed leadership.
Of 1,000%.
Not to say Jordan Poole's not a leader. He may grow into that, but they needed a mature adult with that second unit. And remember, the second unit rectified itself last year when Draymond Green joined that unit.
Yeah, that's a good
with
point.
Jordan Poole. But now you get CP3. And you get a point guard. Like, I get a lot of Sean Livingston's vibes just in terms of the stability. But just knowing where guys needs to be.
Well,
running the pick and roll. And now the Warriors can play multiple styles.
To me, that's the most important. First game, it was like, all right, we're feeling out the tempo, the pace, the cadence, whatever you want to call it, of how we're going to run our offense. Doesn't it feel like he's in full control?
Full control.
Full control. And
Total
what I love
control.
about it, and I'm watching that second unit, particularly in the second quarter yesterday, the ball was hopping around.
Oh, it is.
And it wasn't just CP3 dribbling, pointing at this guy, whatever. Like, he goes down into a spot, which drags the defense over. He kicks it out to Moses Moody. Moses Moody's throwing it back to him. He throws it into Jackson Davis. Jackson Davis kicks it back out. And I'm just saying, listen to how many quick passes and quick decisions. Guys are knowing, if I throw it to you, I'm going to get it back. And there's a selflessness about CP3 that permeates the rest of that second unit. And I feel like he understands when and where to put the ball in his hand and, like, slow it down, when to pick it up. I mean, there was a couple baseline plays. He's done this now, I think, in every game where it's like, where he just starts cooking. And he's like, you know what? I'm hitting this little mid-range little floater, or this little pullback. And it's just like, I need a 2 right now in the mid-range. We need a bucket to stabilize things. I underrated his fit with this team. He fits with almost any team. He's so good.
It took a while. It took a while to really buy into the Chris Paul thing. Now, the shock of him being traded here, I think everybody was shocked about it. And everybody had something for Jordan Poole. We love Jordan Poole, but he's gone now. And you see why they made the deal and why Kerr said what he said and why Steph Curry kept saying, having an adult in the room, having a grown-up. And so now that you got a grown-up and Chris Paul helping the second unit, look at what it's done to Moses Moody. 5 of 8 yesterday, 13 points. Moses Moody is off to a flying start this season.
Yeah, he is.
We know about Jonathan Kuminga, who missed last night. Look, Klay and JK missed last night, and the Warriors still dropped 130 points, right? They still dropped 130 points. So what CP3 is doing, and everybody was so fixated on him starting, stop it. The guy played 25 minutes yesterday. He's going to play 25 to 28 minutes a game. On this team, those are starter minutes.
Yes.
Because remember, Steph Curry's never above 33 to 34 minutes. Draymond Green's only playing 21 minutes right now. Wiggins is playing 20 minutes. They're managing the minutes. So you don't need him starting. Chris Paul, though, you see all these different lineup combinations.
It all works.
You got three guard lineup with Steph Curry, Chris Paul, and Gary Payton II. I saw it one time yesterday. Podziemski, Steph Curry, Chris Paul. I see Chris Paul with Klay, J.K., Moody. So the versatility on this roster, it's alarming. And now you got Ludius Sarge, you got TJD. I mean, these are good problems to have. You don't need him to start. Again, we're so fixated on him starting. He bought into the bench role. He's coming in, stabilizing the second unit. And then the close halves, the close quarters, you got Chris Paul out there as a ball handler.
Quietly, Moses Moody has looked so good.
He
looks so good. First off, the three-point shot is so quick. He got a quick little trigger. He can get it off really fast. Him and Saric kind of got a nice little two-man game going in terms of like trusting each other late in the shot clock.
Shooting 41% from three so far this season.
Is that what it is?
Moody, 41%.
Hey, I really like where Moody's at. He's a guy that's kind of flying under the radar heading into the year. And I kept asking, like, what's his role? What's his role? They clearly trust him, and they clearly know what his role is. He's going to be one of the guards coming off the bench who at times is going to play starter minutes depending on who's out there, and he's going to play elite defense, and he's going to do a lot of the grimy things that this team needs. I think Jonathan Kuminga, though he didn't play last night, the first couple of games, he's rebounded really well. He's gotten to the lane. He's still going to have the careless, I crash into somebody.
He's learning.
But
he's learning.
That's part of but it's part of him being an athlete, and I want him to be an athlete on a team where they don't have a lot of athleticism attacking the rim. I'm okay with him crashing into someone every now and then.
Listen,
I think people overrate, like, oh my God, that's a turnover. Yeah, and then he goes to the free throw line 3 or 4 other possessions instead of that one time where he gets the offensive foul or the travel.
Well, he gets better as the game goes along.
I agree.
He gets better as the game goes along. He does it all the time. And one thing that Moody and JK know is they're going to play this season. They're going to play plenty of minutes. And I think that helps their psyche knowing, okay, I got Chris Paul, set me up in the right way. The problem with Jordan Poole was, and I like Jordan Poole, and look, we know what happened last year. We don't need to revisit what happened last year in terms of what happened in training camp. But during the season, they needed a point guard who could settle them down and get them in the right sets. And Jordan Poole at times, look, man, he wants to put you in the blender. He wants to get his own shot. He wants to get his own buckets here. And see what's going on in Washington with them. They're already frustrated with the young man. He's got to mature. He's got to get better. But they needed a point guard like a Chris Paul. Like Shaun Livingston always thought, Shaun Livingston, boy, if he was with that unit last year, he could have stabilized them and got them in the right spot. But you even upgraded. Now you got Chris Paul, who's in his 19th season, who we know is a top 5 point guard of all time. And he is perfect with J.K. and Moody, and he knows how to uplift youngsters while having a Sarge, knowing who plays with them well from their days in Phoenix, Arizona. So I love where J.K. and Moody's at. Klay Thompson, may I say Klay Thompson? 14 to 24 in his last 2 games.
Can I?
The patience and the discernment and the level that he's bought in at. And look, I know Klay's heard all the talk about somehow, some way, a guy who led the league in threes, a guy who shot 41% from 3. So all of a sudden had a bad year. Apparently that's a bad year for an NBA player. Whatever. Klay Thompson has bought in. Anybody got any concerns about Klay right now?
No, the rumor is that you're going to start referring to him, using me as a drop, as too short.
Why is that?
Because he's getting in where he fits in.
I like that.
No, but like that, I think that's the most important thing is like, we know he's a dynamic shooter. And when he's rhythmic and taking good shots that are within the fabric of the offense when needed, like, he can be dynamic. And I think when he's trying to find his shot, that's when things get a little more difficult for him. CP3 has been a heaven sent for him.
Yeah, no doubt.
And they're not overlapping every minute that the two of them are together. But, like, think about the luxury that the Warriors have right now. I mean, for the most part, it feels like Steph or CP3 is on the floor at all times. Think of the IQ. Just the IQ alone.
A lot of IQ.
It really is. And then I think about Steph Curry. You know, we've talked about him, and I'll get to Chris Paul in a second, B, but, like, the acts. There was the first act of, hey, my ankles are hurt. I'm a rookie. I'm trying to prove myself. You know, blah, blah, blah. Second act. All right. Emergence, right? In terms of his career arc, right? Emergence, I'm going to be an elite player. Then there's the championship version of Curry, the Durant version of Curry, where he kind of, hey, I'm a great teammate. We'll both get ours. I might take a back seat, but it doesn't matter. Then there's the post-Durant stuff, and I think he's elevated himself post-Durant. If they can play nice all year, I don't even think they need to win a championship.
They will play nice. There's no concern for me.
I'm not worried. I'm not worried. What I'm saying is that I think the fact that he's such a great teammate, the fact that he can acquiesce to Chris Paul, let's call it, Chris Paul is a very powerful voice. He likes to play a particular way, and he's going to let you know about it. These two playing well with each other, and if they can get to a final, not forget winning it, just get to another final. I mean, that's like the candle on top of the cake for these guys' careers.
No doubt. We got a long journey. They're 3-1 right now, and I like the journey. I like the steps that they're taking. Andrew Wiggins, I know a lot of people are concerned about him. I believe Andrew Wiggins will figure it out.
What are we
He's still
about?
playing defense. The shot will come around. Let him find
he
his rhythm.
rebounded a little better.
A little bit, 3 rebounds. I need a little more.
What are you looking for from him? I thought Clay's rebounded very well.
A little more rebounding from Andrew Wiggins and just being aggressive. I want to see Steve Kerr maybe draw some things up for him early on to get him going, maybe get aggressive.
Friday night he did that.
But, sometimes I think the lineup that he's in with Looney and Draymond, it compromises his space.
It congests
to where he can work. He likes to go to the jump hook. He likes to go to the mid block, to hit the elbow jumper. It's not there right now. But listen, like GPT said GP2 said on media day. Hey, Bonte, we're 10-11 deep, dog.
GP2 looks great.
And how about that? He's not lying.
He looks great.
They do look 10-11 deep.
He had a layup on Zion yesterday.
That was good basketball.
Oh, my God. By the way, can we talk about Zion on the other side? Because
we could do that.
There has been a lot of Victor Wembanyama hype, and rightfully so. I mean, he's a freak. I mean, I'm watching him. It's like every channel is cutting into him. And I totally forgot about Zion. And I know health is going to be a big...
Zion's a problem.
He's intriguing.
He is intriguing. We'll get to the calls on the other side. 888-957-9570. 888-957-9570. How about those Dubs? Are you surprised how well they're meshing so early into the season? They host the Sacramento Kings tomorrow. They're little brothers. Yeah, they own the Kings. They own Sabonis. Like the beam on Friday? No.
I needed that one Friday night.
Oh, yeah, that felt good. This segment was brought to you by Golden State Lumber. They did beat the Lakers, though, Spinodi's Lakers. Serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. Yeah, they beat you in overtime, Spinodi. They did. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises. Don't tip them. They will. They hate summer league batters up in Sacramento. Tyler in the city. We'll get to you on the other side. 888-957-9570. We're rolling on Dubs. Don't forget, I got plenty of thoughts on the 49ers. You guys think the season is over. Oh, I was listening yesterday. Doom and gloom. We can't hear you, Shasky. Your mic's off.
I would like to see the headlines at the national press.
Hey, Dub Nation, it's Trace Jackson Davis, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Listen to how polished that young man is. He joined us on Warriors Postgame Live last night. We asked him, what do you want to call us? What is Dub Nation? What's your name? He goes, TJD. What kind of Halloween candy you want, TJD? Costume? He goes, nah. I'm on a diet. I'm watching my weight. I'm ready to roll. This young man, 13-9, 4 block shots yesterday. Woo! The vibes are back for Dubs. Dub Nation, how you feeling? By the way, Roasters, I wasn't here yesterday, and I know we qualified somebody for our 95-70 game knockout tournament, our first ever 95-70 game knockout tournament at Chase Center. Tune in all week, Roasters, all week this week, next week, and make sure you're listening to each show at 7:30 in the morning. Again, 7:30 in the morning to learn how you can qualify each show during this 2-week stretch. We'll be picking one winner each show. Make sure you're locked in a 95-70 game because you have a chance to win a spot to go play knockout. Again, we're going to qualify somebody at 7:30 in the morning. We'll have details on how we'll qualify somebody a little bit later in the program. We're talking about the Warriors. We will get to the 49ers. Trust me, I got plenty of thoughts on them.
I was offended at the season's over because that never came out of my mouth.
No, I know it didn't come out of your mouth.
I'm reacting to one of the worst losing streaks in the last 5 years.
Okay. No, I was listening yesterday, and Baby Chaz, you said, Papa Shasky yell. Papa Shasky yelling. I said, yeah, I know. He's doom and gloom.
Yeah, business
It's all bad. It's all bad.
Well, no, time out.
Let me ask you a question.
The day after, we're reacting.
I know you are.
We can let things settle, and we can move on down.
You said it like the season was cooked. I'm just telling you, my perception. Let me ask you something. And I can ask every Niner fan, 888-957-9570. We'll go to the calls in a second.
Well, the number one seed feels like it's out the window.
Oh, but that's done. Just win a division.
We spent 6 months in the offseason talking about the number one seed.
Win a division, whatever. Win a division. I don't care. Just get to the playoffs. When I get to the playoffs, I'll worry about the playoffs.
So we're moving the goalposts?
No, we're not moving the goalposts. If I asked you before the season, hey, Shasky, if I said to you, Shasky, they're going to be 5-3 going into the bye week.
I would say that wasn't good enough to get the number one seed. No, not to get the number one seed.
You would have said 5-3. Okay, I'll take that.
No. I
told you. No, yes, you would have. If I told you before the season, hey, Shasky, they're going to be 10-7 or 11-6. What would you have said?
Wait, say that again?
10-7 or 11-6.
Then I think most reasonable 49er fans would say, yeah, you're going to be on the road the entire playoffs, and you're probably because this is about winning the Super Bowl. Like, if we're being real, look, just making the playoffs, that's great for Detroit. You're the freaking 49ers. You just gave a guy $125 million guaranteed. You have a Super Bowl window. We have a championship opportunity. Like, I think context matters.
So if I would have told you 11-6, okay, you're the 2 or 3 seed, you would have taken that?
I don't think 11-6 gets you the 2 seed.
Maybe
I think
3 seed?
I don't even know if it wins you the NFC West this year.
Yeah, it might not.
We'll see.
It might not. We'll see.
No. Like
Seattle may lose in Baltimore this week.
You said all offseason Super Bowl.
Don't worry about it. I'm asking you. I'm
telling you.
You weren't on Super Bowl.
I expected at least 12 or 13 wins.
No, if I said 11-6, Shasky, 2 or 3 seed, you would have taken that. Stop the cap.
From a bird's eye view, probably. But to win a Super Bowl, no.
You can still win a Super Bowl at 11-6.
Oh, yeah. I can still hit the lottery. You're right.
Win a Super Bowl. You can still win a Super Bowl. Why couldn't you? Why can't you win a Super Bowl?
The algorithm is telling you with the one bye, it is really difficult to go on the road 3 straight weeks and to try to win. It's just hard. The way that they have it set up now, if you got the number 2 seed 3 years ago when the first 2 teams got a bye, it just, the path is a little easier.
So we've seen this new format for 2 years, right?
Uh-huh.
The first year, did we not see 2 wildcard teams go to the Super Bowl?
And who was it?
Cincinnati and L.A.
Yeah, Cincinnati went on the road and knocked off,
So you're Patrick just saying Mahomes. It's impossible.
They didn't
have a bye week.
And the LA Rams, the LA Rams, they won the division and they hosted the NFC Championship game. That's why the Niners went on the road.
But you know what? They had to go to Tampa Bay and win the divisional round.
Yeah, okay.
They had to go to Tampa Bay. They had the wild card game at home. They went down to Tampa Bay on the short week. On the short week with the Tampa Bay, it then came back home. Yeah. But they didn't have a bye week, right?
No, but they won the division.
They didn't have a bye week.
Oh, okay.
They didn't have a bye week.
Yeah, and it was very difficult.
This format has been in place for 2 seasons. And
last year, the 2 teams that had the bye waltzed on into the finals.
But the first year, the teams that didn't have a bye went to the Super Bowl.
But they still won. Both teams won their division.
Okay, that's fine.
You know,
the Niners still are going to win their division. They're going to outlast Seattle.
I don't think, if you ask me 10-7, 11-6, I don't think that's good enough to win the NFC West.
Man.
So that's where I'm saying to you, that's not good enough. I'm looking at it now. Detroit is going to win 12-plus games.
They're going to be a problem.
And so they're probably going to be the 2 seed,
they're
right?
Probably going to be a
and
problem.
so even if the Philadelphia Eagles, which right now they feel like the top dog.
What you guys tell me, though, a few weeks ago, in a playoff game, you're taking shed ahead over Dan Campbell, right? That's what y'all told me a few weeks ago.
Well,
let's not flip-flop now. When the going gets tough, baby, let's embrace it.
You're asking whether I thought that 5-3 was good enough? No. Losing 3 games in a row the way that they did, considering how they started off, yeah, it's disappointing. Like you're taking a deep breath and trying to look at it from really high. Right now, they're injured. They're going to miss Banks for a couple of weeks now. I still don't know that Jennifer Lee Chan said that Trent Williams still had a limp, even though yesterday Shanahan said that he's hopeful he can return to practice next week, not this week, but next week. Like, their offensive line is in trouble right now, and they're beat up. I look at their Dre Greenlaw. He's been day-to-day for about 3 weeks now. He has not looked like the same player, and I love Dre Greenlaw, and it's very important that they have him because they don't have Al-Shaair as a backup anymore. Their safeties have not been wrapping up.
Al-Shaair he was whatever.
Well, he was a reliable bench guy. I mean, he was a reliable bench guy, and I think that they miss him. I think right now it's pretty clear Jimmy Ward in the slot was better than what they've gotten from Isaiah Oliver.
No doubt.
I don't think anyone's debating
Let's
that.
be honest.
And Charvarius Ward looks like he's taking a big step back.
He is taking a step back, but you know what? I see a lot of blame on Steve Wilkes, and that's fine. But guess what? Steve Wilkes can't tackle for them.
No, I'm with you on that.
He can't rush the passer for them.
They got 3 stops in the third quarter.
They forced some turnovers.
Yeah.
They forced turnovers on Sunday.
They got lucky that Cincinnati missed a field goal. It would have been the first half. If you look at the defense, watch the game back. First half, the defense was really bad. Second half, though, in the third quarter, I thought that they made adjustments.
I want to get into the Niners a little bit later because I did feel like I got a sense that Niner fans, and just hearing from Niner fans, and I get it. That was a tough loss, but I thought they were losing that game anyway. Going into it, that was a bad spot for them. Think about it. Think about what went down. They just played 3 straight teams coming off a bye week. Mm-hmm. All right, Monday Night Football, short week. Now you got to get ready for the Bengals, who had plenty of rest, getting ready for you, and they're rolling right now. Bengals are a Super Bowl contender. Super Bowl contender.
Yeah, if you took a step back and said at the beginning of the year you lost to the Bengals, totally.
Nothing went right in that football game in late third quarter. It's a 17-10 game. 17-10 game. You had no business being in that game.
I agree.
Without Debo and Trent, you're still in that game. I'm not mad at that. Not mad at that. They're a couple plays away from being 7-1. The reality is they're not. They're not. They're a couple plays away from being 7-1, are they not?
Well, if their kicker, like I told you, made a field goal, but you lost to P.J. Walker, a third string. Like that's
all I said was they're a couple plays away from being 7-1.
Well, I'm a couple of lottery tickets away from being a billionaire.
You look at things negatively. I look at it positively.
Well, no, it is what it is. Like they are where they are.
Positive.
They
are
lost to a
Justin
Jefferson.
Would they be in the playoffs right now? Would they be in the playoffs right now?
Yeah.
Give me the playoffs.
So that's good enough.
Give me the playoffs. No, it's not good enough. Well, give me the dance. Give me the dance and tango with the big boys.
Your tone has changed a lot in 2 months.
No.
Because you said all year, it's not Super Bowl and try again. No. Super Bowl or bust.
Who's saying Super Bowl or try again? My goal hasn't changed. I'm still on the Super Bowl or bust hype. My goal hasn't changed just because they're 5-3. My goal hasn't changed. And now, if you want to quit on the season and say, hey, they're not going to the Super Bowl, then you go do that. I'm not doing that. Tyler in the city. Get Tyler in here to talk about the Niners because I'm sure he's doom and gloom. Let's go. Let's go, Tyler. Come on, get in. Tell me why the Niners are done, Tyler.
No one has said they're done.
Ooh, Bonte and Shasky. Ooh, this is the ghost of Trey Lance. Ooh, you guys sent me off to Dallas to die. Ooh, I never threw 2 picks in the fourth quarter.
Oh, come on.
Ooh, now it's come to reap the benefits. Come on, it's the ghost of Trey area.
Oh, man.
No, fellas. I'm really just calling in to say we really need to appreciate what Stephen Curry is doing right now. It's probably never going to happen again in the Warriors franchise history, but it's just really special, and I want everyone to really just appreciate it and enjoy it while it's here, because once it's gone, it's literally going to be like the 49ers when they lost Joe Montana and Steve Young and how we're just reliving the 80s and 90s. We're just going to always relive 2015 through however long Steph plays for. And, man, thank you, Wardell, Stephen Curry.
How about CP3, Tyler, real quick? How about CP3?
Oh, man.
Bro, CP3 in the second unit, oh, my goodness. I thought JK and Clay not being there last night was going to make a difference. CP3 and the Noya activated as the point guard with TJD, and Saric just both out there at the same time, and they're still making plays, and CP3 is out there cooking Zion. Like, bro, ring number 5 is on deck, Warriors fans.
Oh, I love the
Ring number 5 is on deck, Warriors fans. Get ready. Let's go.
I love the
Stephen
vibes.
Curry MVP year.
I love the vibes. I love the vibes. Title or bust. Nothing's changed around these parts because you lose 3 games in a row. Nothing's changed. I'm still Operation Las Vegas. I'm still there. Are you not? Are Niner fans out down bad? You're done before November. Or are we
no
done?
one said that.
Let's just punt football then. We're done. You sound like you're done. We'll get to the rest of the calls. 888-957-9570. Back to the Warriors. We got Niners. We got Baldy at 7:30. We got plenty going on today. This is going to be a fun show. It's going to be a fun show. Y'all lucky I wasn't here yesterday. But the king is back. That's brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises. Order in the corner.
between two defenders, up and in, off the window. Curry has been magnificent here tonight. He's got 26.
My guy, Steph.
Cause it's
I gotta fix my camera. Why do I have to fix the camera? I didn't do anything to it.
Is this the best music video of all time?
Thriller? Yeah, it's one of them. It's one of them.
I think it is.
I mean, it's unbelievable. I love when the NFL teams do the Thriller in the end zone, too. Never gets old. Never gets old. Is my camera fixed, Levin?
No, it's not. It's actually
it's actually pointed at Spadoni.
Okay.
You want me to go over there and fix it for you?
Let me see. Hold on. Let's see here. Reset. Let's reset. Ah, here it comes. Here it comes.
Look at that thing moving.
Reset again. Maybe let's look at Spadoni. Let's have the camera point at Spadoni while we talk L.A. Lakers and Las Vegas Raiders football.
Now it's just pointing at the door of the studio. So
how many Jimmy no throws last night?
All right, Levin, come fix this thing.
10.
I don't get paid to do
10? I got it.
Jimmy no throws?
So I know we want to get back into the Warriors, and we'll get into the Niners. We got Baldy today. I'm pretty excited for that. There was a tweet last night that I got from a particular guy that Bonte says never reaches out to us anymore. And here it is. Damon Oakland, okay, one of our favorites.
Yeah, he did.
It said, at Bonte Hill, at Butcher Boy, come and get your damn quarterback.
It's not our quarterback no more.
And he was talking about Jimmy G because he's a Raider fan.
Yeah.
Dame, I just want to say to all the Raider fans that are out there, and I said this to Spadoni, and I said it to Langford this morning, who's working over at KCBS. Isn't it kind of incredible? They won 4 playoff games, 6 playoff games. Well, no, 4, because Brock won 2 this year. 4 playoff games with that guy, Jimmy Garoppolo. And I'm not trying to say that he's the worst. He's not the worst quarterback ever. But, like, it goes to show you players around you, scheme.
Coaching.
I think Jimmy was healthier. Like, there's a variety of reasons why. Coaching. He looks terrible with Josh McDaniels. McDaniels is terrible. Terrible.
Awful.
And they've got all pros.
I mean, I watched that playback this morning.
Which one?
2 plays. I saw it live, the first one to Devontae Adams. He missed him wide open in the fourth quarter. And Devontae slammed his helmet. But even at the 2-yard line, Jimmy had happy feet. It was a 98-yard touchdown. All he has to do is make the throw.
Yeah.
What are you so jittery about?
I don't know.
What are you so nervous about? I mean, Jimmy's cooked. It's cooked. It's actually kind of sad.
His body, that's a good point.
Aaron Glenn just said, you know what? The DC and the Detroit Lions just said, you know what? I'm just going to start sending blitzes. This guy has no shot. And they were sending blitzes, and Jimmy was just a sitting duck in the pocket. He was just getting pounded.
So there was a rumor that came out that I saw this week, and I don't know if this is true or not. You know, there's so much talk. But the Rams had the opportunity to acquire Jimmy Garoppolo and whatever package of picks or Jared Goff. And because the guy in Detroit had some ties to the Rams, he was like, you know what, I'd rather have Jared Goff. And I'm not sure what the rest of the country thought of that at the time. I think he could have made an argument for both guys. I thought Jimmy was a little better than Goff. I don't know, man. I can't believe Goff has really reemerged and set himself as a player in Detroit.
But you know what, though? He threw a pick 6 yesterday.
No, he's not great.
Detroit, I know we're all high, and I've probably been the guy who's been holding the Detroit Lions flag, saying, don't sleep on the Detroit Lions. But that was, Spinoni and I were just talking during the break.
What's that?
That was not an impressive Monday night win for Detroit.
It's the NFL.
They had a lot of yards, and I get it. You win, you cover the spread, and their defense played great. But let's be real. The Raiders' offense sucks. It's one of the worst offenses in the NFL.
It's crazy.
They struggle to score 20. They can't score 20. They really can't. It's sad. And they have Devontae Adams and Josh Jacobs, and they asked Josh Jacobs after the game, what needs to happen to offense? He goes, I don't know. It's not my job. I don't know. It's not my problem.
He's right.
You know, it's not his job. But Detroit, as much as we're down on the 49ers, and I'm seeing Niner fans say, we got no shot against Detroit. The same Niner fans telling me that we got Shanahan over Dan Campbell. Don't flip-flop now, Niner fans. Well, come on, I love you. Don't flip-flop now. That Detroit team last night did not impress me offensively. Sure, they have a lot of weapons. They can run the ball, and that's been a problem for the 49ers to run defense. They can't stop the run right now. But you know what? That wasn't the most impressive win for Detroit.
Well, the Niners have the earned benefit of the doubt that they can go on the road and win some games, right? And in the playoffs. And they have a lot of grizzled, I would say war daddies in the same way I look at the Golden State Warriors. Now, the Warriors have the ultimate championship, so like they could come out of the 5 seed and we could still give them the benefit of the doubt because they've earned that. Look, Detroit is in a division that you look at right now and you're like, well, the Vikings season feels over. You know, the Bears.
Well, I wouldn't say it's over. Therefore, well, I guess Kirk Cousins is hurt.
Poor Kirk. I feel really bad for him. They're going to play Nick Mullins.
Yeah, that's
I mean, they
are playing Atlanta, so Atlanta just lost Grady Jarrett.
Yeah.
Desmond Ridder just got benched.
Vikings should trade for Jameis.
That wouldn't be bad.
Jameis, that's interesting.
That wouldn't be bad.
That's interesting. The point that I'm getting at is that division doesn't look very good. I just look at the NFC West right now. The Stafford injury is going to loom large for them. Want to see what they look like without him. I feel like they're kind of done. They might trade Aaron Donald today. There were rumors that the Eagles were trying to work out a deal. That would be like my worst nightmare.
Well,
Aaron Donald going to the Eagles.
Well, then that would be game over.
And then you see Seattle make multiple moves. Frank Clark doesn't move the needle the way it maybe would have 3 or 4 years ago, but acquiring Leonard Williams, who is set to be a free agent at the end of the year, he's an underrated player. I don't think he's some game changer, but I think he's a solid acquisition.
Leonard Williams is solid in the middle. Frank Clark dominated the postseason just a season ago for the Kansas City Chiefs. So that does move the needle for me.
It does for you?
Absolutely.
A lot of
Frank
people
Clark,
think he's washed and done.
Well, you go to Denver, and Denver's not trying to win and scheme. You're playing for Vance Joseph.
Yeah.
And we just saw Frank Clark in January dominate for the Kansas City Chiefs alongside Chris Jones. So I listen, Seattle's making moves, and Seattle's hungry, and Seattle has some wide receivers. Jackson Smith and Jigba is now starting to come along. He's starting to find his groove in the NFL. Tyler Lockett's not done. You still have Kenneth Walker III. Seattle's now a problem, you know, and that's the most disappointing aspect of the 3-game losing streak is that the margin for error that you had by starting 5-0 is now gone. That buffer that you had, where if you did suffer a couple losses down the road, it wouldn't have mattered because you were stacking wins. Now you're not stacking wins, and now Seattle is alive and kicking the NFC West.
Yeah, and I'm looking at Seattle right now, and although they're not perfect, they feel like they're ready for the 49ers this year. I mean, obviously their offensive line has been banged up, but they've got young players who are ascending. The 2 tackle rookies from last year have taken a little step forward. Kenneth Walker runs really hard. I know we want to, pretend like a run game doesn't matter. I think that Pete Carroll's proven that they're going to stay dedicated to the run. Njigba, the wide receiver, starting to show some promise here. DK's been banged up. If you got him in fantasy, you know this. He's been in and out of the lineup. But I feel like they're a team that is really ready to face the Niners. And they lost, 3 times last year to the Niners?
Yeah.
If you don't think that they're ready for this matchup, they drafted that DB early on, didn't take Jalen Carter. And so, I don't know. I feel like I don't know what to make of Seattle until we play them. I think that the Niners need to get a little more healthy.
I'm not scared, though. The Niners can beat Seattle. They'll beat Seattle at least once. They're going to beat Seattle. They're fine. I mean, come on, man. I'm not going to just give up on this Niners team. They got to get back. They got to get right. And Debo needs to get back. Trent needs to get back. McCaffrey tying Lenny Moore for the touchdown to 17 straight games, tying an NFL record. McCaffrey looked like he got his groove back. This bye week is coming at the perfect time. And right out of the bye, you get to play Jacksonville. Let's go.
They have a bye as well this week.
I know. I'm well aware.
They've done a lot of traveling, Jacksonville.
One of my fantasy teams, the entire starting lineups on the bye.
Isn't that the worst?
It is worse.
It really is the worst.
5-3. I got room to buffer.
But the Niners have proven after the last couple of years that they can come out of the bye and go on a little run, right? And so I look at, obviously health factoring into that, and then just everyone getting on the same page. I don't know. I personally think we were making way too much of the sideline thing for Steve Wilks. Well,
being in the booth. Well, this is something, again, in training camp. Something to monitor.
What's that?
Him being in the booth compared to the previous 2 DCs. We discussed this live at the Hilton Motel. Steve Wilks being in the booth. Saleh and DeMeco Ryans being on the sideline.
So Vic Fangio made a big deal about this because he's always been up in the booth.
Right.
And Vic Fangio said that guys that lean more toward the back end of the defense in terms of what their specialty is, they like being in the bird's eye view. Mm-hmm. Whereas guys that are more middle of the field, defensive linemen skewed in terms of coordinators, like to be on the field. Now, Pete Carroll was a DB guy. He's a DB coach, even though he doesn't go up into the booth.
Right.
He likes being rah, rah, rah there with his guys. He's also the head coach.
Exactly.
So there are arguments for all of the different things. My thing is like you kind of knew what you signed up for when you acquired Steve Wilks as a coaching staff.
And you know what's funny to me is all the let's fire Steve Wilks, let's
That's
let's
unfair.
get rid of him. Well, we did the same thing with Robert Saleh.
Yeah, we did.
We did the same thing with D'Amico Ryans.
When did we do that with D'Amico?
We did that first. They started off. What was they? What were they?
3-5?
3-5
In
And there were some
2021?
things, and it was like, oh, we risked Robert Saleh. Why did we get a job to a guy who's never been a coordinator before? Why? We did the same thing. Same thing. I think defense. It would be nice to get a quarter because Isaiah Oliver cannot guard the slot.
Oh my goodness!
Every time this is unplayable. That is a concern. The missed tackles
Is Diamond
are a concern.
Is Diamond or Lenore their best corner?
Yeah, they're not even throwing that to Diamond or Lenore. He's playing some great football. So when you asked me yesterday when I called in, what's going right? I was like, nothing, because I realized I had to get off the phone because Andy was needling me. I was like, all right, we got to go.
We were up against the break, not Anna. We were up against the break.
Yeah, I know you against it. But Diamond or Lenore is playing fine. That's a positive. I tell you what's not a positive, all the missed tackles.
Oh, my goodness.
Hufunga misses a lot of
Is
tackles.
that on Wilks? That's not on Wilks.
It's not on Wilks.
I feel
These
like
guys are in
that's-
position to make plays, and they're not making plays.
Dre Greenlaw has missed more tackles the last couple of weeks than I can remember.
Tell you what. Joe Mixon took Dre Greenlaw's soul. He trucked him, and I watched that entire sequence.
Yeah.
He got up very, very slow,
multiple times,
and it was no swagger. The swagger was gone from Dre Greenlaw after that play.
Was that on the screen pass?
No, it was a straight-up handoff.
Straight up handoff?
Joe Mixon had a head of steam, 4 yards, and it was one-on-one in the hole. It was old-school Oklahoma drill.
He looked
boom,
really good.
Ran over Dre Greenlaw, and I said, oh, boy, yeah, this game's not going to go their way. I mean, I had a bad vibe walking into that stadium.
Well, to your point, like, you look at the schedule, and we said this Thursday, Friday, like, hey, you can lose to the Bengals, right? Like, before the season even started. Like, come on, man, it's Joe Burrow. We didn't know Joe Burrow would have the calf injury. Hey, if they played Joe Burrow 3 weeks ago, it looks different than what we saw. He looked so healthy, right? Like, no one's denying that. He looked like the old Joe Burrow. He looked incredible. I'm blown away by how good he looked. But to me, it's the way that it's looked. And then defensively, we can talk a lot about not getting home, the bad tackling. I just look at it this way. Kirk Cousins completed way too many passes in the game on Monday night last week, 2 weeks ago. And then Joe Burrow completed way too many passes in this game right here. Something is up. Either the pass rush and the coverage aren't on the same page, or they're giving too much space. Too many guys are catching balls too easily.
Well, yeah, not only that, Joe Burrow had all day to throw, and that goes up front. Hargrave and Bosa. Bosa and Hargrave. Hargrave and Bosa. Bosa and Hargrave.
$51 million for Bosa this year, cash, and Hargrave $25 million.
Javon Kinlaw. I thought he was really a freak, though.
He lined up offsides on the same play that Charvarius Ward got called for one of his 10,000 holds.
Oh, he went offsides on a play. Cincinnati wasn't even going to run. They were going to let the clock run out. He still jumped. Drake Jackson. He's in the game.
I don't even
Teams look over at number 95. Drake Jackson say, okay, we're going to run the ball right there. Right there at Drake Jackson. What's going on with the defensive line?
Oh, my God.
And then
I'm
not going to be here to bury the lead. Now, I don't think there should be a quarterback change.
I don't think anyone said that yesterday.
Well, there's some people who want a quarterback change. For what?
There's always going to be.
Who's eager to go see Sam Darnold, right? Who's eager to go see Sam Darnold? I know the legal at 7:02. I see the clock.
When does that crack come into play for you?
But Kyle Shanahan had a nice little back and forth about the quarterback spot yesterday during his conference call. Let's take a listen.
Kyle, will you consider making a change at quarterback during the bye week? And if not, why?
A change at what?
Quarterback.
No.
Why?
Because no one just changes our quarterback for no reason.
There you go. What's the reason to change a quarterback?
Well,
is there a reason?
I'm not advocating for it because I thought he played three. Look at the fourth quarter. I want to break down the fourth quarter because we can talk a lot about it. The late third quarter, back-breaking interceptions. Like you can't turn the ball over. I don't care if you're Peyton Manning, Tom Brady, Brock Purdy. Like you can't turn the ball over. Nick Mullins. It doesn't matter who you are, right? He made a lot of plays in the first three quarters. A lot of plays. Same thing in the Viking game. I thought he was running for his life. You watch it back, he had some dimes. He had like 5 20-yard plus passes downfield. He threw one to George Kittle that was like pinpoint accurate on a seam route, hit him on the right shoulder to like keep him away from the safety. I mean, he had a couple of really nice plays. But the turnovers, and in particular the red zone one, he made 3 mistakes on the one play.
Yeah.
And it's just like, that's the kind of, and then look, the linebacker made a hell of a play.
Pratt is a really good
He made a hell of a
Logan
play.
Wilson and Pratt are some good linebackers.
Really underrated.
Modern day 3-down linebackers. You play them in nickel. You play them in 4-3.
Turn it over there.
No, you can't.
It was a
turn it over at all.
7-point game. The Niners got to stop. They get the ball back after giving up a field goal, and they march on down. And you're thinking like, all right, we're cooking with oil here. It's 1st and goal. And instead of handing the ball off to Elijah, boom, mistake number 1. Then he doesn't do the pitch to Kittle. All right, that's covered, whatever. Fine. That could be mistake number 2. Number 3 is, you know that now your linemen are downfield. You have to either slide. You can't throw the ball. The second you throw it, it's going to be another penalty, and you're going to lose the down. And he makes a play, and the linebacker made a hell of a play.
Yeah, it would have been, it was a legal man downfield, so you don't lose the down. You just go first down, but you go first and 20. Yeah, you don't lose.
20,
you don't lose the down though. You get the down over, but you just lose the yardage, and you still cook it. That was a bad play. It was a bad play. Brock did not have a good game. Hell, I don't even know if Brock should have played in that game. As you are listening to 95.7 Game, KGMZ FM and AC1, San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Do not forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams, powered by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there. Shout out to the Comcast Business text line, 888-957-9570. Some bad injuries for the 49ers. Of course, Debo's out. Trent Williams is out. Aaron Banks now has turf toe. Turf toe. So it looks like he may not be ready to go against Jacksonville and maybe not be able to go against Tampa Bay.
Well, a few weeks, they're very vague.
But you know what? We're not talking enough about the offense. I just sat back yesterday, listened to everybody. We're all hyper-focused on Steve Wilkes, and I get it. The defense. They're not playing up to their standards.
3 straight weeks.
3 straight weeks to score 17 points. 3 straight weeks to score 17 points. 3 straight weeks you struggle to run the football. What's going on with Shanahan? What's going on with Brock? What's going on with the offense?
You said that McCaffrey looked right, and he made like 4 or 5 jukes for a 2-yard gain, right?
Yeah.
He's in the back. The guys are in the backfield too much. He can't get going in terms of the run game. And I believe in a large part Trent Williams has to do with that, but it just feels like they're stacking the box. Minnesota had 5 guys on the line, and they said, we are going to dare you to run, and we're going to stack the box, and we'll dare you to throw over the top.
Cincinnati, same thing. 5 guys on the line of scrimmage. 5 D linemen.
So what do you make of that?
Well, the blueprint is out. The Niners' offensive line is more of a finesse line, especially outside of Trent Williams. Not a lot of power. They don't blow guys off the line of scrimmage.
No.
And that's the best way to defend against the stretch run play. The zone run scheme. Yeah. The zone run scheme, the book is out. 5 down linemen, make them play action pass or whatnot. It's a problem. They got to figure that out during the bye week because you have to get back to running the football. If you don't run the football, you can't put this on Brock Purdy to throw the ball 40 times a game. It's not going to work.
No.
There's going to be turnovers. There's going to be bad plays. This team's not built to throw the ball 40 to 50 times a game. They're just not. It's unfortunate that they're not built to, and they can't play that style. There's other teams that can, but, that's just not the way the Niners are built.
Well, and, we've been talking a lot about, their offense just in general, and I keep saying it's about 4 weeks now, like, dude, their drop-back passing game, like play action, turning the back and throwing against the zone, they're really good. The layered throws, the anticipation throws, dropping back with 3, 4, 5 wide receiver sets and just picking a team. It's not in this offense. Like, they just don't have that in the bag. And I just keep questioning, like, I like Juwan Jennings. Yeah. He's a solid 3, right?
Hey, how's his cardio?
What do you mean?
What I mean, he ran 33 routes to get 1 target. Hey, guy was out there exercising.
I didn't know where you were going.
But
like, Ronnie Bell can't get a look.
Danny Gray?
Well, Danny, I don't even know if he's suited up. Like, I thought you got McCaffrey so you could use him in the slot a little. Jordan Mason's getting over 5 yards a rip and can't see the field on a team that's struggling to run the ball. Can we just use the personnel a little differently than what you have?
It's on Shanny. Shanny, where
I think it is on Shanny.
And you know what? We can't be afraid to criticize Shanahan. It's okay. It's okay. This market can criticize Steve Kerr for winning 4 championships. We can get on Steve. We can get on Shanahan's bumper. We get on Shanahan's bumper.
Doesn't it feel like we give Steve Kerr more heat for a second quarter lineup in February than we do?
Doing it for years. Y'all thought I hated Shanahan because y'all was telling me he was the next Bill Walsh.
Well, he's not.
He's not even George Schieffer. He's not even Jim Harbaugh yet. All right, so let's chill. George Seaver won Super Bowls.
Yeah.
Let's not forget. He's got 5. George Seaver's got 5. Let's remember that.
They just feel very predictable offensively.
But I want to look for some solutions here. Real quick, before we go to the break. We got, 2 minutes before the break? Anthony, Benicia, get out here. Chime in. Then we'll get to the rest of the calls on the other side before Baldy. Anthony, what's happening? Top of the top.
Top of the morning, fellas. So I got 2 things. One, I was listening to Willard and Dibbs yesterday. I was listening to him this morning. And whoever Willard does that, his little show with the old tight end from Minnesota, he mentioned that Shanahan's offense is not built to come from behind. And the reason why that is because it's just not built to, pass. That's just not really how their offense is built from the line and then from the different positions that they have. And I feel like that's definitely an indictment on Kyle Shanahan because you should, even though he has all this exotic stuff, it's like, bro, you're so smart, but it's only when you have everything working exactly the way it's supposed to. But then when there's a wrinkle or there's a hiccup, it's like, now what are you going to do? And you guys are just talking about how, we have a few players out. And I'm thinking about, Deebo Samuel. A lot of folks, when Christian McCaffrey came to our team, they were like, oh, well, we can, some of the people were saying we can get rid of Deebo. And it's like, pump the brakes. Deebo is this offense. I understand that McCaffrey's really good, but without Deebo in motion or without the threat of Deebo, I see that this offense is stale. And then you think about somebody like Trent Williams, whoever's his replacement right now, he's getting work.
Oh, Jalen
like a
Moore.
full-time job.
Yeah.
Oh, my God. It doesn't make any sense.
But they won games last year without Deebo.
But they did late in the year.
And they had a pretty prolific offense.
You look at the competition. However,
that's true.
Deebo got hurt against Cleveland on the first play of the game, and they scored 17 points in 3 straight games.
Yeah.
So I don't want to hear anything about Deebo being overpaid anymore. Deebo has showed his value just in the last 3 losses by not playing. There's a big drop-off without Deebo Samuel in this offense. Well, I don't want to hear about Deebo being overpaid no more. I really don't. I'm sorry, I don't. We disrespect Deebo. I get Deebo does some things that annoys me. Well, let's pump the brakes on Deebo being overpaid because he showed his value the last 3 weeks. You can't score more than 17 without him. All right, Robinson, Bruno, the rest of you coming up. 888-957-9570. That's what's coming up, sponsored by BMW Co-op Special.
Now through October 31st, lease an all-electric 2024 BMW iX xDrive.
Halloween. Trick or treat. Everybody going trick or treat tonight?
Trick or treat. So in my neighborhood, trick or treating was not what it is in like the movies. It was a lot of people with no candy, no lights on, and they're like, leave us alone. And it was a bunch of kids riding around on their bicycles, running around, throwing eggs at people, messing things up, tipping over trash cans. We did not have the traditional trick-or-treating that you see in like, what's that show that was on Netflix? Come on. What was that show?
What show? Oh, Stranger Things?
Stranger Things, thank you.
I
It
think
was nothing
you
like
can just
that.
say traditional trick-or-treating.
Was it like that for you?
Traditional trick-or-treating, yeah.
Well, that's not traditional. That's what I'm saying. Like, I don't know. That wasn't like that for you, was it?
Nah.
We didn't do like, hey, trick-or-treat.
No, we did. In the hood, we love trick-or-treating. We always trick-or-treated.
Wait, so every year you go out and throw eggs at houses?
Well, we did all kinds of
No, I've been through that, but I would just go, trick-or-treating. I'm throwing eggs at houses. That's stupid.
Well, we were like 11.
Yeah, I'm not doing that. Even I'm not doing that.
Yeah. We had normal trick-or-treating.
Yeah, I had normal trick-or-treating.
What's the best costume you've ever had in all your years?
It's a great question.
Oh, I know my costume.
What's that? Last night you were sharp in Men in Black.
Oh, yeah, we were Men in Black.
You looked really good.
Yeah, we were Men in Black or Paul Burrs.
Or Paul Bad. I didn't even think of that.
R.I.P. WWE legend.
Oh, my
R.I.P. to the Pelican season, right? No, I'm kidding. Best costume. Oh, I know.
What's that?
Barack Obama.
No way. Oh, me and my wife.
That was a good time.
Michelle.
That was a good time. It's probably my favorite. No. I'm lying.
What year were you Barack?
No. I'm lying. 06 or 07. What year? Was it 2010? I don't remember. But I was a Dr. Felchersnatch. I was a gynecologist. Had the wig on, had the robe, and worked out well. It was with Philly Zoo, Michael Lloyd BC out in Philly. He came out here to the city. That was a hell of a Halloween. Dr. Felchersnatch. Yeah, that was my favorite costume. That one worked out well.
All right. We're going to have Baldy here in about 9 minutes. Halloween day. Joe Spadoni, what's your, can we say, what? Can you be something a little more traditional?
Wait, what? What's wrong with that? Being a gynecologist.
I didn't say anything.
They get paid well. They serve their purpose in this world.
I think it's the name or whatever.
Dr. Felchersnatch?
Oh maybe we don't want to say that name anymore. It's all right.
Dr. Felchersnatch. I had to roll in and maybe throw it out. I had it.
Oh, my God.
Thank you, Irv.
Oh, my gosh.
I looked a lot like Harry Potter growing up, unfortunately. My style. Like, I did not on purpose. Never dressed up as him, but people always thought I looked like him. But I dressed up as, just normal stuff. Ghostface Killer was very popular when I was a kid.
Ghostface Killer?
Yeah, Ghostface Killer.
Did you have the eagle?
No, not the rapper, but the Ghostface Killer.
Oh, I
Come on,
thought you meant
Scream.
the rapper.
No.
Love don't live here anymore.
No. Eminem, actually, when I was a little kid, too.
Eminem?
I had the shaved head, had the bleach hair. Yeah.
Really? You had bleach hair?
I thought he was so cool. Oh, yeah.
You and my brother very much alike.
Well, we emulated, like, when we were kids. I don't know if you watched the David Beckham doc. It was like David Beckham and Eminem for white kids in the early, in the late 90s and
I
early
watched
2000s.
a bit of that David Beckham documentary. It's very, very
Posh
good.
is odd.
Very good. Very good.
Sam, best costume?
So back in 2009 in high school, I in honor of his memory, I dressed up as Billy Mays for Halloween. So had the blue shirt, the OxyClean bucket, dyed my hair black, got a fake beard, and yeah, I had to honor the great Billy Mays, the pitchman for OxyClean. R.I.P.
I come in this morning. It's 5 o'clock in the morning, 4:45, and I walk in and I'm looking for Lubman. Where's Lubman? And I see him. He's wearing a tank top, okay, and the tattoo, the university tattoo of Miami, is just all over the left arm. He's got a gold chain on it, sweatpants, and I go, "Are you supposed to be The Rock?" That's what I thought he was dressed up as, is The Rock. And he goes, "No, I'm Pat McAfee." And I was like, "Oh."
I just thought he was Sam Lubman.
We both have similar physiques, so
yeah. I like the chain though. Is that a real gold chain?
The chain does look sharp.
The chain does feel good. I've never been a chain guy, but like wearing this, I understand why Michael Crabtree would tape these things to him.
Well, you Aqib Talib.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, also, you went to the U. What are you talking about? They had the turnover chain. They started the whole thing.
Is that your chain? Seriously?
No, I had to borrow this from my mom.
Oh, that's actually a good chain. Can I borrow it? I'll go 3 chains.
You have to ask her.
God, Sam, I love you.
I like that chain.
You are the
I like that chain a lot. All right, we're going to listen. We will get to the Warriors because I'm feeling really good about where the Warriors are
thank
at.
God.
Listen, they're 3-1. They just won a third road game. They didn't win 3 road games last year until December 18th. Steph just shot 42. Steph is balling. CP3, 33 assists, 6 turnovers. The second unit has been stabilized. The second unit looks good. Trace Jackson Davis and Draymond Wiggins haven't got going yet. We got good problems out here on the West Coast. Feels good that the Warriors are back. The Warriors are back. The vibes are immaculate. What's the word they keep using? Connectivity. Optionality. Well, you know what? Optionality. They're not lying.
No.
There's a lot of options. You go GP2, Chris Paul, Steph Curry to same backcourt. Podziemski played a little bit. I don't know how much he's going to play throughout the year, but you know what?
But he actually looked pretty good. You know, here's the thing I'll say about Podziemski. Forget the on-court, because like you said, I don't know how much he's going to play. I love that he's the first guy up off the bench, dapping everybody up. Like that is
the bench vibes.
They needed that.
The bench
they
vibes
need
are
a
back.
Bazemore type.
Well, the bench vibes got derailed last year with training camp, and you know what? We move on. Those are over though. Wow. They have moved on.
Those are Washington's issues.
Those are Washington's
I don't
problems.
know if you saw.
Oh, I've seen everything with Jordan Poole.
There have been some clips from Jordan Poole that have not.
I think he needs to grow. He needs to grow up a little bit.
Poor guy.
I've got some intel on the Washington Wizards, and
you have intel.
Here's from some people affiliated with that organization over the weekend. They're like, yeah, it's he's driving some people crazy. With Steph Curry in his first 4 games,
driving some people crazy.
41 against that 27 opener against the Phoenix Suns. 41 against the I know Lubman. I'm aware. 41 points in 35 minutes against Sacramento. 24 points Sunday against Houston, including 14 in the fourth quarter, and 42 last night in 30 minutes against the Pelicans. Steph Curry right now averaging over 33.5 points per game. Anthony Slater asked him last night, he goes, our NBA insider Anthony Slater, hey man, is this the best start you've ever had to a season? He goes, no. Slater goes, what year was it? 2015. Just right away, Steph Curry was like, 2015.
Oh, they said 2016.
2016.
Yeah, 2015-16
season.
Yeah.
2015-16 season. So, there it is. By the way, knockouts happening. Knockout. Anybody want to play in the knockout tournament? First ever 95-70 game knockout tournament at Chase Center? Anybody want to play? Well, guess what? You're going to be able to qualify, but you better know the show. You better be listening at 7:30. 7:30. I'll let you know how you can win. How you can win a spot in a knockout tournament. Make sure you're locked in 95-70 game during the next 2 weeks. We're going to do this for the next 2 weeks. And you have a chance to launch shots from the very same spot that Steph Curry does. We got Baldy coming up at 7:30. Cannot wait to hear from Baldy about the 49ers. But I guess the perfect lead into Baldy is Robin Sambruno. Robin Sambruno's calling the show this morning. I'm sure he has some thoughts about what's going on with the San Francisco 49ers. Rob, what is happening?
What's going on, folks?
What's going
on? Look, man. Hey, look. It's the same nonsense.
What's so funny, Rob? Come on. What's that laugh, man? That was one of my laughs.
I'm just laughing at, the way karma playing out right now. You know what I'm saying?
Oh.
I'm just laughing at it. But Mr. Schottenheimer at it again, getting out coached, his quarterback for the last 3 weeks. I actually counted 8 interceptions that he could have about 8 or 9 the last 3 weeks, but, it's been some lucky drops he done had. But now I think teams are just catching him now. That's what's happening. He's playing the same way. But I think what's happening is they're pressing the lines. They're throwing 5, 6, 7, 8 in the box. And, and Purdy's completing them passes. But then they'll do the old switcheroo on them and then go back to zone, and that's where the interception comes. Purdy just get easily fooled. That's all that is. Look at the film. They'll press down. They'll give a man, like Sunday, they was giving a man, he was getting yards. He was throwing some good passes versus man coverage. And then, poof, there you go. They go back to zone. There go to interception. So to me, he gets easily fooled. And that's just being out-coached. That's all that is. And the defense, man, Bosa, you got to step up. Oliver, I'm not down on Oliver. I know what Oliver is, but I thought he had a few plays. He had dropped the interception. He made a couple tackles that saved some touchdowns. So he's not a great in pass coverage, but I think if schemed up right, he can be useful for you in terms of blitzing and tackling and zones and stuff like that.
Can they fix this? Because a lot of Niner fans are telling me, I heard Shasky yesterday. It's Spadoni. I didn't know Spadoni was on the show sometime. No, I'm kidding. Shasky was on fire.
I played point. I had to feed my guy. He's
At
on
no
fire.
point did I say the season was over.
I didn't say you did, but the tone told me it was. Rob, what is the solution? Can his team figure it out? Can they get back on track here? They're 5-3.
Oh, yeah, well, it's still 5-3. Not like you 3-5, but yeah, they can get back on track. The defense cannot play at an average level. They got to play at a higher level for the offense to really beat the offense. You can't depend, like I said, Purdy's he's easily fooled. You see it. They got him, so they just need to run the ball, get the counter. Just play, put some speed out there. If teams gonna play you man like that, just put the rookie, our fastest guy out there and throw a goal route or something.
Yeah.
I don't know if Kyle can change it up. I don't believe in Kyle being able to adjust. He's stuck in his ways.
Well,
that's the only 49er problem.
What is that? 0-37 now. When they're down 8+ points in the fourth quarter, is it 0-36?
0-36. Did you see the list? I read off the list of coaches that are in there. It's like Jay Gruden, Mike Nolan. It is a bad list to be on.
It's not a good list.
The one guy who was randomly on there was Zach Taylor, was like 0-20-something when trailing by 8 or more in the fourth quarter. The one thing I would say about the offense just in general right now is they just don't have a lot of one-on-one beaters, guys that can get separation immediately. Ayuk is one of those guys. Like, that's not Jennings' game. That's really not Debo's game. Debo's like a yak guy. Like, get the ball in his hands and he's going to run through somebody, maybe run by somebody every now and then. George Kittle can run good routes, but he's not a guy that they split out and utilize as a wide receiver. I thought that they would maybe, because the offense feels very congested right now, try to get some of your better personnel out there. If it means Elijah's in the backfield or Jordan Mason's in the backfield, maybe you split out CMC as a slot receiver. Maybe you employ a little Ronnie Bell just to get a look at him. Ray doesn't run routes. He's fast, but he doesn't run elite routes.
I do want to see more routes.
Like,
I just want to see throws outside the numbers. I thought Cincinnati, you saw it early on when Pratt tipped the pass. Was it Pratt or Wilson? I forget who tipped the pass in the second quarter.
Yes.
It could have been a pick if it had not been tipped because there was two other Bengals right around there. They were sitting on the slants and the end routes. The book is out. Cleveland sat on the slants and end routes. Minnesota sat on the slants and end routes. Cincinnati sitting on the slants and end routes. So what's the adjustment? What is the adjustment moving forward? Is it going back down the field? I thought they did some good things in the second half offensively. They kind of play street ball a little bit. Brock Purdy in this offense.
Well, he was running for his life.
He was running for his life. They started playing a little street ball. They made some plays happen. I thought Kittle being used in the pass game was a positive. But they got to figure out who they want to be. They got to figure out where they want to pass the ball. They got to get back to running the football. Well, first and foremost.
That's the number one thing. And they did take some shots downfield. I think they had at one point 5 20-plus yard plays from a passing standpoint. They might have finished with more of those. They did hit, like, Ayuk caught a couple. Ayuk dropped one, too, off the face mask.
He did.
Right, it was a tough play.
Well,
was that into the sun?
No, it wasn't into the sun, but he's got to catch that.
Yeah.
I don't care if it was into the sun.
Right?
I don't care if the sun was beaming at him.
Purdy made a good throw.
He's got to make that catch because then you get in the field goal range, and all of a sudden it's a 14-13 game at the half instead of 14-10. All right, we're playing Know the Show. Know the Show. Something is going to happen on this show in the next 15 minutes. At 7:50, be the first caller to call in and answer the question about what happened on the show first, and you will be on your way to Chase Center to play in the first ever 95-70 game knockout tournament and the Shark Week, man. Let's go. Baldy, presented by our proud partner Golden State, serving the Bay Area for 3 generations. Building better starts with Golden State. When you succeed, we succeed. Visit GoldenStateLumber.com. We talk to Baldy every single week. Brian Baldinger at Baldy NFL, NFL Network, Westwood One. He's the best in the business when it comes to breaking down the tape and figuring out what's going on with the football team. And right now, we got problems. Things are spooky during a Halloween for the 49ers as they've lost their 3rd straight and really got dominated by the Cincinnati Bengals in all aspects of the football game. Special teams, at the line of scrimmage, offense, defense, you name it. It was just not a good day for the red and gold. But we got to start with the quarterback. Whenever the team wins, we give the quarterback all the praise. When they lose, we criticize the quarterback to death. It's not all his fault, but there has been some problems with Brock Purdy here. And Baldy, I guess we'll start there. What is going on with Brock Purdy? What is going on here with him? Is it the progressions? Is it the lack of anticipation? What is going on with Brock Purdy right now through the last, I guess, 3 weeks of the season?
Well, I mean, the turnovers are for real. I mean, you throw the interception at the 8-yard line. You call a shovel pass to Kittle, and they take it away. And now he's trying to, rescue the play down there on the 8-yard line. You hope that the ball comes out of his hands better than it did, and Jermaine Pratt can't tip it to himself for an interception. That play hurt. Could have tied it up right there. But I don't know. Like, he's seen the field real well. There was no run game. And if he's the leading rusher on your team, on this team, that's a problem. And so that's the biggest issue right now to me. I mean, Brock Purdy, if you just want him to drop back and throw it, he'll throw for 365 yards, but you might score 17 points, and you might turn it over. So it's not about throwing for yards or any of that stuff. It's about sustaining offense right now. They're having a hard time sustaining offense. That's why they're scoring 17 points a game.
Baldy, what exactly is going on defensively right now with this team? It feels like quarterbacks are absolutely shredding them. The completion percentage has got to be close to 90, 92%. And they're getting anything they want in the passing game. Why is that? Is that pass rush? Is that coverage? There's just a lot of talk. And people don't know what's going on right now defensively.
Yeah, well, I mean, the pass rush is not winning, Joe. I mean, we've said it now 3 weeks in a row. Joe Burrow got out of a couple of issues that he had, where they had him trapped and they just couldn't get him to the ground, and that's just credit to Joe. But for the most part, Joe, this is they're just not affecting the quarterback the way they're supposed to. Yeah. And the second team, when Bosa and Armstead, and Hargrave aren't in there, is not doing anything. I mean, they've always had a wave of pass rushers, 8 deep. And sometimes I see them dress 9. And I don't see the second wave, whether it's Givens or whoever it is, I don't see them making any sort of impact right now.
A lot of people out here, Baldy, are coming down on the DC Steve Wilks, especially for the play call before halftime in a Minnesota game. I heard your clip with Willard Dibbs about not liking what Shanahan said. I'm with you. I thought he threw his DC under the bus, and I did not like that. That was something that probably should have been handled behind closed doors. But when I look Sunday and I'm at the game, Baldy, for my seats, I'm saying to myself, well, Steve Wilks can't tackle for this team. Steve Wilks can't rush the passer for this team. Is it scheme at all? Is there anything what can Steve Wilks do differently for this defense? Because I see a lot of problems through the players, not just the DC.
Well, the tackling was an issue for sure. But you look at what Joe Burrow did. I mean, you throw 4 incompletions and 3 touchdowns. I mean, I think Joe texted me during the game saying something about this guy is, like he's the best. I mean, he is. His ball comes out on timing like nobody else's. And so they're his own team, and you kind of know where they're going to be. There's not a lot of surprises. They're just very disciplined in what they do. And right now, I mean, even going back to Cleveland, but you look at what they have done. Teams have carved them up in the pass game right now. And the ball's coming out quickly for the most part, and they kind of know where they're going to be. And they're just not, you want to have some impactful hits. When you're in zone coverage, you want to get a good jump on the ball. Somebody beside, Fred Warner's got to make a play in the passing game, and nobody seems to be able to do that right now.
Yeah, it felt like Zach Taylor and Joe Burrow conducting it at the line, audibling and going to whatever he wanted. At one point, he was under center. He audibled. He goes to a shotgun and then runs. It was like a designed run for a first down. I mean, he was brilliant. And I thought Zach Taylor's timing, this is like now a couple of weeks in a row, whether it's the screen passes, some of the misdirections, some of the creativity, it just feels like the offenses are a step ahead of what the Niners want to do. Is that more just, hey, credit that OC, they're doing a great job? Or is there something that the Niners are doing that is very predictable and teams are on it? Like what exactly is it? It just feels like the OCs are a step ahead of us.
Yeah, I agree, Joe. But Minnesota got the ball out fast. But even when Kirk Cousins or last week Joe Burrow wanted to take shots and had to hold on to it, whether they're under center or play action. It's the first time Joe's gone to play action the whole year under center. He just hasn't been able to. So it shows that he's getting healthier. But, these teams are kind of doing whatever they want to do because they're just – this team is built around their front four, and they're not winning. You look at, like, Zeus is a very he's a guy that you can beat at left tackle. And I didn't see Nick beat him at left tackle. He got close to Joe Burrow a few times, but, close isn't going to affect a lot of these throws from elite passers in this league. They're used to being able to throw the ball like that. Not hitting the quarterback, Joe. You got to hit the quarterback. Good things happen when you hit the quarterback, and they're not hitting them right now. They haven't hit him. And so that's when good things happen to this defense. That's when Hufanga shows up, tip balls. That's when the ball's a little bit not as accurate as it wants to be. You got to affect the quarterback more than they have. I would say Joe Burrow got back on that plane ride to go back to Cincinnati. First of all, he probably had his swag on all the way, but he probably didn't have a single mark on his body.
No, he didn't. No grass stains
a single mark, and we just saw Kirk Cousins go 45 passes, without a single mark. Like, that's not how this team is supposed to play. And you could say, okay, new defensive coordinator. I'm with you, Bonte. Yeah. Like, I don't care who's calling the plays. Right. Me and you could call plays.
Yep.
The front four's got to win. I haven't seen Javon Hargrave make a play in 3 weeks. All I did last year, I saw him make plays every single week in Philadelphia. I haven't seen him make a play in 3 weeks.
So what did Nick Bosa do prior to this year that was so successful, and what is he not doing this year? Because
he's not hitting the quarter.
Well, I know, I understand that, but I'm saying, like, what is it? What is it?
I don't know if missing the offseason has much effect. I wouldn't think a guy that probably never gets out of shape, stays in shape. He's strictly a power rusher right now. We have said that. You don't see a spin move. You don't see a two-handed swipe. You're just not seeing a lot of variety. Now, the ball's out quick in a lot of cases. That's all right. Defensive linemen know that. You got to get them into situations where they got to hold it on 3rd and 13. You got to get them to those situations where they got to hold it an extra tick, where you're going to have a little bit more time to collapse the pocket. But I don't see twist stunts really working right now. You think about, go back to the playoff game, Joe. Go back to the playoff game against Seattle. And, Charles Omenihu gets the ball out of
Geno Smith.
Geno Smith's hands.
Quarter, yep.
Right, that's a twist stunt with him and Bosa. Bosa recovers the fumble. Like, they affected, like, that game was in the balance right there until Omenihu got the ball out. Like, I'm not seeing their twist stunts working. Like, they don't do a lot. They overload one side, twist back to the other side, run twist stunts. You just go back to the Super Bowl when they lost to the Kansas City Chiefs, and there's DeForest Buckner and Bosa running a twist stunt, and Bosa gets there just just doesn't get enough, gets the ball out of Mahomes' hands. They just don't recover it. But I just see the twist stunts working right now.
Even when Randy Gregory, it feels like the offense knows, okay, Gregory's coming in. There may be a twist stunt. They're all over it. Drake Jackson, another guy I haven't heard from since. Is he still in Pittsburgh, Baldy? I mean, seriously.
Really.
He hasn't made a play since he left Acrisure Stadium.
No, I would say if there's one disappointing player on this whole team right now, it's Drake Jackson.
Yeah.
Because I saw such promise last year.
Yep.
And I saw ankle flexion, I saw effort, and I saw all that. I haven't seen him do anything. Like, you can have all the talent in the world. I mean, if you're not hitting the quarterback in this business, I mean, you're just taking up a roster spot.
No doubt.
That's just what you're doing.
No, you can't stop the run. Teams are running right at number 95. Now, there's talks during the bye week that Shanahan and Wilkes will meet, and Wilkes may come down to the booth. He's come down from the booth to the field. Is that a big difference, Baldy, whether defense coordinator's in the booth, on the field? Are we making too big of a deal of that? What's going on with that? Kind of break it down because you played the game.
Dan Quinn, he coordinates the Cowboys defense. He sits up in a booth.
Yeah.
I mean, when you start, honestly, Bonte, if you start saying, well, is this going to make a difference? Like, if you're thinking about a coach is upstairs or downstairs, like, maybe that's the problem right there.
Yeah.
Not that he's upstairs or downstairs. It's like, who gives a
right?
Like, nobody gives a crap.
Right.
Like, call the defense.
Right.
Like, if the guy's down the field, honestly, hell, if Shanahan's upstairs calling the plays, call the plays upstairs. Like, it should make a difference. The play's to play. You got to execute the play.
I'm with you.
And so, I'm sure you got the bye week. I'm sure there's all kinds of player-only meetings, which is always a problem. But look, they've lost 3 in a row. By the time they get to the field, the next time, they will not have won a game in a month. The one thing I'll say about that, I saw the exact same thing happen to the Rams 2 years ago when they won the Super Bowl. You go back and you look at the middle of the season, they lost 3 in a row, and it went during the bye week, and they went a month without winning a game. And there's, just imagine McVay, Shanahan, these guys. They're not sleeping at night. They're wired out of their skull. They're discussing coordinators should be upstairs, down. They're trying to fix whatever they think might help, whatever it is. But I know this. If you take 2 of the runs out of Christian McCaffrey's repertoire in the last 3 weeks, I wrote this down yesterday because I went back and watched it. He's got 36 runs for 99 yards in the last 2 weeks if you take 2 runs out.
Wow.
That's just not good enough.
Is that because
say Trent Williams isn't in there?
Yeah.
But,
right.
They're built around the run game.
Well, that was my next question about this offensive line. They have not run the ball the last 3 weeks. Now, Cleveland, I get it's a tough deal. It's a great, great front up there in Cleveland, Ohio. But when you can't run the ball.
Run against
that's what I'm saying, Baldy. That's what I'm saying. The Minnesota in the first half had success running the football. And Joe Mixon, I thought his legs were dead. This guy looked like he was back at Norman, Oklahoma again. I mean, he ran over Drake Greenlaw in the second quarter, setting the tone. But on the other side, I'm looking at our offensive line, the 49ers. Why can't they open up holes for Christian McCaffrey? Is Brindle taking a step back? McKivitz, Burford? What's going on with this offensive line right now?
They're running the same plays they ran the first 5 games of the season that they ran last year with McCaffrey. The exact same plays. Wind back. They pull, tight end to the other side, double the edge. They obviously miss Trent because they're a big left-handed team, and almost every play, it's like watching a Cowboys game. Every play ends up behind Zach Martin. No matter where it starts, it ends up behind Zach. And you watch Trent, and almost every play you run ends up behind him. Whether you're going right or left, it ends up behind him. He's just that much of a difference maker. So that's part of it. But that's, look, everybody loses players, and great players. Everybody does. So you have to overcompensate. You can't put that on more right now. They have to be better than what they're doing right now. And it's subtle things. They're not a big blow the defense off the ball offensive line to begin with. They're a stretch team, and they're looking for cutbacks, and motions are supposed to do some things, but nobody seems very caught up in any of their motions or shifts at this point right now. They seem like they kind of know exactly what's coming. So I would say, Kyle's got to go and really coach himself up and look at what he's doing. And I'd say he probably has to make some changes right now.
Yeah, their drop-back passing game leaves a lot to be desired. Always has. Kind of leaves a lot to be desired. When they're really throwing it well, it's off that play action where they turn their back and they're throwing anticipation, layered throws against zone. Mm-hmm. I'm just looking at Brock Purdy. When you look at a quarterback and you're evaluating the quarterback, right? We all agree. Whether you're Brady, whether you're Nick Mullins, or somewhere in between, you can't turn the ball over in the fourth quarter. And you can't turn the ball over at any time if there's only 10 or 11 possessions in a game. But how do you weigh this? When a guy looks really good for 3 quarters, because I thought Minnesota, he looked great for 3 quarters, and then that fourth quarter wasn't great. And then same thing again last week. I thought he was under duress and made plays. He did rip the ball down the field. He did make plays, and he responded after the 2 interceptions. He did have a nice drive. How do you weigh that as a former player, as somebody who's looking at it? Do the interceptions and the negative plays, especially in the red zone, do they outweigh all the good things? Do I dismiss all the turnovers and say, hey, look at all the positive? How does a fan supposed to kind of compartmentalize? You
can't dismiss it, Joe.
Okay.
Your question it's a great question.
Do you get where I'm going?
No. I hear exactly what you're saying.
Because to say he played like crap is a lie.
Josh Allen goes through the same thing.
Okay.
Do you want Josh Allen to be Josh Allen, or are you going to be worried about turnovers? You got to worry about. You definitely have to worry about him, but you can't to throw to McCaffrey for a touchdown. You can't say don't make that throw. Yeah. That leads to turnovers. You can't say that to him. He sees the field in a special way, so he makes that throw on the roll. I don't know how he saw him, but he did, and he made a good throw. And they got back in the game a little bit, but I'm not sure you can take that out of the guy. Look, the interception by Jermaine Pratt happens on those type of plays. It just happens. It happens to everybody. You don't want it to happen at the 8-yard line. You'd love to wish that on first down, just throw the ball out of bounds. The the shovel pass is taken away. You don't really have a good option. You love to say just, end the play there. But that's hard for a guy like that because he's used to saying, I can make something out of this. And he has, for the most part. For a 10-game stretch, he did almost every single week without making a mistake. But now the mistakes are showing up. And so now what happens, Joe, honestly, is the team isn't good enough right now to overcome the mistakes. That's really where you're at. Like, this team looks like, at least on paper, at least the way they played the first 5 weeks, the way they played most of the season last year, they were good enough to overcome the mistakes. They were good enough when Jimmy was there making his mistakes. They overcame them. They're not good enough right now to overcome these mistakes.
Baldy, maybe this is a dumb question or whatnot, but the last 3 weeks I noticed a lot of teams, starting with Jim Schwartz, sitting on the Niners, and we know they're staple. The stretch run game, the slants, the in routes. Kyle loves the middle of the field. Are they becoming too predictable on offense?
Good question, Bonte, because they definitely love those cuts. And they hit them, a couple of them the other day. But they are built on that. Jim Schwartz was all over it. That's how Emerson got his interception. It wasn't a great throw by Brock. But, that's how he got his interception, just riding that upfield shoulder of Brandon Ayuk on that play. And so they're definitely sitting on these cuts. Yeah. And after a while, you watch enough tape, you go, okay, this is 15 yards. This is 20 yards. You kind of know where the cuts are coming. And so that's where Debo can come in because you can still make that play, and he just is so good after the catch. You're losing all those yak yards that Debo gave you throughout last year, the year before, the first 5 games of this year.
Back to the defense, one last question that I keep looking at. Like, they brought in this guy, Charvarius Ward, last year. You referenced Hargrave this year, high-paid free agent, and he was good, and then all of a sudden it's been like a disappearing act. Charvarius Ward was good for them last year. Like, they needed, I don't know if he's CB1, because maybe not every team has a lockdown corner, but I thought he was good for the Niners last year. This year, it just feels like he's getting cooked, and when he ain't getting cooked, he's holding, he's grabbing, and clutching. I mean, multiple times they're picking up flags because not only is he holding and clutching, but guys are catching the ball down the field. If you told me he had 20 holds for PIs this year, I'd believe you because of how many that have been picked up. What is going on with Charvarius Ward?
Well, I mean, these guys that live on the edge like that, Joe, like you want them to have a short-term memory, which most of them do, but you got to get the hands off these guys. I mean, there's just ways to play. You just can't get your hands. If you want to get your hands on them, get them in the first 5 yards. But, this grabbing and clutching down the field is nonsense. Like, that's a disciplined thing. The only reason why you hold or grab in this business, Joe, the only reason is because you're beat and you're not in position. Yeah. That's why an offensive lineman holds, because he's not in position. So you got to get yourself in better position. So how do you do that? All right, better film study, understanding what they do. Like, if you talk to, I'm not saying Charvarius doesn't do this. I'm sure he does. But if you talk to the elite corners, let's just say Jalen Ramsey, Darius Slay, whatever. But take the guys at the top of this. They'll all tell you that from certain splits, they run certain routes. Down distance is important, okay? Who you're playing against. Like, what's coming at you. Now, you can't always be right and you can't guess. But you have to give yourself that chance that this could be a double move. This is going to be a slant from this split. This is when they run comeback. This is when they run spray fade. Like, you have to be on top of this stuff. You literally, these guys that play on the edge, and you listen to them talk football with you, you're like, they know that much? Yeah. Like, they're just a sponge on information. And every single piece helps them so that they're in position to make the play. They're not grabbing. They're not clutching. They're not got the hand on the hip. All those things to play to their advantage right now.
Adversity has hit the 49ers. We'll see how they bounce back from it. They've done well 3 of the last 4 years when facing adversity. We'll see what happens this year. Baldy, where are you going to be at this weekend?
I'm going to be in Baltimore to watch the first play Seattle Seahawks play.
Oh, Big Cat Williams, Leonard. You gonna chop it up with Leonard?
Up. Hey. I'll talk to you.
M&T Bank Stadium. Leonard Williams, Frank Clark. Oh,
I got a photo from Baldy standing next to Geno Smith. Huh? That's your guy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I go back to Geno when he was with the Jets.
Gotcha.
Different places, but it's interesting. Chuck Smith, who's a longtime pass rusher in this league, ran a pass rush academy in Atlanta for years, and the Ravens hired him this year to be the pass rush specialist.
Oh, wow.
It's noted that the Ravens lead this league in sacks.
Huh.
And Seattle did the same thing. They hired a pass rush specialist as well, and they're fourth in the league in sacks right now.
Wow.
Like, rushing the passer is an art, and you can never stop working on it.
No doubt about that. That's a damn good game, Baldy. Baltimore, Seattle, out there at M&T Bank Stadium.
Please,
Lamar Jackson
Lamar.
playing so well. We got to see Lamar on Christmas Day out here, Baldy. Not looking forward to that one with the Ravens.
My wife's
He looks the MVP to me.
Yeah, he looks great.
I'm going
that
to that
division, man, is really good with Cincinnati, Cleveland, and, of course, Baltimore. Baldy, you are the
Go
best.
on my Twitter and look at the play I put on Lamar last night.
Oh, we watched it all.
I watched it.
Baldy, you're terrible for morning shows, Baldy, because you can go down the rabbit hole on your Twitter page and just look at their highlight, Even my best friend, Big Dog City, is like, Baldy always said this about Jamar Chase. He's always complained about being open, but Baldy even said it. He's always open. I was like, damn, you've been catching the casuals, Baldy. We can't get enough of you, man. Stop putting out videos so late in the night. Can't get any sleep around here. Baldy, you're the man. Have fun in Baltimore.
See you, bud.
Yep. All right, see you guys.
Brian Baldinger here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Oh, calling right now. That's right. There's the sounder. First person to answer the question about the show correctly will win a spot in our knockout tournament. Again, call us at 415-523-4652. The question is, you better know the show. Baldy said if there is one disappointing player on this team, it is... Who was a player that Baldy singled out? Who's the most disappointing player on this team? If there's one disappointing player on this team, it is who? It is who? Are we going to take the line? Or Lubman's going to say, okay, all right. 415-523-4652. I want to get him on the air.
Do that number again. I was laughing too loud.
415-523-4652. The question is, Baldy said there's one disappointing player on this team. It is who? Who is that player that Baldy singled out? Is it Nick Bosa? Is it Talanoa Hufanga? Is it Charvarius Ward? Is it Brock Purdy? Is it Jalen Moore? Is it Spencer Burford? Who is that player that Baldy singled out? 415-523-4652. Again, you got another chance to win at 12:30 and at 4:30.
You know, I definitely want to continue this 49er conversation because I'm looking at the offense as a whole right now, and you brought it up, talking about being predictable. It does feel very, very predictable, and I'm curious what's the adjustment that they can make? And they have such good personnel, we believe, and obviously not having Deebo Samuel, like everyone would admit, like that does hurt them. But it's not like Debo's going to all of a sudden turn into Mike Evans or something where like he has a very specific skill set that's tailored to the offense that they've run the last couple of years. You know, they're going to try to get him the ball in the short area stuff to get him to run through people and yards after the catch. Can he do some stuff more downfield? I think he can. Yeah. They really haven't showcased it. Brandon Ayuk feels like they're really only true downfield wide receiver right now. It feels like George Kittle is feast or famine. You know, depending on the matchup or, you know, what the situation is week to week. But I don't know, man. I am a little interested to see what their adjustment is coming out of this. You know, McVay, I had him pegged. When he first showed up in LA, he ran the ball with Todd Gurley, and Todd Gurley was their offense. And as it's evolved over time, now they're pass happy. Yeah, they're crazy pass happy.
Three wide sets.
Right?
Can't really run the football out there in LA. So,
but that first year it was like what, Robert Woods and Todd Gurley, correct? Mm-hmm.
Todd Gurley,
right? And it feels like they've dramatically.
Who's the other receiver? I think they had Brandon Cooks too.
Did they have Brandon? Yeah, I think you might be right. Cooks for a year. But they've evolved, and now they feel a little stale because they're running that same three wide receiver thing. But I'm just curious what the adjustment is, and then him bringing up the Rams as a template of a team that lost 3 in a row, a month's worth, and won the Super Bowl.
That made you feel better?
It made me feel a lot better.
Oh, wow. Not me. I can't make Shasky feel better, but Baldy can. It's good to know.
Baldy has that effect on me.
Good to know. Good to know I don't. Good to know that I don't. Injury report. Oh, boy. Aaron Banks, turf toe. Turf toe. He'll miss at least 2 games. Shanahan also announced that linebacker Drake Greenlaw is day-to-day as he deals with the shoulder injury, but he is expected to be able to suit up against Jacksonville after the bye week. More 49er stuff, 888-957-9570. But I tell you who has evolved. That's Steve Kerr. I'll tell you what team has evolved. That's the Golden State Warriors. Ho, 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 ho. And we got Sacramento tomorrow. Woo, looking at a 4-1 record. Looking at a 4-1 record, Dub Nation. How about them Warriors? How about them Warriors? Injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerser, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping get your workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. We can go anywhere. You want to go Niners? Find some solutions? Let's do it. You want to talk Dubs? Talk about the addition of Chris Paul, how well he's fit in? 33 assists, 6 turnovers. How about that second unit? How about Stephen Curry? Woo! Warriors are flying right now.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With fall here, there's electricity.
Curry walks up, gets a screen, gets another screen. This one from Draymond. This one from Chris Paul. Guarded by Williamson. Takes him to the corner. Takes the jumper. Anyway, and he hit it. Ridiculous. Just insane.
Tim Roy on the call on 95.7 The Game. Oh, baby. How about Steph Curry and the Warriors? Huh? Oh, baby, oh, baby, oh, baby. 42 big ones for the chef. Oh, what a start to the season for him. What a start to the season for the Golden State Warriors. 3-1. And guess what? Those road woes. We all wanted to know, how will this team mesh when 7 of their first 9 are away from Chase Center? So far, so good. Undefeated on the road. 3-0. They didn't win their third road game until December 18th last season. Woo! Chris Paul, 33 assists, 6 turnovers. I'm loving everything about the Warriors right now as we say good morning to everybody out there. Getting off their graveyard shift. If you're at work, what is happening? If you're getting ready for work, what is happening? Halloween. Happy Halloween to all the kids out there. Be safe, trick-or-treating tonight. And we have a Pasoi problem in the studio. For some reason, Joe Shasky wanted to get slapped. Maybe I should do the slapping. Maybe I should slap him for his 49er takes. No, I'm kidding. But we got Joe, Jock, Peterson, even though you're about 100 pounds lighter than Jock right now. Good morning, Spinotti. Love it.
I wasn't going to walk around with the zombies downtown with a pillow underneath my jersey.
Oh, man.
I'm going to be 100% honest with you. Trying to lose weight.
Trying to sell the program?
Well, so I'm wearing a Giants jersey with the black under, whatever they call it, the thermal. What do they call these now?
Long sleeves?
No, but what?
Dry fits.
Dry fit. Thank you. I was trying to think what it was called. And then I've got the. It's not a frohawk because I know he has kind of like the mohawk frohawk.
Yeah. What is that?
It's a mullet. It's the closest I could get.
And then the shades.
And then I'm wearing the baseball shades.
And what's up with the visor?
Well, the visor is a green Vegas visor because we got a Pasoi problem here in the dugout, and I'm out here.
And we got
I'm
a
the dealer.
Pasoi problem in the clubhouse.
Give it to me one more time.
And we got a Pasoi problem in the clubhouse.
So I got all my deck of cards, and then as you could see, the hand mark from Tommy Pham is still on me.
Tommy Pham. Interesting choice. I'm not mad at you. You pulled it off well.
I was going to wear the boxing outfit. I found a boxing outfit. I was going to bring a Draymond jersey and then just wear the boxing outfit, but I thought that was a little heavy-handed. Not that this isn't.
Yeah, I mean, we're past that. Jordan Poole's in Washington, D.C. He's doing his thing out there in D.C.
I was going to dress up as a milk carton and be Nick Bosa.
Oh, well, you should have done that. What is going on with Nick Bosa?
Or an apple fritter and be a turnover and be Brock Purdy.
Did Nick Bosa blame the play calls this week? How the audacity of Nick Bosa to call out Steve Wilks after Monday Night Football. The audacity of Nick Bosa to call out anybody after strong-arming the Niners for $120 guaranteed dollars, $120 million guaranteed. You strong-armed them. You held out of training camp, and all of a sudden you want to blame training camp. I don't want to hear from Nick Bosa. Again, I called you guys yesterday. I'm dead serious. Nick Bosa, fly back to Florida. We'll meet you in Jacksonville that Friday night when we play the Jacksonville Jaguars. Just stay in Florida.
Could we just 1 second?
I mean, seriously.
The strong-arming part, because I was one of the only people saying that I was very worried about him missing time. Now is that because of the results?
No.
Because it's always like, hey, it's a business, get your money.
No, that doesn't even matter. Once you make that decision to not go into camp, it's all it is. I expect you to go work on your own to be ready to go.
Yeah.
And for the first 5 weeks, nobody had any problems with Bosa. Now the sack numbers are down, but the pressures are up. Nobody said anything about Bosa. All of a sudden they lose a game and it's, he missed training camp. So he's also not, but now we're in week 8, week 9. I don't want to hear about training camp. I don't want to hear about play calls. I don't want to hear about anything from Nick Bosa other than, did you go sack the quarterback today? Did you go? He's not even playing to run well.
It does.
Like honestly, I'm sorry, Shasky. This guy's not even stopping to run. I watched him the entire game from my seats at Levi's, and I told you that I was going to do that. I'm going to watch number 97 this week. Every single play. They barely chipped him. They barely doubled him. They said, we'll leave Orlando Brown on you one-on-one.
It feels to me, whether real or not, just based on the results, it sure feels like he got paid and has not been the same player. And I'm asking out loud, like, if this were a basketball player, you know what we would say? Like, you pulled a Jordan Poole. You know what I mean? You got an extension, and you kind of gave up on us. And I think it's easy for me to sit here and criticize effort level. It's another thing to actually watch what he's doing between. But I'm just telling you what it looks like for a fan.
He's just not a good football player right now.
That's what I'm saying.
He's not a good football player.
But I don't want to hear his excuses because to me, like, look, do I think Steve Wilks is the greatest defensive mind ever? No, I don't. But do I think he's the reason why this team on defense looks horrible? I'm sure he's a part of it, but he's not the reason. Like, Isaiah Oliver, this organization, as well as Steve Wilks, decided to bring him on. I should have dressed as toast, and I could have been Isaiah Oliver. You know what I mean? Because that guy is burnt toast right now. Charvarius Ward, you paid him handsomely in free agency last year, and he was good for you last year.
You know what? I want to stick on Bosa here.
No, but I'm just saying, collectively, the highest paid guys aren't showing up.
But
and
it starts with Bosa.
Bonte,
it starts with Bosa.
He's making 20% of the cap.
It starts
20% of the cap.
I don't want to hear about nothing else right now except for Nick Bosa.
Why is it so bad?
No. I don't know why it's so bad. They're running the ball his way. At the end of the game, Joe Mixon gets the edge on Nick Bosa. How many times are you going to give up the edge?
Well, and
how many times?
Make a play.
You give up the edge to Joe Mixon, and he walks in for a touchdown. Bosa's not playing to run well. He's not getting to the quarterback. And last week, he got chipped. He didn't get chipped that much. He didn't get doubled that much. So it all starts with the DPOY, Nick Bosa. Well, and right now, he's playing. I mean, Drake Jackson, Nick Bosa, what's the difference? Well, honestly, what's the difference?
You know what it reminds me of? Reminds me of Cassius Marsh.
Oh, wow.
Oh, look how close he got to the quarterback that time. It's like, dog, I need sacks. Well, and here's the thing that I brought up yesterday, and I would love your point of view. Could you imagine if Aaron Donald was like, yeah, I'm not getting home because my DC sucks.
Yeah, I know.
Aaron Donald would never say that.
No. You know,
if you want to get paid, Aaron, but seriously.
You imagine Aaron Donald. Oh, yeah, I'm just experimenting on some things here.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm experimenting using this because I didn't come to camp. Blah,
now
blah,
you're
blah,
coming
blah,
around on it. All right.
So, no, I'm not coming around on anything. I don't care about training camp. He made his decision. He got paid. Well, that decision clearly was the wrong one from everyone involved. You know, Nick, whether it's because of him, because of the Niners, whatever. Like, at this point, it's irrelevant. But the results are it didn't work out. And they should learn a lesson from this. Everyone. So both Nick and the Niners. So according to Ed Werder, the NFL trading deadline is at 1 o'clock today.
Yeah.
NFL trade deadline 1 o'clock today. And according to Ed Werder, Chicago Bears corner Jalen Johnson
from Fresno
a trade.
Yeah.
Now, Ed Werder is reporting that the Niners and Bills are among the teams discussing potential trades for Jalen Johnson. So that's a trade the Niners need to make happen. They need a corner in a worse way. The Giants had 2 starting pitchers By the end of the year, it's just Logan Webb. The Niners have one corner right now, and that's Deommodore Lenoir.
You have to work out an extension with him because apparently that's what fell apart with him and the Bears, which is fine. He was a guy that, I don't know, Spadoni, you might have been the producer back then. Me and Covey had him on pre-draft because he was one of the 49er targets that we were thinking they might take either in the second round or with one of their other first-round picks, because remember they had 2 first-rounders that year. And we interviewed him. Really nice young man. Local guy, I believe grew up a Niner fan. For if memory serves, and just he was saw as a weapon. Like he could play corner, he could play safety. He's a hard hitter. He's very versatile, very much in the Jimmy Ward mold when Jimmy Ward was coming out. And it feels like he's a perfect fit for what they need to do right now.
I want to see that happen. I want to see that happen at all. Let's go to the lines here, man. 888-957-9570. We got some basketball time. Last hour and a half, we just need to talk Warriors because there's a lot of good going on with that, and I want to get into the Golden State Warriors.
Bosa's really got you upset, huh? You really focused on him at the game?
I'm saying, like, I don't get upset. I'm not upset over.
All right, but you're disappointed in his performance?
How can you not be?
I totally agree.
No, it's not just his performance. It's when you go out there, you play bad, and you go out there, you throw the DC under the bus.
That's the part for me. The accountability.
Fred Warner.
The lack of accountability.
Kyle Shanahan could take notes from Fred Warner.
I agree with you.
Fred Warner sat there at that podium, stood up there, and said, no, it's not on Steve Wilks. This is on the players. We have to make plays. Well, Shanahan, why don't you take notes? Because what he did last week set a bad tone for the entire week.
What was that?
Yeah, there's zero blitz. I don't know why he called it, but we all know it was a bad play call. You got to go up there to the podium and through drive error. Hey, we talked about it. We'll move on. That's not the play that lost us the game. Shanahan, do better. Do better, Shanahan. Do better with your play calls.
So
how about you look in the mirror? How about you adjust in the second half? How about you tinker your passing game? How about you do some things differently? I'm down on the big money players here. Big money players
That's what
here.
I'm saying.
Bosa, Hargrave, Ward, Shanahan. Let's be real, Shanahan. Let's not be scared to criticize Shanahan and his offense scored 17 points the last 3 weeks. Come on, man.
Dude, what about these pressure rate things? Because I'm kind of getting sick of it. It reminds me of like hyping up somebody's on-base percentage who literally can't run the bases. This pressure rate thing, like I get it, but you're not getting home.
Oh yeah, it's like the plus minus.
That's
Is it plus minus?
like no, it's a tool. It's a tool, but we're acting like it's the end all be all. Well, they're getting the exact same, and
right.
It's like okay. It's like telling me about a team that runs really well in 3 quarters, but then when they have a lead in the 4th quarter, they can't run at all to close the game out.
You know, the whole Wilks thing.
I feel like they're scapegoating.
Yeah, they are scapegoating.
Not that he's the best.
But you know what happens? This is what happens.
What?
Robert Saleh early on was scapegoated. People wanted him out of town. Remember that?
They were historically bad in 2018.
Remember that? But they had no talent.
Sacks.
They had no talent.
They had the least amount of sacks in the history of the Niners. I know.
No talent.
They did end up having guys, DeForest Buckner and Eric Armstead, who would go on to be better players.
2 guys.
Yeah.
They had no talent, though.
I would.
But everybody wanted Robert Saleh. At one point, people were very critical of DeMeco Ryans. They were. Give Wilks time, man. He's been in this league for 17 years. Traditionally, historically, Steve Wilks has had good defenses. All right? The scheme, same scheme, right? Same scheme. Shanahan told him not to change much, which is why he's here.
They're saying, okay, I'm listening to the players. I don't pretend to know coverage schemes and this, but they're saying, at least the guys, the players themselves, if you're reading between the lines, the back end coverages aren't matching the pass rushing schemes. Nick Bosa has alluded to it multiple times.
Nick Bosa. I don't care about Nick Bosa right now.
And the
Go
safeties.
get the quarterback. Who did Gibson and Hufanga say that?
They've been alluding to the coverages. And then Richard Sherman, and we have some sound that we're going to play in a second. Richard Sherman basically who I guess he knows the scheme better than most because he played in it for a couple years, is saying that the coverages on the back end, again, this is getting very into the minutia.
No, that's why I want to hear this.
The coverages on the back end aren't matching the pass rush specifics. So like either they're laying off when they should be pressing or at least closer to them or whatever. I'm going to be honest with you. I'm at the point now where I'm like, okay, yes, the coverages may not match the pass rush situations. They're also not tackling. They're also holding guys. They're tackling wide receivers before the ball shows up. They're getting bodied on certain plays. Like, we're acting like it isn't a catch-all. Like, right now, really not a lot is going well on defense.
No, it's not.
Right, like, they're just as a unit not playing well. There aren't a lot of hats flying to the ball simultaneously. That used to be the hallmark of this defense: gang tackling. One guy
missing
holds them up.
tackles.
What's that?
They're missing tackles.
Yes.
They walking into that game in Cincinnati, they missed over 22 tackles in the last 2 games, and I'm sure Lundman was there. I saw him in the press box. I saw the locks in the players box from my seats. They were missing tackles on Sunday. They were missing tackles, so I'm not going to blame Wooks for not tackling. I'm not going to blame Wooks from number 97 not getting to the quarterback.
Yes.
When number 97 opened his mouth and you threw the DC under the bus like he did last week, and then you go out there against Cincinnati and throw up another goose egg, I don't want to hear from you.
Well,
go away for the bye week. We'll talk to the Bosses after the bye week. Look, we love his father. We love his mama. But what he's popping off about and blaming the DC, I don't like that.
Well, the part that kind of bugged me, and this is just, again, I love Bosa more than most. He is getting doubled. But we act like he's getting doubled every play of every game, and that's not true.
Not a lot against Cincinnati.
No, I agree.
Not a lot against Cincinnati.
I was keeping an eye on him most of the game. I don't think I saw him get doubled once all day.
Same thing.
There was a particular play.
Same thing.
So this isn't a double.
I watched Bosa all game. There wasn't a lot of doubles on Sunday.
Well, what they did was really good. So they had Jamar Chase chip him, right? And then slowly Jamar Chase leaked out for basically like a little shallow cross.
A lot of delay routes from Jamar.
But here's my thing. Like, that's still a one-on-one. You got to win. And he didn't.
So I want to read a text from a Comcast business.
What's
that? 510. And I hear this from a lot of fans.
What's that?
Defensive coordinator is an issue. He doesn't motivate the defense like Saleh and Ryans. You can't leave from upstairs. When I got Nick Bosa getting paid $120 million guaranteed,
51 this year.
And I got Javon Hargrave getting paid. When I got Eric Armstead getting paid.
17 this year.
When I got Dre Greenlaw getting paid.
Yeah.
When I got Fred Warner getting paid.
14 this year.
And I got Charvarius Ward getting
14
paid.
14 this year.
You need to get motivated by the coach at this stage.
That's what I'm saying.
You lost 3 in a row. You're supposed to be the big bad 49ers.
Thank you.
And Brian Baldinger talked about it with you guys about 15 minutes ago. You can find the whole interview on Twitch and YouTube. Search 95.7 The Game. This is what he had to say in regards to going up on the booth or being down on the field.
Dan Quinn, he coordinates the Cowboys defense. He sits up in a booth.
Yeah.
I mean, when you start, honestly, Bonte, if you start saying, well, is this going to make a difference? Like, if you're thinking about a coach is upstairs or downstairs, like maybe that's the problem right there. Not that he's upstairs or downstairs. It's like, who gives a? Nobody gives a crap.
Right.
Like, call the defense.
Right.
Like, if the guy's down the field, honestly, hell, if Shanahan's upstairs calling the plays, call the plays upstairs. Like, it should make a difference. The play's to play. You got to execute the play.
I'm with you.
And so, I'm sure you got the bye week. I'm sure there's all kinds of player-only meetings, which is always a problem. But look, they've lost 3 in a row. By the time they get to the field, the next time, they will not have won a game in a month.
Bonte, I'm looking at it this way. Did you know 48% of their salary cap goes to the top 6 players on defense?
I'm well aware.
Okay, 25% goes to the top 6 offensive players. So I'm looking at this and I'm saying, if I'm paying all that money and that premium money on defense, and 20% of that goes to Bosa himself, those guys have to step up.
Yeah, they do have to step up.
They have to step up. I don't want to hear about scapegoating the DC.
I don't want to hear about that.
I think that's really weak.
I don't want to hear about that either.
From a bunch of veterans.
Yeah, I don't want to. But, scapegoat them all you want to. Scapegoat Wooks. All right, fire them. What's the solution? Is Chris Kosaric ready to call the defense?
I thought he was out on that.
Yeah, I mean, what's the solution here, folks? 888-957-9570. By the way, Mike Evans, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers GM, Jason Light. I look forward to seeing Mike Evans continue his career in Tampa. So it looks like Mike Evans is going to remain in Tampa, and Mike Evans will be at Levi Stadium in a couple of weeks. But look, we keep talking defense, and I promise everybody, 8:30, we're switching gears to the Warriors. I've had enough with the 49ers. I've had enough. Too much talking from them, blaming guys, pointing fingers. I've had enough of them. Let's talk about a team that has won championships around here, the Golden State Warriors. That's who needs a love. That's what we'll do. But before we get back out to the lines, Shanahan and this offense have been flying under the radar for being very mediocre the last 3 weeks.
That is a fact.
Somebody asked Shanahan on spreading the ball around more.
Yeah.
Because Juwan Jennings ran 33 routes and he get 1 target.
Which is the most a player has run that many routes without a target all year.
All year.
That's kind of crazy.
Some games there is. You don't just try to force it to 2 people. Just BA and George got the majority of it. There's a number of stuff that can go to Juwan. There's a number of stuff that can go to any of those guys. Those guys are usually the number one guys in the route. When Juwan did have a couple opportunities where he was number one, and when there was I think they were all zone plays, and the zoning defenders under him, and the quarterback goes to number two. So, we never try to put in a deal that forces it to anyone, and we never try to put in a deal that says we're going to spread it around. We go in with our plays, and guys are in the pecking order of who usually gets it first, but coverages dictate the rest.
And then should Brock Purdy have played? Should Brock Purdy have played? Well, he was asked about making a quarterback change.
Kyle, will you consider making a change at quarterback during the bye week? And if not, why?
A change at what?
Quarterback.
No.
Why?
Because no one just changes our quarterback for no reason.
All right. Well, did Brock Purdy get checked for another concussion?
Was he checked for a concussion afterwards?
I didn't ask. The fact that nothing is wrong is why I didn't ask.
No, I understand you don't. No, I wasn't. Yeah, I understand.
No, and I also understand your question, and I didn't ask.
I understand you don't see the TV copy, but I'm just saying, if in that moment you had actually seen that happen, would your reaction been like, we need to get him out of the game?
I don't know. It's a pretty hypothetical question. If I think any of our players are hurt, I always want to get them out of the game.
And then, is there options at the trade deadline?
I know John's been working on that for the last month. He's talking with everyone, as every team does right now. If we think there is a chance to improve us, we'll do it. It doesn't sound like there's a lot of options out there, but it doesn't mean for sure no. So I know we'll look up that all the way up to the deadline and see if anything changes.
I mean,
I think it's easy for us on our couches and rewatching the game back to go back to a highlight or a low light of Brock slamming his head at the end there on the turf. And it was graphic. Like, I felt really bad for him. Like, I was like, oh my gosh, I hope he's okay. In real time, I can understand the coach not seeing it. I'd be surprised if he hadn't seen that over and over in film study and reviewing the game back. His head slammed off the turf. Yeah. And that was really bad. And I do worry about him.
Head.
Yeah, and his reaction, right? Like,
Yeah.
I do worry about him,
Let's
dude.
go to Manny on the Dumbarton Bridge real quick before the break, and then we'll get to Yoki afterwards. Manny, what's happening, man? Good morning. You're on the roast.
Good morning, fellas. The only thing I got to say about Kyle Shanahan and him treating Purdy the way he does with his concussions is the same way my mama used to treat me when I said I was sick in school. She said, go to school. So that's how Kyle is with his concussions. So the one thing I wanted to touch on, and I'm going to make it real fast. Brock plays so beautifully for the first three quarters, and then he makes those kind of throws. I'm not going to call them Jimmy Ono throws or even Cap Ono throws. He reminds me of, he may as well be add the 3 and the 1 together and make it a number 4, because he reminds me of that guy. I mean, how many times did you look at Brett and go, man, Brett's balling right now, and then he makes that kind of throw, and it just stinks your heart. So I'm not going to give up on the kid. I think he has a lot of potential. He has a lot of uptick. He's literally the best chance we got to win in a long time. So.
All right, Manny. Good. I hear you. Nobody's giving up on Brock. Let him play out the season. I'm not with the Sam Darnold movement. I'm not. Why the hell would you make a quarterback change right now? That is the dumbest thing I've heard all weekend long from 49er fans and some media members. Why the hell would you bench Purdy right now for Sam Darnold?
The only reason would be health. Right now, the only reason would be health. That's my only caveat.
The only reason.
And I was apprehensive to play Brock in this game because of what we know about 2 concussions within a 9-day span. It's not good for you, and that would be my only. It would be health. That would be the only reason. I don't think performance. Because I'll tell you this right now: if Jimmy or Darnold, I think, plays in that game the other day, I think they're sacked 5, 6, 7 times.
Exactly.
They were under duress.
Exactly.
His legs ended up making way more plays. Now, the turnovers can't happen. I don't care who the quarterback is, but he made a lot of plays under duress.
I mean, come on. Let's not be stupid. You guys really want to see Sam Darnold out there? Come on. Niners are 5-3 in the playoffs.
Seeing ghosts.
Yeah, we don't need to see that guy. All right, come on, man. Swisen up. No quarterback changes happening right now. What's coming up in the game, sponsored by the law offices of Robert Goldstein. If you have IRS or state tax problems and don't know what to do, contact the law offices of Robert Goldstein, because resolving tax problems is all that they do. Call 1-888-TAX-EXIT, 888-TAX-EXIT.
So we were just like rapping at the break here about
Spooky.
CP3. CP3 Friday night comes on after the Sacramento win for the Warriors. And I told you, and I know I was probably prisoner of the moment. We were just goofing around, but Friday was a big game because I feel like it set the table for the rest of the weekend for the Warriors. And I wanted that win bad. And I kind of, like, in a
Did you
weird
see
way.
Casey up in Sacramento all up in the screen?
Yeah, you're not Spike Lee. I love you, bro.
Yeah, he's trying to be the West Coast Spike Lee.
Well, I mean, especially when they're not your
Kitty
seats.
carried away.
Yeah, they're not you. You know, you're sitting there with the boss. I mean, come on, man. But no, the thing that I was going to say was that, you know, the Warriors had a big lead, and it felt like they were going to put the Kings away and maybe be able to rest guys for the final couple of minutes. And I had talked to you on Saturday, and it wasn't the worst thing in the world that they kind of squandered the lead and it got much closer than we wanted because it forced the Warriors to execute with a bunch of guys down the stretch that need to learn how to execute together, whether that's Chris Paul and Chris made a mistake, Steph Curry made a mistake. Lots of guys made mistakes. And to me, it was a good early test of seeing what it looks like. 4 minutes to go. What does the half-court offense look like? What does the defense look like? And, you know, they've gone to zone a couple of times in certain lineups. I don't know, man. I feel like my hatred for Chris Paul blinded me being able to see clearly what he brings to the table positively. And I was trying to talk myself into it.
Yeah.
But now that I've seen some games, dude, I think I really underestimated how good he is. Just like IQ, fit, connectivity, whatever word you want to use. Like, dude, the dude's an all-time player. I underrated him.
No, look, he's one of the best point guards we've ever seen. Before I get into Chris Paul, I do want to get Yogi and the Bay out the way. Yogi and the Bay, what's happening? You're on the roast. I know you got something to say about your Jets beating the Giants in overtime. It's all good.
Hey, honestly, I'm not going to bring up the Jets. I want to bring up Harden today. Harden reminds me of Nick Bosa a lot. I don't know about you guys, but he's kind of giving me the diva vibes like Nick Bosa is. But I also just want to leave you with this one because I know I only get 30 seconds on here. Free Devontae Adams, and the Niners look like the 2011 Eagles, and Purdy for 30 looks like my bubble guts this AM. It is done, though.
That's Yogi in the Bay. That's Yogi in the Bay. He dunked on us. Hey, Roasters. How would you like to get a few shots up at Chase Center 95.7 The Game? We're giving you a chance to do just that, our first ever knockout tournament. Remember to tune in all week, and next week. And tomorrow we'll give another opportunity on this show at 7:30 a.m. to win a spot in this knockout tournament later on today. Want to be listening at 12:30 and 4:30. That's right. Each show during this 2-week stretch, we'll pick a winner each show. Make sure you are locked in the 95-70 game during those weeks so you could have a chance to launch shots from the very same spot that Steph Curry does. Hey, Yogi in the Bay, man. Big trolling. Hey, you know what? Spinotti 11. Yogi in the Bay. Alcatraz for the next 2 weeks.
Locked up. They won't let him out.
Javier still got 3.5 weeks. He's locked up. And he's getting no bail.
He might
no
get a little
parole.
bit more on top of that.
Huh?
Javier might get a little bit more on top of
All right, well, no bail, no parole for him. Yogi in the Bay, locked up for 2 weeks. Don't need to hear that garbage no more.
Do we do like parole hearings? Like, how does this work?
Nah, just no bail. I just decide what I want
you're
you to
the
call.
judge, jury, and executioner.
I'll one day in 2 weeks say, hey,
Judge.
if Yogi in the Bay wants to call, he can call. Well, for the next 2 weeks, he's on Alcatraz. He's locked up. No, I don't play that stuff. Like Uncle Looney said, Radio Bonte is he's Doodle from the Shy. All you got to do is Google Doodle from the Shy. I'm not that ruthless though. Doodle in the Shy will kill you for chewing your gum wrong. I mean, I'm not ruthless, but you come out here with garbage, talking about James Harden and stuff. Like, hey, come on. We're gonna compare Nick Bosa to James Harden. James Harden's been clowning for 7 years now. We've been on that James Harden hype.
It's a shame. It's embarrassing.
I've been smoking that James Harden pack for years.
Did you know that 4 of the top 5 highest salaried players of all time are all on one roster now?
Yeah,
with
the second
Clippers?
the LA Clippers.
Yeah.
That trade does nothing for me.
Russ, Paul George, James Harden, Kawhi Leonard. It's kind of crazy.
It does nothing for that trade. Does that trade move the needle for anybody?
Those are the 2019 NBA champs.
Oh God.
Well, Daryl Morey's got to be happy. Does that? I'm curious how that lands on Embiid's, lap.
Don't know.
Like,
He's got to be tired of
That's
it.
what I'm saying. A bunch of used parts.
We should get Kate Scott on to talk about James Harden.
She's too busy yelling, "Fly, Eagles, fly."
She was jacked when James Harden got there. How you feeling now, Sixer fans? No city in the world deserves that more than Philadelphia.
Absolutely incredible.
Oh, they deserve it all. They had the Phillies lose. No, I'm not going to talk about their Eagles because their Eagles are tough. A.J. Brown, ooh-wee. I don't want to talk about the Dove Shafty.
I do feel bad for Bob Myers in 2 years when he has to rebuild that Clipper team.
Hey, somebody say the Dubs are done? Let's talk about CP3 for a second. Because when that trade happened, you blew me up. Mully blew me up. I'm leaving swim class with baby Chaz. I was disheveled. I was in disarray.
He's a top 5. I couldn't stand you athlete in my life, in any sport.
I couldn't believe it.
What do you think?
I was just, what? The Warriors with Chris Paul, they really moved? What?
Is shocking.
And it took me about 24 hours. Maybe even less than that.
Okay.
Kind of just, all right, take a deep breath. What does he bring to the table?
Yeah, but were you talking yourself into it because we didn't have a choice? Because that's kind of where I felt like I was talking myself into it as opposed to like, I'm all in. And then after Friday night, I was like, and even in game 1, I could see, hey, this is going to trend. But for me, it was the King game where I'm like, I'm all in.
Because
I'm all in.
Yeah, because even when Drew Holiday became available, we started talking like, oh, you can flip Chris Paul with Drew Holiday?
We all did that.
Why not? And you know what? I'm glad that didn't happen. I really am. Because what Chris Paul has done to the second unit, we have a bench again.
Yes.
We do. It reminds me of the Sean Livingston, Andre Iguodala bench mob with David West and Zaza, or maybe a little JaVale McGee or some Festus Ezeli. Look, you got Chris Paul. He's got Kuminga playing well. Moody's playing well. You look last night, no Clay, no Kuminga. So you're out there with Trace Jackson Davis. You're out there with Moody. You're out there with GP2. And they are balling. Balling. So the point guard, 33 assists, 6 turnovers. 33 assists. Let's focus. I know it's new studio, guys. We're all frazzled here because the sales staff is having a meeting. They're loud. I don't care. I got my headphones turned up. I can get loud too. Chris Paul, balling right now. 888-957-9570. I want to ask Dub Nation, did you believe that Chris Paul can mesh so quickly with this unit? Whether he starts, comes off the bench, it does not matter. He's finishing quarters. He's dropping dimes. The mid-range jumper is now starting to fall. Did you think that it would work this fast with Chris Paul.
Here's the part where I think I underestimated it. Clearly, Kuminga and Moody, and like those two in particular, are all the way bought in on learning from CP3. And that was a big deal. The other part was like Steph Curry. Like I was very interested to see like, oh, Steph and Chris Paul, they have a lot of respect for each other. And, you know, guys say the right things. They're veterans. They can kind of mask their feelings. It feels very sincere. Like, and I'm just going off what I'm watching on television. Who knows? Maybe they don't even talk to each other when the TV's not there and they're at practice. But it sure as hell feels like they're pulling the rope in the same direction. And then like Klay Thompson feels like he's comfortable because now he doesn't have to be a facilitator at the top of the key. He can come off of screens when CP3's playing alongside of him. I think he knows he's going to get great looks. And if he just kind of continues to move without the ball, he doesn't have to press to get shots. He's going to get them organically. And so seeing everybody buy in, that to me has been very surprising because there's a lot of young guys.
Yeah, but I wasn't surprised about the buy-in from the veterans because last year ended with a sour taste in their mouth.
Yeah, but they've got ego.
They wasted an opportunity last year to win a 5th championship. They had the team to do it. They didn't do it. They didn't get it done. There was no camaraderie. It was a mess last year. We get it. So I didn't have any problem. I didn't think the veterans. I knew they would buy in. How will they mesh with Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody and bring them along?
You weren't at least a little skeptical on Dre and CP3? Just a little?
Nah, because Dre got his money.
Yeah, I still was.
And obviously there was a disconnect with Draymond and Jordan Poole, and they have all said it. They needed a leader with that second unit.
Yes.
Jordan Poole may become a leader one day.
Well, and
I think it's fair to say that maybe he wasn't ready for that role. We were all around with Jordan Poole. We was all around Jordan Poole last year.
Well, we tried.
Jordan Poole was not right, and Jordan Poole, from a maturity standpoint, just wasn't able to lead that second unit. Just wasn't able to do it.
But wasn't the biggest question heading into the end of the year like, is CP3 truly going to embrace the bench role?
Yeah, and I told. What did I say?
No, you were on it, but I was. Look,
right, because
I'll tell
everybody
you what
makes a big deal.
I wanted
about
to see it.
Yeah, everybody wanted to see it, but everybody was like, CP3. Yeah, and I'm with Eminem on YouTube. Only concern now is, can we get healthy for the playoffs?
Well, that's where usage.
And that's a long way away. But
yeah.
Chris Paul right now, last night, you look at his minutes, 25 minutes. That's perfect. Perfect. The other night in Houston, 28 minutes. That's perfect. Perfect. And Chris Paul wants to win. He's in his 19th season. He sees the system, and he's going to play important minutes. When it was nut-cracking time against Sacramento, who was on the floor?
And I wanted him out there.
Chris Paul.
Yeah.
When it was nut-cracking time against the Rockets in the last 2 minutes, who was on the floor?
Yeah.
Chris Paul.
Yeah.
Chris Paul's going to be fighting. Wiggins had an interesting quote. Anthony Slater, when I have Slater on, when we have Slater, Wednesday or Thursday?
Yeah.
Anthony Slater's going to join us. And in his article about Chris Paul embracing that role because they had the team meeting before the season, the big six, the 6 starters, Looney, Wiggins, Klay, Steph, Dre, Chris Paul. And Wiggins had a quote after Sacramento. Basically said this, or after the Houston game on Sunday. Wiggins said, look, I know I wasn't out there to close, and Steve Kerr said it's going to be a field thing, game-by-game thing, but Wiggins said something that was very important. It's something that I keep saying, even at the summit. If they win, there will be no problem with the finishing lineup. If they win. These guys will buy in, if they win, to whoever's out there in the finishing lineup. And it's going to be different. We've seen Wiggins not in the finishing lineup. We've seen Kuminga out there in the finishing lineup. We've seen Chris Paul out there. I'm interested to see what happens when Klay's not out there in the finishing lineup. May not happen. You may still have him out there because of the spacing that it provides with his three-point shot. But Chris Paul, it works. It is working with the second unit. It is all connected. And then you talk about optionality, that they use that word optionality all offseason. I'm seeing lineups where there's Steph Curry, GP2, and Chris Paul in the backcourt. Now the cynic and the critic will say, hey, they're too small out there. But we know Gary Payton II plays big.
Much bigger, yeah.
And you got 2 other guys, whether it's Looney, Saric, Trace Jackson Davis now. We'll get to him in just a second. But now all of a sudden you got a 3-guard lineup with GP2 picking up full court, Chris Paul handling the rock, and Steph Curry coming off screens. It looks beautiful. And now GP2's got the confidence again in his corner 3. I can't believe it's come together this fast.
I would agree. And I don't know. Look, again, having faith in the veterans is deserved. They've earned that benefit of the doubt. I was a little skeptical because getting along has been kind of an issue the last year. And even with Draymond and Durant, there were times where they didn't get along. And so I was very interested to see, like, first road trip, you know, are they going to scuffle a little? Is it going to look a little more, I don't know, difficult? Seeing them win against, now, New Orleans doesn't have Brandon Ingram. So I think that's you know, that's a team that's missing. I would say he's their best player, but you could say it's Zion, fine, like whatever. And then the Rockets aren't very good. But that's a young team at the beginning of the year who's going to fight tooth and nail. Şengün, by the way, I don't even know if I'm pronouncing that right. I like him.
Yep. And the biggest thing is, Şengün with the Houston Rockets, he's tough. And look, the Warriors didn't have Jonathan Kuminga. They didn't have Klay Thompson. So your rotation was a little funky, but you know what? It worked out because you got Podziemski out there grabbing 9 rebounds. You got Trayce Jackson-Davis damn near dropping a double-double. Here's the deal with the biggest thing with Chris Paul. The biggest thing. The live ball turnovers have been eliminated.
100%.
And they're winning the points off turnovers.
100%.
They're winning the points off
Wouldn't you say shot selection is so much better, too? Just as a team?
Well, that
second unit yesterday, Podziemski and Jackson Davis was out there. CP3 was out there. The ball was hopping, right?
Was hopping.
And instead of just hopping recklessly and then a guy takes an ill-advised shot, it was like, oh, I'll pass up a good shot to get a great shot.
And a smaller team yesterday out-rebounds the Pelicans by 25. 64-39. So I like what they're doing. Turnovers are down. And then the passing numbers. Remember, I gave you the passing numbers. The Warriors want to get to 321 passes per game. Yesterday, it was back at 310. So they're getting the passes back up. You know, there's not dribble. But even when they do that with Chris Paul in the pick and roll and the shot clock is winding
methodical.
down. It is. They're getting good shots because of CP3. So you're not turning the ball over. You don't have the live ball turnovers. I'll have the points off turnover stat in just a second because they're winning that category. They're rebounding the basketball better and the balance offensively. There's so many games where last year you get 50 to 55 three-point attempts and 95 field goal attempts total. That's too much. That's unbalanced. That's too many threes. The balance is now back. You know, the balance is now back.
You're omitting the best part of CP3.
What's that?
You get all of the crappy calls you hated.
You do get
Admit it. You get all of them. The one where he jumps in front of a defender as he's dribbling and slows down, and then that guy runs him over, and then he puts both arms up. I mean, he's talking to the officials nonstop, and we're getting all of those little cheap, ticky-tacky, get your team into the bonus fouls. Like, those are very important throughout the course of a dog, the dog days of the NBA. It's very important to be able to get those. And I'm going to be real. For years, I hated them. The fact that we're getting them, I love it.
Yep.
I love it.
Let's go to Doug in Berkeley. Doug in Berkeley, what's happening?
Hey, guys. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's great start to the season for the Warriors. I got to say before I say anything else, I guess the phrase is that black is slimming. You know, when you wear black, you look slimmer.
Yeah.
Black is slimming. Bonte, wow, man.
I did get
great
that
on TV last night.
Hey, I did get that suit tailored, man. So it made me look like I lost 20 pounds. Don't believe the hype, though.
I mean,
I've rigged the camera.
On, man.
I've rigged the camera. I've tricked the camera off. You know what I'm saying?
Got to be working.
Some's working.
Got to be working.
So does working, man. So does working. I appreciate it.
Right. Yeah, it was good. Anyway, so you know, my main reservation with CP3 was that we got smaller instead of bigger.
Of course.
I felt like with the West being the way it was, we really needed to get taller. I had no concerns about everything else because everything else that the guy brings to the table, you know, is classic. I mean, we all say he's one of the great point guards of all time in the NBA. So I'm pleasantly surprised by the fact that we are more efficient rebounding. You know, everything seems to be coming together. I still wish we were a little taller, but so far I'm very, very happy with what I've seen.
Look, I would say this: the trade-off of, you know, whatever height you want for the IQ and the intelligence is a trade-off that I'm going to take. Like, come on, guys. Like, yeah, I know Jokic is dominating the game right now. When the Warriors have won, it's not because of bigs. It's because of smarts and shooting and IQ, right? Like, that's really what it has come down to. And so when you inject that kind of wisdom and that basketball IQ into what we have going on right now, I'll sacrifice whatever height everybody wants for that controlled pace and that connectivity and that ball movement and that passing in the half court. Like in the half court, if we're being totally honest here, there's been long stretches, even when they were a championship team, like, what do you do in the half court? Like when it gets really congested and Steph's running off ball screens and no one's really open and you're like, come on, Draymond, you got to take that shot. Well, now you're seeing CP3. He'll take that mid-range shot.
He will.
If you want to lay off him, he will take that shot.
Well, that's what I was saying last year. You know, you think about Jordan Poole and he's shooting 32%. I'm not trying to make it about Jordan Poole. But
that was the trade.
If I'm not mistaken, Chris Paul shot 38.5% last year from the three-point line. Hitting an open shot has never been a problem for Chris Paul. And he knows when to take these open shots. Now, he hit his first three yesterday. That three-point shot will come along as he figures out his role in this offense. But, boy, the connectivity with him and slowing the pace down. What I love, too.
What's that?
Is Kuminga was running the floor against the Houston Rockets. Kuminga's flying in. Boom. Layup. Moody's crashing the glass. And you see Chris Paul, hey, get back. Let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go. No time to celebrate. He's got these guys locked in.
Well, the other thing that I've noticed, and okay, you could say, Joe, that happened with James Wiseman because Wiseman stinks. But how many times did Wiseman get deep position in the block and never get the ball?
Yeah.
And this year you're seeing Kuminga get deep position right near the bucket. Not last night, he didn't play, but in general. And they're actually feeding it to him, whether it's Saric.
Yep.
By the way, the national broadcast calls him Zaric. Am I pronouncing it wrong?
Saric. I thought it was
Zaric?
It's like a S-H, Saric.
Saric, okay.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that I'm pronouncing his name properly. He is a great entry passer when it comes to getting the ball in deep, and so is CP3. And so when you're a young guy and you hustle down court and you get position and you don't get the ball, it's easy to go, I'm not gonna hustle back. I'm not gonna hustle down next time to get myself in position because I'm not getting that ball. It's nice to reward the young guys for doing nice things. The last thing I say is Zaric, passing the ball to Moody.
Not Zaric. Zaric? Saric.
S-H. Saric.
Saric, yeah.
Yeah, Saric. Okay.
Moody.
What?
Go ahead.
Moody has such a quick trigger on that three. His three looks so quick and so good right now. Both young guys, arrow up on both young guys.
Let's go to Adam in the city. Adam, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys. Thanks for having me on. It's been a little while. I wanted to wait a while to call about the Warriors. I just want to say how happy I am to see how much better this second unit looks. It's like night and day difference from last year. I was completely wrong about Chris Paul when we first made the trade. He has completely stabilized that second unit, gets to his shots in the mid-range. That move he had on Zion last night on the baseline was so nice for that little mid-range shot, but it's just like what he's doing for the other team members. Like Trace Jackson, I mean, people are talking about, I wish we were a little bit taller. We have that guy in Trace Jackson Davis. I mean, the guy had 4 blocks yesterday, 9 rebounds. He finishes around the paint. Moody just looks like a solid NBA player. Kuminga was not out there, but he's been looking better. This unit just looks really good. And, Steph is, it's so funny what's kind of getting lost. Maybe not lost, but, I mean, Steph is putting up numbers that he was doing, 7 years ago. I mean, his shooting just looks so good. I'm just really happy where this team is at right now. And, we'll see what happens when we start playing. We play the Nuggets next week in Denver. That's a huge game. We play Cleveland. Those are going to be
Sunday.
big games. So
OKC on Friday, the start of the in-season tournament for the Cup, NBA Cup. No, Adam, good call, man. Those are 3 big games. Now, you got Sacramento on Wednesday. You don't want to overlook them. De'Aaron Fox will not play for the Sacramento Kings on Wednesday due to the ankle injury, but you get OKC on Friday. You get Cleveland on Sunday. You get Detroit. We get to go see James Wiseman, although he's not playing much. He just picked up another DNP. And then you get Denver, which is be a big game on Wednesday. So this is a great start for the Golden State Warriors, and I was eager to see how they would do right out of the gate. 7 of the first 9 on the road. How can you build that chemistry? How can you build that camaraderie? Well, so far, so good on the road. 3-0 on the road again. They didn't win their first road game last year until December 18th. They've won 3, and we're not even in November yet. So good signs for the Warriors.
And CP3 is going to grab the headlines. But Steph Curry is, I mean, he really is Jerry Rice, Barry Bonds. Like, he gets better with age. I mean, this is a guy, whether you want to call him the, what is it, Merlot, Cabernet? What's the best wine for age? Pinot? Okay. Yeah. I mean, he really does get better with age. Like, I'm looking at this guy right now. I'm going, he's at the height of his powers.
Yeah, well, here's what Steve Kerr had to say about Curry.
He's white hot right now. It's amazing watching him. I mean, he looks
better than ever at 35. But he puts the work in every summer and keeps looking for ways to get better. He's constantly searching for edges in his training, and there's a reason he's Steph Curry, but just stunning to watch.
I mean, it is stunning to watch. He dropped a 40 burger yesterday, 42 points, made 7 threes, scored 16 of the first 18 points. He's had 3 straight games in which he scored at least 20 points in a half. I mean, the guy, I don't know what to say about him anymore. The movement off the ball, finishing around the rim, the mid-range jumper. He's locking in defensively. He's messing with Chris Paul. He's messing with anybody he plays with. They're running lineups with non-scorers, and it's just Steph. And they're getting easy buckets, backdoor cuts, you name it. By the way, we have a trade in the NFL.
What's that?
The Bears and Commanders are in an agreement. Montez Sweat going to Chicago, defensive end going to Chicago for a second-round pick. Why the Bears?
The Bears are giving up a high.
Right
It's basically a first.
Why are they giving up picks?
I don't know. That's interesting. Okay, I'm going to say something that you might think sounds absurd. Wouldn't be the first nor the last time that I said something. I know most people are going to say, Joe, it's meaningless. It doesn't mean anything. It's all about the NBA championship, and I get that. But a tiny part of me wants to win this stupid inaugural cup just to say that Curry did it, so that when we look back on his accolades, he can go, yep, I won that cup before LeBron did, and we won it all, and it doesn't mean a whole lot, but I don't know. I know it sounds dumb and stupid, but I think the league would love it because they love when the Warriors are involved in any of those things. It starts this Friday. It might mean nothing. I don't know, but a small part of me, not that you're going to exhaust all of your energy and everything to win something that feels meaningless, but a part of me wants them to prove yeah, we can win in these one single game elimination things just to kind of remind everyone who the king of the NBA is.
Yeah.
You don't care at all? You're looking at me like I'm foolish.
No, I'm not. A lot of people are getting excited about the in-season tournament. I just don't want nobody to get hurt.
Well, come on, obviously.
You know,
but a small part of me wants to win it just to
I wonder in 10 years, will everybody look at the resume? Steph Curry didn't win the in-season tournament. He didn't win the NBA Cup.
No, but it's just one of those things that you look at the Wikipedia, 10 years from now, and you're like, okay, All-Star Game MVP. I don't know. It's just it'd be some kind of fun.
Yeah.
Well, I got a question. So you talk about you're worried about guys getting hurt, but because these games they do count for the record. So I mean,
season.
is it the same as getting hurt in a meaningless game? I know the championship game doesn't count. That part is kind of weird. But
it counts in the regular season standings.
It's not like the Warriors are going to play for example, Clay's got a hurt knee.
Hard.
They're not going to play him if they think it's going to get him hurt.
The NBA is really hyping it up with the commercials.
Oh, the Draymond commercial's good.
Yeah, it is good, but they're hyping it up with the commercials and everything, trying to make it a big deal with the different courts. And look, if it becomes like the Champions League in soccer, where they form, it's a European Cup basically, the Champions League with German League, Italian League, La Liga,
Bundesliga?
Premier League, all that stuff. They all form, and you see the top teams in Europe battle for a cup. And they do it, Spadoni, every 2 years or every 4 years? Every 2 years, right? Champions League? No soccer fans? Champions League every 2 years, right, Spadoni? You would know.
Oh, no, they have Champions League every year.
Is it every year, Champions League?
Yes, so they have the finals every year, correct. They have the European Championship, which is the best
every
of all
2 years.
UEFA,
That's Euros.
of all the UEFA teams, which is all the European teams. They have to qualify for that. The U.S. version of that would be like the CONCACAF Nations League, where it's all the North American teams, but the UEFA, obviously, the cream of the crop in the Europe.
Yeah. So when you win those types of things, my understanding is that it's about accumulating lots and lots of championships. For example, Inter Miami right now has played in all these little tiny tournaments and has won a lot of things, even though it's not the true MLS season, right? And so, but those things are they matter more in soccer, correct? Mm-hmm. Like stacking your trophy case, right?
Huge.
Yeah.
Huge.
Interesting.
Huge. Steve Kerr on the rookies and their performance against the Pelicans.
The rookies were fantastic. We've seen this throughout camp. Both guys can really play. We've been itching to get Brandon out there. Trace we got in the other night in Sacramento, and he gave us a really good run. And but they got 18 rebounds between them. I mean, they're constantly around the ball, anticipating plays, keeping the game simple, moving it on. It's really exciting seeing those two young guys play.
No, see, it is really exciting to see them. And then Chris Paul. Here's what Steve Kerr thought. He thought it'd take a while to integrate Chris Paul into this lineup. Here's what Kerr had to say last night about CP3.
I didn't know if we were ready. After opening night, I thought it's going to take some time. We had to get Draymond back and in shape, and had to get guys, so the new guys accustomed to what we do. And so these last couple games have been really encouraging. It's incredible to bring Chris Paul off the bench, as your backup point guard. It's incredible. He's a Hall of Famer. He's still playing at an incredibly high level. And it changes everything when you can start a game off, with Steph Curry and then bring Chris with a great second unit into the game to keep the pressure on. And that's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing Chris, Dario, Gary, all these guys coming off the bench and just, making us even better. So it's really encouraging. We have a deep team and really connected. They're all having fun. They're all supporting each other, and it's a good start. But long way to go. Obviously,
long way to go. But how can you not smile at the start for this basketball team? They're a couple minutes away from being 4-0.
Him using TJD as much as he has early on in this season, it's really encouraging. It's really encouraging because I think that if they want to go somewhere, not that he's going to play some prominent role, but allowing
5 to 7 minutes.
Allowing a young guy to kind of get his footing early on in the season and feel good about himself. I think it's very, very important. And you could see that he trusts Moody a lot more this year. He clearly trusts Kuminga a lot more. And I would say that those guys have paid that. Him trusting them, they've paid back that by rebounding better, making hustle plays. I mean, Moody, I was always a Corey Brewer fan. I thought Corey Brewer was like a hustling player.
Yeah, Corey Brewer was solid.
His offense always left a lot to be desired. Moody gives me that. What's that?
I was going to say, Corey Brewer has a 50-point game in his career.
I did not know that.
Just random. Sorry,
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
But like Corey Brewer was like a pesky defensive player who could get out in transition and was more athletic than you gave credit for. Moody gives me that with a little more off the dribble skills, and then clearly has a much better catch and shoot. He is a really good catch and shoot player right now.
And he's a little more physical than Corey Brewer.
Yeah, I would agree.
He gets down and dirty, Moses Moody.
But do you see that comp?
I'm proud of Moses Moody, man. He plays smooth. Good. He plays smooth. He started yesterday. He's been aggressive, 5 of 8 from the floor, 2 of 5 from the three-point line. He's letting it fly. I like where he's at. As you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. Do not forget, you can also watch us every single day on our YouTube and Twitch streams, sponsored by our very good friends at First NorCal Credit Union. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Be sure to like and subscribe to the channel while you are there, as well as the Comcast Business Text Line. Shout out to them. Here's TJD. Trace Jackson Davis said he wants to be known as TJD before we go back out to the lines here. TJD, I'm playing with Chris Paul and Stephen Curry.
Chris is like a pilot. Like he'll be calling a play, already calling for the ball screen when he's still at half court. And so he makes the game really easy. Just being able to dive and make plays off of him. It's great. And then playing with Steph, having to go to the ball and then being open in the short roll and being able to make a play out of that, they make the game and your life a lot easier.
It's incredible. They got him in the second round, right? TJD, drafted in the second round.
So mature.
He's everything that we wanted from James Wiseman.
Well,
and we'll see James Wiseman on Monday, but basically screening, rolling, finishing around the hoop, and rebounding.
He's much thicker than James Wiseman.
Very more physical, very thicker.
But I also think, 4 years at Indiana?
I think 3 years.
3 years?
3 years.
He looks like a seasoned player, though, doesn't he? Like, he clearly understands basketball spacing and a lot of the little detail work. I don't know. I'm very impressed with him. A lot of people were hyping him up heading into the year, and they all seem to be spot on with that. He, to me, is very encouraging as a young big.
Mully, I think, asked him a great question last night. He asked him,
what was the
how much did Mike Woodson, former NBA coach, now coaching at Indiana, how much did his system help him learn the Warriors system? How much did it help him, transition from Indiana to the Warriors? And he said, a ton. They run an NBA system down at Indiana, a lot of ball movement there, a lot of motion offense, and he came in here to training camp, and boom, he's flying. I mean, this guy's going to be a factor. And what you were talking about, his role, where he's not going to see big minutes, but we see in these playoff games. Hell, just look at Sacramento game, third quarter, 84-75, Curry goes out. Now we're saying, boy, Curry's out. What's going to happen with the non-Curry minutes? Well, they're able to extend leads. In those little 5 to 7 minute stretches, like last night in the third quarter, where they ended the third quarter on a 13-1 run and scored 39 points in that third quarter, that game was over then because TJD, CP3, Dario Saric, Moody, GP2, they know what they're doing out there. And they're able to extend these leads and build off what the starters have done and put the game away. I mean, that is huge. So these little 5 to 7 minute stretches can flip a basketball game and win you a basketball game. So I don't care if he's getting 10 minutes, 8 minutes, 7 minutes. Every second is important when he's out there. And those seconds can flip a basketball game, and that could be the determination between a win and a loss.
They were like minus 120-something during the non-Steph minutes last year as a whole.
Not this year.
I think the Rocket game, and I could be wrong, it might have not finished this way. At one point late in the Rocket game, every single bench player had a positive in the plus-minus. Now, that's not the end-all, be-all, but to me, it was like, that is an indicator of how much better the unit is as a whole and how much they trust them and how well they're playing.
Think about this. The bench yesterday went 40-40. They had over 40 points and over 40 rebounds.
That's pretty impressive.
Not bad.
That's pretty wow.
Not bad.
40-40, that's
40-40.
pretty impressive.
Let's go to Chris in Boston.
Wow.
Chris out there in Boston. What's up, Chris? Good morning, man. How you doing? Or good afternoon to you.
Good morning, guys. How are you?
Good, good.
What was that?
I said good afternoon. Good afternoon to you.
Oh, yes, good afternoon from Boston. Guys, I had to call in. You hit it right on the head with Chris Paul, right? I spent years hating this dude. Couldn't believe it when they traded for him. 4 games in now. I love the dude.
Me too.
I love how it looks. I love everything about it. I'm hyped. Say something wild. I might like this trade more than Kevin Durant signing.
That might be a little far, but I understand what you're saying.
When they got KD, it was cool, but it was like, do we really need it? We're coming off a championship. We're coming off 73-0. I mean, Chris Paul, I love it. I'm hyped, guys. I love how it looks. I'm way too hyped. I'm talking crazy.
No, hey, Chris, be hyped. And then we get to play Sacramento tomorrow. We get to hear from RJ. I actually gave RJ Fairfield a shout-out on the postgame show Friday. We lit the beam. It was gold. Because the Kings are officially our sons. They're not our little brothers. They're our sons. We own them. Got them right here in our right pocket. They're so jacked up in the brain, they don't know what to do when they see the Dubs. Shout out to Casey and D-Lo, ESPN 1320. Horace in Texas. Horace, what's happening?
What's happening, man? I'm feeling real good. Hey, man, this is Horace, the self-appointed agent and president of the Boogie Cousins fan club.
Oh, we know who you are, Horace. We know who you are.
We'll talk about that later, though. But check it out, man. I want to say something about Kuminga and CP3, man. You know, I'm so proud of Steve Kerr. If you notice in the beginning of the game, Kuminga made a couple of mistakes.
Mm-hmm.
And Steve Kerr did not yank him. He left him in the game, and guess what? The dude played through it and ended up having a pretty good game. I'm so proud. Kudos to Steve Kerr for having confidence in the young fella, man. And that's what he needs to do. And shout out to Moses Moody, too, man. Them dudes are awesome. They're going to they're bringing the heat this year. CP3, I was trying to figure out what I didn't like about CP3 so much over the years. Here's the thing. He used to do this to us all the time. Most players, when they dribble into traffic, well, not most, but a lot of players, when they dribble into traffic, here's what they do. They end up making a bad pass, get stripped, or take an ill-advised shot. CP3 doesn't do that. He has the ability to dribble into traffic and then dribble out of it successfully.
Mm-hmm.
Or he'll dribble into it or pass out of it successfully, or he'll dribble into it and somehow find a decent shot. That's why he doesn't turn the ball over. And being 6 foot, he still gets a rebound. And those are the things that used to irritate me about him when we played against him. I said, that's what it was I didn't like about Chris Paul. That's what he does. That's why he doesn't turn the ball over. So, you know, we're smaller with him, but man, dude, those things that he brings is invaluable. And if he can keep doing that this year, he's going to contribute to a championship.
Woo! I like that, Horace. Good call. Very good call. Oscar, Antonio, Can Opener Cal will get to you on the other side. 888-957-9570. Are you surprised at how well CP3 has fit in with the Golden State Warriors? Are you even worried about the whole starting and benching thing now? I think that's dead, right, Shasky? It's got to be dead. But do we even care?
No, as long as they keep winning. That's your point.
Put your mic on. Take your mic. Take.
Oh, God. Keep winning.
There you go.
I've done that 10 times this week. You know, because I'm trying to
It's
not
a shame. It's embarrassing,
have
really.
the sound be on when people are responding, and I don't want to cut off callers because I feel like I'm a jerk to the callers. God.
I remember my first day in radio, too.
Accountability. Jock Peterson, take accountability. I'm proud of you. All right, what's coming up in the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking. No compromises. Again, your phone calls. Oscar, Antonio, Can Opener Cal, the rest of you. 888-957-9570. Chris Paul, what a fit.
I'm optimistic, I'll say.
Are you facing the daunting aftermath of a DUI arrest? Your life doesn't have to spiral out of control. Take action now and regain control of your future. I'm Nabil Ahmed, your trusted partner in the fight against DUI charges.
Happy Halloween, everybody out there. Hope you guys are having a good day. Tuesday morning. Niners, they're on a bye week. Bye week for them. We'll see what they do at the trading deadline. 1 o'clock Pacific time, correct? Trade deadline is over 1 o'clock Pacific time. See what they do.
I'm curious to see what the Philadelphia Eagles do. Because there were rumors now with Stafford's injury that Aaron Donald and the Eagles might be flirting with each other. And that is the last. Their D-line, of all the things they need on that team, another player of Aaron Donald's caliber.
They're trying to win a Super Bowl.
Absolutely incredible.
And what are the Tennessee Titans doing? Like, honest to God, you trade away one of your best players for nothing?
By the way, what have we been smoking this morning?
Why? What's that?
All-Star games coming to the Bay Area. 2025.
That is
NBA
cool.
All-Star game.
That's cool.
Think about what the Bay has. So we got the NBA All-Star game. Congrats to Joe Lacob and the Golden State Warriors.
That's really cool.
Congrats to them. All-Star game coming. I can't wait for that. I'm going to that. I've never been to it. Oh, no, I have. Sorry, New York City. But it'd be fun to have it here.
The most humble brag forgetting of all time.
No,
I've never been to it. Oh, yes, I have.
Yeah.
Madison Square Garden.
Yeah, Madison Square Garden, Barclays Center.
Only like the coolest of all the cool venues.
Oh, super cold. But it's coming to Chase Center. So we get the All-Star game at Chase Center, WNBA team. We got the Super Bowl coming to the Bay Area. When's that, 2026?
Yeah. And then don't forget.
The World Cup.
You're bearing the lead.
What?
Ryder Cup 2028.
Olympic Club?
Yep.
Yeah, that is pretty cool. That is pretty cool.
Come on. Ryder Cup will be fun.
That is pretty good. So World Cup, Ryder Cup.
By then, you should be playing 18 holes.
Hopefully. I haven't swung a stick.
Nobody has. I haven't played golf in so long.
Basketball season. I may be looking for a golf instructor. A cheap one. Very cheap one.
Those are oxymorons.
Yeah, a cheap one. I want a cheap.
My wife went through my phone.
How much per hour for a golf instructor usually?
I don't feel qualified to discuss how much, because you know what?
So you were spending big money?
No, I was not. I can't afford it, nor do I have the time to be consistently at a particular meeting, once a week or twice a week. You know me, man. I'm always bouncing and going. Getting me to do anything that's not coaching is very difficult.
Somebody says I should hire Steiny.
To do what?
To help me golf.
I mean, sure.
The Golden State Warriors. Wiggins. All right, let's talk about something that maybe is a concern with the fan base. Andrew Wiggins hasn't shot the ball well to start the season. I get it. A slow start for him. Hasn't really rebounded well. I get it. Didn't close the game against the Phoenix Suns in game number 1. I got it because he didn't play well. And Kuminga did. So far in the season, Andrew Wiggins shooting just 39.5% from the floor, 18% from 3, averaging 2 rebounds a game. Steve Kerr worried about Andrew Wiggins?
Wiggs is an important player for us, and he's not at his best, but, I'm not worried about Wiggs. He's a guy who, he's helped us win a championship 2 years ago. He's been here for 5 years. We know what he can do, and, he'll get there.
He'll get there. You concerned about Wiggs?
Not yet. It's definitely something to monitor. And I think that we all are really looking deep to criticize him at every single turn. I'm not saying everyone, but a vast majority of media, fans, just everybody, let it breathe. Not everyone's going to be humming all at one time, So Steph Curry's on fire right now. I'm sure he'll tick down a little, even though he's still great. And Wiseman will kick it back up a little, Wiggins will kick it back up a little. And, Clay's playing really good basketball right now. Not everyone's going to be humming and firing on all cylinders simultaneously. It's just, you would like them to, but that's just not realistic. Right. Draymond still hasn't really, gotten it going. You've seen shades of Draymond, but he hasn't really gotten it going. I still would like to see Draymond take a shot in the lane.
You know what? I saw him take an elbow jumper yesterday.
Dude, my jaw dropped.
And then in the second half, I saw him airball a floater to 3, and he laughed about it.
Yeah, but you know what? I'm not mad at him taking those shots.
Yeah, take the
Absolutely incredible.
7 assists, 6 rebounds for Draymond last night, 6
He
points.
got called for a foul on Zion.
Right. Oh, yeah.
He played as perfect defense as you could play on Zion. At one point, the broadcast said something to the effect of Zion's the strongest guy on the team. He's one of the fastest guys on the team. He jumps the highest on the team, and he misses the most amount of games.
Oh man! Oh, that's hilarious.
I forgot Zion.
Zion was powerful. No, but Draymond did. Zion got called for a foul on Draymond. Zion was hot. He was talking to himself, pointing at Draymond. Draymond took a charge with his face.
I loved it. But Zion, there's been so much made about Wemby, and I was watching Friday night back and forth between NBC and ESPN, and ESPN kept cutting to highlights of the San Antonio game. I believe they were playing the Rockets in an overtime game, and Wemby was making sick plays.
Oh, he made Jabari Smith Jr. look like
oh my God. I mean, he caught one in traffic. It looked like a shot, and he caught it reverse dunked. I was like, oh my God, the guy's a video game character. And I forgot about Zion. And then I'm watching Zion yesterday.
He reminds me so much of a young Barkley.
Is it Barkley? I was going to say Zebo with hops.
Yeah, and see, I see young Barkley.
Okay.
Coast to coast, because Barkley would go 94 feet. He was so quick off the ground. He'll dunk on your head. He was powerful and ferocious.
That big.
He was a big boy when he first came into the league. Steiny. Young Barkley, Philadelphia. They had to take the pizza boxes from this guy. Guy was eating too much.
I mean, Zion's got to be pushing 275, right?
Zion's huge. He is huge.
What do they list him at? Does anyone know? I'm going to look it up.
280. I mean. You know what, though?
Possibly.
You know what, though?
He's listed
284.
284, 6'6". There's no way he's 284. There's just no way.
So when Zion, though, but Pelicans, they were in first place December 30th in the Western Conference. Now, I know people say it's just last year.
Okay.
They get healthy. Brandon Ingram, Valanciunas, Zion.
B.I. is legit.
Trey Murphy III, who bombs threes. He's out.
I like Trey Murphy III.
Herb Jones is a very good defender. They don't have a point guard right now.
McCollum just doesn't do it for me.
He's descending.
Yeah.
McCollum, 7 of 21, 2 of 8. McCollum's it feels like he's got other worries right now.
Excellent use of the vocabulary.
He's he's on the opposite age.
He hit a 3 early.
Spectrum of his career.
He hit a 3 early, and I was like, good. Keep shooting.
7 of 21 last night.
Yeah, exactly.
Jose Alvarado, not a natural point guard, so they need a point guard. They need a point guard in the worst way. So let's wait on the Pels. But the Warriors are shorthanded with Kuminga and Clay out. So
the Pels were a trendy pick nationally to there could be a top 5 team, a top 4 team.
I still think they can.
Okay. I still think that there's levels to their success. And I do think that them taking the next level and being a top 6 or 7 team in the West is the next step in their progression. Well, I feel like people are putting them one step ahead of themselves.
Well, I do see some regressions for a couple teams. I see the Sacramento Kings regressing because, let me just tell you, Sabonis ain't that guy, pal.
Oh, God.
Domantas Sabonis ain't that guy.
He has one move.
Just one.
Left dribble, right arm into your chest, pump fake, go up.
The Kings actually won that Lakers game on Sunday night because Sabonis fouled out in the fourth quarter. All right? So they're going to regress. And the Memphis Grizzlies, anybody paid attention to the Memphis Grizzlies?
No.
They're 0-4. Jaren Jackson Jr. was getting dominated all game long by Zion last week. The Grizzlies are 0-4. So not only do they miss John Morant, but call me crazy, they actually miss Dylan Brooks.
Okay, so now you brought up Dylan Brooks.
They've actually missed Dylan Brooks' crazy ass in Memphis.
We are 2 days away from what happened the other night. Steph Curry clearly hates Dylan Brooks.
Yeah.
He can say whatever. I love you, Steph. You're too classy to say anything negative about anyone at any time. You're a good person. Look at. No one is sitting here saying that Steph is sadistic or whatever. But you can't tell me, as I go into Stephen A. Smith, you can't tell me that he doesn't hate Dylan Brooks.
Oh,
it was personal. The way he was going at Dylan Brooks. Now, I don't know about that leak.
Well, you heard him during the post-game show with Laura Britt, Chris Mullin, and Festus. I was out. Laura was doing a great job. Some people, I thought she was going to Wally Pitt me. I had to make sure I got back there yesterday. So let me get my eyes back. A meltdown.
They're going to demote you to the Giants brand post game.
Oh, no, well, it's me and Carlos Ramirez and
the other station would never allow that to happen.
Sean Estes.
Farhan Zaidi would never allow that to happen. Let me tell you.
Hey, Bonte. Not for you, but for you, that guy over there. I'm always available to be interviewed on your radio show.
That? Can you believe that happened?
He looked right through you.
Lubman was right there. Right? You were right there, right, Lubman? Where Farhan told our competitor, anytime you walk me on, I'll come on. He did it right in front of me.
He looked at us and then said it.
Yeah. So whatever. We don't want
So he looked at you, then looked at him and said, like, as if the left eye was looking at you.
Listen, I don't want a sorry ass on the show anyway. All he would do was kill ratings.
Hey, but keep it real, though. Warriors hate Dylan Brooks, and I'm here for it. Like, I love a good NBA feud.
The Home Alone.
Oh, my God.
The Home Alone.
Steph was
my
cooking.
Lord. The Home Alone reaction to Dylan Brooks, and he cooked him. And he cooked in that fourth quarter. Having a bad game, 10 points up to that point, 2 of 8 shooting, and then boom, 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 boom. 4 straight threes, and the game is over. So Steph is cooking right now. The Warriors are cooking. They're 3-1. They are 3-1. They play the Kings tomorrow. I'm looking forward to being 4-1. I'm looking forward to lighting the gold beam tomorrow at Chase Center. I can't wait to host the Kings at the dental office tomorrow. They need a root canal. They need Novocaine. They need braces. They need a whole lot going on. They need a lot of dental work.
Okay, can we just KC's the dental office? It's not going to stick. I
like it. They're going to get Novocaine. They're getting treated tomorrow. They need a filling.
The whole analogy doesn't hold.
They need a new crown. They need a new crown. They got chips everywhere in their teeth. Come on, man. The Kings. KC was standing up. He was all over the broadcast on Friday on NBC Sports Bay Area in the red sweater and the red 49ers hat, standing up in the second row like he was Spike Lee talking to the referees. Stacey Kaufman, our regional manager, I call her Sacramento Stacy now because she's wearing Kings jerseys all over the place.
Is she?
Oh, it's all good. It's all good. But you know what? She was texting, she was DMing me saying, KC's talking that talk. He was feeling it like it was a finals game. And I hear sources tell me ESPN 1320 was not happy. They couldn't talk about the Lakers win because they were so distraught over the Warriors loss.
No.
Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. Woo. I can't wait to host the Kings tomorrow. Let's go to we're gonna rat-a-tat-tat.
I love how like we can't talk about the Dylan Brooks like hatred for the Warriors out loud because they're too classy. Yet me and B have zero problem talking mad smack about the Kings.
Yeah, well, you finally joined the club last Friday. Hey, I was impressed with you. I was so impressed with Shasky talking that talk to KC. Listen, man, the Kings are gonna regress. The Grizzlies are going to regress. So I expect the Pelicans to be a lot better. But no, we could talk about Dylan Brooks is no class, but the Grizzlies actually miss Dylan Brooks. Go figure. Antonio in Oakland, what's happening? What's up, Antonio?
You're on fire.
Yeah, man, the Warriors, we can beat any team, man. The way they have ball movement and all that, all these high basketball IQ players, man. I like the rookies. Pazinski, he got 8 rebounds as a little guy, man. He was doing that in college. It's translating. Same thing with Trace Jackson Davis. Moses Moody's coming along, we're relying on Moody, man, because when Clay can't play or he's not playing good, we need Moody to hit them shots, just like we need the other Moody.
Antonio.
Jake Moody make those field goals for the Niners.
Antonio, how about Chris Paul?
Yeah, man, I didn't like Chris Paul for so many years. Couldn't stand him. I called him CP0 for 0 rings. I apologize, CP. I didn't mean to call you that. You are fitting in so perfectly. His mid-range game is kind of like what Sean Livingston was for us. He's going to be the new Sean Livingston, the 6-foot version.
The streets are saying they're going to call Chris Paul after the season CP1.
What's that?
CP won championship.
Well, it's the quest for Chris.
Oh,
come on.
I don't know if Lacob felt that one.
That's fine. Shooter shoot.
How's Lacob feeling right now?
Yeah.
Let's go to we got Murderers Row. We got Oscar. You know what? Let's get to Oscar Stockton. Then we'll get the can opener Cal. And we got Kurt in Oakland. We got Murderers Row. Oscar Stockton at 209 in the building. What's up, Oscar?
What's going on, family? Yeah, I live in 209, but I'm from Oakland. But this was going on, man. I called last week on my birthday. I told everybody, don't worry about the Warriors. We're going to be good. Because you got to understand, we forgot Steve Kerr can coach. And now you got to do less coaching when you got a point guard like Chris Paul. Chris Paul always been a winner. And wait, the rookies, not the rookies, Moody, Kuminga, and the rookies. See, the rookies, people fail to realize they are rookies, but Trace Jackson Davis, his dad played, as we all know. But the experience in college, got to understand, kids is coming out 18, 19 years old. They are the ones that's really rookies. Trace Jackson Davis got that college under his belt. And Brzezinski. That does count because he come in the league at 23 when the rest of these cats that were paying $100 million are only 21 years old. That's his potential. With Jackson Davis, we're going to show you not only that, his limp. So he had 4 block shots last night, too.
Yep.
And that's what we're not talking about. We're not talking about how the defense play. Our defense play ball.
No, hey, Oscar, you're right. They out-rebounded the Pelicans, plus 25 on the board, 64-39. Trace Jackson Davis, you're right, Oscar, with the 4 block shots. He's giving you everything that I think they wanted from James Wiseman. And in 4 years of college basketball helped Trace Jackson Davis. Played all 4 years. And he played under an NBA coach in Mike Woodson, who was an NBA lifer. So that had to work. Obviously, his father's Dale Davis. That had to work too, right? Probably learned something or two from Dale Davis. I like TJD. He's going to be a factor. And we're not saying 20 minutes a game, 25 minutes a game, but in key stretches, he can help you. And he can finish around the cup. When's the last time the Warriors has had somebody who could just finish like that?
Just dunk like that?
I mean, he gets up off the... He missed one. Remember he missed one yesterday?
JaVale?
He got up off the grid,
JaVale?
Yeah.
How about... Oh, no, what was my guy, number 32, who they got from Phoenix, who I liked, but he hurt his leg?
Marquise Chris. I
liked Marquise Chris.
I didn't like Marquise.
I don't know. He was good bang for the buck. I mean, but that's about it.
Yeah.
You know?
I like TJD a lot. Oscar's right about these rookies, and they're smart. The IQ. The IQ of this team is just through the roof.
I'm not going to lie to you. Put that lipstick on my cheek today for my outfit. It's really starting to itch. Man. And I want to scratch it, but then I'm going to get lipstick all over my hand.
Yeah.
And so I'm having a tough time right now.
Hey, we only got...
I'm having a tough time.
We only 20 minutes. I know you get distracted very easily, but we got 20 minutes. You can hang in there. By the way, 888-957-9570.
I love you too, partner. Thanks, partner.
What do you want me to do? Slap you again? Would he slap the itch out like Tommy Pham? That's what he did. That's why he's got the lipstick on, folks. The reason why I said slap Shasky, he's Jock Peterson today for Halloween.
Yeah.
And he's got lipstick all over. He's got fingerprints all over his face because Tommy Pham left fingerprints all over Jock's face over fantasy football. And he's got the deck of cards because he has a Pasoi problem.
We do have a Pasoi problem. And
we got a Pasoi problem in the clubhouse.
So if you need me to slap your face again to get the itch out, we got 3 candidates. I'm sure Lubman would like to do it. By the way, 888-957-9570. Today's a good day for this. Through 4 games.
Through 4
games.
The Niners looked undefeated?
Well, they were undefeated. They were undefeated through 5 games. Now they're 5-3, still in the playoffs. I'm not down on the Niners as much as everybody else is.
There's a difference between, like, the season's over and, like, being down because you're in the middle of a 3-game losing streak. It's okay to be a little, like,
no, I know it is.
Sad.
I'm optimistic about that.
Yeah, and angry.
Yeah, but, we're all bad. You get over it. They'll be in the playoffs.
Probably.
It's still Super Bowl or bust. That doesn't change. The mindset does not change. And by the way, we need to stop. Oh, well, you going to see Super Bowl bust. It's always going to be Super Bowl bust. It's a good thing to be Super Bowl or bust. Fans, think about it like this. Before we go back out to the lines. Would you rather just be the Cleveland Browns just happy to make the playoffs? Would you rather just be the Sacramento Kings happy to break a 16-year drought? No. You want to be Super Bowl or bust. You want to be title or bust. You know what that means when you're Super Bowl or bust? It means that you're relevant.
I completely agree.
It means that you're playing for big stakes. It means that you're in the conversation for winning the whole shebang.
And
embrace it.
Even though Shanahan at times drives me crazy, I realize big picture, he has made them so relevant. And the team that I love more than any in football brings me so much joy because they do win big playoff games with him at the helm. Although he's not perfect and he drives me crazy, right. I know we'd be a lot worse off with a lot of other people at the helm.
There it is.
You want Josh McDaniel? You want Josh McDaniel this morning? Yeah, I'm cool.
Let's go to can opener. Cal. 888-9. Oh, real quick. Can opener. 888-957-9570. Dub Nation. Go ahead and give us a call if you want to apologize for downing CP3. It's okay. We're taking applications right now. I got mine right here. My application's filled out. I apologize, CP3. I apologize. I'm so happy you remember to go to St. Warriors. Oh, my Lord. You've been everything and much, much more. 33 assists, 6 turnovers. If you want to go ahead and call in right now, just say, you know what, CP3? I apologize. Welcome to Dub Nation. because he's balling right now. He's hooping. Ken over to Cal. What's up, baby?
What's up, guys? What's up, man? Want to say what's up to the live chat. Got much love for you guys. And I just want to say, Bonte, somebody said the same thing that I said, man. I'm talking about that post-Sacramento game. I'm like, man, Bonte look good and slim. You know what I'm saying? I love what you was saying.
Hey,
and
Shasky, we got to do it.
Go ahead. Shasky, I love your Halloween outfit.
You like that?
Yeah, I love it. But anyway, man, I got a lot of good things. I got a couple of good things I want to say. Actually, I want to say something good about the coach. You know what I'm saying? Because I know how I am. Because I told you I was going to be looking at him, too, as well as everybody else. But I'm loving how Steve Kerr is getting them young legs out there, especially yesterday, man. I was so worried about New Orleans, man, and Zion. Oh, my God, they did a good job on Zion and everything else like that. But they did what I said. They put Trace Davis out there and my boy Brandon. You know what I'm saying? He did a lot of facilitating and everything like that. That one teardrop shot that I was waiting on him. Oh, my God.
Hey, Cal. Cal, I know you're loving it. I know you're loving it right now. Curtin Oakland, thanks for the call, Cal. Curtin Oakland, how much are you loving CP3 right now?
Oh, it's beautiful to see. He knows what he needs to do. He fits the system. I love the part when GP2 shoots a three-pointer and holds his pose, and then Kerr was kind of mad, and then CP3 pulls him aside and says, "Hey guys, we gotta tighten up a little bit." Trace Jackson Davis reminds me a lot of Antonio Davis. Not like his dad, but Antonio Davis was a stud in his own right.
Absolutely.
And the last thing for Joe is Barkley, when he came to the Sixers, he was 300 pounds.
Yep.
His Phoenix days, he was about 270, so he usually played at about 270.
Mm-hmm. Hey, doesn't he?
The call, guys.
Hey, Kurt, real quick, Kurt, before you hang up. Yeah. He reminds you a little Barkley, huh? Zion Williamson?
Barkley, yeah, he does, but Barkley was nastier.
He was nasty.
I mean, you got three people in his way. He's going to ram it down their throat as hard as he can. He's not going to do anything little pretty. He's going to get in their way, and he's going to yak it on them.
Yeah. That's a good point, Kurt. I mean, he was nasty. Barkley, classic Game 7 for all you kids out there. Early 90s basketball. Let me take you to school real quick. 1993 Western Conference Finals, Spinoni. You're a little seed. Lutman, I don't know where the hell you were at.
Danny Ainge, AC Green.
There you go. Dan Marley, Kevin Johnson. Game 7 against the Seattle Supersonics.
Was Cedric Sabalas on that team, or was that later?
No, he was on that team.
Yeah. That was a great team.
Richard Dumas.
Yeah, look at you.
Charles Barkley, Game 7 against John Kemp and the Seattle Sonics.
So sick.
Barkley dropped 44 and 24.
He had the ball at the top of the key at the end. So sick.
44-24.
Yeah.
44 points, 24 rebounds.
You know who's the biggest Barkley fan of all time?
Who's that?
JP Money.
Is he?
He's got like had 3 different pairs of his shoes.
That's funny. One of my best friends, the front office.
Loved him.
He loved Charles Barkley. That's his favorite player all time. Charles
Really?
Barkley. Yeah, that was.
People forget Barkley was that
I'm going to give out his government name. Igor Spivak loved Barkley.
Really?
Yeah, loved him. That was his guy. Warrior fan, diehard Warrior fan, but he loved.
Yeah, it's
Barkley.
okay. Yeah, it's okay to love him.
Yeah,
you know
it's okay.
When they did that rebrand to those purple jerseys, so sick. Because Tom Chambers was when I close my eyes and think of the Phoenix Suns, it's Tom Chambers.
We got a couple calls.
Vasu Inuwansas.
Oh my God.
510.
Oh my God.
510 Comcast Business Text Line. Bryce from Boulder, Colorado. Want to formally apologize to CP3 for all the slander over the years.
True.
And saying he was washed. I was not familiar with this game, and he fits in so perfectly with this system, and we're going to get you that first ring. Oh, we're talking championship again.
Well, you know what I would say about CP3? He's the ultimate, I hate you on another team, and I love you on my team. I think we bestow that upon Draymond for a lot of people, but I still think a lot of people who are Warrior fans are driven crazy by Draymond.
Yep.
But I look at CP3 as that, like Richard Sherman, very much similar. I can't stand you on another team. You know why? Because you are a winner, and you are great, and you are an all-time legend, and you do so many things well, and you also do all the antic stuff that I can't stand.
By the way, breaking from Chris Haynes.
What is it?
About 19 minutes ago. The Golden State Warriors have exercised a fourth-year option on guard Moses Moody.
Nice.
Fourth-year option exercised on Moses Moody.
Nice.
What about Kuminga? What's going on there?
Maybe an extension?
Man,
I don't know.
Dave in the Bay. We'll get the Marcus and Xavier.
They're all
888-957-9570. You have a chance to apologize to CP3. It's okay. We're all here for you.
Do you think that report for Chris Haynes came straight from Rich Paul? I didn't know Moody. Was Moody represented by Rich Paul?
Yeah, he is represented by Club
I didn't know
Sports.
that.
Yeah, that did come straight from Rich Paul. By the way, Rich Paul talks too much. Said he was the same shooter.
Thank you. Thank you. Now you're
dude.
coming around.
No, what do you mean? What do you mean coming around? I've never been around that block with Club Sports, man.
I can't stand, like, you might be great at what you do, but, like, God, I don't need to hear from you. The same way I don't need to hear from Drew Rosenhaus or Scott Boras. I don't need to hear from these agents. I don't care. I don't want to hear, what's your boy, Don Yee? I don't need to hear from Don Yee.
David Sampson.
David Sampson was an executive. It's different. All right? He's an executive. All right? We talked to Dunleavy and Bob Myers. I will listen to those people. I don't want to hear from the agents.
You don't want to hear from the people, from the person who robs South Florida their tax dollars?
Hey.
Dave in the Bay.
Hey, the taxpayers voted for that.
Dave in the Bay, what's happening? What's happening, Dave?
What's up, my Dave? Hey, in the Bay. This ain't Dave.
Who is it?
It doesn't matter
It's
what
Jay
your
in the
name
Bay.
is.
Jay, I saw Dave. My bad, Jay.
Hey,
My
Bill.
bad.
Bill, how you doing?
What's up, man? Hey, Shasky, I wanted to give you a shout out, man. Ever since you did that run of the Giants flag down to the Oracle Park, man, I've been watching the roast every morning, man.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
And you know, you guys would make that morning more better, man.
I appreciate that. It means a lot. Thank you.
Yeah, man. But my take though, man, is I don't know why we don't play the Lakers so much this season, and why are we just like overlooking them? I think that unfortunately, I think that they might have our number, if I say that. Oh, and by the way, it's time to sell every player on the Niners. Sell.
Sell?
That's about the dumbest thing I've heard all morning. I'm having a meltdown.
What's going to be the number one costume tonight? Can I ask everyone?
Hold on. Can I just hold on? The caption for Jay in the Bay, not Dave, was that why the Lakers will not be better than the Warriors. And then he comes on here and lies and says that we're not beating the Lakers, and then all of a sudden he's talking about the Niners need to sell everything. What an idiot.
Yeah,
that's why he's Dave in the Bay today.
I mean, he's just an idiot.
Are we going to see more Travis Kelce and what's her face? Come on.
Taylor
Swift costumes tonight, or is it going to be Barbie? Is Barbie going to be the number one?
I actually think it's going to be Mario by a wide margin.
Mario.
I saw Bonta. You're dressed as Mario, weren't you?
Mario Luigi.
There you go.
Right.
Mario's very popular.
What about Oppenheimer? You think he'll be big this year?
No.
Who's Oppenheimer?
Well, you can just look in the financial district. There's half the people that work there look like Oppenheimer.
People still work in the financial district?
Yeah, we do.
By the way, the Commander's taking calls on Chase Young.
Chase Young, huh? Jadeveon Clowney 2.0.
Xavier in Burlingame. Xavier, what's happening?
Hey guys, I just moved to the area. Just want to say it's been really great having you guys be a part of my morning. You guys are amazing. But I called to apologize to Chris Paul. My dislike for him really started when he was in New Orleans, and I thought of him going to the Lakers. And at that time, I was like, if Chris Paul goes to the Lakers, I'm going to be done watching basketball for a while. And that didn't happen, and I was so happy. But really what I didn't like about Chris Paul's game is he had this kind of pest to him, similar to Draymond, which I'm kind of still waiting to see, that come out in our favor when it comes to the playoff times or these last, end of the game minutes. When he gets really more of a pest, starts arguing with the refs and things like that, it kind of gives me the Draymond vibes.
What do you think about that?
I think that's he's going to be fine. I think he's totally fine. CP3 doesn't get thrown out of games.
Nah.
Like historically, the legends like him, they don't get they don't get chucked out of games. It just doesn't happen. I mean, how many times in his career? How many times do you think he's been ejected, not fouling out, ejected from a game? I bet it's less than 3.
Yeah, if somebody looked that up. I don't think he knows how to toe that line. He knows he'll get a tech here and there. He'll make some things happen. Like Draymond got a tech yesterday for celebrating too hard on the sideline late in the game. 888-957-9570. How about Stephen Curry?
He did bump a referee in 2022 and got ejected.
Who, Chris Paul?
Yeah, he purposely bumped the ref February 16th, 2022 and got ejected.
The show's almost over. And we've had a lot of fun today, a lot of fun calls, except for Jay in the base, like selling everybody on the Niners. Like, what are you talking about? What are you talking? Find a new weed man. It's another show where I just think we don't talk enough about Stephen Curry.
Well, because
I swear to God, I swear to God, I was even driving home last night. And I think about this entire run for the Golden State Warriors. And I'm saying, do we undersell Steph Curry?
Well, what is there to talk about other than, wow, he's amazing?
I mean, just he's doing it at this age.
It's incredible.
In the back of the base, like we talk about Jerry Rice's year 30 through 39, 40.
It was 2 Hall of Fame careers in a decade.
Right, in a decade, 100%. Right?
Barry
Steph
Bonds
Curry,
from 30 to 40.
Right. Barry Bonds, Hall of Fame from 20 to 30, 30 to 40 Hall of Famer.
Like 4 different Hall of Fames.
Stephen Curry, since he turned 30, is averaging over 29 points a game.
Well, this is who it reminds me of. Forget Jerry Rice, because Jerry was prolific in his 20s as well. It actually reminds me more of Tom Brady. Where I saw, like, Tom Brady at the end, I don't know if Jerry was his best version at 36. Right. I don't know. Bonds might have been, but that's also performance enhancing. There's not a doubt in my mind. 40-year-old Tom Brady was better than 29-year-old Tom Brady.
Oh my gosh.
And there's not a doubt in my mind right now. Steph Curry at this age is better than he was at 29.
You think he's better than a unanimous MVP season?
This version of Steph Curry, the team might not be better. This version is he can finish around the rim. He's physically conditioned through the roof. He's the best conditioned athlete ever.
And we could do this tomorrow.
He has surpassed Jerry Rice in that mold.
We can start this right now. We can start this right now. 888-957-9570, and we can do this tomorrow. Steph Curry right now playing the best basketball of his career. Is he a better version right now than the player he was when he won unanimous MVP? I'm here to hear.
Let's go back to the finals just a year and a half ago. That was the best version of Steph.
He's unbelievable.
I mean, come on.
He's unbelievable right now.
If he wasn't playing at A++ level, they don't get through the Celtics. They just don't.
They don't. They don't.
To this day, I'll go down to my dad. One of the greatest road wins in the history of Bay Area sports.
It was amazing.
Was the Game 4 in Boston, in the Garden. Him dropping 40 plus. I mean, there have been some great wins. OKC, go to the Niners, had some huge road wins
Game
against
7
Chicago.
against OKC.
Yeah, I mean, that performance by Steph Curry, given everything that was going on for his legacy and everything, all-timer.
So right now, Steph Curry
bigger than a Game 5 in Houston for the Giants.
Right now, he's playing 32 minutes a game, shooting 56% from the floor, 47% from 3. Now these are going to go down because we're only 4 games in. But he's dropping 33.5 points per game, 5 rebounds, 4 assists, and he meshes with Chris Paul. It works. One of the biggest questions going into the season is Chris Paul, CP3 going to work? Is CP3 going to like his role? Yes, 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 and yes.
I want you to be serious. There's not a doubt in your mind, is there, that if he wanted to, for individual accolades, to average a triple-double, it's without question he could do it every night.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely.
If he wanted to.
If he wanted to.
Like in the way that Willie Mays said, hey, if I knew 40-40 was a thing, I'd have stole 40 bases every year. But because I didn't, had I stole a base, then Willie Mack would have got walked, and it was about teams and wins and all that. If Steph Curry said, I don't care about he would never do this, but I don't care about the overall record of the team. If he wanted to have a triple-double every night, we all agree he could do that, right?
I don't think we talk enough about his greatness. We have a top 5 player in NBA history right here in our backyard. Playing, is he still in his prime? Well, prime's not over. He's 35 years old, folks.
That's incredible.
And he's cooking these dudes.
Duarte was... Duarte. I mean,
Duarte.
All you people that wanted Duarte a couple years ago.
Yeah.
My guy, did you hear that thud? He just fell down from exhaustion after chasing Steph Curry 4 nights ago.
How about poor Jordan Hawkins yesterday from UConn? Rookie. Hey, go guard Steph.
Yeah, good luck with that.
I mean, Dylan Brooks.
Was I the only one? I thought you drafted Davion to defend
Steph Curry.
And you're not going to play him? Was I the only one? What?
Well, that's Mike Brown.
Do I just not know the Kings?
That's Mike Brown for you.
But it didn't make sense to me.
And in a minute, and then way Steve Kerr's, the minute allocation here with Chris Paul, Steph Curry, Draymond, Moody. They're not playing heavy minutes right now.
No.
They're winning games. They're back to Warriors basketball. They're back. 310 passes last night. 28 assists. All right, so that's 59 plus 28. They've got 87 assists as a team in the last 3 nights. You got all these players in double figures. And you got Curry dropping 42 with 7 made threes. Oh, it feels good to be a Dub fan.
One last King thought, and I know we're going to talk
we're going to talk Kings tomorrow. D-Lo's coming up.
Their team, in terms of who I fear and who I believe to be their best players, this is the order. De'Aaron Fox, Keegan Murray,
Malik
Grand
Monk.
Canyon.
No, I would go De'Aaron Fox, Keegan Murray, Malik Monk.
Okay.
And in Grand Canyon.
Okay, but Malik Monk's very streaky.
Yeah, he is.
He's
but
very
he's a
streaky.
baller.
I think Keegan Murray is clearly their second best player.
Sabonis, they should not have given him a deal. They just don't get it. KC and D'Lo don't see the vision. Sabonis is going to hold you back.
Wait a minute. KC doesn't watch hoop? Is that what it is?
I don't think.
Or does he watch too much hoop?
I don't think he watches enough hoop.
That joke got
He doesn't
old
watch
quick.
Fast Five.
My final thought is 49er fans, it's going to be all right. You're 5-3. If I told you you're going to be 5-3 before the season going into the bye week, you would have said, you know what? It's probably not going to be 1 seed, but 5-3, fine. We'll take it. Going to be fine. Debo's coming back. Trent's going to come back. Banks will come back at some point. The Niners will bounce back. They'll bounce back. It's my final thought.
Although Halloween's not the best of the holidays, it is a fun one, and I hope everybody is safe, has fun, leans into it. It's okay to dress up and laugh a little, all right? All you tough guys out there that want to be super machismo, it's okay to dress up and goof off and have a little fun. I watched my buddy Sully the other day. Him and his wife, they were Tommy Lee and Pam Anderson. Now, that's creative. He had the MTV microphone thing. He had the trench coat, the whole
Pam
thing.
Lee from Barbed Wire?
It was a great costume. I love anyone who can make fun of themselves and lean into dressing up. Have fun tonight. Be safe. I hope your kids have a great time.
Is anybody anti-Halloween and dressing up? No, not really, right?
Where's your
It's
outfit?
fun. I'm at home. I was Mario on Saturday. I was Men in Black yesterday. I've already worn 2 outfits. I'm not dressing up at 5 in the morning.
I guess my final thought is Pat McAfee turning a tank top and sweats into acceptable work attire. Like, you know what? Props to you, dude, for making that work. This is very comfortable.
All right, Sam, it's not acceptable work attire.
I mean,
just letting you know.
It's acceptable, yeah. Work.
In the studio, it's fine. He's allowed to be in here in the studio. It's fine.
I mean, those guns they're scaring people.
They are.
I just hope he wore deodorant.
Yeah, he did.
Spinelli.
I was the first thing I thought of. Thank you for saying that. And he smells good, so thank you, Sam.
That's how I deviated from my Pat McAfee costume. I wore deodorant.
Fire Josh McDaniels. Cut Jimmy Garoppolo. Trade Devontae Adams. Trade Josh Jacobs. Trade Max Crosby. Tank for Caleb Williams. Those are my final thoughts.
That'll fix it.
And that was Fast Five, brought to you by Xfinity, the next generation 10G network only from Xfinity. The future starts now with Matthew Steinmetz and Evan Giddings and for Derek the Guru Johnson. Have a good day, everybody. Good to be back.
This is the lunch rush at your local deli. Orders are flying in.
All righty, good morning, everybody. Matt Steinmetz along with Evan Giddings today. Guru's got a little doctor appointment. He'll be back tomorrow. Let me tell you who, I couldn't think of anything clever using a doctor with the Warriors. Dang it. Oh, let me tell you who doesn't need a doctor right now. Well, the Golden State Warriors, Evan.
Chris Paul.
Hey.
Doesn't need a doctor. Stephen Curry. Doesn't need a doctor.
No.
I mean, Steiny, this is like, we're watching the game, and really, this was, I guess, the first test if you're talking about doctors of the season because they get their first back-to-back, and Steph has to play 31 minutes against Houston, 30 minutes against New Orleans. They put away both, and all of a sudden, maybe we got some Road Warriors action.
Hey, they're 3-0 now. 3-0 on the road.
You know they didn't win 3 in a row on the road all of last season?
That I didn't know. I knew they December something or others when they got their third win last year on the road.
I think their best was 4 of 5.
Okay. What they win 11 last year? 11 and 30?
11 and 30.
And what are they, 3-0 now?
Yes, sir.
Can't even believe them. What's the bet with Goo I have?
You love to see it. He's got 24 road wins.
But you know what?
Still a lot.
It is still a lot. It's still a ton. Hey, I got to tell you something about this Warrior team. Chris Paul. Chris Paul is good. He is good, man. And like, if you think about what he's done in his first 4 games and how he is diametrically opposed to Jordan Poole. They are basically the opposite type of player. And if you think that Chris Paul, Evan, in 4 games with 33, he's got 33 assists and 6 turnovers. 33 assists and 6 turnovers in 4 games. That's over a 5-to-1 ratio. Not only that, here's the best part. He hasn't even really started making shots. He hasn't made any shots. He's 1 for 16 from the 3-point range. Everybody's talking about this second unit. Why is it doing well? Because of Chris Paul. I mean, he has added a dimension to this team that now makes you kind of sit up. You're going to have to watch this team for the next couple months. And if they stay healthy, we'll be able to really assess them. But, boy, great start. Great start for the Warriors, Evan.
Well, and it's kind of funny because one of the maybe biggest concerns of Jordan Poole leaving is how you fill the void of a 20-point-per-game scorer. And if I told you that Chris Paul is going to shoot it from 3 like Kelly Oubre in his first few Warriors games, you'd say, well, that's not going to work. And yet you look up and down, and I could care less that Chris Paul hasn't made a 3-point shot because he appears to be, well, one, he's like automatic for mid-range, but then he raises the floor of this team in so many different areas that, and look, I still do not know if Chris Paul is going to raise the ceiling of this Warriors team, and we're going to find out throughout the year whether or not he creates a championship type of contender with this group. But for right now, like against a team like Houston or New Orleans, who's missing Brandon Ingram last night, and we're looking around the league and guys are missing games. Guys are, basketball teams don't play as smart as the Warriors do now. Like the Warriors were like the New Orleans Pelicans last year from a standpoint of how smart they played the game, of how they couldn't seem to take care of the basketball, how in inopportune moments they would let other teams go on runs. And Chris Paul just puts a pin in all of that. And that's why I think, to your point over the summer, Steiny, he was a perfect fit for this Warriors team because what's the one thing they needed was kind of a general, not necessarily, a guy who could lead the way that Curry and Draymond does, but a guy that just calms things down and a guy that it is becoming very apparent that Steve Kerr trusts with the ball in his hands and no matter what situation.
No doubt. Who's the best backup point guard the Warriors have ever had in the Steph Curry era? Because I think I know who I would say.
Shaun Livingston?
Yeah, that's who I would say.
I was going to lean Jarrett Jack.
Okay, that's true. Early in his career, he was great. That's true. I forgot about Jarrett Jack. He's a fair one. He and Livingston. But the thing, God, I just love passers. If you can pass, you can play on any team, and you can fit in seamlessly, and that's what this guy's done. Like the one thing we've talked about the whole Steph Curry era is who can back him up. And the fact that Chris Paul can come in and play 16 minutes, let's say, because Steph's averaging about 31 or 32. So for 16 minutes a night, essentially, Chris Paul is going to be the point guard and Steph Curry's going to be on the bench. Well, guess what? Chris Paul's going to be playing with a lot of second unit guys who are all... Look, the Warriors last night beat the New Orleans Pelicans, and Podziemski, Dale Davis's kid, and even Saric, they all played 20-plus minutes. So you went into an opposing building, which you never did last year. You played a lot of young guys. I know Saric is 29, but I just meant him as more of a role player. And, Podziemski helps a little bit. I got to get this right. Trace Jackson Davis gets it right.
TJD.
Almost has a double-double.
Baby
so,
T.
I mean, Chris Paul for the second unit is as good as everyone hoped it would be, and it looks like he's okay with it. As long as he's in at the end of the game, I don't think he's going to have a problem with it.
Oh, and that's why through the first 4 games, if you're looking for the biggest storylines, like Stephen Curry is always going to be one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Because he has just willed them offensively. I think he's got 3 straight 20-point second halves, including the one last night. But Chris Paul's got to be 1A, if not equal, because of his impact on what he was brought here to do. Like Mike Dunleavy Jr. repeatedly told us, not just throughout the summer, but every time he talks to you guys, like winning. That's all that Chris Paul does is win. Right. That's what he was brought here to do, is to affect winning. And so far through the first 3 road games, and even the first game against Phoenix, in which he admittedly didn't shoot it well, like you see the difference and the comfortability of players around him that I think if we're talking about impact, not just him passing on the floor, but you're exactly right. When you look in the box score and you see the amount of minutes played from starters as well as bench players, I think that has a direct correlation to Chris Paul's presence. And for someone like Stephen Curry, like if Steph Curry can play 30 minutes a night and you're in basketball games, or you can put away teams like they did last night, beating the Pelicans by nearly 30, that is going to offset potentially some of the concerns that we had coming into this year about how old he is, about how many games he's going to play. And so Chris Paul has me thinking that a guy like Steph or Clay or Draymond, the big 3, the older guys on this team, I'm thinking about their total minutes played more than games played, and he's going to string them out so much more that it's really hard to not feel completely different already about this team than the one you did last year.
No, I agree. I think there's definitely a cause for optimism. I think one of the things that obviously is going to be a theme all year is, can we stay healthy? And if they can or can stay relatively healthy, then I think they got a shot. Now, it's a long way between now and April, May, and June, but I also look at this team, and I don't think it's any coincidence. You look at Houston and the Pelicans, and with all due respect, those teams are pretty young, and dare I say they're not the smartest teams in the league. And that's where I think the Warriors are going to make some hay. This team is so much smarter than other teams. And to me, I was watching that game start to finish last night, and I'm just thinking, the Warriors just are, they're not only in control of this game, they're making up for maybe their lack of height and lack of athleticism by just knowing how to play. They know how to play. The Pelicans don't know how to play. Not yet. They're growing into it. So I just, I look at this team, and when you have Steph Curry and Chris Paul and Draymond Green and maybe Looney on the floor, Saric, they're smart. I mean, this is a really smart team. And if Saric, I don't think Saric is going to be a big-time scorer for this team, and I don't think he's going to make a lot of shots, but he's one of these guys who he doesn't hurt you. He just doesn't hurt you because he knows where to be. And they got a lot of guys like that, especially if Jackson Davis can play 12 minutes a night. That's stuff that matters. That's important.
Well, and the theme of the Western Conference, outside of maybe Denver, the Lakers, the Warriors, maybe Phoenix, They're all young and dumb. Like that's the Western Conference this year. And I think the Warriors have found a nice little niche of they don't strike me as a team compared to last season that's going to beat themselves. And that was a major concern last year, not just because of Jordan Poole. And I know that everyone's going to inevitably point to the odd man out in this equation. But I think it's more about Chris Paul's presence than anything else, that he raises the floor. Also, the rest of the bench, to me, too, is a very different second unit than the one we saw last year, even though there's a couple of main pieces that were on the team as far as Kuminga and Moody. I know Kuminga didn't play last night, but they're now in their third year. They're better players. They have clearly developed into rotation players that Steve Kerr can trust. Specifically Moses Moody, who on a night where Klay Thompson is out, you can plug and play him 21 minutes, and he's not going to hurt you. They have players that if Stephen Curry can will this team offensively, which it appears to be at age 35 that he can continue to do, that if you don't have a gunner in Klay Thompson that's going to try and shoot himself into a new contract, the last 2 games I think he's been pretty consistent from 3-point range, which is not characteristic for him at the beginning of years. Like, the Warriors are in a situation now where they feel like already they've earned our trust. Whereas last year at this point in the season, they lost our trust pretty quickly because of how they weren't able to close games on the road. Like, they were losing to Dennis Smith Jr., they were losing to the Orlando Magic and Markelle Fultz. They were losing to teams that had no business being in basketball games with them. And the game last night, to me, was a game that a good team puts away.
Right.
Even with Zion Williamson and other talented players, CJ McCollum and the likes, like the Warriors put the New Orleans Pelicans in their place, and that is something I did not see a whole lot of last season.
And here's the other thing that I think I've started to notice, and it's what we talked about before Chris Paul had played a game, and that is, well, he's got to adjust to the Warriors, not the Warriors adjust to Chris Paul. And we use the word placate Chris Paul, and it's about the Warriors. Well, I think in the first 4 games, they have been a great example of Chris Paul respecting this organization and the players in this organization respecting Chris Paul. Is there anybody out there that thinks there's going to be an issue between Chris Paul and Draymond Green? See, I don't. Maybe at some point they have words during the course of a season when they're in a competitive environment. But when Chris Paul's out there with Draymond Green and Steph Curry, I mean, you want to talk about trust in those kind of teammates? This is going to be an interesting year. It really is, because I know they're old. I know they're old, but this will be a great, and that's why I want them to stay healthy, Evan, or relatively healthy at least. And you brought this up. If Steph Curry plays 65 games, he's going to be in the MVP conversation. And I thought about it, and I'm like, yeah, you're right. It's going to be hard not to, because if he plays 65 games, they're probably going to win at least 46, 47, you would think, at least.
Sorry, I pulled a goo there. I think that, like, Steph at this point in his career, I don't know if I can affirmatively say that he's playing the best basketball of his career. And I think he even mentioned it last night with Anthony Slater asked him about his hottest starts, and like immediately 2016. That was the year.
Right.
But if you're even in the same stratosphere as perhaps the greatest offensive season that the NBA has ever witnessed as far as shooting is concerned, then you're going to win a lot of basketball games.
Right.
So if Steph Curry can stay healthy, and it's not just about how he can conserve energy throughout a basketball game, how can he conserve energy throughout a season? I do think that's also another ancillary effect of Chris Paul.
Yep.
And like, if we're talking about guys that you need to stay healthy, Steph Curry's at the top of the list. There's no doubt about it. But it's becoming increasingly clear very quickly that the other guy you must absolutely keep healthy throughout this season is Chris Paul. Because he is going to have an incredible effect on the regular season. And he's already, I mean, like, this is the thing, and one of the biggest concerns from Guru is, can he stay healthy in the playoffs? Because it's not as if we've seen Chris Paul, choke or play poorly come postseason time. It's just, can he stay on the floor? That's been the biggest question about his career and probably the biggest question about him this season.
Yeah, and look, nobody's getting ahead of themselves. They're 4 games into an 82-game season, but I think the question of health is going to be one that's going to last all season. That's the nature of having a team with this much experience. By the same token, if there were other questions about Chris Paul's fit and what his role's going to be and if this team's deep enough, I think Chris Paul makes them deeper. And I don't mean just him. I think Chris Paul, you look at a guy like Jackson Davis. Without Chris Paul, he might not be able to play in a game because that's how good Chris Paul is. Now, I don't want to say not be able to play in a game, but what I'm getting at is when you have Chris Paul on the floor, you can integrate some young players, and it won't kill you if you don't have another young player playing alongside him, and they don't. And that's what Chris Paul, to me, represents. 888-957-9570 is the number. We're talking Golden State Warriors. And are you looking at Chris Paul differently right now? Are you beginning to see how Chris Paul can make this team better, how he can elevate this team? How excited are you about this start for the Warriors? I mean, I would be ecstatic. They're 3-0 right now on the road, and they were 11-30 last year. So that's the first. That's the first, to me, practical improvement. And you know what? Why were they terrible on the road last year? Well, I'm sure a lot of it had to do with they didn't have a lot of chemistry, but it also had a lot to do with they turned the ball over too much. They weren't smart down the stretch of games, and that's where Chris Paul comes in. I get it. Jordan Poole's going to score a lot of points. I like Jordan Poole. I think he's a really good player. But if you bring a passer into your environment, you can make up for scoring. And I think that's what we're seeing right now. 888-957-9570 is the number. We'll also talk about some 49ers today. James Harden got traded. Who cares? Who cares? Anybody think that
they got a big 3 in Los Angeles, Steiny?
Okay. Let me ask you this. If you're a Warrior fan right now, in case you don't know, James Harden got traded to the LA Clippers.
And
now
PJ Tucker.
He's older than Chris Paul.
He might be.
He's close. There's no Warrior fan out there that just said, uh-oh, look at those clips. The Pike.
They might have got worse.
They might have. Let's go to Jimmy. Jimmy's in Dublin. Wants to get us started with Chris Paul. What's up, Jimmy? How you doing, man?
I'm good. How you guys doing?
Doing well.
Good.
I just wanted to say a couple of things, man. The first thing is, no, I'm not surprised at all on, what Chris Paul's doing. I mean, if you just go back over the years, I mean, back when he was on the Clippers, I mean, people like Blake Griffin, when he couldn't create his own shot and get his shot off, and if you notice, Blake Griffin got better as the years progressed as far as being able to work on a jump shot and stuff like that. DeAndre Jordan couldn't score outside of the block, and all of those points that DeAndre Jordan would score, whether he get 10 or 15 here and there, it will be off of Chris Paul. So, I mean, I saw this from the jump, but the thing I don't like is how everybody is now all of a sudden, oh, man, I love Chris Paul. I want to apologize. There's right. But, on the earlier segment and callers, I just don't understand how, if you have any type of basketball, whatever you want to call it, IQ, anything like that, I mean, this shouldn't be too far-fetched. And then I got one more thing. What was I going to say? The second thing I was going to say was, when you said, do I think Draymond and Chris Paul will bump heads? Yeah. If it does happen, it's going to be on the strip of Draymond, man, because, I've never seen Chris Paul really get into it with any of his teammates like that. And if he does, it's going to definitely be initiated. I don't see him initiating. You guys have a good rest of your day. I'm going to take the call off the air.
Yeah, Jimmy. No, good call, Jimmy. I got you. And I didn't mean to say that, Chris Paul and Draymond are going to get into it. But what I'm saying is there's a mutual respect there that even if they do, and I don't mean get into it like a fist fight. I mean get into it like an animated discussion about strategy. Like, I am not worried about Chris Paul accepting Draymond Green and Draymond Green. Like, Chris Paul is one of the most respected players in the NBA by NBA players. The fact that some fans don't respect him is irrelevant. There's no chance that anybody in that locker room, in the Golden State locker room, doesn't respect Chris Paul already from what he's done. Because apparently he's been doing stuff behind the scenes that nobody sees. And now we at least have 4 games in, and we can see how he's changed this team just a little bit.
Well, and that's why, as much as fans like to say he's not a winner, or a choke artist, whatever you want to call him, whatever you want to label him, the only thing that separates him, it appears, between NBA players is the ring. Like, that's the only thing that separates how he approaches the game, how good of a player he is, and where he is going to eventually be, which is in the Hall of Fame.
Right.
And just taking Draymond Green, for example, I do think that is a huge difference between Jordan Poole and Chris Paul. Like,
no doubt.
If Jordan Poole says something to Draymond Green, even pre-punch, even during the year where he's playing incredible basketball, if Jordan Poole comes to the table and says, hey, Dre, I want to do this, Draymond Green might have a second thought. If Chris Paul comes to the table with anything, any suggestion about strategy, about a certain player, about tonight, about the season, Draymond Green must listen to him, and he must at least take into account the 18 seasons of first team, first ballot Hall of Fame play that Chris Paul has. Like, that is a conversation that has to have. So I think that's one, and something that, like, just they haven't had on this team. The other thing that got me thinking last night about Chris Paul and watching the Pelicans, Chris Paul on the bench automatically, yes, makes the Warriors a deeper team. But have you seen the benches around the NBA?
I've been starting to notice them.
They freaking
or not
stink.
Notice them.
They're terrible. Like, you look at the Pelicans last, I know they're missing Brandon Ingram, but the Warriors are missing Klay Thompson and Jonathan Kuminga. Larry Nance Jr., Matt Ryan, not from Boston College, Cody Zeller, Daniels, like that's
Mel Daniels.
But Steiny, even the teams at the top, like you're looking at the Denver Nuggets, they lost Bruce Brown from last season. They lost Jeff Green from last season. They're trotting out Zeke Naji, P.J. Watson, Reggie Jackson, Chris Brown. Like, this is a Warriors bench that is just as good as any team in the West. Now, I don't know if they are as a team collectively better than any other group, but I'm not worried about their second unit at all with Chris Paul at the helm.
Well, how about this, too? And we'll talk more about this on the other side, and we haven't seen it yet. Doesn't Chris Paul give you a better chance to win if Steph Curry doesn't play the day he starts? Okay.
I don't know.
No, I do know, Goo. I do know, Goo. I'm not saying he gives him a better chance than Steph Curry, but I'll tell you what, Steph Curry is resting a game or is a little nicked up for a week or two, and you got Chris Paul there. I'll take my chances. All right. Here's what's going on. In 2 hours, at 12:30, we're going to give you a shot to play Knockout on the Chase Center floor. That's at 12:30 today. And we'll tell you how to do that as the course of the show takes shape. 888-957-9570 is the number. Chris Paul is off to a great start. The Warriors are off to a good start. I want to know how you're feeling about the Golden State Warriors and how you felt about them at the start of this season. And did 4 games maybe change your opinion just a little? Just a little? Are you ready to say, hey, Steiny, you know basketball. You said Chris Paul would be a fit. A little premature, but it's not going to stop me from chirping on 95.7 The Game.
Consumer Cellular offers unlimited talk and text on every plan starting at $20 per month.
Chris Paul penetrates out. Podziemski puts it on the deck, drives in, out to Paul. Paul fakes and fires. 3-ball. Got it, rattled it home.
This is Kevon Looney. Welcome back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game. Take it away, Steiny.
Oh, sorry, Kevon.
Easy.
That's Tim Roy on the call on 95.7 The Game. That was Chris Paul's first 3 of the year. He's 1 for 16. Stinks. Wait till he makes some shots.
Kobe!
Well, he has been feels like automatic for mid-range, but the moment he steps outside the 3, it's like just a prayer.
All right, I'm going to say something maybe sacrilegious. You're down 1, and you're the Warriors. Steph 3 to win it by 2, or Chris Paul from the elbow.
I think the question is who initiates the play.
I mean, it's Chris Paul. Chris Paul taking the shot.
Chris Paul pick and roll. Chris Paul pick and roll.
Don't try to stir everybody up. Speaking of which, I'll say this about Steph Curry. If you want to jump into the conversation, 888-957-9570. Yeah, feel free to call in and apologize if you didn't think Chris Paul was going to fit in. And yeah, I got to respond to this from the 408. You guys sound like the Suns fans during the honeymoon stage with Chris Paul. Chris Paul's a great mid-range shooter. Will get his assists, but he'll break down. Okay. Maybe. It doesn't change the fit when he's playing. Chris Paul, to me, is not alone in terms of this injury age thing. I got 4 guys I got to look at. Clay, Draymond, Steph, and Chris Paul. So I'm not saying Chris Paul's any more likely to get hurt than any of those other guys. They all got to figure out a way to cram 60-plus games into this season. And if they do that, we might have a ball game.
Also, I mean, like, Chris Paul hasn't always been playing that 60-game mark, but if the honeymoon phase, I'll just read you the last 3 positions that his team has finished in.
Okay.
2nd in the West, 1st in the West, 4th in the West. I think the Warriors would take any of those spots heading into this postseason because it means that they're playing at home in the first round. Like, that is what he does. And Chris Paul hasn't necessarily played. I mean, he doesn't play 70 games a year. He's not at that point in his career anymore.
Right.
But I think also because of how much pressure, like he and Steph can take pressure off themselves. I know a big theme from the game last night was Gary Payton II saying that basically Steph Curry's job is cut in half by Chris Paul. Well, Chris Paul also now doesn't need to score. He doesn't have to shoot 40% from 3 anymore. He doesn't have to play pick and roll 40 times a game. If he needs to, he can hand the ball off to Steph. He can give it to Clay. Like, I think everyone's job is made easier by his presence, but it's a two-way street.
Now, we don't have Guru here today. So
he'll be in tomorrow.
Because he's not here, I'll borrow one of his phrases. No shade. Okay, this is no shade. But think about this for a minute. Steph Curry, all right, was here before anybody else. Was here before Joe Lacob. But was here before Draymond, was here before Klay Thompson. Think about Steph Curry's entire career. Okay, and then we got the big 3. And you know what? The hell with it. Put Durant in there, too. Put Durant in there. Steph, Klay, Draymond, Durant. Do you realize how much better Steph Curry is aging than those other 3 guys? It is obvious that all 3 of those guys, other than Curry, are declining. It's obvious. It's not obvious that Curry's declining, even though he's the oldest one of them all. Pretty amazing. Really is amazing. And, you know, it's like, listen, Draymond Green and Klay Thompson have been durable over the course of their career for the most part. I know Klay was very durable up until his two injuries. But even as healthy as those guys have been long term, I mean, Steph is just aging in a way that is just incredible. Just absolutely incredible.
I thought it was kind of unfair when Joe Lacob, I think it was on the TK podcast, asked Stephen Curry to be the Warriors' Tom Brady, to be the guy. And he kind of said it was a little facetious, but like he said in a sense that, you know, basically we need you to continue to play at this level for as long as you can, because that is how long the window for championship contention is going to be open in all likelihood.
Right.
Well, so far, there's no reason to believe that he can't stay at that level. And the only category statistically that Stephen Curry's age shows will be total games played. That's the only place.
Free throw shooting. He missed a couple again, didn't he?
On the postseason?
No, he missed 2 last night.
I think he's still shooting 89%.
We got to get that over 90, Steph.
But the fact that he's at 55, 48, 89, 4 games in, and I do think, even though the Warriors didn't have a particularly deep postseason run, they didn't make it as far as they wanted to last season, I do think there is a little something to having a longer off season, to not have a championship hangover, which we clearly saw at the beginning of last year. And I think losing in the fashion that they did at the hands of the Lakers, it certainly locked Steph Curry in. And I know that we kind of, maybe we're pulling at something when we heard Steph say, I need everybody on board this year. And, he's talking to this guy and that guy, and he's working out with Chris Paul, and he's trying to do his best to make sure that whatever happens off the basketball court doesn't bleed into the court when they play. But, I mean, if this is the kind of locked-in Stephen Curry that we're going to get, and I understand 34 points a game is not realistic throughout all 82, but if he's, again, even in the same stratosphere of his 2015-16 season, this is going to be a Warriors team that will win a lot of basketball games, and they might do it in the fashion they did last night, which was game was over with 10 minutes left.
Well, and that's the thing that's crazy. What's the year where, so Anthony Slater, the Athletic, said, is this the best start you got? And he said, no.
Yeah.
What year did he cite?
2015-16.
Okay, that's almost 8 years ago.
When he was the unanimous MVP.
Right. What I'm getting at is that's 8 years ago. And we're still saying, no, he got off to a better start. When did he get off to a better start? In his prime. I mean, I don't mean it like that. I mean, you got to go back 8 years. Let's go to Vince. Vince is in San Francisco. Wants to jump in here. Hey, Vince, what's going on, man?
Hey, what's up, fellas? I was just trying to call in because, at the beginning of the season, or really in the offseason when the trade happened, I knew what kind of player Chris Paul was. Dude's an absolute Hall of Famer. There's no questioning that. But I just hated him because he was so good on so many other teams, and he was a damn troll, shimmying in Steph's face after hitting a three on him and stuff, just the antics. But now that he's on our team, it's kind of like with Draymond, right? If Draymond played for another team, every Warrior fan would hate Draymond. So I feel like it's very similar with Chris Paul, but Chris Paul definitely elevates our team. I wasn't expecting this much of a jump, but, he's making all the young guys play better. I feel like he brings a level of maturity out of everybody on the team. And I just think his IQ and the ability to coach in-game with a second unit while Steve Kerr is focusing on the players who's actually on the floor is a great help to the team. And I just think, if he can stay healthy with anybody else, right, anybody in the league, if health is always a question. If he can stay healthy, I don't see why we can't win or make a really, really deep playoff run this year.
Fair enough. Thanks for the call, Vince. Appreciate it. This is Steve Kerr on, hey, Steph Curry. He's old, but how's his start going?
He's white hot right now. It's amazing watching him. I mean, he looks better than ever at 35, but he puts the work in every summer and keeps looking for ways to get better. He's constantly searching for edges in his training, and there's a reason he's Steph Curry, but just stunning to watch.
Yeah, he is. He can make shots from really far away from the basket. He really can.
Real quick, guys, as we're monitoring NFL trade deadline at 1 o'clock today, San Francisco 49ers may or may not be interested in some people, but one trade happening with your guy pertaining to Kirk Cousins, obviously out for the year, unfortunately. Minnesota Vikings making a trade for a quarterback, Josh Dobbs of the Arizona Cardinals. So he is heading to Minnesota.
Well, he's not Kirk Cousins. I mean,
but who is, though, really?
That's interesting. So that's the Vikings saying we're not going to give up.
Basically. Or maybe he's a bridge to when Kirk Cousins could return.
I think a bridge too far with Josh Dobbs.
Nice.
Well, I was thinking maybe they're just going to transition to Dobbs and let Cousins hit the free agent market. Mm-hmm. Might be
probably.
There could be some teams out there that need a quarterback.
Possibly.
Yes, Sam? I thought Sam was.
No, I'm just wondering, like, what team could he possibly go to?
I think many teams would want Kirk Cousins.
Well,
especially a team that, let's say, hypothetically couldn't get over the hump.
If I was Kyle, I wouldn't have said that.
See, the thing is, especially when I think the biggest concern about Kirk Cousins is how much money he makes. But coming off an Achilles tear in a contract year, that price might be suppressed for a team in the South Bay looking for a QB.
Well, I know
that might not be convinced about their own real deal.
Yeah, I mean, I know he's not from the Bay, but maybe a little hometown discount for old friend Kyle Shanahan.
Old friend discount? Is he even going to be ready to play next year?
Oh, yes.
He'll be fine.
Come on. His offseason compares well to like a Curry offseason.
Well, Aaron Rodgers is already doing 3-step drops like 2 months after he tore his Achilles. Kirk Cousins, he'll be fine.
Well, as long as they use the same crystals, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Kirk Cousins strikes me as an individual that's willing to
He's going to pay stop. Kirk Cousins is going
Oh, my God.
He's going to pay the price during rehab. That's who he is.
He's a hard worker.
Unbelievably hard.
Man of faith.
Worker. I saw Spinoni start to laugh there. 888-957-9570.
No, in all seriously, there is a lot of 49ers stuff to get to. I'm sure we will later in the show.
Definitely. Chris Paul. He's been spectacular. No, he hasn't been spectacular, Steiny. He's been Chris Paul. But what about the rookies?
The rookies were fantastic. You know, we've seen this throughout camp. Both guys can really play. We've been itching to get Brandon out there. Trace, we got in the other night in Sacramento, and he gave us a really good run. But you know, they got 18 rebounds between them. I mean, they're constantly around the ball, anticipating plays, keeping the game simple, moving it on. It's really exciting seeing those two young guys play.
It is. And I dare say that maybe one of the reasons that through 4 games, the rookies and the young players have looked pretty good is because of Chris Paul. He's not the only reason, obviously. Got to give Mike Dunleavy credit for finding a couple guys, but I'm telling you, Chris Paul makes it easy. And through 4 games, he's really, really helped the Warriors. Now, they play Sacramento tomorrow, and then they go on the road again for 4 games. They finish up with the Nuggets. They have, don't tell me, I just looked at this, Steiny. Come on. They have Denver at the end.
Yep.
They have
a battle with Wiseman.
Detroit. Who do they open with, though? It's a tough game to start the road
OKC.
trip. OKC. That'll be a tough game.
And then Cleveland.
Chet. And Cleveland, even though Jared Allen's hurt, they're pretty big. Chet Holmgren. Yeah. Imagine how Wiseman would have developed playing with CP3.
Oh, boy.
I
don't know if I want to touch that.
Yeah,
he hasn't gotten on the floor, Steiny, in 4 games.
I mean, I guess it's time to stop worrying that Wiseman will turn into a star, right?
Yeah. And
it's too late now, isn't it? This is his 4th year.
Not great.
4th year, and he hasn't played a minute.
It's a shame. It's embarrassing, really.
At what point do you... Is this going to be his last contract?
His first one?
No. 925 on the Comcast business text line. I loved watching CP3 and Dre communicating, and yes, Dre listening to Chris Paul III.
Well, it's interesting, too. So I know that he didn't play a lot the last couple of seasons, but there was a voice in the locker room that is no longer there, that has a void to be filled, and that was Andre Iguodala.
Okay.
And not on the court, but I do think that in the locker room, his voice mattered. Like when they had conversations about basketball-related thing, that did matter. So for Chris Paul to come in and Steve Kerr made a comment after the Houston Rockets game about how Chris Paul has taken a Andre Iguodala type step back. And that was in reference to him, of course, in the championship season going to the bench. But I do think that someone like Draymond in particular, maybe even Klay Thompson, having a guy like Chris Paul to replace a very valued voice in the locker room like Andre Iguodala also is an added facet to this kind of integration that it's going to be difficult to see how it manifests itself on the floor, but I do think it's valuable. And so far also, because Andre was considered by many in the organization a mentor to some young guys, Kuminga, Poole has referenced him, and now for Podziemski along with TJD, and of course other young players like Moses Moody and Kuminga, to have Chris Paul in there as well, I think elevates them not just on the floor, but off it. So I think that's another part to this too.
No, I think you're on the money there. From the YouTube chat, Robert Douglas, Chris Paul takes a lot of the pressure off Draymond Green. It's a good point. Draymond can handle it a little less. And then you know what? Maybe Chris Paul actually makes Draymond Green a hair more of a threat. Did I see Draymond hit an elbow jumper last night? And then did I see Draymond off a little pick and roll with a high little bank off the glass?
It's getting more aggressive.
Hey.
You want him to take shots.
Well, you know what? If the less he handles the ball, the more aggressive he can be in a way, because how many times in the last year or so have we seen Draymond kind of holding the ball, waiting, and looking for somebody and not finding him, and then that kind of stagnates the offense. But if he doesn't have the ball now, and it's Chris Paul, and I get it, Chris Paul is a ball pounder a little bit, obviously, but he's gotten Draymond a couple shots that Draymond hasn't taken. Like Draymond hasn't even taken a lot of these shots. Steve Kerr was asked after the game, Evan, about Chris Paul and his integration. Take a listen to what he said, because it's pretty interesting.
I didn't know if we were ready. After opening night, I thought it's going to take some time. We had to get Draymond back and in shape, and had to get guys, so the new guys, accustomed to what we do. And so these last couple games have been really encouraging. It's incredible to bring Chris Paul off the bench, as your backup point guard. It's incredible. He's a Hall of Famer. He's still playing at an incredibly high level. And it changes everything when you can start a game off, with Steph Curry, and then bring Chris with a great second unit into the game to keep the pressure on. And that's what I'm seeing. I'm seeing Chris, Dario, Gary, all these guys coming off the bench and just, making us even better. So it's really encouraging. We have a deep team and really connected. They're all having fun. They're all supporting each other, and it's a good start, but long way to go, obviously.
Yeah, Steve Kerr after last night's 130 to 102. What'd you think of Zion?
You can't go right. I'm serious.
No, you're right.
That was the one thing that stood out there the entire game watching Zion Williamson. Although I will give him this. I've never seen a player that can only go to one hand, and that yet, for the majority of the game, defenses can't stop them from getting to that hand. Like, Zion gets to his left about as good as anyone.
No doubt.
And he tries to go right, and he just fumbles it. It's pretty incredible.
He reminds me a little bit and they're totally different players, but in terms of the right hand, left hand, he reminds me of Wiggins a little bit. Like, Wiggins has to get to that right hand, and he can, because he's good at it. And Zion's the same way with the left hand. The other, Zion's one of these guys too, that if you take away his left hand, he can still use his left hand to get close to the basket.
There was one play he went baseline on Looney. I think he forced an and one, and Looney was trying to cut off the baseline, and he still wiggled around him. He's a damn good player,
right?
But right now, and I think you put it on the Vine last night pretty appropriately. They are an AAU team at this point, especially with that. I know they don't have Alvarado, Ingram,
obviously.
But yeah, that's a team you should beat, and the Warriors did. I also think. Sorry, I was just going to say with Chris Paul too. We've been talking about how he helps off the floor, and he's a voice for a void currently left. But like on the floor, he's plus 46 in 120 minutes. Like they're not just holding leads with him in the game. They're either extending leads or making up deficits. Like in the Houston Rockets game, the starting five was not very good outside of Klay Thompson. And then Chris Paul comes in at the 7-minute mark, and they create a 16-point lead that they would then eventually need.
Right.
So it's not like he's just, out there making jobs easier for everyone. He's actually helping the Warriors to either eclipse or create leads, which is not something their bench did last year.
No. I mean, if you think about the worry over the last decade plus about what do we do when Steph's off the floor, that's just not an issue this year. Now, they may need to improve those 16, 18 minutes when Steph's not on the floor. I'm not saying Chris Paul may not have some bad games here and there, but there's no worry. It's going to be Chris Paul. Chris Paul's going to run the team when Steph Curry's not out on the floor. Always. Like, how many I'd love to know if have Chris Paul and Steph Curry, have they, what was I going to say? How many minutes have they played together? I guess is what I'm saying.
Curry and Paul?
Yeah.
Probably a decent amount because I know he started the first two games.
That's true.
That was also one of the things that kind of stuck at me too. Klay Thompson was out last night.
True.
Chris Paul didn't start. So I think that's also a hint from Steve Kerr that this is the rotation that he wants to use when that Chris Paul is going to be the sixth man.
The one thing I'll say is, okay, so who were we missing last night? And I say that because
from Sam Levin, 59 minutes together on the floor.
Okay. 59 minutes together. Oh, no, I didn't ask it the way I wanted to. How many minutes have neither of them been on the floor this year? And I guarantee you, if it is any at all, and it is, the lead's been 25. You know what I'm saying? There's going to be one of those guys on the floor all the time unless the game's out of hand. That's the way I feel like it.
You think they're going to play knockout on the floor at the same time?
That's a good question. If you want to play knockout on the floor at Chase Center, in an hour and a half, we're going to give you an opportunity. 12:30, you're going to get a chance to play knockout on the Chase Center floor. What you do is you listen at 12:30, and we're going to quiz you on something that's going on in the show. You answer the question right, you'll be playing knockout at Chase Center with 29 others. We're going to give out 10 slots, as will all the shows. Contest is going to run for 2 weeks. 2 weeks. Hey, fall brings the best weather, breathtaking views, and amazing sunsets to Bodega Bay. Come enjoy it all at the Inn at the Tides with the Fall Midweek Special now through November 26th. Rooms start at just $279. Book your escape now, inatthetides.com. There was one thing about last night's game that I want to just throw out there to Evan and the listeners, and then we'll talk some Niners. On 95.7.
O'Reilly. Protect your engine better with Syntec Full Synthetic.
It's the Guru Steiny Guru Steiny Guru Steiny show. Let's go.
All right. Thank you very much. Hey, I'm gonna shatter an illusion here.
Do you shatter illusions? Is that possible?
I shatter dreams. You know, I bet you most people, I know most people don't consider me. That's fine. But if I ask you, what do you think? I bet most people would say, I bet you Steiny hates Halloween. I don't hate Halloween. It's fine. If you want to dress up, I'm not one of these guys that have a strong opinion about people who dress up. There are people like me who don't dress up, and they make fun of the people who do dress up. I'm not one of them.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie. I kind of woke up in a haze this morning. I totally forgot until I got on the bus. So I'm doing it in a bumblebee suit, which, to be fair, in San Francisco is not out of the ordinary. And so I did a double take. I was like, why is this guy not? Oh, that's why. And then, of course, I didn't have time. So, no, we are not dressed up today. But Shasky actually had a pretty inside baseball uniform, literally, but costume. Jock Peterson, not bad. Not bad.
He had a handprint across his cheek.
He did.
And
courtesy of Tommy Pham.
He had a deck of cards. Oh, look at Spino.
The problem is, though, and I love Joe, anytime you have to explain what your costume is, it's bad.
Well,
you can't explain a costume.
I didn't get
you
the
should
visor.
know it immediately.
Yeah.
Well, that's what got me into trouble with a few of our coworkers just during the break.
Already? We've only been here for an hour.
Yeah. It just wasn't apparent what two costumes were. I thought one might have been the Twitter bird. It was actually an owl. And then a wonderful costume, but I couldn't pick a lemur out of a police lineup. I don't know what they look like. So we have an employee dressed as a lemur, and I didn't know it was a lemur.
So I was very close on both of them. The first one, the blue bird suit, I thought it was an Angry Bird.
Okay.
And she's like, no, you dummy, it's an owl, which number one is a bird, so not technically off. And she was also, rude to me, a.k.a. an Angry Bird. Secondly, there's only one lemur that I know of, Zaboomafoo. It used to be like a PBS kids show back in the day. So I thought that our coworker was Zaboomafoo.
Okay.
She did not know who Zaboomafoo was.
Gotcha.
So I stepped out of bounds on both.
The only lemur I know is that great pitcher, Jose Lemur.
Oh, my God.
Nothing?
Oh, my
Lima,
God.
Jose Lima.
Yeah, I pitched for the Royals.
And I had Astros, I believe. Right?
He stunk.
No, he did not.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't. Lima time.
That doesn't mean he was, just because he had a nickname, does it?
I'll tell you right now, Lima had some very, very good years. Very good years. Mm-hmm.
I'll be the judge of that.
I got a take that I was
Oh, he had one good season. You're right.
Jose Lima.
Yeah, he also lost 16 games twice.
Oh, did he?
Yep.
You know what? That's not necessarily a bad stat.
He's Joe Blanton.
Oh, you stop it.
He's a legend.
Hey, Joe Blanton won like 15 games one year.
Yeah, he did.
And he led the league in losses the next.
Yes, he did.
You hate to see it.
So, a lot of praise for the Golden State Warriors right now.
No doubt.
And rightfully so. So I was thinking about last night's game. And who didn't play? Klay Thompson and Jonathan Kuminga. So here's what I was thinking. And look, they're going to need those guys. Absolutely. But if I were to ask, and I asked you already, so I don't want to ask you, hey, Lucas, jump in here. I want to ask you a question that I asked Evan, so that's why I'm not asking him. If I were to ask Lucas, who are the 2 Warrior players who are the most erratic, let's say? You know, the biggest good game to bad game. Who are the least consistent Warriors, would you say? Right now.
I think it's the 2 guys who didn't play last night.
I do too.
You wouldn't throw Andrew Wiggins in there?
No, because...
Go ahead, Lucas.
He plays more minutes than Kuminga, so maybe those ebbs and flows would affect your team a little bit more, but I think his defensive effort is more steady than either of the other guys.
Yeah, I think, like, I look at when I look at a player, I say, okay, how is he when he's not very good? Well, Steph's always going to be pretty good. Draymond, even when he's not good, does so many things. In the last year or two, Klay Thompson, when he's not been good, he's been really not good. Like, he's kind of cost the Warriors games at times, not all the time. And Kuminga, over the course of his 2 or 3 years, has made some mistakes that drive Steve Kerr nuts, and that is something that's been an issue. So even though there were out those 2 guys, in a way they stay solid because they at least didn't play the 2 guys. I know this is going to sound terrible, but the 2 guys that weren't in the lineup were the 2 guys who have the most tendency to have really bad games and take you out of a game. Wiggins is a guy who, and to me, Wiggins in a way is worse than that because Wiggins can just afloat, and he doesn't even, like, he makes sure to never go one way or the other. So in a way, I'm giving Klay and Kuminga credit because, you know, they're willing to take chances and they put themselves out there. And if Klay shoots 5 for 18, he shoots 5 for 18. Wiggins isn't going to shoot 5 for 18 for the most part. Wiggins is going to go 4 for 11.
I don't know. The reason why I would replace Kuminga with Wiggins in this hypothetical is because, well, one, he plays more, so I think he literally has the opportunity to hurt you more. I think that last season when Kuminga didn't play well, Kerr would just take him out. But I also believe that in his 3rd season, he has a chance to correct some of that. And we've already, like, the one stat I think for Kuminga and Wiggins to look at to see how engaged they are is their rebounding totals. If they're rebounding, then they're probably engaged in the game. But for me, Wiggins, I think we get lost in just the demeanor. And I hope this isn't sounding too harsh, but because he, like, his facial expressions and just his body language is pretty even, I don't think that we notice how much he is or isn't impacting a basketball game because he never seems to be phased.
Right.
But he can be extremely good, and then in a game like Phoenix, to open the year, look like he's completely unplayable down the stretch of a basketball game. Like, to me, in the home opener, the reason why Kuminga was on the floor is, yes, Kerr is trusting him a little bit more. Kuminga had a much better second half than first half, and he's corrected some of those bad stretches already, which is improvement, but it was more about how bad Andrew Wiggins was playing. And so, to me, if there is a concern for the Golden State Warriors at this point, it's still, to me, what are you going to get on a night-in and night-out basis from Andrew Wiggins? Because so far, we haven't even seen what the ceiling is for him, and we're still wondering how much last year has lingered onto this. He's the only guy that I can point to and say with a guess that last season might be impacting the way that he started this year.
Are you talking about Klay or Kuminga?
I'm talking about Wiggins.
Oh, Wiggins.
I'm talking about Andrew Wiggins.
Gotcha. My bad. Yeah. Well, no, and this is a great point from the YouTube chat from Zicky. Zicky01, Suzuki, I don't know. I'd argue Poole was more inconsistent than Klay or Kuminga. And that's a great point. Like, that's a great point. So you replace the most volatile player on the team with with the steadiest. How about this? You replace Jordan Poole, one of the most volatile players in the league, one of the most erratic players in the league, with maybe the most steady player in the league. And so all I'm saying is for Klay and Kuminga, with this particular team and Chris Paul, like they don't have to shoot. They don't have to go 5 for 19. And I know Kuminga, that Klay doesn't have to have those games. If it's not going for him, it's not going for him. Like, Klay's got to figure out a way that when he's not making shots, he doesn't hurt you. And that's the other thing I keep coming back to with Jordan Poole, Evan, is you replace Jordan Poole at crunch time with Chris Paul at crunch time. They're going to be steadier down the stretch of games. They have to be.
And even when those players come off the bench in the first, or maybe in Poole's case, sometimes the second quarter, there's no question mark. Like, right. Jordan Poole creates for himself. This is not a bash Jordan Poole segment, but at this point in his career, he's a guy that play makes for one. Chris Paul can create for himself if he needs to. He can create for the other four on the floor. And that, to me, with the Golden State Warriors specifically, is so much more valuable because of how they play, of how they try to move the ball, of how much they try to involve everyone on the floor offensively. And I think that also impacts the other end of the floor, because if you're just sitting there watching a guy go one-on-one and try and take deep threes and not play defense on the other end, like, you're not encouraged yourself to be engaged as much as you have to, as much as Chris Paul demands you to be engaged when he's on the floor. You always have to, like, there's actually a play, I forget if it, I think it was last night, where Chris Paul, he had a turnover, and it was because he threw a no-look lob to Trace Jackson Davis, and TJD just didn't see it coming.
Right.
But that's a situation where I'm sure the next time it happens, TJD will be ready for that lob, because anytime Chris Paul's in your vicinity, he might pass you the basketball. When Jordan Poole was on the floor, you're only going to get a pass from him if he needs to get bailed out of a possession.
Yeah. No, you're absolutely right. We got a little bit of Warrior news, actually, and that is that the Warriors have picked up the fourth-year options on Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga. No surprise there. Both those guys are in their third years, so you have to make a decision whether to pick up their fourth-year contract. The fourth year, it's a team option, and the Warriors are picking up the team option on both those players. So that's some good news for each of them.
Oh, just a reminder, for those wondering, I'm in because Goo has a doctor's appointment today. He'll be back tomorrow.
Yeah. And he'll Goo, he'll fill you in on all the details.
Oh, yeah.
I'm tired of getting pushed around.
He'll tell you everything you need to know and then some. Let's go to Don. Don's in Berkeley. What's up, Don? How you doing, man?
Two things about the Chris Paul fit. One is that when Steph Curry says it's going to work out, I trust Steph because he's got a really good head on his shoulders, and he's the guy that makes the whole thing work. So when Steph said Chris Paul is going to be a good fit, I trusted that even as much as I trusted Steiny saying that it would work out. And the second thing is, what if Chris Paul is such a good fit that they don't want to just have him for a year, and then they have to pay him a lot of money and don't have the money that they were thinking they might be spending on Klay Thompson's extension? That's what I got to say.
Well, Chris Paul has a non-guaranteed contract for next year at $30 million. So if the Warriors want him next year, they can just have him next year for $30 million. But obviously there's going to be implications to payroll and the rest of the cap. So we'll see what happens there. But Chris Paul's off to a great start, and the Warriors are off to a great start.
Well, and that's why this year is extremely important.
Right.
Well, and really every year from here on out is going to determine the next one. I mean, the only reason Chris Paul is here in the first place is because last season went off the rails.
Right.
If they won the championship last season, Chris Paul wouldn't be on the team. If they win the championship this year, they make a very deep run, then there's going to be some conversations about, do you want to approach that second apron that Joe Lacob said already that he would not go over, and that the Warriors have been making moves to kind of position themselves to get under. And I think that was assuming if all goes wrong, we have the financial flexibility to maneuver and not put ourselves in a position that we're in salary cap hell. Chris Paul gives you the flexibility to not only do that after the season, but then also compete on the court, which so far, like, if you had a question about Chris Paul, what would it be?
It's always
is he going to stay healthy?
Exactly. That's
the only one.
That's the only question about Chris. To me, that's the only question. Isn't that the only question about the Warriors' 4 guys? Steph, Clay, Draymond, and Chris Paul. I kind of lump them all together. I feel like if one of them, if one of them misses a big chunk of games, they're obviously going to feel it. You know what I mean?
But I do think there were questions about the starters last year.
Do you think Chris Paul is more likely to get injured than the other 3? Because I kind of don't.
I would, actually.
Would you? Okay.
Yeah, I mean, just because he's played less games in the last 2.5 seasons. He's also missed time in the playoffs.
True.
So, yeah, and he's older. I mean, he's an older player. So, yeah, I would be more concerned about Chris Paul getting hurt than the other 3. But, I mean, that's pretty much the question this season with the Warriors is how is age going to impact the middle and the end of their season, which is why I do think that even though, I think they should have beaten New Orleans last night because they were missing some big pieces. Houston's a team you probably should beat. Sacramento even is a team that if you kind of look up and down the Kings roster and coming off of last year's 7-game series, you think that that's a team that is beatable for Golden State even on the road. But stacking these wins is not just significant because of what happened last year, but also if and when injuries do come or age demands that some of these players have to miss 10 to 15 games throughout the regular season, you're going to need to fall back on the cushion of these early season victories, which was something they could not do last year.
Right.
That was, to me, the bigger reason why Curry's absence and then most notably Wiggins' absence really hurt them. They were a 44-win team, but if they hadn't started out on the road 0-8 or 0-9, then you're looking at 47 wins probably.
Right. And that's a big difference between 44 and 47, 48. 650 on the Comcast Business text line. Steiny, who runs the Warriors' second group when Chris Paul gets load management days, which is eventually going to happen? I mean, I know you're going to laugh, but Corey Joseph. I mean, Corey Joseph to me is a poor man's version of Chris Paul. He doesn't turn the ball over either. Corey Joseph. Now, he's not going to be flashy, but I think Corey Joseph's going to play a little bit this year. And he's not a world beater, but again, the Warriors, I'm a big fan of players who don't get you beat. All right. And Corey Joseph isn't a guy who gets you beat. Is the way by the way, I have to do my, I'm not going to make it a daily thing.
John?
No, but the NBA.
Oh.
Nobody balls anymore. Klay Thompson, Jonathan Kuminga, Brandon Ingram, Kyrie Irving, Bam Adebayo, De'Aaron Fox, Lonzo Ball, Jose Alvarado, Bradley Beal. Nobody plays anymore.
Jared Vanderbilt.
Nobody plays anymore.
Darius Garland's out tonight.
And Jared Allen probably.
Yeah, hate to see it.
Hey, come on. Seriously. Does that frustrate anybody else? And it's not even one team. I heard on the TV yesterday, my man Fitz and Kalena, Warriors, no Klay Thompson, no Jonathan Kuminga. For the Pelicans, no Brandon Ingram, only their best player, and obviously Alvarado's out too.
I mean,
come on.
Grand Theft Alvarado.
You got 50-year-old LeBron doing back-to-backs. What are people doing, man? Come on.
Thank you.
By the way, Spadone, I don't think I've ever seen a team in the Orlando Magic airball more three-pointers.
Paolo didn't have a great game. I'll say that. It hurt me as a Paisan.
I thought he was Spanish.
Italian.
His dad's Italian.
Oh, okay.
Paolo.
Oh, yeah, I guess
an Italian
so.
name.
And it's Banchero.
Speaking of what, I don't know what culture, ethnicity. Oh, wait. Podziemski, what did he say he was?
He's lefty.
Polish. I think he's a lefty.
He is. He's lefty.
I do think that he could be a guy. The lefty's a culture.
Benny's lefty, and it's freaking me out.
Hey, don't worry. Lefties look better in everything they do. I have a theory about this.
Lefties also are weird.
No doubt.
There's something weird about lefties. Hate to say it.
Pachemski might be the most steady lefty that I've seen. Because I know.
What about Trace Jackson Davis?
He's also steady.
Yeah. What about?
He doesn't seem too quirky though.
Goward Payton II.
He's quirky.
He is a little quirky. There's no doubt.
In a good way though.
Let's go to what do you say we take Skinny Bob? Skinny Bob wants to talk about the Warriors' second unit. What's up, Bob? How are you, buddy?
Hey, I'm great. Hey, I'm really excited about the Warriors, excited about the Niners too, but boy, our second team is second to none. Now, there's a lot of good first teams, and I got a bet with my nephew that our win-loss record is going to be better than the Bucks, and I did that because our second is really looking good, and I don't think any team in the league can match our second team with Chris Paul, and it's all about leadership, and we got some good leaders, and we have some good leaders who can follow also, so not everybody needs the limelight, but Moody, Kuminga, they really excite me. So it's great TV time, and I'm looking forward to these Warrior nights. In Sacramento, I'm going to miss them playing Fox if he can't play, but I'm excited about Warriors.
Yeah, me too, Skinny. Thanks for the call, as always.
I got to apologize to
you should.
To Skinny Bob.
Did you hear about this Spadone and
I got to
Clubman?
apologize. So
the Bay Area hasn't heard either.
So everyone that was listening to last week's show knows that Skinny Bob sent golf balls for all the members of the show, and they were personalized.
They were.
They had name tags. There were golf balls specific to each host.
Called me Spumoni. I loved it.
I know.
Spumoni. That was incredible. So we go down after the show down to the cafeteria, and I have nowhere to put the golf ball, so I'm just carrying in my hands. I might have had one or two Irish coffee too many's, and I left the golf balls at the bar.
You hate to see it.
I left the golf ball. I apologize, Skinny. I went to go pick them up the next day. They were still there, fortunately. Got them, retrieved them, put them to use. But, Skinny, I apologize. I did forget the golf balls.
You and these were apologize. You got them back.
These
no
were
no foul.
These were Volvics.
They were pretty nice.
All right, these were Pro V1s, and they were brand new.
It's like if you leave China at someone else's house.
Let me tell you something. I belly up, and I looked at my feet, and I see 30 Pro V1s. I'm not returning them.
Yeah,
I don't know who to return to.
Shout out to Toddy if he's listening. But I hate that he threw me under the bus because he texted you too.
He did. He just texted me so that I would keep you a little bit honest about it.
You'd be the last.
What'd you have? A Truly?
Hey,
a lot of them.
Real quick, there is.
My fault.
I want to get into the Niners on the other side, but Andrew Wiggins, not a great start for him. Is Kerr worried?
Wiggs is an important player for us, and he's not at his best, but, I'm not worried about Wiggs. He's a guy who, he's helped us win a championship 2 years ago. He's been here for 5 years. Like, we know what he can do, and, he'll get there.
Why don't you man up and say what you said before the show about Wiggins?
What did I say before the show about Wiggins?
It looks like he hasn't picked up a ball in 4 months.
Oh, yeah. Well,
is that Spadone?
No. That was me. It doesn't. I mean,
I know it doesn't.
He didn't play with Team Canada this summer, and I think there's still some residue from whatever happened last year that we still don't know about.
Maybe
he probably wasn't a huge fan of his buddy that he's also shares agents with, Jordan Poole, getting shipped off. I think Wiggins is going through a lot still, and I think it's something that he can overcome. But it's not as if it's apparent or not apparent that it's clearly affecting him at the beginning of the season. Like he isn't the steady third or fourth option that we've become accustomed to seeing.
God, there's such a fine line between steady and sleepwalking. Seriously. I mean, and he is always walking close to that fine line. And look, 2 years ago we saw him play terrific basketball for the Warriors. He's going to have to play, like everybody's going to have to play as well as they possibly, everybody's going to have to play to their potential for this team to make a deep run. All right. I want to get into some 49ers because we got an issue depending on whom you talk to. But also,
90 minutes till the trade deadline, by the way.
Correct.
NFL trade deadline.
We'll be all over that. And also, coming up in an hour is your chance to play basketball on the Chase Center floor, okay? So listen at 12:30 today. We're going to ask you a question about some of the content on the show. If you get it right, you're going to be among a couple dozen people to go over to Chase Center and play Knockout. We're going to give out 10 slots, as will all the shows. So the contest is going to run for 2 weeks. 12:30 is your chance to play hoop on the same court that Brandon Pajemski plays. Mm-hmm.
Get the perfect post-Halloween party meal at Whole Foods Market. Get 50% off Bonza, Cauliflower, Daya, and Rayo's frozen pizza.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, yeah, you got to love the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
I was laughing at...
I know I do. What's that?
That was the goo. Come on.
Scare. Guru's out. I'll let him explain it tomorrow.
Yeah, he'll be in tomorrow. You're going to be out.
I am going to be out.
Doctor's appointment?
Something like that. Personal day. It's personal.
Is your sibling in town?
Yeah. No.
You want to fill?
I haven't seen my brother in 6 years. Yeah. We don't. Actually, that's not true. You know what? I haven't seen my brother in 6 years. But you know what? It's weird. Last day or two, we've been exchanging some texts. Yeah.
Are you and your brother not very close, Steiny?
We're not very close. We don't dislike each other. We're just not very close.
And you have two siblings, right?
Yeah, sister and a brother. Gretchen's
closer to
money.
your sister? Okay.
Yes, no doubt about it. Bob, he's weird, my brother.
Are you close with all your siblings, Spadone? All 1,200 of them?
Okay, 9 siblings, 3 sisters, 6 brothers. I am close with all of them in their own different ways, different group chats. So.
Wait, you don't have a singular sibling group chat? You have different group chats with other...
one Droid user that ruins it for everybody, so we have a separate one away from him. Anthony, I love you. Come on, dude.
So Tony's the black sheep.
Tony, come on. I love that you serve our great nation. He's in the Army. He's an officer. Get a freaking iPhone, man. Come on. What are we doing? There is nothing worse than a green text. That is my nightmare on Elm Street. Shout out Halloween.
The original Nightmare on Elm Street was a scary movie.
Didn't want to sleep.
Yeah,
I saw it as a kid.
Shout out Kruger.
I used to do scary movies. I don't do scary movies
Larry.
anymore.
Not Larry. Yeah, Freddie.
I don't do scary movies anymore.
Anymore?
Yeah, anymore.
Were you in high school, Steiny, when The Exorcist, the original one, came out? That one was like...
I was a little younger now.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
Was that mid-70s?
I thought you were an adult. Drew Barrymore?
What about her?
Isn't she the little girl in...
Linda Blair.
No.
Linda
Linda
Blair.
Blair.
Poltergeist.
Hey, Goo. That's Linda Blair.
Well, Drew Barrymore was her first movie, I think, was E.T. She was
yeah. That's right.
Of course.
That's right.
Yeah, no doubt.
Mount Rushmore scary movies. I'll tell you what I would put. You know the one I'd put up there, Blair Witch Project. That movie.
Man. You and Sam Loveman both so freaked out by that.
That movie was scary.
Did you see the sequel that came out last
didn't.
year? Oh, it's not. It's a waste of time.
Yeah, I
thought that was
got
the
Blair
Vikings
Witch.
kicker. Blair Walsh.
That's 4.
The Blair Walsh Project.
I got Blair Witch. I'll tell you what. Now I'm going to go back here. In case you've just joined us, these are the greatest horror movies of all time. I'm going to go back a little ways here, and it's a little bit, I think the word's esoteric. It's a movie called When a Stranger Calls.
It was like the first horror movie ever.
It's about this babysitter.
Okay.
She's babysitting.
Number 4.
And the kid's upstairs. And the phone rings. And the babysitter's downstairs, and she answers it. And he goes, I think it's Anthony Hopkins. Have you checked the children? And she gets freaked out, and she hangs up the phone. And the guy calls back, and he goes, have you checked the children? There were 2 kids. She hangs up, and she gets all freaked out. Calls the cops, because now she's worried. The cops call back in like a minute, and they say, the call is coming from inside the house. So she went up and checked the children, and it was a bad scene. There had been some carnage. So then that guy went to jail, but then he got out. And by the time he got out, the babysitter was a grown woman who had 2 children. And I'm going to stop story because it looks like there's some news here. All right.
95.7 The Game, breaking news.
Well, Sonny, we were wondering if the San Francisco 49ers were going to make a move before the NFL trade deadline at 1 o'clock. They did. The former number 2 overall pick, Commanders defensive end Chase Young, is being traded to the 49ers, likely a mid-round pick in 2024. So Chase Young is going to join his fellow Buckeye, Nick Bosa, on the defensive line in San Francisco.
Wow. How you feeling about that if you're a Niner fan?
You got to feel great. I mean, I forget, maybe it was Goo. I forget who asked for defensive line help. But if you're looking to make everything easier on the back end of that defense, defensive line is a great place to start. And especially with the Commanders shopping Montez Sweat earlier to the Bears for a second-round pick.
Third-round pick.
It's a third-round pick for Chase Young. Okay. So the fact that Sweat goes to the Bears means that there's pretty much only a couple of edge rushers available left in the trade market. And the best one, probably Brian Burns, but second best, absolutely Chase Young. And this was a guy that also during the summer, a lot of teams were wondering if it would take a first-round pick to get Chase Young. So the fact that the 49ers got him for a third is huge.
Yeah, he. I'm looking at his splits from this year. He's played, but he hasn't made a huge impact. I'm trying to think, was it Goo who said defensive end? Or was it, might have been JD. Might have been JD.
JD, I know, has also been asking for a defensive lineman. Chase Young, so the thing about him is he hasn't really been on the field a whole lot after his rookie season. So he was defensive rookie of the year. And then I think it was that second season where he had kind of hampering injuries. And then the next year, during that 2021 year, he tore his ACL. So he missed most of 21 and most of 22. So this is the first year beyond his rookie season where ideally he's supposed to be healthy. He's played in every single game this far. So the question is, are you getting, former number 2 overall top end first round talent Chase Young, or are you getting a guy that hasn't been able to stay on the field? So basically you took 2 swings at high ceiling, low floor defensive linemen in Randy Gregory, who they brought in earlier for basically beans, and then Chase Young now, who I think is for a third round pick, that's pretty good. And you get to bolster your defensive line, a place that I think everyone has identified as the spot that needs a lot of help.
Yes, everyone's identified the defensive line as a spot where they need help. Why? That should be the spot they didn't need help or they don't need help. By the way, I think most of you know, and I try to downplay this, but most of you now know that I'm having a great year.
Yeah.
You ready for this one?
Okay.
I'm going to do it right now. Niners aren't done. They're not done. They're going to make another move before 1 o'clock. Put it in the cap, and it'll probably be for a defensive secondary guy.
Jalen Johnson?
Well, we'll see. Of course, the Bears looking to move him.
They might want a second rounder.
I think they're not done.
But if you're the 49ers, so last year they go out and they get Christian McCaffrey. Right. I think that's a much bigger splash than this move. It doesn't mean it's insignificant, though, because also the 49ers have, because of the compensatory picks that have flowed in over the last few years from the hirings of Robert Saleh, DeMeco Ryans, Rand Carthan, and other executives, basically they replenished their third-round picks ad nauseum, or have over the last few years. So we may be looking back on this pick for that goes to Washington and basically saying the 49ers didn't give up anything for Chase Young. They're basically just going to have to pay him.
Correct.
That's the biggest risk at this point. But if you're taking a one-year flyer on a guy you think can help get you back to where you need to be, and the reason why I do think it is important to the defensive line, like, yes, they have a ton of talent up front. They don't need quote-unquote help. They need to play better. But I don't know how much in addition to the secondary moves the needle. Like, there's no shutdown Darrelle Revis island corner out there that's good enough to make up for their lack of ability to cover someone in the slot or on the outside. So what's the best way to overcome that is to get to the quarterback, and you add a guy that can do that.
Is this a Brian Windhorst trade or acquisition?
You mean what's going on in San Francisco?
No, I mean, are we working on a checkbook championship for the Niners?
Oh, boy.
A checkbook championship?
Actually, no, I apologize. There is a cornerback out there. Thank you, Xavier, on our YouTube chat, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Patrick Surtain. That would be a top-flight guy. Probably pretty expensive, though.
Let's go to Robin. Robin's in San Francisco. Hey, Robin, how are you?
Hey, thanks for taking my call, you guys. I haven't called in. I've been asleep. Listen, I know a lot, but I don't know everything, so I could be wrong here. But, I want you to stop. I was asking, how does these players on the defensive line, how do they diminish from what they were last year to now, basically? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Same players, and I don't get it. I just don't. And everybody, I don't like to play the blame game, so I'm not going to blame it all on the defensive coordinator. But there has got to be something there, stylistically, because when you have something that has pretty much been a model from season, I look at consistency from season to season, and all of a sudden what you have is not working, then you got to look at somebody.
Right.
The coach, the defensive coordinator. Okay, now here's the other thing. I don't know if I agree with Shanahan's philosophical approach because he builds team inside out. Right? You need to look at that O-line. We need a right guard, which ain't nobody going to give us, okay? Because they're basically rookies. I mean, that's what a quarterback needs, right? And then that's what I talk about, that secondary. All three of them need to go. Afunga, Ward, and they all suck donkey balls. Peace out, guys.
Thank you, Robin. I'm glad you said goodbye. Your phone was breaking up a little bit.
That's tough.
You hate to see it. Oh, by the way, don't forget Mike McDaniels. Compensatory.
Okay.
What? No,
he is. You're right. Yeah.
No, it's from Zuki, Maine.
It's true. Minority coach. I know. Allegedly.
How does Robin get on every show? 925. She calls.
Oh,
and we take
well, if you heard her, she was asleep.
Call.
So she couldn't have been on the morning show. But so this move for the 49ers also aligns with the Gregory trade, which is a chance to swing and potentially hit big on a guy with a lot of talent, but has had his production and games played slowed by injury. So Montez Sweat, along with Jonathan Allen and the rest of those big boys up front for Washington, have been more productive than Chase Young in recent memory. But Chase Young, in my opinion, is undoubtedly the guy with the higher ceiling, that has the most talent of that group. But you had to get a little more expensive for Montez Sweat because he's been on the field, whereas Chase Young, if you get him for a third-round pick, I think that's a great value and a move by John Lynch in that front office for the 49ers because you already I think they're in a position where they believe their D-line can play better, that even if they didn't make a move at the deadline, they could get better internally because that's what we heard from Kyle Shanahan after the loss this weekend. But if you get a chance to add Chase Young, you get deeper. And with Gregory, it's kind of like what the Eagles did last year. And a big reason that front was so good is because they could rotate guys in repeatedly. And what did they do last year at the deadline? They added Ndamukong Suh. They added Linval Joseph. They added productive players that maybe were in positions where they were playing too much, where they're still productive. But if you get them on a lower snap count, you can let Chase Young pin his ears back. I think playing with Nick Bosa, a former teammate of his in college, I think that will help him as well. Like this is an opportunistic play by the 49ers that is not going to hurt them as much as it could improve them. And that's why I think it's a great deal.
Well, and if he makes any kind of impact, it probably will help the secondary a little bit, you would think, with the pass rush. Scott's in Monterey wants to talk about the deal. In case you're just joining us, San Francisco 49ers have acquired Chase Young from Washington for a third-round pick, defensive end Chase Young. What's going on, Scott? How are you?
Hey, happy Halloween, gentlemen.
Yeah.
It's been a pretty scary October for 49ers fans.
It's a three.
Good call.
But great way to end the month here. Seal it with two Buckeye bookends. And I'm excited. I think that's an awesome move. You can obviously see that the defense has been pretty deflated these last three games. We've been getting punched in the mouth, and we just haven't been able to get off the field on third downs. And so I think this definitely brings some newfound energy to the team coming off when we get off the bye. And I'm excited. I think, especially on the opposite side of Bosa, we really haven't been able to generate much pass rush. We only have 1.5 sacks after Dre Jackson had the 3 against the Steelers, but we really haven't been able to generate the pass rush. Randy Gregory's been able to get in there. But, with Randy Gregory, I think the issue with him is he can't really set the edge like Chase Young can on that opposite side. And that's a huge deal. So we'd be able to have Chase Young in there all 3 downs and they'd be able to supplement Randy Gregory, just get a healthier rotation of pass rushers out there onto that D-line, which is what what this team really identifies with is having that depth. And so anyway, I think this is a fantastic move. Props to John Lynch in the front office. I mean, McCaffrey last year, Chase Young this year. They're just blowing it out of the water. So I'm super excited. Happy Halloween, guys. Stay safe.
Thanks. That's Scott in Monterey. 408, skeptic. Look into it and let us know what Chase Young does well, besides being injured.
Well, unlike Randy Gregory, to Scott's point, he plays the run better than the pass. Now, he can still get in the backfield, but he's 6'5", 265. Gregory's 6'5", 240. Gregory's more of a speed rusher and like a traditional guy that can just go after the quarterback. But what have we talked about the last few weeks? Yes, they've been diced up by Joe Burrow. They've been diced up by Kirk Cousins, RIP to him. But they haven't been able to stop the run.
Right.
And that is a huge part of this, too, because if you are not allowing a 4 or 5 yard gain on first down, then you can be in a more traditional pass scenario where your guys can get after the quarterback and I think can do what they've needed to do, or what they did the first 5 weeks as opposed to the last 3. So if they can use Chase Young to help deter some of these running attacks, which they'll inevitably face better ones. Like, I think the Bengals have a decent running game. Mixon's solid. The Vikings ain't a great running team. The Browns are missing Nick Chubb. But when you get to the Seahawks who can run the ball with Kenneth Walker, when you get to the Eagles who, of course, can run the ball with a trio of guys in the backfield, like you are going to need to be, you're going to have more beef up front, and Chase Young absolutely provides that.
888-957-9570 is the number. 49ers make a move. Defensive end Chase Young from Washington has been acquired for a 3rd-round pick. And we'll see if the 49ers do anything else. There's 70 minutes till the trade deadline expires, but the 49ers make a move. And we'll be talking about it the rest of the day. I want to move on to Shanahan real quick, Shanahan and Purdy, because there's been obviously a lot of talk about Purdy. And the one thing I'm trying to get a handle on is how well or how poorly is Purdy really playing? Because I've kind of been going back and forth on this. I get it. The 49ers were 5-0. Now they're 5-3. And in a way, it doesn't matter. In a way, it doesn't matter how you assess the way Brock Purdy's played, because they're 5-3, and he's probably going to quarterback game number 9 in 2 weeks against Jacksonville. But it's getting back to how, if you play, like how important is a mistake in the fourth quarter? Does it erase kind of everything you did up until that point? And how much responsibility does Purdy bear for this? Because listen, I did the show yesterday with Guru, and half the people are saying quit giving Purdy a pass, and half the people are saying quit being so hard on Purdy. He wasn't that bad, and we got other problems. So just where do you come down on that, D?
Well, and look, I think Brock Purdy is a solid quarterback, and I think to dismiss what he did before these last 3 games would not be representative of who he is and what he's done. But one thing that I noted and have kind of kept receipts on is, and it's not just Brock Purdy, like it's every quarterback. Like
right.
This is part of it too. You can't. I don't think it's fair to just say Brock Purdy is in a room by himself, and we're just looking at what he can and can't do. I think every time you look at a position or just quarterbacks in general, you have to compare them to their peers. And I think that Brock Purdy has not played in enough situations where he's had to play from behind for me until the last 3 games to get an accurate assessment of who he is. I don't think he's as bad as he's played the last 3 games. I didn't think he was necessarily as good as he played the first 10 starts of his career. Like, I think Brock Purdy is certainly a guy that you can win football games with, but like most guys, he needs his full set of. I think he is representative of where the Niners are right now, which is banged up, inconsistent, and looking for answers. The first 5 games of the season, when they were completely healthy, when they had an MVP candidate in their running back room, like that was a team that Brock Purdy could elevate and amplify. But to me, I don't think he's deep enough in his career. And this is where, like, you asked the question, it might have been after their 5th win or 4th win, but how can Brock Purdy get better?
Right.
I think we can ask Brock Purdy to get better over the course of time in situations where things are not going right for him. And he hasn't seen enough of those spots yet to know how to respond to them. Like, I don't think it's crazy to feel like a guy who hasn't even played a full season's worth of football is not going to respond well to being down double digits in the 4th quarter. Like, that's a situation that the majority of quarterbacks fail in, whether you're Justin Herbert, whether you're even Joe Burrow. Like, there are players in this league that are considered elite at the quarterback spot that do not do well in those positions. Now, if Brock Purdy continues to fail in those spots as he gets older, that's something that could become a problem. But I don't think that Kyle Shanahan in most football games is going to put Brock Purdy in a position to where he has to play from behind. Like, That's what he does. That's why he wins games. He's going to beat the teams that he's supposed to, and Brock Purdy gives you a chance against the elite teams in the NFL, and I think that's all you can ask from him at age 23.
Well, that's kind of where I'm at on Brock Purdy. Aren't we at the same place with Brock Purdy, albeit even a little prematurely? Let's look at some of let me just run down the quarterbacks that I have on this list. Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, Brock Purdy, Dak Prescott, Jalen Hurts, Justin Herbert, Geno Smith, and Jared Goff. None of those guys have won a Super Bowl. Burrow's on Cincinnati, they're good. Josh Allen's on Buffalo, they're good. Prescott, Dallas, they're good. Hurts, Philly, they're good. Goff, Detroit, they're good. Geno Smith, Seattle, they're good. So I don't understand why we just don't kind of let it play out and see if any of these guys can break through and win a Super Bowl. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're Brock Purdy's played 17 games. That's it. But we're already talking about Burrow not being able to get it done and Josh Allen not being able to get it done. To me, that's just so premature. And let's assess Purdy the rest of the year, see how far the Niners go. And at the end of the year, you try to figure out, is he more the solution or is he maybe more the problem? But I don't ever see Brock Purdy as being the problem.
No, and I want to get into that more on the other side, because I think that Brock Purdy eventually is going to be asked to be the solution, and that's the question. Right. Can he be the solution to a problematic game like he's faced the last 3?
All right. 888-957-9570 if you want to join the conversation about Brock Purdy. I also want to get into some Kyle Shanahan sound from yesterday. If you were watching that game Sunday, you saw Purdy hit his head late in that 4th quarter. Shanahan answered some questions about that. If you're just joining us, Chase Young, defensive end, has been acquired by the San Francisco 49ers from Washington for a 3rd-round pick. And also, coming up in a half hour is your opportunity to play hoops on the Chase Center floor. That's at 12:30. We're going to give out 10 slots, as will all the shows. So the contest is going to run for 2 weeks at 12:30. Make sure to listen, and we'll tell you how to get out on the Chase Center floor for a game of knockout on 95.7 The Game.
Where is your pain? Knees?
This is Moses Moody, and you're listening to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
I tell you what, I know most of the time, Evan Giddings joining us on 95.7 The Game. Guru will be back tomorrow. I got a buddy of mine. His name's not Harry, but I call him Harry to save his identity. He is so mad at Guru, I can't even tell you. He's been inundating me with emails that basically all say, Brock Purdy's been playing fine. Pro Football Focus.
Uh-oh.
Apparently they said he was pretty good. Saying. You know who else said he was pretty good? Kurt Warner. See what Kurt Warner tweeted? Those people out there saying Brock Purdy is struggling aren't watching the games. Aren't watching the games.
Or watching all of the game.
Perhaps.
Because
what could have come out of my mouth?
It's a great question.
You said Purdy stinks, Goo.
In the fourth quarter.
Oh, man.
When he plays from behind. That's not uncommon.
Right.
It's not.
That's true.
He's not Brady. He's not Montana. That's okay. Neither are 99.9% of quarterbacks. That doesn't mean he can't be a really damn good signal caller. That's okay.
I want to. What should I do first here?
Chase Young?
Yes. Go ahead.
Okay. So Chase Young has been traded from the Washington Commanders to the San Francisco 49ers for a compensatory third-round pick. Couple of more details coming in from ESPN's Adam Schefter. So they're sending a comp pick to Washington. They got 3 third-round compensatory picks. 1 for Mike McGlinchey departing in free agency this past offseason to Denver. And then the losses of Rand Carthen, who's now the GM, I believe, in Tennessee, and DeMeco Ryans, who, of course, is the head coach in Houston. So essentially, the 49ers were going to be getting picks anyways, and they sent one of those to Washington in exchange for a guy that, look, so how you look at the 49ers defensive line prior to this trade and after should change, in my opinion, because of what they can be, not how they've played this far. They haven't been up to their standard. There's no doubt about that. But if you look at Nick Bosa, Javon Hargrave, Eric Armstead, and Chase Young, with the rotating cast behind them of Randy Gregory, Drake Jackson, Kerry Hyder, Cleveland Farrell, there's no reason in my mind why this defensive line can't be the best D-line in football. Now, whether they play at that level is up to them, along with, you could, of course, look at Steve Wilks and how he deploys them. But it's not as if this D-line does not now have the potential to be the number one group and unit in football. Like, that's how high the ceiling is now for them with what they've added in Gregory and Young.
But just playing the role of devil's advocate, it's the one position or the one group that shouldn't need any help. You know what I'm saying? They were expected to be one of the best defensive lines without adding Gregory and now without adding Young. Now, if they need them, they need them, and if they help for sure. So good for going out and getting them and identifying the problem. But I still think, I mean, we're still really talking about Bosa and Hargrave and the big boys coming through more than they have. I want to take a listen to this Shanahan kind of back and forth, because I always get a kick out of Shanahan dealing with the media. So I just want to hear.
By the way, they do have, the 49ers have 54 minutes to make another deal if they want to. Trade deadline's at 1 o'clock Pacific.
And they will, Evan.
Yeah, book it.
They will. Kyle Shanahan. Hey, quarterback change? Any chance?
Kyle, will you consider making a change at quarterback during the bye week? And if not, why?
A change at what?
Quarterback.
No.
Why?
Because no one just changes our quarterback for no reason.
That's obviously Grant Cohn of Sports Illustrated. Kyle, did you see Brock Purdy hit his head in the fourth quarter?
I don't get the TV copy in the game, so I don't see how they hit from where I'm at. So we don't see that at all. I'm always assuming that there's people spotting that stuff and spot checkers, and that everyone's going to do that when they see it. So that's not something that I'm looking for during the game. I'm usually watching defense, and I'm looking at my call sheet getting ready for the next down.
All right, so it's just I got to tell you.
I believe him.
Oh, I believe him. But he is he gets defensive up there.
He's on a 3-game losing
streak. Not defensive,
Steiny.
but he's always not defensive, a little snarky. Let's hear another back and forth. Was he checked for a concussion at all, Brock?
Was he checked for a concussion afterwards?
I didn't ask. The fact that nothing is wrong is why I didn't ask.
No, I understand you don't. No, I wasn't. Yeah, I understand.
No, and I also understand your question, and I didn't ask.
I understand you don't see the TV copy, but I'm just saying, if in that moment you had actually seen that happen, would your reaction been like, we need to get him out of the game?
I don't know. It's a pretty hypothetical question. If I think any of our players are hurt, I always want to get them out of the game.
Oh, Kyle.
And here's some subterfuge. Kyle asked about the trade deadline yesterday.
I know John's been working on that for the last month. He's talking with everyone, as every team does right now. If we think there is a chance to improve us, we'll do it. Doesn't sound like there's a lot of options out there, but doesn't mean for sure no. So I know we'll look up that all the way up to the deadline and see if anything changes.
Well, something did change, and that was Kyle Shanahan from yesterday. 49ers have gone out and gotten Chase Young, defensive end from Washington. They've given up a third-round compensatory pick, and Chase Young is the newest member of the San Francisco 49ers. I mean, when you listen to that back and forth with Shanahan, what do you think? Like, just what crosses your mind?
Well, number one, I think as much as his responses are understandable, so are the questions.
Right.
Like, yes, no one actually thinks that you're going to swap Sam Darnold for Brock Purdy, but if on the off chance you were thinking about it, no one would know until the question was asked. So I think that is fair, and Kyle's dismissal of it is also fair. That's kind of how I look at how all of that. Like, Kyle Shanahan is, he's got a bit of an attitude sometimes, especially during 3-game losing streaks. But that's also always who he's been. So, you might hear something that you feel like is a dumb question. You might hear something you feel like is a dumb answer from Kyle. But that's what's going to happen when your team starts out 5-0, looks like world beaters, and you're going to be crowned Super Bowl champs in week 5. And then you get beaten back-to-back weeks by teams you probably should have beat. And then you got absolutely blown out by a team that has markedly shown it's better than you.
Yeah, I don't think it's dissimilar from the Chris Paul questions before the season about whether or not he's going to start. You have to ask it. Chris Paul had started every game in his entire NBA career, and now he was coming to the Warriors, who had a set starting 5. And if you decide that you don't think it's even that important, I even understand that. But sometimes you have to, as a reporter, ask a question that you know the answer is going to kind of be like that, just to make sure you get the answer. Because everybody hates when the media assumes things. So, and I get it. I mean, was there any chance Brock Purdy wasn't going to start against Jacksonville? Probably not. But go ahead and ask.
I mainly just think it's the person who's asking it that people have an issue with. Like, if Matt Mayoko asked that question, which he may not have, then people wouldn't be coming down his road.
I mean, I guess you could ask it, Brock's, look, I've asked a million questions like this. You got to soft pedal it at first. Well, first of all, you don't have to. You don't have to soft pedal it if you don't want to. But what I'm saying is, a question like that, I would probably preface it by saying, it's always tough to make a call. What goes into a decision about when you make a quarterback change? I'm not saying Brock Purdy's ready, but how do you know? Like, maybe something like that.
Yeah, that's true. I also think it was interesting to hear him talk about the trade deadline, because it didn't seem like he assumed that they were going to get anyone.
Right.
And they ended up getting, I think, a pretty sizable piece, or at least one that has the potential to help you in a lot of areas, and being Chase Young. But if you're Kyle Shanahan and you're not assuming that help's coming, I think that also points to his tone after the loss to Cincinnati, which is he thinks that this team can internally heal itself. But I mean, literally, Debo's got to get better. Christian McCaffrey's probably playing under the weather. Trent Williams is out. Like, the team can get healthy, but also internally improve to the point where we're not worried about this team and how far they can go this season. We're going to ideally, like, I think if this team plays to its potential, even without Young and Gregory, we are still looking at a Final Four team in the NFC or in the NFL.
Right. And that's kind of one thing that are there any 49er fans out there that right now, after 3 losses, would make a bet that they won't be in the NFC title game? Look, before the season started, it was NFC title game. Try to get a rematch with the Eagles. If it's not the Eagles, go beat Dallas. Now you lose 3 games. I wouldn't, if I had the Niners in the NFC title game, coming off these 3 losses, I don't know that I would be overly discouraged. I would actually be, what I'd be most worried about is, okay, we still got to make the playoffs now, which they're in great shape, don't get me wrong, but I am not taking the 49ers off the table of being one of the top 5 teams in the league.
Yeah, but that's not what they're supposed to be.
What do you mean?
Wait, so you're top 5 in the league or in the NFC?
Well, would you make a bet right now that the Niners will not make the NFC title game?
No.
I still wouldn't either.
But I'm thinking about that bet a lot more than I would a month ago.
Yeah, and see, that's where I'd probably be a little different, believe it or not. I wouldn't.
Like at 4-0, you'd say, well, yeah, I mean, of course they're going to be there. It's going to be them and the Eagles.
I still think they're going to be there. Like, how do I want to put this? Like, okay, before the season, 5-0, Steiny, you think the 49ers are going to make the NFC Championship game? Yes. How much are you going to bet on it? Okay, I'll bet $100. Okay. Now it's 3 weeks later. Hey, Steiny, I'll give you a chance right now. $50. I'll take 50 right now, and you can get out of the bet. Or even you can get out of the bet right now. I would not get out of the bet. If somebody said, Steiny, you bet $100 for the Niners to be in the NFC title game, you can call that bet off right now. I'm not calling the bet off. That's me. Let's go grab a couple calls here. Let's go to Gio in San Francisco. Wants to talk about Chase Young. The 49ers have acquired defensive end Chase Young from Washington for a compensatory 3rd-round pick. Thanks for listening and talking to us, Gio.
Of course, and thank you for taking the call.
Sure.
I think it's a steal, personally, about to get Chase Young just because of how much of a dynamic player he is. Granted, I feel like when it comes to having also Gregory, it looks great, but I feel there's a few things that we still lack, and I think maybe Denver, hopefully with our great rapport with them, Cortland Sutton or like a Jerry Jeudy trade, if it's another 3rd-round pick, that would be awesome. But the real point that I'm worried about is offensive line, and, of course, Wilkes. Offensive line, Banks is going to be out for a couple weeks. Trent's still injured. And then, of course, if we can't run, we don't have really a successful offensive game plan. But you look at the last game against Cincinnati, and you see some of the plays that Fred Warner had to deal with, and he's literally giving like a WTF moment to Wilkes from the booth or to the booth. And that's where I'm most concerned, to be honest. I don't think, the discussion you just had before about the NFC Championship game or just in general of the Niners in the playoffs, I feel like we're going to be looking good. But those are some concerns that I have. So I'm curious to what y'all think. So thank you.
Yeah, no, appreciate the call, Gio. Well, let me ask you this. And Robin, listener, was calling earlier, and she did say something that made me think. She said, I get it, Hargrave is new, but the bottom line is that Bosa's been there and Armstead's been there and Drake Jackson was there last year and Greenlaw and Warner. Why have they taken a step back? If they have essentially the same personnel, doesn't it have to be the defensive coordinator? And I'm not one of these guys that likes to blame coaches because I think it's mostly on the players. I don't think the players are playing well enough, but he's really the only difference, isn't he? Other than Hargrave, but Hargrave was wonderful for 5 games, according to everybody who watched the Niners.
I think it's probably a bit of both. I think that the 49ers are in a position where they're adjusting to a new coordinator who has tried to kind of immerse his own style with what the 49ers did, and the whole "it ain't broke, don't fix it" concept. He's trying to add a little bit. We know he's looking to blitz, but also like, and this is where I do think it's fair for Guru and anyone else to have come down the road of Nick Bosa. Like last season, they didn't have another pass rusher that had 5 or more sacks. I guess Samson Ebukam had 5 sacks. Okay. That was the second most on the team. Nick Bosa had 18.5. Like it starts and ends with number 97. So if you're looking at someone to blame for the lack of sacks, it's hard to look anywhere else besides the reigning defensive player of the year who missed all of training camp, who got big money.
Yeah.
And has not lived up so far to that contract through his first 8 games.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think it's got to be termed fair because Bosa got the big deal. Bosa got 1, 2, 2. Yeah, and now guaranteed. Exactly, guaranteed. Let's go to Trucker 23 in Lodi. I hope you're not stuck in Lodi. Mm-hmm.
No, absolutely not stuck here. I'm passing through with fueling out here.
Gotcha.
Anyways, I just wanted to talk about, one, so I think Purdy is not looking good, not because Purdy's not looking good, just because the O-line is starting to fail. Like at the beginning of the season, we all saw a lot of failures on the offensive line there, but now that Trent's out, you can't even get the running game going, and they're all blocking up the running game, and now it's just, second, third and longs, and they're going after the quarterback, and Purdy can only beat those so many times before he's starting to look bad. But and as far as you were talking about defense,
yeah,
I have to point out that they are not running as many stunts that they used to as far as Bosa moving around and all of that jazz. They are here and there, but they are doing a lot of blitzing. I think that comes down to the defensive coach as well. Yes, Bosa was getting home a lot more last year, but I do think that stunting him and moving him around is causing some of those issues there. But, thanks, guys.
No, thank you. Appreciate the call. Brian Baldinger was on with the morning show, and he was asked about Bosa. Take a listen to what the expert Baldy said.
Well, I don't know if missing the offseason has much effect. I wouldn't think. A guy that probably never gets out of shape, stays in shape. He's strictly a power rusher right now. We have said that. You don't see a spin move. You don't see a two-handed swipe. You're just not seeing a lot of variety. Now, the ball's out quick in a lot of cases. That's all right. Defensive linemen know that. You got to get them into situations where they got to hold it on 3rd and 13. You got to get them to those situations where they got to hold it an extra tick, where you're going to have a little bit more time to collapse the pocket. But I don't see twist stunts really working right now.
Yeah, see, he talked about those stunts. He says the ones they're using aren't working.
He also mentioned the fact that the 49ers are not really winning early in downs. And this was something so after the Cowboys game on Sunday night, I had a chance to go to the Cowboys locker room. Bloop, nice. And I spoke to DeMarcus Lawrence, who's in his own right a pretty damn good pass rusher, plays the run, good defensive lineman. One of the things that he said was it's hard. It's really hard to play and get to the quarterback when you don't know what's coming. And basically, he said, like, when the Niners went up 7-0 and played with the lead, then you can pass, you can run, you can play the pass off the run, you can play the run off the pass. Like, you're basically guessing as a defensive lineman. And through the first 5 games, I think their sack numbers were down, but the 49ers did a pretty good job at least creating pressure, quarterback hits, tackles for loss, pressure rate in general was fine. But the last 3 weeks, what's happened? It's kind of what we're talking about with Brock Purdy. They haven't had as much of a script to play with defensively to where they can pin their ears back and just get after the quarterback. That happens when you're playing from behind. That happens when sometimes your defensive coordinator is dialing up aggressive play calls in situations that could call for a screen pass. They can take advantage of your aggression. And I think Cincinnati did it specifically, but also Minnesota with a couple of big plays right before the half, but then some screen passes that went for chunk plays. So Wilks is a part of it, but also the 49ers have not been in positions defensively to where they're accustomed to just pass rushing or just run blocking. They're having to guess a little bit more. And I think that with probably, not a great start from Nick Bosa, maybe not as good of a start from Javon Hargrave, some of your big boys that you're expecting to play up to their level, all of that thrown into the gumbo pot is the reason why you're looking at a D-line that has not played up to par. And then we already know that the secondary on the back end is not going to be able to cover up for them. There's a reason why the Niners spend, I think it's something like 50 or 60% of their cap on the defensive line. That's their strength. That's what needs to win them football games, and they haven't done it.
Yeah, and that's, I guess, where does it matter that you've added two guys to a group that you thought was the strength, the unmitigated strength of your team? Or do you look at it as though, you know what, this defensive line's been struggling a little bit, but we know they're the best in football, so let's just load up. And if somebody's not producing, we'll just rotate guys more.
Yeah, and it keeps guys fresher too.
True. I
mean, I think this was the first game that Bosa played played every single defensive snap. And even if he may not be playing at a DPOY level, he's still extremely good.
Right.
So in the first 6 or 7 games when he's not on the field, well, then you got to go to Cleveland Ferrell. You got to go to Kerry Hyder. You got to go to backup defensive linemen that cannot play even near the same level as Bosa, and you're naturally going to have a fall off. So I think Chase Young, and then, of course, Gregory, I think, is working himself back into shape. Like, those guys should help keep everyone else a lot fresher because, like you said this, maybe it was even in the offseason about Hargrave. In Philly, he didn't play every single snap.
Nope.
So if he's playing more in San Francisco, maybe he is getting a little bit more tired. And someone like Young could help him with that.
It's a good point. Your point, not mine.
Oh,
mine's an older one. Let's go to Jake. Jake's in London.
Hell of a year.
Jake's in London in the UK. Oh, one of my favorite cities. Hey, Jake.
Happy Halloween, guys.
Yeah. Thank you. 49ers defense just got scarier.
This is a spooky trade, guys. This is going to be one scary D-line come mid-season. I'm so excited now that we got Chase Young and also Randy Gregory, who's shown some stuff. But the thing I like is, first of all, thanks for having me on. But it's Jack, by the way, not Jake. But the thing I like is that we're getting 3 comp picks already in the 3rd round for Mike McGlinchey, D'Amico Ryans, and Ran Carthen. So this is like a win-win situation for us. But the question I had, guys, is, could we franchise Chase Young next year? And if it works out, would you guys rather keep Chase Young rather than Deebo Samuel, who's very injury prone every year since we got him, we're paying over $30 million?
Yeah, I think. Woo! I mean, boy, Jake, from across the pond. I don't know.
I think
it's a little premature.
The answer is no.
Okay,
but I'm not sure if they could franchise tag Chase Young. I'm not sure what the details of that are when they swap teams. But to answer his question, no, I would rather have Deebo Samuel than Chase Young.
All righty, here's what we got going. Coming up on the other side, your chance to play hoop on the Chase Center floor, a game of knockout. That's coming up at 12:30. That's in 5 minutes. And the NFL trading deadline is over at 1 o'clock. So we got 35 more minutes for that. And the 49ers have acquired Chase Young, a defensive end from Washington, for a compensatory 3rd-round pick. Let's see if they have any other moves in them. Do they help that secondary? We'll see. 888-957-9570 is the number. Again, coming up on the other side, we're going to tell you how you get an opportunity to play hoop on the Chase Center floor on 95.7.
Do you hear that? That is...
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Matt Steinmetz, along with Evan Giddings on 95.7 The Game. Tyler the Guru Johnson will be back tomorrow. He's taking care of a little bit of an issue. And there it is. All righty. This is your chance for an opportunity to play hoop on the Chase Center floor, starting right now. Evan and I are going to continue with the show, and at 12:45, 12:50, we will ask you to give an answer to a part of the show that we've discussed. If you give the right answer, you get to take threes on the same floor. It's knockout, though. Maybe you don't want to take threes. Maybe you want to pound the rock. Get to the bucket.
Yeah, I mean, if you're like Chris Paul, you actually don't want to be shooting threes. He's 1 of 16. But you might want to step inside it. Just that little nice 18-foot pull-up, a Sean Livingston-esque J. That's just been absolutely automatic.
Yeah, one thing I was thinking is if you had to, and I'm going to do this the right way. Steph Curry's. If you take Steph Curry out of the equation, who's the MVP for the Warriors, Evan? You give me one, I'll give you one.
Well, I think we're both going to have the same guy.
Maybe.
Chris Paul.
Yeah, I guess we have the same guy.
I mean, well, I don't know what other choice there'd be at this point.
Well, how about this?
And
has Chris Paul
taken... no shade.
Has Chris Paul taken the first steps toward winning the 6th Man of the Year award?
Or is he going to win the first ever 6th Starter of the Year award?
It's true.
No.
It could be one or the other. One or the other.
But I think, the question is going to be how many games he starts or has to start.
True.
Because he might just be exempt from the conversation. That's one of the reasons Jordan Poole was, I think, a great sixth man because of how many games he could start if Clay had to miss, if Curry had to miss, if Wiggins had. He was always the next man up. But it's interesting because if you look at last night's game against New Orleans, Moody was the starter for Clay, not
right.
Chris Paul. So, in fact, we might actually just see Chris Paul come off the bench no matter what.
That's a good point. I would have thought maybe I should have, let it play out before to say anything like this, but I kind of thought the way it was starting out was that if Chris Paul even were to come off the bench, this is before the season, so you had Steph, Clay, Wiggins, Draymond, and Looney, I kind of felt like no matter what starter may miss a game, that Chris Paul would just be the next starter, whether it was Looney, whether it was Curry. But I do think that's not the case anymore. I think Chris Paul may be kind of settling in to a 6th-man role and giving that second unit something that they've never had but infrequently during Steph Curry's tenure, and that's a backup point guard that can really run the show.
And to me, that's more about the growth from a Moses Moody, Jonathan Kuminga, or other players that could step up and start, more than, hey, this is how we want to use Chris Paul. Chris Paul started the first, couple of games because I don't think Steve Kerr knew exactly which Moses Moody or Jonathan Kuminga he was going to have this year.
Right.
But so far, Moody's shown himself to be, along with the other players, he's a guy that's not going to hurt you when he's in the game.
And before we get back to the Niners, the Warriors did make some news today, a little bit of news. They have picked up the 4th-year options on Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga. All right, so what's that mean? Well, both those guys are entering their 3rd year. There's a deadline to pick up their contract for next year. It's a team option, and both Moses Moody and Jonathan Kuminga's options have been picked up. And what that means is they're likely to be on the team next year in year 4. So Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody, that's the news of the day for the Golden State Warriors. Their options have been picked up.
Yeah, meanwhile, the news of the day for the 49ers is that Chase Young is now going to be wearing the red and gold. Also, a report from Cam Inman, 95.7 The Game 49ers Insider. Sounds like the 49ers are out on Bears cornerback Jalen Johnson, who's sticking with the Bears. who traded for the other defensive lineman who left Washington today, Montez Sweat. So Sweat was dealt for a second-round pick to Chicago, and of course Young comes to the 49ers for a comp third-round pick.
That's Evan Giddings. He's in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. I want to play something for you guys.
Also, one more.
Yes? Yeah, feel free to jump in because you're kind of monitoring the news much better than I am right now. I have other responsibilities.
No, so at this point, Rasul Douglas, defensive back, is off the board for the Bills. He was just another guy that could potentially be out of the secondary. So there's not really many. Like, if you're wondering what the 49ers could do in the trade market between now and 1 o'clock in the next 21 minutes, I find it hard to believe they're going to find a deal that matches both the price they want to give up as well as the player and an impact player that they could bring in.
Why did I push my chips into the middle when they didn't need to be pushed into the middle, Evan?
No, because that's the kind of guy. Actually, that's not the kind of guy you are.
I said the 49ers are going to make another move.
See, this is where you've gotten a little bit like Brock Purdy, and I hate to come down his road here, but because of how much success Brock Purdy and Matt Steinmetz have had in the last 365 days, you're starting to get overzealous. You're starting to get a little aggressive, and you're starting to push the ball downfield into difficult spots that you know you shouldn't be throwing it into, but you've been so good, you've gotten away with so much that you're starting to push your luck. Of course, you still have 20 minutes.
There's one difference between Brock Purdy and Steinmetz, and that is I'm not on a 3-game losing streak.
Well, that's a fact.
Those are facts.
Warriors are on a 3-game winning streak.
Hey, I got something to play for you.
Mm-hmm.
I think, and this has local ties. They're so local. There's local ties to our station. But you had said this before the show. You said, I want to talk about Taylor Lewan. Who is he? This is what he had to say. Go ahead. Explain who he is.
Okay, so Taylor, is it Lewan? Yeah, Taylor Lewan. He's a former top pick.
Lewan.
Out of Michigan. Offensive lineman. He played for the Tennessee Titans for a little bit. Retired recently. Anyways, he has a podcast. Bussin' with the Boys. Take the name for whatever you will. Host with another NFL player. I think the podcast is actually pretty good. He's entertaining. He tells great stories. And, of course, he's a former top flight player. And he said something that I thought was very interesting about Brock Purdy, and I believe you have the cut.
I do.
That we can play. So Taylor Lewan said this about Brock Purdy.
Well, before I play it,
okay.
I went to Pro Football Reference, and one of the things they're great at is they will put a gentleman's pronunciation, or woman, a pronunciation up there, and they don't have one. So maybe...
But they do have his middle name.
But maybe they do, Curtis. But maybe this is like the Lacobs. I've told you that story, right?
Lacob?
Joe Lacob. I said, way back in the day, I know that I've heard your name pronounced Lacob. And he said, I don't care. So maybe Lewin doesn't care. Anyway, let's get to
I got something he doesn't care about in a minute.
Hey, Taylor. Hey, wait. Purdy. He's great, right?
I have, from a reliable source that I'm not going to tell you, told me back in January, said this to me back in January. Brock Purdy's not the guy. He's not the guy. He's not as good as people think he is.
How reliable?
Reliable in the sense that when these guys went down, he texted me and told me that Brock Purdy's going to start throwing interceptions. He's not going to be doing as well.
Everybody's just going to think it's Kittle. That's telling you.
No, God, no. Kittle's like the nicest, most positive individual. He would never. It was not a player for the 49ers.
But I will say, Purdy wasn't the one giving up 8 million yards yesterday.
I know the defense that's a weird position too. You think they'd be doing a whole lot better. I don't know. I think the defense is going to be all right. They got the studs. They just got to figure it out a little bit. But I would, from what I've been told, this is not my opinion.
Yeah.
I would say we got to worry about Brock Purdy a little bit if I'm just being the messenger.
Okay, so that was on Up and Adams with Kay Adams.
FanDuel TV.
Taylor Lewan, who, by the way, the 49ers could use right now. He's a pretty good offensive lineman back in his day. But there's a couple of things I have issue with. Number one, it's not a report. You reporting from a quote-unquote reliable source that believes that Brock Purdy's not the guy is not a report. It's an opinion from someone who you trust. So that's what you're relaying. It's not news. It's an opinion. That's for one. Okay, so this is preface my rage because, understandably, it has to do with Bay Area sports. So our own morning producer, Sam Lubman, and this hits close to home because as a producer, I have to do this. I have to reach out to guests. You have to pursue leads. You have to try and bring interesting topics and people to a show in order to dig deeper into topics that we're getting into each and every day for 4 hours. So Sam Lubman in the morning show reaches out to Taylor Lewan.
Nice.
And says cordially, hey, Taylor, saw what you had to say. Would you be available either today, tomorrow, sometime in the near future to join our own Bonte Hill and Joe Shasky, do a great job in the morning every single day to talk about the current state of the 49ers and why Brock Purdy isn't the guy for the 49ers, like he quote-unquote reported on FanDuel TV. So Taylor Lewan messages back, LOL. No. I like Brock. I love the Niners. I'm not here to be the negative guy. I'm just reporting what I was told. Now, that response in and of itself is a little snarky, kind of Shanahan-ish, if you ask me, which is fine. But then Taylor Lewan has the gall to go and screenshot the conversation that Sam put on our official account onto Twitter and basically insinuates that we're trying to make him out to be the bad guy, to make him out to be negative. And he says, don't get it twisted. I think the 49ers have the best locker room in the NFL. I'm just reporting people out here trying to make me the villain in SF. No one's trying to make you the villain. People are trying to know what you believe about what your reported reliable source told you and what they believe. Like, we're trying to have a conversation here. Bonte and Shasky are not leading interviewers. They're not going to try and set you up to fail. What they're trying to do is understand what we're all trying to understand, which is, do you think that Brock Purdy is, as Shanahan has put it in the past, the real deal? Your source doesn't believe he is. Taylor Lewan, what do you think? You do a great podcast with Will Compton. You have a great platform. You have a place to educate, to bring a unique and I think valuable player's perspective to the conversations that we have each and every day on our radio station. The morning producer reaching out to you is not trying to bait you. He's not trying to goat you. He's trying to open up the door to something that is entertaining and informative to our audience. And so I just thought it was kind of weak, honestly, for him to air this conversation about something that's not even a real report, about just something that his buddy, who he believes is, a valuable a source inside or even not inside the San Francisco 49ers organization, because he said the guy wasn't even on the team, that back in January he thought he wasn't the guy. Number one, why are you sitting on that information for 8 months if you think it's the truth? Why would you bring it up now after he's lost 3 games as opposed to the first 5 games in which he was undefeated? And then why would you go and air a conversation with a guy who's trying to do his job on social media, trying to pin us as making you the bad guy when you're the person who brought it up in the first place? That's what I don't get.
All right, let's try to parse this out a little. What if, did he, I don't want to listen to it again. Did he say anything specific about who this person was?
What do you mean?
Or just inside the, play it again? I will play it again.
I have from a reliable source that I'm not going to tell you.
What does that mean?
Told me back in January. Said this to me back in January. Brock Purdy's not the guy. He's not the guy. He's not as good as people think he is.
How reliable?
Reliable in the sense that when these guys went down, he texted me and told me Brock Purdy's going to start throwing interceptions. He's not going to be doing as well.
Everybody's just going to think it's Kittle that's telling you that.
No, God, no. Kittle's like the nicest, most positive individual. He would never. It was not a player for the 49ers.
But I will say, Purdy wasn't the one giving up 8 million yards yesterday.
I know the defense that's a weird position too. You think they'd be doing a whole lot better. I don't know. I think the defense is going to be all right. They got the studs. They just got to figure it out a little bit. But I would, from what I've been told, this is not my opinion.
Yeah.
I would say we got to worry about Brock Purdy a little bit if I'm just being the messenger.
He said something like he went down and he's going to start throwing interceptions.
No, he said that back in January.
Okay.
If when Brock Purdy, I think he was insinuating when he goes down, like falls behind in a game.
Oh, okay.
He's going to start throwing picks like he has in the last 3 games. But again, that was back in January, which would have been around the time that either he had just finished up a perfect start to his regular season career, or after he threw 3 touchdowns against Seattle, or after he beat the Dallas Cowboys, or after he got injured in the NFC title game. Like, there was no evidence at that point to believe that he was going to throw picks falling from behind because he hadn't done it.
True.
And again, I don't understand how this guy is sitting here. Like, he's bringing this up now.
I'm trying to think.
At the point where it's the easiest to hop on the anti-Brock Purdy train. Like, why haven't you said this over the summer? Why haven't you brought this up in the first couple of games when Brock Purdy was damn near perfect? Why are you waiting until now? And I appreciate Kay Adams following up, trying to figure out if it was a player or not on the 49ers, because that expressed that it wasn't.
Right.
It's not someone in the building.
I am trying to imagine I'm talking to somebody inside the Warriors during the offseason, and who would be comparable to Purdy? How about somebody like Kuminga? Kuminga, entering his 3rd year, and I'm big on hypotheticals.
Yeah, you are.
Q, the assistant coach Q. By the way, it's never happened. I love these. So Q and I are talking, and Q goes, "Yeah, I'll tell you what, Steiny, Kuminga ain't it. He ain't it." "Oh, what do you mean?" "Well, he's not going to be the guy." "Okay. What does that mean?" "Well, he's not going to be a star, and he's just not the guy." "Okay." Even if I'm a journalist, I go nowhere with that information. Believe it. Like, there's nothing. Source. Kuminga's not that guy. Like, it doesn't work.
Oh, so what does that even mean?
Well,
like, does it mean that he's not a future Hall of Famer? Does it mean he's not a championship player? Does it mean he's not a 20-point-per-game scorer? Like, not being the guy is not necessarily an indictment. And being the guy doesn't necessarily mean you are. Like, it's a reliable source, or a source in general, doesn't matter. And I apologize. It just kind of hits close to home, because this is what I have to do almost every single day, is reach out to people. And Sam busts his ass to try and find good guests for Bonte and Shasky to talk to each and every day. And for this guy to basically come out with this information that I think is, gray at best, and then to air him out on social media for just doing his job,
right,
I thought was extremely unnecessary.
No, I think you're right about that. Not to mention, he didn't pare down reliable source, because I was listening for it, and he never said, "I have a reliable source in the organization." He never said in the organization. Reliable source could have been anybody he was talking to in January. But I'm kind of with you. For me, there's so much information you get a lot, and you got to figure out what to say and what's fair and what's not. And I don't know. Oh, I do know now. There it is. You want to play hoop on the Chase Center floor? I'm telling you how right now. Answer this question and then call this number, 415-523-4652. All right? I got a question for you. You answer it. You're playing knockout on the Chase Center floor. All right, here's a question. In the beginning of this segment, I asked Evan who he has as the Warriors MVP, not named Steph Curry, through 4 games. His answer was the same as mine. Who's the Warriors MVP if it's not Steph Curry? 415-523-4652. Answer the question correctly, and you are playing knockout at Chase Center. You ever play in a big boy arena?
Well, not basketball. I mean, I played.
What's the baseball? What's the biggest field you played on?
The Oakland Coliseum.
Oh,
yeah.
For what?
The 2 NCS championship games I played in.
Oh, whoop! Nice.
That was in high school. Yeah, it was fun. Nice. It was a good time. Didn't have very good games, but I got to I played shortstop my senior year, and it was kind of cool to think about this is where Derek Jeter played and that kind of stuff. Or Miguel Tejada.
Grandy, biggest stadium you've ever played in?
I played pickup games in the old MacArthur Court at the University of Oregon, which is where the Oregon men's team used to play.
The place is nice too.
Yeah,
it counts.
Absolutely.
By the way, you like the Oregon Court?
I do.
Depending on which one it is.
With the trees on it, kind of like the
yeah.
I think that's sick.
I don't mind it either.
Well, do people not like it?
I think the traditionalists probably think it's too much, but
it's classic Oregon though, over the top.
Go Ducks.
Granny went to Oregon, so I know. Take every opportunity.
Go Ducks.
Ducks, yeah, like Eric Armstead, Diamador Lenore.
How are we doing this year in the college football?
We're doing great.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
What are we ranked?
Not high enough.
Well, the first college football playoff poll is coming out tonight, Steiny. We're probably going to be number 6.
So you'll be above Penn State,
no doubt.
Okay. But you'll be below Washington.
Yeah, we'll be below Washington. They beat us, unfortunately. I'll be in Seattle. So.
Ooh, that's one that might cost you at the end of the year.
Hate to see it.
Grandy. By the way, I got to get this stat up. Talk about losing listeners. We're going to talk about college football. No, we're not. I'm going to get this. I'm going to get this James Franklin stat.
Okay.
The head coach of Penn State. He can't beat anybody good ever.
Yeah.
Unbelievable. Yes.
Hey, but he can punish Massachusetts.
Here's the other thing.
Men are the worst.
He was the guy.
I've ever seen.
James Franklin and Harbaugh kind of have a little tiff going because they had a fight in the tunnel. And
who hasn't wanted to fight Jim Harbaugh?
Who hasn't wanted to knock out James Franklin? I'll tell you what. That's
not even on my radar.
That's a tough one.
I think that's a Pennsylvania vendetta that you've brought with you. Maybe the only one from the East Coast.
Everybody thinks he's a great coach, and I don't see it, Bob. I just don't see it.
You know what I don't see is the 49ers making a deal in the next 5 minutes.
You know how the NBA can go, though.
Hey,
you
the
think
fax
it's all
machine
over?
takes about 4, so they got 30 seconds to play with.
All right, we'll give you the winner of the Chase Center knockout game on the other side. Matt Steinmetz is along with Evan Giddings today. Darryl the Guru Johnson. He's at TCB, taking care of some business. Today, that segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank.
But honestly,
banking, no compromise. Don't worry, I wasn't going to get out.
No.
I know you thought I was going to get out before 56.
I wanted to ask you a quick question.
Okay, go ahead. Ask me a quick question.
Well, now you're all right, so you're good because we got to 56.
What's it about?
No, I was going to ask you if you think the 49ers have a move in them in 4 minutes.
I mean, I got to double down. I guess yes. I mean, could this be the first struggle this season for Steiny?
And by the way, really quickly, our winner of the contest, Andrew in Marin. So shout out to Andrew.
Nice, Andrew.
Yeah. Money County.
That means we got 5 guys, so 5 people so far playing knockout.
And the 6th coming up at 4:30 with Willard and Dibbs.
And we got 20 plus more. This contest runs for 2 weeks. All right, 888-957-9570 is the number. The 49ers have acquired defensive end Chase Young. Is that all they've done? We'll tell you on the other side on 95.7 The Game.
My little brother's friends have been camped out at our place for 2 days straight. 3.
We're taking care of some business, and Evan will be in tomorrow, too. I'm going to take care of some business.
Yeah, a couple doctor's appointments this week, something like that.
Yeah, you're right. Hey, by the way,
Can't wait to see Goo tomorrow.
We always are excited about.
You sound so sure.
I didn't think of what you were saying there. Hey, by the way, coming up in 10 minutes.
Yes.
Brian Mitchell's going to join us. Brian Mitchell. It's so funny. We got a young guy. He's a cute kid. He is, and he got a new title, and he's feeling good about it. But he comes in and he goes, hey, we got a guest. Talk about Chase Young. 49ers have acquired Chase Young from Washington. I said, oh, yeah, who? He goes, Brian Mitchell. He goes, you know who he is? I said, maybe one of the greatest punt returners of all time. Played for Washington, played for Philly. He goes, wow, I'm impressed you knew that. That's Lucas, this little punk that works with us.
Well,
so hold on, a little more.
Okay.
So I go out.
Let him have it.
To Nahegan during the break, and I'm like, Brian Mitchell, and not a bad get. Cool.
Mm-hmm.
He said, you know who Brian Mitchell is? I'm like, yeah, I know who Brian Mitchell is. He goes, yeah, Lucas didn't know. So in other words, Lucas had no clue who Brian Mitchell, and you know what? That's how I'm going to introduce Brian Mitchell. The guy who Lucas Alexander doesn't know.
Yet it didn't prevent me from booking him.
Well done.
Still a great booking.
Attaboy,
done.
Luke.
It's the first successful booking we've had since Taylor Lewan has turned us down.
I don't know. We're going to get another NFL player again.
Man. By the way, if you're just joining us, the 49ers have made a trade for Chase Young, a defensive end from Washington. They're giving up a compensatory third-round pick, and that is from the
pick a source. Rap sheet.
No. I'm talking about the three compensatory extra picks they got were from.
That's from Mike McGlinchey.
That's right.
Left the free agency last year. Rand Carthen is with the Titans now, and D'Amico Ryans is with the Texans.
Gotcha. All right, so Brian Mitchell's going to join us in about 10 minutes. He hosts a radio show in Washington, D.C., knows the Commanders inside and out, and we're going to get the lowdown on Chase Young and what's been going on.
Can also talk to him about how maybe the 49ers stack up with Philly now. He's very familiar being in the same division as the Eagles, so and they're another team with a pretty good defensive line, so I wonder how he feels like they match up.
Yeah. You can ask him whatever you want, is what you... Yes?
You want to ask him about Jordan Poole, too, while you're at it?
Why? Oh, you know what? I thought you were...
It was a joke.
No.
Trade deadline just passed, actually. No other moves for the Niners.
We don't know that for a fact. Sometimes they sprinkle in late.
Chalk that one up.
Oh, no.
Back to the Niners. My bad.
This is...
No, his year's coming to a close.
As Guru would say, it's bigger than the Niners. I'll tell you what, do me a favor. Next time he says, tomorrow, when he says it's bigger than something 17 times,
sure,
just ask him to explain how. What do you mean? What does that mean?
No,
it's bigger.
This is where I don't need to dig. I don't have my detective goggles on like you seem to do every single day when you talk to Goo. Although I will say, and I hate to be the bearer of bad news, Steiny, but seeing as how that might have been the first time you were wrong this year, we only got 2 months left in the year.
But
it's been a hell of a year.
It's like the old PGA. It's a wraparound season.
Okay, 2023-24.
Yes, absolutely, positively.
Depends on when you took your first victory lap.
Well, what was it for? I mean, when did the Warriors officially not win it? Probably at the season opener last year.
I think it was preseason. Sometime in
that's true.
When
was the punch? Because that's when it all officially ended for the Golden State Warriors. Speaking of the Warriors, they're 3-0 on the road. They got the best backup point guard in basketball. They got a second unit that's thriving with Chris Paul. Dare I say, is he a perfect fit? A perfect fit? Best backup point guard in the Steph Curry era. He's better than Jarrett Jack. There you go.
Oh, absolutely.
Or Livingston.
Oh, absolutely. If you look around the league, how many benches have a Chris Paul? And I don't mean just as like a backup point guard specifically, but a sixth man that provides the impact that he does. Because I think, like last year, the Celtics were hoping that Malcolm Brogdon could be that guy. I'm trying to think of it. Maybe Tyler Hero a couple of years ago could have, but he's more of a scorer. Jordan Poole certainly wasn't that last season for the Warriors. I just don't think there is one.
I'm trying to think too. So Lou Williams has been retired.
Klay Thompson just passed Jamal Crawford, 3-pointers the other night.
Yeah, no,
he was a great six man.
You know what's funny is
all the six man's been scorers. They haven't really been
most of the time
pass first.
That's right. And see, this is where you think he's listening, Goo.
Okay.
You know, Goo, this is where you gotta
doctor's appointment.
You got to acknowledge your partner's knowledge. Acknowledge the knowledge. He was worried about scoring. Who's going to score? I said, hey, you got a passer. You got a lot of guys who can make that up.
Well,
hey, Steiny, just to stir the pot with listeners, let's mention the Warriors haven't won at home yet.
That's a good point.
Yeah, must win tomorrow against the Kings.
The legacy game against Sacramento.
Well, I mean, what's funny is
they're not going to have De'Aaron Fox.
Of course not. Nobody plays in the NBA anymore. Who's going to sit for the Warriors?
Hopefully not Chris Paul.
Exactly. Exactly.
Wait, but so in talking about the offense,
yes,
and it's not really a concern. More so, I guess, if Curry had to miss a game. But like, do you make anything of the fact that he's going to have to shoulder the offensive load pretty much every single night? Like, if he's not the leading scorer in a game for the Warriors, that they're not going to win it. Because that was one thing about strength in numbers, that even though Curry was incredible and Klay and Draymond were awesome and the starting unit was fantastic, there were some nights, like game 1 of the 2016 NBA Finals, their leading scorer in the win was Sean Livingston. Like, he could get you 22, and you didn't necessarily have to have a 40-point game or a 30-point game from Curry. I don't know if they've answered that question yet.
Well, you said before the show, and I kind of agreed with you, is they might need a little scoring outside of Steph. Obviously, they have Steph who can get him 30, but Clay's not. Now, Clay can get you 20, 25, 25, 30. There's no doubt. But there are now more and more games where he doesn't get you, becomes that secondary scorer. Well, Draymond's not a scorer. Looney's not a scorer. Chris Paul's not a scorer. So this is why Wiggins is so important. And this is why Wiggins / Kuminga need to at least do something. Because if they're going to, if Steph's going to get you 30 and Clay's going to get you 20, you still need one other guy to get you 18 to 20. And it's who's left? There's only 2 guys that are really left, and that's Wiggins and Kuminga.
Yeah, and I think that's why Wiggins is the guy who I would have my eyes on the most at this point. And I think that's just a glowing recommendation of the rest of the guys. Like, they've all been, I think, if not what we expected, better so far in the first 4 games. Andrew Wiggins is really the only one that hasn't caught our eye or had his big moment or big game yet. And there's still 4 games in 82. Like, he might be fine on Wednesday against Sac. But Wiggins is also the only other player outside of Klay Thompson that's averaged 20 points in a season. So if you're looking at secondary scores, I guess Chris Paul did it really early in his... Actually, I don't even know if he got to 20. I have to double-check that. But I know Wiggins for sure did. Klay has. But I don't think Klay is the game-in and game-out 20-point or more score that he used to be or could be. And honestly, I'm not sure if I want him to try and be that guy because of how much up and down shooting there was last year. Andrew Wiggins, he might not always get 20 points, but he is the guy that I would at least expect to be a 15-plus point per game scorer And it doesn't look like he has locked in so far yet to where that's going to be an expectation. Like, you're still wondering what kind of Wiggins you're going to get at this point. And maybe he's trying to play himself into shape. Maybe we're making much out of nothing. But because of how important I believe he will be later in the year and throughout the season, because he's also pretty sturdy and durable, outside of last year, I do have my eyes on Wiggins.
By the way, we have announced the winner of the knockout contest. The answer was Chris Paul. The answer was Chris Paul. Who do Evan and I agree is the Warriors MVP outside of Steph Curry? You just tell me how you think they're playing so far. And I get it's only 4 games. Gary Payton, second.
Real good.
Moody.
Very good.
Saric.
Saric has been fine.
I think he's been fine too. What about?
Or did they say Saric?
I'm not going to do that.
Saric.
And that sounds to me a little pretentious.
It's like
and I'm also not. He's from where's he from? Croatia?
Serbia?
Serbia?
No, I don't know. I just did that because there's an S.
Yeah. But Pajimski, Jackson Davis, limited, but okay. So here's the question.
Pajimski's good.
And we'll see.
Hey, first game, Steiny.
We'll see.
I mean, take it to the bank.
Did you hear the halftime interview with him? I like him. He's an interesting dude. Remember we had him on.
I heard your interview with him.
He's pretty quiet, but he
Before
actually
and during.
says more than you think. And someone Fitz goes, "Hey, congratulations! You got your first point. You got your first rebound in the NBA." And Pajimski goes, "And my first assist." Yeah, he knew.
So that's what, because I don't know. This is just what I noticed from watching him interact with you guys both during the commercial break and then during the interview. The eyes look a little glazed over, but it's clearly because there's a lot going on upstairs. Like, he's constantly thinking, and it appears to be a pretty sharp and witty dude if he's already coming at Fitz like that.
Well, and here's the other thing, and I hope that day we had Pajemski last week, and I was hoping, and you were in the room, I was hoping you'd maybe just take a little notice of, did you notice he walked into the room about 3 minutes before the interview actually started?
Yeah, we were just going to break.
Right, and did you see the way I warmed him up?
Please explain.
Well, you've got to be able to not, and this is where you and Goo could, stand and learn a little bit. When you have a guy like Pajimski who's just coming into the league, don't be afraid to ask him questions that you may think you should know the answer to.
I would argue you pissed him off.
What are you talking about? Oh my God, he was gleeful by the time we got back on the air.
Okay, so number one, you didn't have your facts straight.
What are you talking about?
His dad didn't play in the NBA.
He played Major League Baseball.
That's not even close to
No. I said to him, I said, your dad was a professional athlete, right?
No.
I think that's what I said.
Yes, you called him a basketball player.
I don't think so.
He responded the same way Steph Curry responded to Anthony Slater last night. No.
I was asking some good stuff to warm him up.
Yeah, you tried to butter him up with, so I see you went to military school.
That's right.
So that haircut wouldn't work, huh? And he goes,
exactly.
Yeah.
You know what? I like Pajemski.
I think you might have tanked the interview.
He's got a sixth sense for guys on his side.
Speaking of interviews.
We have him?
Well, I know we got Brian Mitchell coming up momentarily.
Brian Mitchell, former Washington football player, former Eagle, Super Bowl champ. That's confirmed, right?
Count it.
Brian Mitchell, Super Bowl champion, I believe. Yeah, that's some information Lucas didn't get.
91.
We got him? 1991. Brian Mitchell, Super Bowl champion. Brian Mitchell played for the Philadelphia Eagles, Washington football team. He now hosts a show in Washington, D.C. We want to talk to him about Chase Young. Brian, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. And I also want to add one of the greatest punt returners of all time.
Appreciate you, man. How y'all doing?
We're doing great. Why'd Washington trade Chase Young to the 49ers for a third?
Well, as I look at this thing right now, I'm looking at Montez and Chase, and both of them have the same agent. And I think a lot of times, Chase since he's gotten in town, he's been like that lightning rod where no matter what goes on, his name is going to be there. And that can rub people the wrong way. And I think the fact he's been injured a good bit of his career, and his injury was very serious where they had to take ligaments out of one leg to put into the injured leg, and it takes a little longer to get healthy. But, fans and media and even people in the front office, they don't think like that. But I think right now he's been as good as anybody on that football team. So right now the 49ers are getting somebody that's closer to what he was his rookie season than he was over those last few years in between.
No, Brian, I think that's a great point, and it's interesting to me how they got him for the third round pick when I guess injuries are the only reason you could point to him being kind of at that price. But he's got 5 sacks through 7 games thus far. You mentioned him being closer to the defensive rookie of the year that he was than, of course, the guy who was injured the last couple of seasons. How do you think that he fits with this 49ers team, and specifically opposite a guy that he used to play in college with in Nick Bosa?
Well, when I look at the 49ers and I look at their pass rush and I look at the way that they do things, I see a team that's getting better coaching than this football team was getting here. Okay? And I understand Chase Young and also Montez Sweat, they went up to deal with his coach from college. Why do you have to go back to your coach from college? Because you're not comfortable with the coach that's teaching you what you need to know in the NFL. So I think that Nick Bosa would be a great asset for him. I think being around – listen, I've been impressed with the 49ers defense for a long time. Being around that level of talent is going to make him up his game. Not hearing his name every day in a negative mindset based off of – we got a bunch of media people here in town that don't know what the hell they're talking about, to be honest with you, and he hears that every day. So getting away from his friends and his family, I would say that also, and getting out to San Francisco with a franchise that has been one of the great franchises in this league for a long period of time. That's going to help him out, So I look at it and I'm mad because Washington loses their talent, but I'm happy for Chase Young because he get opportunities to go play with a franchise that's still living up to the hype of what it was about.
We're talking to Brian Mitchell. He hosts a show on 106.7 The Fan in D.C., B. Mitch and Finley. And that's with J.P. Finley. And Brian is very familiar with the Washington football team, the Commanders, and they've traded Chase Young, defensive end, to the San Francisco 49ers for a third-round pick. Let me ask you this. You like Chase Young as a person?
I do. I like him as a person. The thing about me, listen, as a guy who played this game, and I learned the business of football, and I learned how people handle things and what people say and do, and I'm not fazed by much. But I would have to say the fact that the kid was still going out there playing the way he's playing this year, you know what I'm saying? He's a tough guy because I will be honest, if I was living in this area and the way they would talk negative about him, I don't know if I would have been able to handle it as good as he did. So I like him as a person, but ultimately I believe that the coaches, when a guy gets injured and you allow people to knock him because he's injured, and you don't say, well, he has to get healthy, I'm going to teach him what he needs to teach, I need to teach him to get him back, then it's on you. So, I like Chase very much, and I think you're getting a very good player.
Well, Brian, as you kind of alluded to, the 49ers, one of the biggest, if not the biggest strength of this team, and specifically the defense, is that defensive line. So the rich, in a sense, get richer, but it's because a lot of people feel like they hadn't been playing to their potential. I know being in Washington, you get a great and upfront look at one of the best defensive lines in football. Not, of course, just now in Washington, which got moved on, but also.
You say that. I don't say that.
Oh, sorry. Well, I guess what used to be. Sorry.
We got a team with four first-round draft picks that was on the defensive line, and they paid the interior guys, and then they got a first-round draft pick as cornerback, and they got a first-round draft pick, and you're ranked 31st. I don't know if I'm going to just say that it was one of the best. Maybe they're not being used properly or things of that nature, but I've always had but I would say the 49ers this year, right now, these last 2 to 3 games, no, they haven't lived up to the hype.
Gotcha.
But they've been living up to it prior to that.
Yeah, no doubt. Well, where I wanted to go with that was you also get a look at Philadelphia. And I think when talking about defensive lines, they always have to be in the conversation. Do you think a move like Chase Young for the 49ers puts them in that conversation and maybe even above Philadelphia, or do you still think the Eagles have a better D-line?
Well, I think it puts them in the conversation, but we look at the Eagles, and the Eagles have been performing every week. Now, if the 49ers with Chase, they begin to go out there and live up to what they've said and what we think of them, then they're right there with the Philadelphia Eagles. But the Philadelphia Eagles have, you know what I'm saying? So over the last 2 to 3 weeks, the 49ers dropped down. But prior to that, they were as good as the Eagles.
Hey, Brian, it looks like, and we're going to let you go because we know we got you at the last minute, but I want to ask you, here's what I'm hearing from you, Brian, is this kid may really benefit from a change of scenery.
Totally. I believe that 100% because, you know, I look at my own career. I was here for 10 years, and things begin to get to a point where you get complacent and you get a little lax. You get so familiar with everything around you, and, you know, then you leave and you go somewhere else and you get a little bit more motivated and excited. I think that could help him out because, you know, I think your left tackle, Trent Williams, who was here.
Right.
Trent could be a big asset for him. You know, what I love about that team, you have a lot of alpha dogs on that team. A lot of guys who know they're good, believe they're good, they go out there and produce it. And he needs to be around that a little bit. A lot of guys on this team, and I love this football team, they gave him a chance. But a lot of guys on this team, to me, are the little choir boys, quiet guys that want to always be liked by everybody. To hell with being liked. Go win football games. And I believe you have a lot of guys like that on that football team, and he needs something like that around him.
I'll tell you what, Brian, you're probably not afraid to ruffle some feathers in our nation's capital, huh?
Hey, I have never been afraid of anything, and I'm not going to be afraid now.
Hey, Brian, man, really appreciate you jumping on and telling us a little more about Chase Young. Thank you very much.
All right, man. Appreciate y'all. Take care.
All right, that's Brian Mitchell. He hosts a show in D.C., 106 The Fans morning show. B. Mitch and Finley with J.P. Finley. The San Francisco 49ers have acquired Chase Young from Washington, defensive end. They give up a compensatory third-round pick, and I'll tell you what, I mean, what I heard there is the change of scenery may really, really benefit him. And you know what? I tell you what, I know we're not there, but the Washington football team has had an unbelievable amount of negativity surrounding them in the recent past. So what does that do to a player when you go from maybe one of the worst situations in the NFL to one of the best, you know?
Oh, no, I'm with you. And look, I think Christian McCaffrey is an all-world talent, but we saw what happened when he went from not a great situation in Carolina to San Francisco. He's absolutely exploded. I don't know if it's fair to expect that level of production from Chase Young, but if Brian Mitchell is correct and the 49ers are getting a player closer to the defensive rookie of the year that was looking like he was going to be a force than the guy who hasn't been able to stay on the field the last couple of years, then they just got a big piece of that defensive line. And also one note from Wesley Steinberg, NFL and New York Giants insider Steiny, you were almost correct. Apparently, the Giants had a trade agreed with the 49ers for Adoree Jackson, but didn't get in the fax machine. No, failed to report it to the league in time.
See, my sources said they got that in.
You hate to see it.
My sources said they got that in under the wire.
That also would have been big, and that does suck for the 49ers because he's an impact corner. Yeah, he's an impact
going
corner.
So great.
You know, we'll turn this around, just like Brock Purdy's going to turn it around for the San Francisco 49ers. Hey, Lucas, put some respect on Brian Mitchell's name. You're welcome. You see,
okay.
Do you not even care? Do you not even care about
Super Bowl champion?
Historical sports knowledge?
No,
you
I
only
do.
care what happens now.
No, I care.
Like you don't care about John Hadel. You just care about Caleb Williams.
Who?
I mean, Pat Hayden.
Wow.
Who's the guy that went to USC,
Former
Willard?
AD, of course. He was the AD when
The
I was
Rhodes Scholar. Who's the Rhodes Scholar who went to USC? Pat Hayden.
Mm-hmm.
See, you don't know. All right. Coming up on the other side, I'll be back with Evan Giddings on 95.7 The Game. And by the way, the chance to play on the Chase Center floor, next opportunity is at 4:30. 4:30 with Willard, and I think Larry Kruger's in today. But 4:30 will be your next chance to play knockout on the Chase Center floor. Also, that segment was brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
Get your
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
You all right over there?
Evan Giddings in for Daryl the Guru Johnson. Yes, I have to do this to see if our camera's working. And I don't think it is. And Vintage, boy, I'll tell you who's having a terrible day is Lucas Alexander. I'll hit tap lock.
Director of Sports.
There it is. Working now. Tough day for Lucas. What's up, Evan? How would you self-evaluate your show today?
Probably like the 49ers of the trade deadline. A B. I think we both did a pretty good job. Still a lot to be seen, a lot left to do. And, of course, tomorrow will dictate some of that with Guru being back. Looking forward to that as well. But, it's a solid day, and I appreciate you helping me out.
Oh, I'm honored. I'm honored.
Kind of like Chris Paul, just teeing it up.
Tell you what. He's been terrific. He really has. In fact, we can talk about that before we get in here for the crossover. But 33 assists and 6 turnovers for Chris Paul in 4 games. The minutes that Steph Curry does not play, I don't think are going to be as big of an issue this year. I mean, I don't know what I can't. Here's what I'm going to say. I think we're more sure of how Chris Paul and the second unit are going to do when Steph Curry's off the floor, as opposed to figuring out how the two of them play when they're on the floor together. Because it's going to be half and half. The 16 minutes Curry doesn't play, Chris Paul will be on the floor. So they need 15 to 16 minutes together. And that's going to be, to me, the work in progress.
Yeah, I mean, I know that plus minus is not a perfect stat by any means, but it's a pretty good barometer on how much a guy impacts a certain game. In Stephen Curry's 65 minutes, he hasn't played. The Warriors are plus 31 in 4 games. That's pretty damn good.
That's really good.
If you look up and down the 2-man lineups, Chris Paul, every single player that he has played alongside has not been a negative. Like if you just look at him with Trayce Jackson-Davis or with Steph Curry or even Andrew Wiggins, every single player that he plays with is a plus when Chris is on the floor. That's huge. And I don't know about you, but I kind of had this thought, mainly during the Rockets game. I think yesterday was kind of a wash because they just waxed him from wire to wire. But I feel like most of the questions that I have about this team are about the starting lineup outside of Stephen Curry. Like, it's not really about the bench, which always seems to be where the ire and the concern of Warriors fans is generally placed. Like, there's no scapegoat yet. Like, the starter, Klay Thompson,
really good point.
Andrew Wiggins, and Draymond Green right now, I think also because they play the most, but that's where my questions lie.
I think it's fair to say that. The Warriors I get it. We've only played 4 games, but the Warriors are 3-1. Draymond's missed 2 and been, Klay's been pretty good. Klay's been solid.
Yeah.
But he hasn't been the Klay of old, but he's been productive. I don't want to diminish that. Wiggins has been not so good, and you're still 3-1. Speaking of Jackson Davis, here's what he had to say about how nice it is to play with Curry and Chris Paul. Uh-oh. What's going on?
And...
Yeah, can't hear it. I'm pushing it. Everything worked before Lucas got in here today.
That's all right.
I'm going to turn...
There.
Okay, go ahead.
No, I was going to say that there was a funny story that leaked out of last night's game, which was Trayce Jackson-Davis had, for a moment, a double-double. And it was reported in Slater's story that the veterans on the team have been calling Trayce Jackson-Davis Baby T.
Oh, that's cute.
Yeah, he hates the nickname.
Oh.
Yeah, he does not like it. And so they made a bet with him, or made a deal that basically, we get to call you Baby T until you register your first NBA double-double. Well, the last rebound of the game, Trayce Jackson-Davis grabs it, he comes down with it, and there's an eruption from the bench. There's applause, and Draymond's running down the alleyway back to the locker room screaming, "No more Baby T," and Klay Thompson is, "Hey, Baby T's done with." Well, come to find out, the official score actually gave that rebound to Jerome Robinson. So 13-9, Baby T is still on the board.
I mean, if there's anything that fits under the umbrella of you hate to see it, that's it. Let's try this again.
Okay.
Jackson Davis on playing with Curry and Paul.
Chris is like a pilot. Like he'll be calling a play, already calling for the ball screen when he's still at half court, and so he makes the game really easy. Just being able to dive and make plays off of him, it's great. And then playing with Steph, having to go to the ball and then being open in the short roll and being able to make a play out of that, they make the game and your life a lot easier.
That's Trayce Jackson-Davis.
That might be the best description I've heard of Chris Paul.
A pilot?
A pilot that just keeps you at a cruising altitude.
Yeah,
what?
Let's hope he's not like that pilot, off-duty pilot who was flying with...
Denzel? What are you talking about?
It's guys in Walnut Creek. You didn't hear about that guy?
Well, I didn't want to bring him up.
Sitting in a jump seat trying to wreak havoc. Thank goodness he wasn't able to. I'll let you Google it.
You want to give some credit to Lucas?
For what?
He just came in and fixed your problem.
He didn't fix it. he exacerbated it.
That's right, because there never was a problem. Not my fault. Here we go.
510. Do you think they're going to bring Chase Young up to speed? You still have to pass a physical, right? According to Brian Mitchell, he's ready to play.
He's got more sacks than anyone of the Niners.
Does he really?
Yeah, he's got 5. Nick Bosa's got 3.
Yeah, I'm calling it. This is going to be a great change of scenery. Okay, here's my prediction. Chase Young's going to be more important than Randy Gregory. Take it to the bank. What are you laughing at?
Well, he went on a limb there.
I know I did.
No, you didn't. That's the point.
No, I did. Because
Chase Young's going to be a starter.
Is he?
He should be.
So we tell Drake Jackson that.
He's going to be their second defensive end.
Yes, Grandy?
That's like saying that Chris Paul is more important than Corey Joseph. Like, yeah, obviously.
Hey, remains to be seen.
Oh, you know what's funny? Now all of a sudden Gregory's chopped liver. Okay. I see what you guys do.
Well, there's a reason they got him for pinto beans or lima beans. In
What'd
honor
they get
of Jose
him for?
Lima, who you brought up earlier.
What'd they get him for?
They swapped a 6th and a 7th.
Okay. 2. So they gave
and
up.
the Broncos picked up his contract.
They gave up 2 picks for Gregory and only 1 for Young.
No.
Compensatory.
No. They gave up 1 pick.
Right.
They simply moved 1 round back in the upcoming draft, and they didn't have to pay his contract.
Yeah,
Chase Young, they gave. Well, I guess it's a phantom third because it's compensatory, and they're getting 1 back. I should be getting 3. So maybe you could be right. Technically, they gave up draft position for Gregory.
That's right. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Chase Young will be better than Randy Gregory.
I know he will.
Assuming he stays healthy.
I know he will. But here's the big problem. Let me tell you what could be the rat on the table.
Brought to you by Echo Pest Control.
Come on, Grandy.
By the way, Chase Young's nickname, I love it. The Predator.
So they've got a predator.
We got a predator.
Well, here's the problem. Will the predator eat the small bear?
Or the fat cat, you mean?
Fat cat.
Yeah, that's right.
Let's hope.
That's Nick Bosa, by the way.
College teammates.
Currently.
Peaches and Herb reunited.
The Buckeyes.
Yeah.
And really did a bang-up job. Back-to-back second overall picks. 2019 and 2020, I think.
By the way, I'm supposed to ask you from Zuki, Maine. You have all those answers. You coaching?
You coaching?
You coaching?
Love that.
All right. What we got coming up on the other side is an entrance by Willard and Dibley. It's called the Crossover, and we always enjoy that here on 95.7 The Game. We enjoy it a lot, and so we're going to do it again. And that segment was brought to you by the Caltrans Stormwater Program.
Let's change this. Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Please explain. I'll suck for it's crossover. Willard Dibbs in the house. What is that?
It's the amount of points that Stephen Curry is going to score this year.
Would help me.
A Millie. That's the name of the song by Lil Wayne. It's called A Millie.
Yeah.
By who?
Yeah. Lil Wayne.
Lil Wayne.
Yes. His name is Wayne.
Not
he's
little.
actually a little small. Boy, does he have a lot of face tats.
Yes, he does. And he also has no T's in his first name, Lil.
Right.
Yeah.
Those are facts.
Did Steph score more points last night, or does Lil Wayne have more facial jewelry?
Depends on the day.
957. It's close.
Yeah, against New Orleans, Steph might have had him, but against Houston, Lil Wayne might be up there.
And is Lil Wayne from New Orleans?
Yes.
Okay, because I saw him perform at
One
the
of the
Super
awards.
Bowl. Man, I tried to see him, but very cloudy inside that venue. Partly cloudy with a chance for cupcakes.
I wonder
was the
why.
official
That's
forecast.
that's a 3.
Yeah, just like Halloween.
Yeah, I'm already about 5 deep, so I apologize in advance if I come in hot and then fall apart at about 3:40 because the sugar high. Your boy's on a little sugar sizzle right now. Fresh off a Snickers. I had a Twix. There was a cupcake.
You satisfied?
There was a cookie. Oh, no. There'll be cheesecake in my future.
It is an intimidation sensation when you go into that room right now. It's one of those situations where you sort of you have to choose. You can't half step. You can't walk in and be like, I'm going to pick which cupcake. I'm sure offices all over the country today. You walk in and you're like, I'm either all in or I'm all out.
I'm out.
You can't pick. And so it's one of each.
Yeah, it's Pandora's box over there.
Believe it or not, I'm very disciplined today.
Well, then you're all out.
No, I had 2 Starbursts. Just 2.
That's an
Like in
odd
one
selection
pack?
with
Yeah,
everything
because they
available.
come in 2s.
Well, I didn't want to go with any of the chocolate or any of the cookies. And now we'll get the responses, oh, Starbursts are worse for you than chocolate.
Would you a yellow and probably yellow and orange for
That's
you?
what they got.
Yeah.
Red.
Oh yeah.
Clearly
A dentist would agree. I don't know about a doctor, but a dentist hates you for your Starburst take.
No doubt.
Yeah. That was a bad move.
Not a doctor.
Hey, Chase Young.
Not bad. Not bad, especially for free.
Did you hear
what it is? I mean, it really is because, first of all, they're going to pay him $500,000. Who cares? And if he bolts in free agency next year, they're probably going to get that 3rd-round comp pick back. So they essentially they just did this for nothing. And we know their philosophy, which is and I do think they were close on a defensive back also, but their stated philosophy is that we make the defensive backfield better by making the defensive line better. Like, how do you get better corners? Make the quarterback throw it sooner. And so they've got the best defensive line room in football. Hey, Steve, get in the lab and fix it.
And they've got
that's kind of the message.
They've got comp picks like Odyssey San Francisco has sugary snacks on the table. They've got comp picks.
I thought you were going to say offices, but anyway.
No, I mean, if they did, that is a whole different story.
I think they have like 11 picks in this upcoming draft.
Right, and they're going to they have 2 comp picks coming for sure, one for McGlinchey and one for Rand Carthon.
Correct.
And then
so one of which has
D'Amico.
already been traded.
D'Amico, yeah.
And then, you would like to think that Steve Wilkes is going to get a head coaching job. Right now, it's maybe not trending in that direction, but if he did, that'd be another comp pick for next year in the 3rd round.
Yeah, I think it's another low-risk, high-reward move by John Lynch. Christian McCaffrey's a better player, but Christian McCaffrey was coming off of last season 2 injury-riddled years. Before that was damn good. I know we have a smaller sample size to choose from with Chase Young, but he was incredible his rookie season, then got banged up with an ACL, patellar tendon, and now appears to be, he's played every single game. He's got 5 sacks. From talking to Brian Mitchell from Washington, D.C., appears to be a great guy and a good culture fit. So I think they identified somebody that they could get for a pretty cheap price considering what he could bring you. And now you don't have to worry about that other defensive end position, which is something that's kind of been a revolving door.
Bolson and him teammates at Ohio State?
Yeah, 2019 and 2020.
Yeah. Okay.
And both ACL sufferers, which, it's kind of refreshing to know that the Niners got back to their roots in terms of player acquisitions. A guy with an ACL.
Mm-hmm.
I think also back-to-back 2nd overall picks, right?
I think you're right.
Yeah.
I think you're right. Yeah. I mean, I don't see the downside. The only downside of the trade deadline is, I guess, that they didn't get a corner.
Or they didn't get the corner in the fax machine in time.
Right, although I don't know that Adoree Jackson floats everyone's boat that much other than to say, hey, we got a corner. He's not. I mean, he's a veteran, and that's good. I don't think he's a great player anymore. Most recently seen.
He can play in the slot, though. Like he's better than Isaiah Oliver.
Well,
I mean, yeah. Well, you might be as well, but I don't.
Long list.
Yeah.
But yeah, that would have been great. That would have been fine. But I don't know that that's the game changer that this would have been. The Jalen Johnson thing sounds like the price was going to be incredibly high. I don't know if people wanted to give up a first rounder for him. I doubt that. That for a rental, that's not going to make any sense. And so, the Bears had the head-scratching day of everybody in the NFL. I don't know what the hell they're doing. They're holding on to the guys that they could have gotten a lot of assets for, and then they're acquiring Montez Sweat for a team that's not going anywhere.
And you're going to have to pay him.
And he's a free agent. So the Bears are a complete head-scratcher today, but whatever.
Yeah, I think Jalen Johnson and I don't know if he was available, but Patrick Surtain was the only other big-name number one corner that's name was out there.
Yeah.
And if you're Denver, I don't know if you want to even move him.
Well, I heard that they were looking for a Ramsey price, which is 2 firsts and more.
Yeah.
And so if you're the 49ers and you're finally getting your picks back and you're looking at, a situation like Mark said, your pass rush improves your secondary. So if you can improve your pass rush, your secondary gets better. So I think the order of preferences were another pass rusher, then a corner, and then if you could find something on the offensive line, maybe you would have done that too.
Yeah.
The one thing, talking to Brian Mitchell, who hosts a radio show in D.C., played for the Eagles, played for Washington, he seems to think the change of scenery for Chase Young is going to be huge. And you know what? And my Philly fans tell me this all the time. Washington is just, there's so much negativity around that team. Even still, I know they're trying to change kind of their image, but the way Brian Mitchell was talking, Chase Young was getting killed for being hurt. And Mitchell says that's just the one thing that'll really kind of demoralize you and just, take its toll. And now he's in a new situation with a team that's got a shot at winning a Super Bowl. So it's got to be a great day for Chase Young.
And he doesn't have to play 75 snaps.
Right.
You're in a situation where Randy Gregory is still going to get a couple of dozen, and you're going to be able to have Drake Jackson play some. So I do think that he's in a better spot knowing that he only has to play about 60 or 70%.
And we know it's a team that loves it when you get hurt. They do it better than anybody in the NFL. So bring him on in. Now, I would say, I think that the dynamic you're talking about, Steiny, I feel like you could see it with Trent Williams. We forget where Trent Williams' career was.
Oh, right.
We forget where it was when the 49ers acquired him. I mean, he'd been sitting there for over a year, just like, and taking criticism at times for holding out.
That's right.
You never know if someone's going to come back from a lengthy absence and look the same. Hey, Deshaun Watson, how you doing? Like, you just don't know. And he just resumed being the best left tackle in football, like bang, snap of a finger. It's a 49er. Poof, best left tackle in football again. And so, sure, you hope that with Chase Young, too. Very productive player when he's healthy. He's right up there next to Nick Bosa and Micah Parsons, and Josh Allen is having the most pressures in the whole league this year.
Yeah.
Their defensive line, though, is out of excuses.
Yep.
My God.
Yeah.
They are so talented. It is insane.
Steve Wilks can stay up in the booth. He got better today. In the past 2 hours, he became a better coach than he was yesterday.
I agree with you, but you understand where I'm coming from. I don't care if you're on the moon. If it doesn't work now, dude, it's you. Like, the clock is ticking. There is no time. There already wasn't. But you got to come out in a week and a half here and just be a devastating defensive line.
Yeah.
What the hell reason would you have not to be?
You don't have a reason. And I wonder, Evan, if they don't change up their approach and, start running fewer stunts and fewer games up front and just tell these 4 guys up front, go eat, get in there and make something happen. Because it feels to me like they're all playing a little bit on their heels, trying to do things tricky and fancy and stunts and this and that. Especially with these 4 now, if it's Armstead and Hargrave and Chase Young and it's Nick Bosa, I mean, my God, that's as talented a front four as you'll have this side of Philadelphia.
Yeah, I mean, and you can make an argument that if they play to their potential, they might be potentially better than the Philly D line. But I think, and look, I think Steve Wilks is certainly, he should take his share of the blame. But at the end of the day, this D line has gone as number 97 has gone. And Nick Bosa has not been great to the point this year. So I think the move also helps him getting a guy that in his past has demanded double teams, can take some of those away ideally from Nick Bosa and get him back to the level of play that he was last year. Because, like, let's face it, if we're looking at numbers, pressures, QB hits, and sacks, Nick Bosa was at the forefront by a wide margin last year than just about everyone else, and he hasn't played to that level.
Yeah, it's just such a head-scratcher, though, because he is top 5 in the NFL in pressures. So why isn't he getting sacks? And I can't really answer the question. Some of it is fluky. You know, some of it is Joe Burrow was for some reason was slippery the other day. I don't know why. Like they got there and then they couldn't bring him down. But it's a complete head scratcher. And my best guess, based on everything we've all talked about, listening to some of the reports, listening to people like what Richard Sherman said yesterday, I think that a quarterback sack, the difference between getting someone to the ground and getting close is such a fine line. It is such an incredibly fine line. And if they are getting too cute and there's too much stunting and too many blitzes, like that fraction of a second that sort of changes up whatever they're doing can be the difference between getting home and not getting home. Because he's still, like, what I'm seeing is he's still beating his man.
Right.
But then he's not sacking the quarterback.
And the thing about his pressures to me would be more impactful if other people were getting sacks. But the team is, I think, 19th in sacks. So he's getting pressures, but he's not getting sacks, and they're not getting sacks. So, and pressures is a little bit of a subjective stat, and a pressure is registered when the quarterback has to move off of his spot in order to complete a pass or attempt to complete a pass. And so the pressure is, like the hurry, it's a little bit different than the sack, which is pretty tangible. It's pretty cut and dry. When you sack a guy, it's like, okay, you got the quarterback in a passing situation behind the line. Boom. A pressure is a little bit more nebulous.
No doubt.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ, FM, and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I mean, that to me is the nail on the head. We would not be as concerned with Bosa if other guys were picking up the slack, or even if their sack total was in the top 8.
Right. Or simplify it. We would not be concerned with Bosa if the defense was good this year. And it's not right now. It just isn't.
Back-to-back 400-yard games against.
It's just
by
not.
Two offenses that you would not consider to be juggernauts.
I mean,
Burrow looked good. They were humming.
Solid
Cincinnati?
quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Solid quarterbacks. But, I mean, there's a difference between, and this is where I sort of, look at the last 2 weeks. Like, if Cousins has a good game and Burrow has a good game, they're good quarterbacks. Like, I get that. But when you start seeing things like 19 straight completions, that's ridiculous. That means somebody is just comfortable. Somebody is not getting off his spots. Like, he's completely comfortable with everything he's doing, and it is this defensive line's job to make sure that at minimum that quarterback is hurried or uncomfortable, if not on the ground. And they're not doing it. They're not doing it. And then the coverage guys aren't doing they're like, again, like we said yesterday, the right hand and the left hand just aren't working together right now.
Yeah, but I also think that is where the pass rush needs to find a way, because it's not as if Cincinnati has an upright, just unbelievable offensive line. I mean, that's a team that got sacks, gave up 7 sacks, I think, the first week of the season. But I also think where Chase Young does help is in the run game, because one way that you can get to the quarterback is if you're getting stops on first down, which occasionally can be run, so they're playing behind the sticks. And right now, this is a Niners rushing defense that is middle of the pack to lower half in yards per carry. Last year, they were number 2 in that category. Like, they did not give up anything inside. And that some of that is on Armstead. Some of that is on Hargrave. I think some of it is also on Bosa, who does a pretty good job of playing both. But Chase Young can also play the run. And so I think that that's going to help them as well eventually find themselves in situations where they can get home and get those ever-elusive sacks. because they're not giving up 5 yards on the ground.
Wow.
Like the last possession for Cincinnati, they basically just put it in Joe Mixon's hand and said, we're going to run the football.
No, it's a great point that needs to be brought up because we think about all of this stuff when the other team is passing. That's the only time we think about it. Are you getting sacks and how are the coverage corners and linebackers doing out there? And it is all affected by what another team's run game is doing. And if they are gashing at 5 or 6 yards a carry, and if it's 2nd and 4 every time, your coverage guys are totally up a creek because they've got to have one hand on each side of the field, so to speak. Plus, it's so much easier to convert, and it makes the stats look worse than it is. Like 2nd and 4, 3rd and 2. Good quarterbacks are going to convert that at an incredibly high level. So that's been the baseline of this defensive line all along. You've not been able to run on the 49ers for 4 or 5 years, and this year you can, and they got to fix it.
Well, when it's 3rd and 11,
the season if they can't fix it.
3rd and 11, you can pin your ears back.
Exactly.
And you can get after the QB because it's a 94% chance they're going to throw it. 3rd and 2, you got to play the run, you got to play the pass. So if you are Nick Bosa or now Young on the other side and you know it's 3rd and long, you can really get after it and get upfield. You don't have to worry about the run-pass option as you would in 3rd and short.
It's the same reason Brock Purdy's stats have not been so good the last 3 weeks because the Niners cannot provide that for him. They're in a lot of 3rd and 7s and 3rd and 9s as opposed to 3rd and 3s, and that's how you get interceptions. The ones that the Niners are not getting, the other team is getting. And by the way, Evan, I want to bring up, because right when I was driving in, when you brought up this whole Taylor Lewan thing, what a weird deal. And I thought you guys laid it out kind of slowly and really accurately in a way that made it really easy to understand, and we can kind of reboot it for people maybe who are just joining us. But very, very good former offensive lineman who is now part of a podcast. What's the name of the podcast?
Bustin' with the Boys with Will Compton. Yeah,
which
it's
is
good. It's
a good podcast.
Yeah, it's funny.
Yeah, but his comments, which I know will play as well, were first of all, you're right, they're not a report. Second of all, they're just weird. And third of all, my gosh, you are grandstanding when you say, hey, a guy who I'm not going to tell you told me in January
he's reliable
that Brock Purdy's going to start throwing picks, and then you wait for one bad 3-week stretch and go, told ya. Well, where were you weeks 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 when he was the highest rated passer in the game to say I was wrong? And where will you go next if he comes out and goes 3 tuds, no picks against Jacksonville? Just a very odd thing for a former player to say, and for him to admit that it didn't come from inside the building. All of that was incredibly weak. And then to throw Lubman under the bus by putting it out on social media like he's some sort of victim, what a weak, wimpy-ass thing to do. Seriously.
I'd almost go as far as to call it gutless.
I'd easily go that far.
Almost.
Totally gutless.
You know, to almost call something gutless, you know what that essentially is, right?
It's gutless.
Yeah.
It's gutless.
I'm glad you shared that with me because I missed this whole saga.
Should we play it? Do you have it in front of you?
Here we go.
Listen, so again.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, for those of us who were at Halloween parades today.
This is the original comment. And then Sam Lubman reached out to get him on with Bonte and Joe. And then he texted Lubman back like, LOL, no, I'm not the bad guy. And then screenshot it and put it on social media.
That I saw, but I didn't understand the backstory.
So here's the comment.
Here we go.
I have, from a reliable source that I'm not going to tell you, told me back in January, said this to me back in January, Brock Purdy's not the guy. He's not the guy. He's not as good as people think he is.
How reliable?
Reliable in the sense that when these guys went down, he texted me and told me Brock Purdy's going to start throwing interceptions. He's not going to be doing as well.
You know, everybody's just going to think it's Kittle. That's telling you.
No, God, no. Kittle's like the nicest, most positive individual. He would never. It was not a player for the 49ers.
But I will say, I mean, Purdy wasn't the one giving up 8 million yards yesterday.
I know the defense that's a weird position too. You think they'd be doing a whole lot better. I don't know. I think the defense is going to be all right. They got the studs. They just got to figure it out a little bit. But I would, from what I've been told, this is not my opinion.
Yeah.
I would say we got to worry about Brock Purdy a little bit if I'm just being the messenger.
Wow. Not interesting at all. From what I've been told.
Right.
Wait. From what I've been told,
he's not the guy.
It's not my opinion,
but he's not.
But from what I've been told, there's another human being who has an opinion that Brock Purdy is not going to be good next season when he plays football. It's a source, but I'm not going to tell you who it is. It's a source. It's very reliable.
It's a source with an opinion. It's not.
Yeah, therefore, it's not a source.
Not a report.
It's not a report.
If Kyle Shanahan calls him and says, "Yeah, Brock's not the guy," and stuff,
still not a report.
No,
unless he's like, "I'm not going to start it."
Correct.
That's a report.
So he's basing his take off an opinion from somebody else and hiding behind the fact that he was told this by somebody.
But he's not even having a take. Like he said that this is not what I believe. This is just what I'm reporting.
Gotcha.
Which is not a report. It's dumb, and it makes no sense at this time that you want to hop on. Like, it feeds into the whole dichotomy of opinions about Brock Purdy, which is either you think he's the greatest thing ever or you think he sucks. And this is why I credit Sam Lubman for reaching out, because I do want to know what Taylor Lewan actually thinks, because he hasn't expressed his opinion on it. He's basically just saying, "Hey, I heard my boy, back 8 months ago thinks he's cheeks." And, this is coming down. It's like,
I like that.
Which, by the way, is fine.
And he's been playing cheeky the last 3 weeks, but he's been awesome outside of that.
He's a former player. You can say whatever you want, but don't be a jerk about it. Like, first of all, yes, say what you want to say. So do not call it a report. Do not get all whispery. I'm not going to tell you who it is, but I got a guy.
Right.
It's Bob. He sits at the end of the bar, at the bar right down the street from my house.
I know Bob.
Don't worry, he watches a lot of football. Like, first of all, you're weird. But then when if you're going to put this in a public space, and then somebody's going to say, "Hey, that's interesting. I'd like to talk to you about it," you double down by firing him an LOL no, and then you throw him under the bus on social media. Like, what a jerk.
Like, how dare you try to book me to actually give my opinion?
What a complete and total jerk.
You know what Herm Edwards would say to Taylor Lewan?
What would he say?
You got to put your name on it.
Yeah.
Put your name on it, son.
Well, and let's be honest, the only thing that matters is what he said, which is, "I didn't hear this from a player on the Niners." Okay, so then it doesn't matter. Like, if you think that he is great or bad, it doesn't matter, because apparently the 49ers do not believe that he is, in fact, what your friend is reporting. That he's bad.
Do you know how many people shared the opinion of whoever Taylor's friend was in January? How many people? The guy, first of all, is in the hospital. He was in the hospital when this comment was made, right?
Brock was in the hospital.
Brock's in the hospital, or he was
coming off a win.
The schedule. No. He said when they went down.
Oh,
when they went down. I assumed that meant when they lost to the Eagles.
Oh, I thought he was talking about how he's going to throw picks when he eventually plays from behind.
I read that as it's January when they went down. I thought that meant when they lost in Philly. You could be right. I don't know, but that was my translation.
That makes more sense.
So here we are. Brock Purdy has got surgery scheduled. He's played 7 games. He's hurt. He's Mr. Irrelevant. And Taylor knows somebody who thinks he's not going to be as good next year.
Well, he's going to throw picks left-handed.
Wow. What an opinion.
Right.
I can't find anybody to have that opinion except for half the people I know.
I'm with
on
you,
planet
though.
Earth.
Say it when they're 5-0.
Right.
Don't wait for him
Or
to have. And
what?
those 3 games weren't stinkers.
Weak
He had
sauce.
bad moments.
Seriously.
Yeah. Or before the season. Say it before the season. Something like, I don't know, Chris Paul's going to be a great fit. Do something like that.
Shut up.
You're
having quite a year.
You're wrong about the DB, and you had to adjust our thoughts back to the year that you're having. Amazing.
They need to update their fax machine down in Santa Clara.
No, it was the Giants. It wasn't the Niners.
It was the Giants?
It was. That's according to a report. The New York Giants did not get their paperwork in on time.
Somebody's dream year hit a speed bump.
By the way, how are we still, since the days of Kaiser Soze, how are we even still dealing with fax machines? What on earth are we doing? Screenshot and send it over an email at minimum. What on earth is happening?
Gotta have
fax
parchment
machine?
Yeah, bamboo.
You have a fax machine at your house, Steiny?
Need it.
No, I don't.
Right.
Nobody uses a fax
should go back
machine.
to
I kind of
Quill.
just
Seriously, no. I mean,
you weren't buying that word.
No, they didn't get their paperwork on time. Everybody's saying they didn't fax it in
Those
on
are
time.
FAX.
That's right.
Yeah.
All right. No, seriously.
Just a fax, man.
Chris Paul And the Warriors, great start, 3-0. You guys will talk about that, among other things.
Don't tell us what to talk about. All right.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these two homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Every time you keep saying that you came from a Halloween parade and she was a chicken, every time you say that, I immediately go, so wait, do you mean that she dressed up as a chicken or that she would not participate in the parade because she was a chicken? I couldn't figure out at first what you were talking about, brother.
Yeah, she partook, and she was dressed as a chicken, 14 months old, and stole the show. Cutest chicken you've ever seen.
Not surprised at all. Yeah. Well, shout out to my little tiger. I got one Halloween parade left. One left.
Next year.
Yeah, next year.
Yeah.
This is 4th grade, so we got one more to go. And, they played Thriller, and all the little kids are out there. I saw Deebo Samuel. He's looking healthier, so that should be good for coming out of the bye week.
I saw Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase. And Nolan Ryan.
Which is trolling, by the way. If your kids are going as Joe Burrow or Jamar Chase today, come on, man. That's weak. Do not get that last-minute costume for your kid because they like what they saw on Sunday. Be a Bay Area sports fan. Stop acting like a weasel.
Mommy, I'm a Bengals fan now.
Seriously.
I didn't see Chase Young out there. Maybe next year we'll get some Chase Young.
Exactly. Well, happy Halloween, everybody. I hope everybody has eaten a ton of chocolate. I love working with people like Steiny who pick the non-chocolate options. Keep the chocolate for me. That's just fine. And especially since you and we got the last shift of the day.
Yeah.
So whatever's left on that table on the way out, that's coming with me.
That's a yes from me, Doug.
You damn right it is.
And you've been known to scoop and score and bring home to the kids. Somebody brought us cookies at the last summit, and I looked over. Like, where'd you get those?
Yeah.
You're like, they're right over there. Somebody brought them. You had a dozen.
Not quite.
Half a dozen.
But there's not a great way to bring them home, so I just made one up. So I'm like, had a bag with a napkin with like 17 cookies in it, like a complete loser. Anyway, happy Halloween to everybody. Hope you're doing really well. Chase Young, what do you think? I mean, we walked out of here yesterday. I had said Jalen Johnson was the guy I would really love, but how can you not love this trade? First of all, they got him for completely nothing. He's a fantastic player, and it does feel like they're piling on to what should already be a strength, even though it wasn't really performing as a strength. But they have stated for a while now that this is how they're going to go about defense. They build their defense from the defensive line out, and they believe, and they are accurate, at least so far since drafting Nick Bosa, that their defensive backs will play better if the defensive line is stopping the run and making the quarterback really, really uncomfortable no matter who's back there. That's their philosophy, and my gosh, this should help. I will say this, though, as I said a few minutes ago, Dibs, Steve Wilks, now you're really on the clock, man, because if this group can't perform, what are we doing? What are we doing? This is the most devastating defensive line in football, and it's not close.
Philadelphia still, to me, is more devastating. They got rid of Javon Hargrave and got better, and they're as deep and as ferocious. All you have to do is watch Hassan Reddick, and you watch Carter in the middle.
In the middle, I agree with you. On the ends, come on.
I would take Hassan Reddick over Bosa right now.
You would?
Right now, absolutely.
Come on.
Watch Hassan Reddick play, and I know you do.
Watch Nick play.
He's not. Hassan Reddick is getting hands on QB and getting hands on football more often than Nick Bosa.
I mean, prisoner of the moment, maybe.
Prisoner of the season right now.
He's the DPOY.
He's not going back to back.
No, he's not.
He's not going to even be in the top 10.
I believe something's wrong. I believe something's wrong schematically with the way this is all being deployed. I really do. I know people say, hey, for $1 billion, go get the quarterback, and that's not wrong, but you don't have this many great defensive players just all at the same time suddenly can't play.
Right.
Like, I just have the hardest time buying that, and now you're going to put Young on the other end like top two picks.
Sure.
Who, by the way, when healthy, perform like top two picks.
Armstead's a first rounder on the inside.
As an offensive line, what do? And if you're Steve Wilks, like I said, I'm sorry. If this doesn't work, I have no choice but to think that it's you. I have no choice. They are drunk with talent on this line.
And they've got 12 days until their next game.
Yep.
So you've got basically a week and change to figure out how you can get these dogs to start eating, because they haven't been eating. And yes, a lot of pressures, and that's great. But you look at back-to-back weeks where quarterbacks carved you up, and even the week prior, P.J. Walker made enough plays to beat you. And I know that's a little bit of an odd one, because if the kicker makes a kick, you win the game, and this conversation doesn't go all the way back to Cleveland. But look at the last 2 weeks where your defense looked porous and looked very charitable in terms of allowing yards.
Well, it's not just that. I actually think your Cleveland point is a good one, because it wasn't P.J. Walker who carved them up, but he was able to function. Why? Because the Cleveland run game did. And that's what I think we're not discussing enough. We're so focused on Nick needs sacks. Nick got paid. Nick needs sacks. Okay, that's not wrong. But why is the 49er defense crippled right now? Because they're not stopping the run. That's it. It kills you in the NFL. It kills you. It makes mediocre quarterbacks better. It makes good quarterbacks great. If they're handing it to their running back on first down and it is 2nd and 4, and then they have options with whatever they can do, and you are giving up 5 or 6 yards a carry, especially, by the way, to a group of running backs that has been incredibly underwhelming this year. Jerome Ford, couple decent games.
Kareem Hunt
had just returned off the couch. Alexander Madison had done nothing this year. He was a fumble machine. And Joe Mixon, for 2 years now, has been a fantasy drafter's disappointment. And these guys ran roughshod over the 49ers. That's what's killing them. And Chase Young is also good against the run. As Evan just said, these guys, Javon Hargrave, that's what he's doing here. That's where it all starts. For me, Travis Etienne is the name we're going to talk about next.
He's a problem,
and
coach.
He is a really good running back. And if he gets loose in 12 days, they will be 5 and 4, because Trevor Lawrence is plenty good to look like the quarterback god if Travis Etienne is running for 75 and catching for 65. You do that, you are totally up a creek. It is these 4 guys' job. And I know there are others, Gregory and Farrell, the guys will sub in. But when you have that, think of the salaries that are now on that starting D-line, Bosa, Young, Armstead, Hargrave. My God, go eat. There are no excuses anymore. That's the best.
And you
group
should be
in
able to
football.
get it done with 4. And it's not just about the pass and sacks and the pass rush and pressures. You're right, and all the rest of that. If you look at the running metrics right now, yards per attempt, they're giving up 4.1, which is 16th in the NFL. Dead middle. They're tied with Green Bay and the Rams in terms of yards per attempt allowed. You're giving up almost 90 yards a game. And the big problem with allowing so much rushing against you is it keeps you from playing complementary football, which is where you keep your defense fresh and you keep your offense on the field. These last few games have flipped in terms of time of possession. Kyle Shanahan wants to have it 34 or 35 minutes a game. He wants to be the one to establish the run game, control the tempo of the game with the run and with the rush attack, keep his defense fresh. But the last 3 weeks, it's been the opposite because the defense can't get off the field. It's 3rd and short, and the other team converts. The defense is on the field. The defense gets tired. The offense comes on, and they're not able to run the ball on their own. And so now you put a more fatigued defense back on the field where the cycle continues.
I'll tell you what. I know it's 12 days away. We got all the time in the world to talk about the Jacksonville Jaguars. It's not about them, although I do think they're very good. They're going to also be coming off a bye, and they've won 5 in a row. So that's a very good football team the Niners are going to have to face. But you think about what they might look like, or what I hope they do look like in 12 days. This is, you go into the bye, they're going to have conversations about where Steve Wilks is going to stand, but more importantly, what he's going to call. And when that 49er team comes back out onto the field, this time you're going to have what I hope is an adjusted scheme and approach on the defensive side of the football. Chase Young, opposite of Nick Bosa on the defensive line. Trent Williams back in the lineup. Deebo Samuel back in the lineup. And I think, a rational belief that the 49ers will look like a different football team when we see them again.
They need to,
Yeah, they
because
sure need
the way
to.
they've looked the last 3 weeks is not looked like themselves. The defense has not been the lockdown unit we're used to seeing, and the offense has looked a little bit muted, and it's partly because of Trent Williams. And I didn't think that they would miss Deebo as much as they do, but they clearly miss Deebo Samuel. Kyle Shanahan and Bobby T, the running back coach, they have not had faith to use anyone else at running back other than a couple of carries for Eli Mitchell. It's been all Christian McCaffrey, and without Deebo Samuel, that's what they've gone with. If Deebo comes back, you're going to get Deebo back involved in the ground game. Give him 3 or 4 carries, and you can get some jet sweeps going, and you can start to diversify things a little bit. But the whole team during these 12 days, you got to look at everything you've done. What went right? What's going wrong? And how do you fix it?
888-957-9570, the number. Your reaction to what the 49ers did at the trade deadline. A comp third goes for Chase Young. They do not address the defensive backfield. We can get into it. Peter King is going to join us later on in the show. We'll have him at 5 o'clock. Good Doc Brian Feely's going to be on, so we'll talk injuries a little bit later. We got some Warriors stuff to do as well. But let's go straight to you at 888-957-9570. Let's go to Mario in Vallejo. Hey, Mario, thanks for calling. What's cooking?
Hey, what's going on, fellas?
What's happening, man?
Hey, man, another day in the sunshine, baby. You know how we do.
We on a roll.
Hey, just want to let you guys know, the D-line for the Niners, the last 3 games, they've been struggling with with the DC calling more blitzes, and I think that the scheme kind of changed on them. And that doesn't necessarily mean that they're not still that D-line that we've seen that puts pressure on quarterbacks. I think they're just trying to adjust a little bit. And the move to get Chase, or to get a 3rd-round pick for that guy, I'm not sure how that really works out, man. He's injured a lot, and I don't think they really needed that. They needed more help in the secondary. We had Ezra Gonzalez from Minnesota that we could have went and got, and that would have boosted our guard on the O-line, and that would help Purdy. That would help McCaffrey. That would help the whole offense. The defense don't give up a lot of points despite their struggles lately, but man, there was a Dory Jackson out there. There was a lot of moves that I think could have been played, and I think the Niners missed on this one. I really, really do.
Mario, let me respectfully disagree just because the defensive line is giving up a lot of points. They gave up 31 to the Bengals. That's absurd. This defense should never give up a 30-burger to anybody. And that defensive line, I hear what you're saying about the secondary, but my man, they're not stopping the run. I'm not blaming anybody named Diamador Lenore or Isaiah Oliver over the fact that teams are running at 5 a carry right now on the 49ers. I do think this D-line needed help.
Yeah, I don't. I think that they started doing a different scheme, and they had to adjust to it, and they will. And once they do, they'll still be the same guys, Bosa and Green and all them guys, Armstead, Hargrave, the same guys you were talking about the first 5 games of the season that were just shutting everything down.
Yeah, but I don't know. Thanks, Mario. There's no time to adjust. We're in the middle of the season. And by the way, why would they need to adjust to a new scheme? They're one of the best defenses in football. This, to me, is a classic. It wasn't broke. Why did you come in and try to fix it situation?
Well, it's not just the scheme. The players in the scheme have got to play better. You can't tell me that they've changed the scheme so much that the guys who are playing this aren't able to play at least close to the level that they normally played at.
But they haven't. They haven't. And
right.
so
that's on the individuals. And the players have said themselves, the players are the ones who will go out there and have to make plays.
Of course they're going to say that. They're not going to throw their coach under the bus. That's Kyle Shanahan's job.
Exactly.
We are sponsored by BMW, and we got plenty more of your phone calls coming. Matt, Brendan, Roy, everybody, we're coming to you next. It's Willard and Dibs.
Now through October 31st, lease a 2023 BMW X3 S-Drive 30i for $569 per month for 36 months with $6,059 due at signing. See a
That's a yes from me, dog.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, the longer the pause before you say dog, the better it hits.
Okay.
Although there's probably a line. There's, like, you can't say that's a yes from me and then go to the bathroom, come back 20 minutes later and be like, dog.
Yeah.
You can't do that. That's too much.
Couple beats works.
I watched Jimmy play football last night. That was a no from me, dog.
Oh, man.
That's going to be a no from me, dog. I mean, whew.
T's and P's for Jimmy G's career.
I mean,
thoughts and prayers. It is all over.
I tell you what. I mean, I watched that, and I do think back to our time with Jimmy Garoppolo. I thought last night looked like an advertisement for Kyle Shanahan because everyone who said Jimmy was a product of his surroundings, I don't necessarily buy that yet. But last night was a good night for that take. A bad night for those of us who supported Jimmy, and therefore I know where some people's minds go, ... It's a bad day for Brock Purdy Nation, if you will.
Yeah.
Because people, it fosters the idea that, yes, the 49ers, from Kyle to Trent Williams to the weapons you have,
the system
is a snuggie for a quarterback.
It's a snuggie.
It's a snuggie for a quarterback.
Snuggie?
Now, here's the thing.
I think it was awesome.
I think thank you. The response is that Jimmy never looked like Brock Purdy has looked. He never looked like that, in my opinion.
Yeah, we don't need to re-adjudicate the Jimmy era.
No, but when you see that, do you? Because I did text this to friends. I go, how the hell did the Niners go to the Super Bowl with this guy? That guy went to a Super Bowl and went 13-3. The guy who could not get a pass off last night, and when Devontae Adams finally got open in space, no one within 20 yards of him, he hucked it over his head. He just hucked it. And I mean like 15 yards over his head.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, God, it was brutal last night watching that team play.
And it's, you see a quarterback in a better system, and he looks better. And this is, I'm trying to remember who said this to us maybe a week or so ago. We talked about system QB, and he said everybody's a system QB.
Yeah, and some think it's a compliment.
It is a compliment. And when you're
running your system.
When you're in a system that is matched by a lot of really good players, you're going to be a better quarterback than if you're that same quarterback in a haphazard system without really good players.
Well, and Jimmy was running for his life, and he doesn't do that. He just he stands there and gives you his life. Right. And that's it. Like, he just takes the sack. He could not get rid of the ball. By the way, thank you, Grandy. It was Jay Gruden.
Oh, thank you.
Who said that to us. System quarterback's a compliment.
We have so many guests, I get confused sometimes.
What kind of question is that?
It's like rapid fire. Hi, Jay. How you doing? It was a good question. I stand by it. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, no, I do. 888-957-9570 is the number. Chase Young is a 49er. What do you think? A lot of people want to weigh in. Let's play the feud. Let's go to Matt in San Rafael. Hey, Matt, you're on with Willie and Dibby. What's up?
Hey, guys. So I think it was a good signing. I was a little bummed that they had to go D-line because going into the season, I thought, as I think we all did, that was going to be a strength of the team. I'm a little disappointed, as you touched on and Dibs did as well. The run defense has been really substandard. I think that Hargrave has not played the way I expected him to. He wasn't really going to be a run defender. But the fact of the matter is, I see guys getting too far upfield and backs finding lanes. I see quarterbacks sliding through these lanes. I think it's what they had to do. I'm really kind of concerned about Oliver nonetheless. I read a stat that the last 20 passes against him have been completed, which is not what you want out of a nickel corner. The thing I also wanted to touch on is, you guys were talking about Debo. I think that the offense has suffered as a result of the defense being what it is. I think they draw up that emotion. But I also think that losing Debo was a huge blow. I think their offense has looked stagnant and somewhat predictable. I think that Purdy looks to Debo in different kinds of ways. And I think that Kyle has coached kind of scared offensively the last few games, and I don't know why. I'm hoping that the bye is going to give him something. The last thing I'll say is I agree with you, Mark, that that the scheme that Wilks, he's got to fit his scheme to the players and not try to put these square pegs into his round holes. It feels like that's what he's been doing. He's got to change, or they got to get rid of him. Thanks, guys.
All right, thanks, Matt. A lot in that call, just to sort of first address what he said there at the end, because I think, for a lot of football fans, when we go, oh, it's the scheme. I mean, many of us, it's not like we could sit there and break down exactly what scheme he's going
Right.
with. I would simplify it by this. This is just in my mind. He's tinkering too much. I think
Steve Wilks, you're talking about.
I think Steve Wilks is a long-time good defensive coach in the NFL, and he's got a lot of tricks in his bag. The problem is you don't need as many tricks when you have this many treats, okay?
Look at you work. Look at you.
You don't need that. You don't need to bring tricks to San Francisco. Come on. You've got the players. You've got the matchup advantage almost every time. So you don't need to do all of this stuff to quote unquote kind of help them out, because I think you've taken them out of their comfort zone, and just let them play. Let them get after it. They're better than who they're going against almost every time.
Yeah.
So it's a little bit of just get out of their way and have faith that's going to work, and then kind of jump in on the back end and support them where holes get created.
It feels like they started the year doing just that. A lot of four-man rush, the occasional five-man rush. It seems like they've gotten away from that a little bit in terms of, bringing extra people. When you look at the blitz rate for the 49ers, they only blitz 20% of the time, which is fourth from last in terms of blitz frequency. Minnesota's number 1. The Giants are number 2. The Niners are 29th. So they don't blitz a lot in terms of other teams. 20% is all they blitz. It's the other games that I see up front, running stunts, the tackle in the end. The tackle goes out and the end loops around the back. That takes time. It's a slow developing rush play. I think you're right in terms of just get out there and get after it. The one thing this Niner D has done so well for years is pressure with 4 and then rally up and tackle behind. Even if it's a run play, it's a pass play, that's what they've done so well. But now the 4-man rush is having a hard time getting home, and they're missing a lot of tackles. So those things, I don't know if that is necessarily scheme related. I do see these normally sure tacklers missing a lot more tackles than they normally would.
Matt also points out that this poor play on the defense, in his opinion, he said, is now affecting the offense. I'll agree with that, but I'll also say that goes both ways. It absolutely goes both ways.
And that's what they call complementary football.
Yeah, exactly. Like the defense is being put in bad positions at times because either the offense can't sustain drives or the offense has had the turnover bug the last few weeks, and that gives the defense a short field, and it's a sudden change. They don't have time to go over things on the sideline or catch their breath. So that totally works both ways. Yes, the offense is lesser because of what the defense is doing, but that's true in the other direction as well, at least in my opinion. All right, next up, let's go to Roy in San Leandro. Hey, Roy, what's cooking?
Hey, Mark, thanks for taking my for my call. I really appreciate it.
Well, thanks for calling, Roy.
Basically, what concerned me is that guy named Hargrove, he's just a clone of a D Ford. I mean, he's just there. I mean, I haven't seen nothing that he's really done. But what I wanted to say was that, to me, even though Bosa and the rest of the line haven't had these last couple of games, these 3 games, is because they're going up against tough competition also, too. You got to keep that in mind. But at the same time, though, what concerned me is Travarius Ward and that guy named Oliver. I mean, because if you look at that game film, and even Joe Romo picked up on it, he said they played those guys too loose, and everybody already know that Travarius Ward is not good against the run. And so you combine that with decent quarterbacks, you're going to get a lot of passes, big yardage, and all of that, and stuff. And then the next thing I just wanted to say was also, too, the 49ers need another good running back, somebody not only that could block, but take the ball from McCaffrey and then pick up maybe around 12 or maybe 8 yards or something when they really need it so they can stay in field goal position.
I don't think it's a bad idea. Roy, thank you. I do still wonder what the hell is going on with Eli Mitchell, although he's not even on the field that much. So I don't know how many opportunities he has to show whether or not he's healthy and looking like the back that a couple of years ago was their lead back and a guy who had some success in this league.
They don't trust him, Mark, because he's healthy and he's playing and they're not putting him out there. And they don't trust Jordan Mason. If you go back 2 or 3 weeks, Jordan Mason was spelling Christian McCaffrey. McCaffrey would go out, Jordan Mason would come in and get some carries or at least get snaps. Jordan Mason last game played 0 snaps.
Yep.
So something has happened in terms of him falling out of favor with Bobby Turner, the running back coach, and or Kyle Shanahan, because he went from not getting anything to getting some touches to not getting anything.
Well, that might have been Mitchell getting healthy, but he's not getting much run
He's not getting anything either.
I don't know if it's that they don't trust them as much as they don't trust the whole team when McCaffrey's not on the field. Like they won't take him off the field.
That's semantics, but I guess you're right.
No, I'm saying that even if they did trust him, I think Kyle's just looking at it going, no, I'd rather have Christian. And they are truly running him as a bell cow, which I don't really have that much of a problem with. We just haven't really had a chance to get any flow with the other guys and see if they can spell him. Some of his defensive points that he brought up, I mean, Javon Hargrave and Dee Ford don't even play the same position.
Right.
Dee Ford is an edge rusher. Hargrave is there to plug the middle. You want to compare him more to players like Kinlaw, DJ Jones before him.
Right.
Those are guys that plug up the middle and stuff the run. And again, this is another one that to me is a head scratcher because he's not just a guy. He's not just somebody who's standing there. This is a guy who produced at an incredible level with the Eagles last year, and the guy who I heard NFL expert after NFL expert say was the signing of the offseason because of the impact he would have and what he would take away from the Eagles. Now they got Carter in the draft. They're still doing okay on the interior there, but he's been a total disappointment. And it doesn't add up to me, Dibs. It just doesn't. It doesn't add up to me that all of these great players just stop producing at the same time.
And I'm just wondering why the middle of the defense against the run has become such a vulnerability, because you look at Javon Hargrave, and I stood next to you during OTAs, and Larry Krueger was there, and we watched him go through his paces, and you and I had the same reaction, which was a little bit of a gasp at the size and the quickness and the speed, the ability to eat space. And it's like he is a perfect defensive tackle, a guy who can take on a double team. Because when you're the defensive tackle against the run, a lot of times your job is not to make the tackle. It's to take the center and take the guard and take them out of the play, not let them get off you and get to the second level. So he eats 2 blockers. Fine, he's out of the play, and then here comes Fred Warner or Dre Greenlaw to fill that spot. Pow! 2-yard gain, 1-yard gain, 2-yard loss, whatever, and the run game is neutralized. But what we saw from Joe Mixon was give it to Mixon straight ahead. There's a hole. Pow! 5 yards, 7 yards, 8 yards. We talked about it yesterday, between 5 and 10 a clip, and it's because they're able to get to the second level. The linebackers aren't clean running to the ball carrier. And I'm not sure if it's scheme, if it's run fit, or if Hargrave is just getting eaten up there.
Don't forget that another Chase Center knockout pass is going to be given out today, 4:30. Okay, 4:30. Make sure you're listening at 4:30 for more details if you want to play knockout at Chase Center. Every day between now and the end of next week, we'll be giving away another slot today. Be listening at 4:30. Let's keep going with you. Brendan in the city. Hey, Brendan, thanks for calling. What's up?
Hey, what's up, Dave? Just happened to catch the end of the change-up, and you guys reporting on the failed trade between the Giants and the Niners.
Yes, reportedly.
Anybody? Yeah. It was from a troll account, so I just wanted to get that out and see if you guys already informed about that. It actually got me.
It's not actually from a troll account, but I have seen plenty of people refute the report but I haven't seen any of those be anything, like I haven't heard Ian Rappaport or Adam Schefter weigh in on this one way or the other. And I mean, at the end of it, Brendan, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The Niners did not get another defensive back.
No, for sure. But regarding the Chase trade, I actually love it because, everybody's talking about how Nick Bosa can't get to the quarterback, get any sacks. But if you do watch him, he's winning a lot of his battles, just can't get home. Meanwhile, you see the opposite edge, and you're basically getting nothing there. And with Chase, I feel like getting 1v1s with Bosa and having Hargrave or Armstead take the double team, it definitely is going to be a massive improvement. Especially should help our secondary more, because no pass rush. Of course, the secondary is going to get picked on. And, I mean, Joe Burrow is just playing out his mind this past Sunday. But I wasn't really too mad about how they're just getting picked apart. So, yeah, that's all I wanted to add.
Yeah, Brendan, thanks. I see that's one where I totally get it, but I don't agree. I don't see it that way. I'm not going to just give the 49er defense a pass because the Bengals were here and Joe Burrow is on people's fantasy teams. I don't care if he's a good quarterback. So what? That's not the way this 49er defense has ever played. That's not this era of 49er football. Just because the other quarterback is good, you're going to say, sure, 19 straight completions, 31 points in your own building, 28 of 32, absolutely no turnovers whatsoever, not even any turnover-worthy plays. Come on, forget about it. That's not the way this works. I don't care who's quarterbacking. That to me doesn't work. And so I already think this defensive line was talented enough that the way they're playing doesn't make sense. And now that you add this in, this is the most devastating D-line room in football by far, in my opinion. And so if you can't get production out of this group, it has to be a you problem. It has to be a coaching issue. How can it not be? These are some of the best.
I think that's too simple.
I mean, if Young and Bosa aren't getting sacks and they're not pressuring the QB, then how on earth is that, like, just both of them stopped playing well for no reason?
I mean, there's reasons for everything. And, Nick Bosa is a guy who just got a contract and just held out. So is it possible that he is not in the same shape in week 8 or week 9 coming up that he was in last year, where he actually had a training camp? Now, he's already come out and said earlier in the season that he was a little bit behind and he hasn't really found his stride. His very own boss, John Lynch, said camp is important and that John Lynch, Hall of Famer, always needed 3 weeks of camp just to get sharp. Bosa didn't have it. Bosa got paid. It is possible that Nick Bosa is maybe not in the same spot hunger-wise and fitness-wise that he was last year.
I get the hunger part, but fitness-wise, doesn't that only make sense for the first month of the season?
It should.
8 games now.
Right.
Training camp, if he had training camp, that's a month. You don't get 2 months of training camp. Like he should be Nick right now.
He can have a bad year. I mean, it's not as easy as you're Nick Bosa, so you're going to go out there and get 12 to 17 sacks a season just because that's the way it goes.
I don't know. I kind of think it is. When do people who go DPOY just have a bad year where they only go 5 sacks?
Well, he's on pace to have 9,
okay,
or maybe 7.
You know what I mean? Like T.J. Watt's not going to have a year off. Myles Garrett's not going to have a year where you just don't register sacks. I'm not saying you got to match last year's production, but this doesn't make sense. It doesn't anymore. Maybe it did for weeks 1, 2, and 3.
But you know
to
how
me, it
sacks
doesn't make
work.
sense anymore.
And if you look, like last year was a DPOY year for a reason. He had a sack in almost every single game. I think there were 2 sacks, and you and I did this in the offseason. We were talking contract. I believe all but 2 games he registered at least 1 sack. But you could have a 2 or 3 sack game, and all of a sudden his numbers will look better.
Sure.
And I don't think that Nick Bosa is having a bad year. He's having, statistically, a down year, but he's been impactful. It's the whole group as a collective that hasn't been great. Javon Hargrave last year had 11 sacks. This year he's got 3. His tackles for loss are down. His QB hits are about on pace, but he has not been the same run stopper. Eric Armstead is starting to play better, but he has struggled at times. And the other defensive end, that's been a big problem. Drake Jackson has lost snaps to Randy Gregory, who came in mid-season and immediately replaced him. Cleveland Ferrell has been good in flashes, but he's been wildly inconsistent. And then if you want to go to Kinlaw, who, my goodness, Kinlaw looked good and all the hype in the preseason about, it's a new Kinlaw this year, and watch out for Kinlaw. He's been a non-factor. I think the group in general has underperformed.
Of course they have.
But I don't necessarily point to the coach and say, well, it's got to be because Steve Wilks.
But I'll tell you why I do coming up next. I got a very, very pointed question that I would love to ask Steve and Kyle Shanahan and everybody in the Niners front office with regard to the defense as a whole. We'll keep taking your calls as well. RC, Steve, everybody stay where you are. 888-957-9570, presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises, Willard and Dibs.
Even Joe Romo picked up on it.
Why are you in this business when you know nothing about football?
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
I want that guy to say the name Dario Saric because I bet it would be, right?
It's tough on a lot of us.
It'd be really easy. It is. It's hard for me. I just want to call him Saric, Dario Saric. It sounds like I'm in the middle of eating an apple or something when I want to say Dario Saric, and I'm like, Dario Saric.
You know who my favorite college coach is, right? Steve Sarkisian. I couldn't remember where he coached, otherwise I was going to
coach everywhere.
Thank you.
Is he in Texas? He's in Texas.
That's right.
Now,
He used
right?
to coach in Washington. He was an assistant in Alabama.
Oh, boy.
Steve Sarkisian.
Lucas knows when
he was at USC, too.
He was at USC, and he had one too many, a few, and I'm not talking about years. Over there at SC for
You made it
Steve.
this far. God love you.
Yeah.
Oh, and you're clapping in the background. That guy's coming down my road.
Will not confirm or deny if that was me clapping. I do not know who that was.
I know those hands. Yeah, thank you,
Thank you, Grandy. All right, yes, it was me.
I do love the young people. What do you got for me over there?
A bunch of stuff. First of all, in less than 90 minutes, we will be giving away another spot. Knockout at Chase Center. Be with us at 4:30. Okay, that's what the cool people do. And the cool people are also on YouTube. There's also crazy people there, so watch out. You go in there, and man, you don't. It's like
you might not make it out.
Like walking through a back alley late at night on a Saturday in the middle of the city. It might be amazing, or you might run into some wackadoodles cruising around in there. You don't know. But head on over to youtube.com/957 The Game. We chat. We have fun over there. You can see which hoodie Dibbs has chosen for today. It's all powered by First NorCal Credit Union. I got 1-2 punch, pow, 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 from Richard Sherman.
Richard Sherman.
One about the offense and one about the defense. The offense, I'm going to have to read to you. The defense, we've got the sound.
Okay.
Okay? Here's
From
what
the
he
Richard
said.
Sherman podcast,
That's
which
right.
is one of my favorites.
Via the Undisputed.
Yep.
All right. Quote, the kid has made some mistakes down the stretch. The INTs this game and the INTs versus Minnesota were unacceptable plays. But I also watched the rest of the tape. Brock was very effective and efficient throughout the remainder of the game. He was effective early to Brandon Ayuk and to George Kittle. Huge plays throughout the game. So my memory does not ignore those things. It does not just look at the negatives and ignore the positives. End quote, Richard Sherman.
Great take. And it's a take that is easy to overlook. And it's a take that many of us don't want to have because we all look at what happened in nut crunching time and the biggest moments of the game. And that's what happened in the biggest moments of the game. You're at the 8-yard line and he throws a pick that never should have been thrown. And then a Jimmy no throw the very next pass. And so we immediately think, bad game, Brock. Brock Purdy stunk. Brock Purdy lost the game. But you forget the other throws that preceded those throws, including dimes, hang him in there throws, touchdown tosses, and the rest of it.
Ad lib, moving around,
yeah.
buying time.
A QB runs as well, which it should count for his resume.
Doing a lot with his legs the last couple of games for sure. Okay, and then what about this? If anybody wants to weigh into the whole scheme conversation, Steve Wilkes versus, yes, maybe we should call it scheme. The scheme.
Thank you.
From Steve Wilkes. Is it the scheme? Is it the players? Richard Sherman. My mind escapes me. Let's see. He played defense. That's right. He played defense. Oh, and he played with a lot of these players on this particular team. Here's what he said he would do if he were the 49ers defensive coordinator.
If you were called upon to be the defensive coordinator for this team, what adjustments would you make tomorrow?
We're going back to the fundamentals. We're going back to the things we do well. We're not running man on first and second down like they've been doing. I'm not a big fan of it. I don't think they're sound. We're going to mix it up. We're going to play fast. Our D-line's going to have to get hot like they've been doing. And for you to take them out of that, for you to sit there and run games and stunts and do all these other things instead of just ears back, go get to the quarterback like these guys have specialized in for the last, 3-4 years is weird. It's weird, and I think Kyle Shanahan has had enough. I think this is the straw that's going to break the camel's back. There's going to be changes next week.
Okay, now I don't think he's talking about firing the defensive coordinator, but I do think you're going to see a different style. I agree with Sherm here, and that's interesting at the end. I think Kyle Shanahan has had enough. This is the straw that broke the camel's back. That may well be the case. I have a more fundamental question that goes back, though, a number of months. Why on earth would you come in to run this defense and think, all right, you know what I'm going to do? We're going to change it up. What the hell would you do that for? And why would you hire someone who was going to come in and do that? So I'm not just blaming Steve. Like, the 49ers in power, it's not like Steve surprised them.
Right.
I told them I'm going to do everything just the same, but I'm actually going to come in here and call a bunch of other stuff. It'll be the funniest thing ever. What is the staff doing? Why would they think, and I'm not saying be complacent or stagnant, but why would you come in and change up what this defense was doing? Because what this defense has been doing is really, really effective.
Well, if it's what you believe in as a defensive coordinator, then you're going to go with what you believe in. And if you look at this team through the first 5 games of the season, they gave up 68 points in 5 games. They were 5-0. They gave up 7, 23 to the Rams, 12, 16, and 10 against the Dallas Cowboys. So you had a defense that was averaging, giving up 13.6 points a game. So Steve Wilks can look at that 5-0, one of the 2 or 3 best defenses in all of football, and he could say, right on, what I've done has taken a very good defense and kept it a very good defense. Well, now the last 3 weeks, not so much. You give up 19, 22, and 31, including 460 total yards to Cincinnati and a boatload of yards against Minnesota and all the rest of it. I'm sorry, 452 against Minnesota, 400 against Cincinnati. Dude. So now, suddenly, what you had been doing isn't working. So now you have to make the changes, and you enter the bye week. And if it is as simple as what Richard Sherman is saying, stop playing man-to-man on first and second down, play more zone, which it feels like they used to do. Rush 4, play zone behind it with 7, and let them catch the ball near the line of scrimmage, rally up and tackle. I think you can get back to being the defense that you were before.
We'll take your calls, 888-957-9570. Chase Young is a 49er coming from the Washington Commanders in exchange for a comp third-round pick. The Niners will only pay him about $500,000, and if he leaves in free agency next year, they'll probably get that comp third back. But you also start to sort of wonder, maybe they'll sign him. Maybe they keep him. Maybe they'll bookend 2 of the top defensive ends, that is, in the game together. Mike in Hayward next up on Willard and Dibs. Hey, Mike, what's up? No worries. You're right, Mike.
Yeah,
no worries.
Mike, it's a couple things, Mark, just real quick that are
thanks, Mike.
Stats that are troubling.
Good call.
The 49ers, third down conversion percentage on defense, they're 22nd, which means they're allowing 40.6% of third downs are getting converted. The other scary one, red zone percentage of TDs allowed, 61%. You are 23rd in red zone defense. So teams are converting a lot of thirds, and when they get in the red zone, they're scoring 61% of the time.
Yeah, and that's the money time. You know, you talk about Brock Purdy's interceptions in the fourth quarter. That's kind of what it is for a defense. And third down, you got to get off the field.
Yep.
But I go to the run game because it's very different if it's 3rd and 7 versus 3rd and 3. Very, very different. Bill in San Jose, you're next up. Hi, Bill. What's going on?
Hey, Willard, I totally agree with you about the defensive coaching. I think that calling a blitz with 10 seconds left in the half cost them a ball game. You know, it was really ridiculous. And, they got to think about some changes there. I think it's the problem of the coaching. I really do. And also, you've got the secondary playing off the receivers all the time on third down. And I think that's part of the problem.
Well, and Bill, that's kind of what Bill thanks. That's kind of what I've been getting at in terms of like what you're watching in terms of coverages doesn't match what the defensive line is doing. It just doesn't. It doesn't match up. Those things have got to be in concert, right? Whether you're going to press, whether you're giving a little bit of space, based on what the defensive line is doing, the execution is all messed up, and they're not working together. And that's why quarterbacks are sitting back there doing things like completing 19 in a row.
Well, if you're bringing the heat and your guys are playing 10 yards off, then it's kind of what the Rams did.
Bad combo.
Stafford was, boop, ball's out. Okay, you're beating my offensive line. Where's Puka? And now they got Cooper Coop back, and they're going to have to face Cooper Coop this time when they play the Rams again. They didn't last time. So that's an interesting notion about the pass rush and the coverage matching up, and they've been out of sync.
Peter King at 5, the Good Doc at 4. Your chance to win your way into Chase at 4:30. Plenty of time for your calls in the remainder of this 3 o'clock hour on Willard and Dibs.
Visit Friedman's Appliance in Pleasant Hill to see the full.
My mind escapes me.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
All right. I was thinking about tonight. We do have a World Series game, right?
I guess.
What do you mean you guess?
I mean, I guess. I assume so.
We do.
I'm somewhat, I don't know, tuned out is probably unfair, but I'm not locked in. How about that? Last night I was watching the Jimmy G Experience and watching CP3.
Absolutely.
And also listening to Tim Roy give my favorite call outside of Elevation Sensation.
Which is?
Ridiculous.
Ridiculous is good.
It's good. Steph Curry is, and I guess third on my power rankings on my bingo card would be just a straight old Curry.
That's all good.
He'll growl the Curry. Ridiculous. Elevation Sensation.
Then let me update you, by the way.
Okay.
We won.
Okay.
Haven't lost a road game yet.
2-1 Texas then.
9-0.
Okay.
Yeah. Anyway, 2-1 Texas. Here comes game 4 tonight in Arizona. By the way, Randy Johnson threw out the first pitch last night to Luis Gonzalez, and they lollygagged. He threw an eephus up there. And Randy looks totally different. You know what I mean? I know
he's not 6'9" anymore?
No, yeah, he looks like he's like reverse Kuminga. Like he's like 6'5", right? And he's got a little bit of a pot belly and
no way.
No bad.
Mullet?
Not bad. No mullet. He didn't have the mullet at the end of his career anyway, but
when he was a Giant.
Yeah.
A former Livermore Cowboy. Shout out Livermore High.
Yeah. Anyway, the whole thing, there's just something about Halloween when you are our age, when you're a parent. Okay, so I got a 9-year-old. He's got a onesie tiger outfit on today, and you want to see a bat out of hell? Watch me when this show ends. Bat out of hell.
Shout out Ozzy.
Because I got to get home for the trick and the treating, okay? I got to join up with him. So he'll be hanging out with the lovely Christy, and they'll be going through the neighborhood, and I got to get there.
Because when you're 9, that's peak years. When you're between, I'd say, 8 and 12 are your really peak years. And then you get to 13, 14, you're playing out the string, and if you're like me and you're a late bloomer at 15, you push it because you look like you're 11.
Well, it's like I told my junior who's got a license, you can't drive door to door to trick or treat.
Good call.
You got to walk. If you can drive, I'm going to need you to actually man the house and give out candy to other people.
Good call.
While I'm chasing Jude around. Anyway, point
That's
is.
enough for me, Doug.
Exactly.
If you can shave, you can't be trick-or-treating. I mean, that's just.
Come on. I'm like, buddy, I'll bring you some candy from work. It's all sitting out there on the table, okay? just shut up and I'll get you some chocolate. But anyway, kidding. He's not trying to trick or treat.
Right.
What I'm trying to bring up, though, is the fact that for me, on Halloween, I love having, and this is a little counterintuitive, but I love having a sporting event that I care about because you're bouncing house to house and you're seeing people, and people will hand you a cocktail maybe. Let's just be honest here. Not getting crazy, but I can remember, what was it, 3 or 4 years ago, the Niners played the Cardinals on Halloween. We have, in this city, the history of World Series games. Mad bum. Game 4 in Texas on Halloween. You should have seen what that was like. I was living in L.A. for crying out loud, trying to follow little kids around town and going house to house with Dodger fans and trying to be like, stop. I don't want to know what's going on. Just leave me. It was a fight. The whole thing was just a big
because you were
mess.
trying to stay dark.
Yeah, I put the Giants hat on. I wasn't.
But you were trying to not know what was going on.
I didn't want to know what was going on. Right? But I didn't want to miss Halloween either. Point is, I would love it if there had been, I don't know, a Warrior game, an NFL game, something tonight you poke your head into. Plus, 9-year-old's going to be done before sports game hours end. So we're going to get home and hand out candy to the older kids. And I'd love to have something on. And all we got is the World Series.
Yeah.
That's all we got.
And that starts at got to be 5-something, right? Okay.
Yeah, a little bit after 5. I know there's some NBA games on, but there's nothing that's really floating my boat.
I get that.
Yeah.
And it is always nice to have that, especially I was the homebound parent back in the day when I was doing morning radio. I would be at home with have a beer. And we would have a lot of action, a lot of traffic in the old Oakland house, and so
Yeah.
I'd be up to the door and back to the game. And it's kind of nice to have that accompanying a handful of IPAs.
Yeah, I like big, but not too big, because too big is like, all right, kid, you're super cute, and I'd love family time. I got to go. So
yeah.
Bye-bye. You know what I mean? Like that Niner Cardinal game, we lucked out. You remember that one?
Yeah.
I feel like that was 4 years ago. Niners played the Cardinals on Halloween, and we
I think
did
it was
some
2019. The
yeah,
Super Bowl year.
we did some trick-or-treating, and then we ended up at a friend's house, and everybody had the game on, and it ended up being really, really fun. But I don't, the Giants World Series game back in 2010, that was hard. Because I'm like, it's 2010. The Giants have not won the World Series ever. And I'm like, it's 2-1. We got a 20-year-old on the mound.
Yeah.
You're cute as hell, but I got to go. We can't be cruising around looking for Jolly Ranchers. I'm looking for rings.
Yeah.
Okay?
And at that time, you had a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old.
Well, 2010, 3-year-old. That's the issue. It's not like now. I'd be like, find a friend and
phone a friend.
Stay in the neighborhood, and I'll be back here. But no, they were really little.
Yeah.
So, yeah. That was
Strap
tough.
a GoPro to them, and we'll see what happens.
Just put a little transponder on them.
Yeah. I was told that
turned right.
Baby girl, 14 months old, will not be trick-or-treating tonight, which I get.
Why not?
She has 4 teeth, and she doesn't know what's going on.
It doesn't matter. You still put a little chicken outfit on her and cruise around town and let everybody tell you how
She
cute
might
she
hit
is.
the cul-de-sac.
Yeah, cruise around town. It's a beautiful night.
Yeah, it's freezing. The beauty the beauty of the candy give out is we're 2 streets away from the actual street. We're near one of those streets where like people will bus in, they'll fly in.
No, yeah,
but we're 2 streets away from that street.
Yeah, you're up a little hook and you're up a little hill, but I would imagine you're going to get some action.
Almost no action.
None?
The main street is the street.
Yeah.
Like there's inflatables and parties, and so people won't deviate from the big street.
Halloween's different now than I feel like it was when we were kids. Like you couldn't be on a quiet street and not have action. But now it's like designated. It's a designation sensation.
That's a buck.
Where every neighborhood's like, that's the street.
Right.
And we're going to put up little blockades, and we're going to make that the street. So the little offshoots, you get no action. So the way you handle that is you buy too much candy, and you tell yourself, we got to be ready just in case, and then you get to eat all the candy yourself.
That's kind of the approach I was taking.
Yeah.
Texted the wife today when I was at Safeway. She said, oh, no. We don't need any more candy. I've got it taken care of.
What does that mean?
That means get out of line at Safeway.
She's not giving out apples, is she?
That's enough for me, Doug.
Don't be
Celery.
one of those. Stop. I hope you're kidding. Don't be those people.
Mark, those people got egged when I was a kid.
Thank you. Stop being high and mighty and think you're saving the world by being the house that's handing out bookmarks.
You give out raisins, I give you rocks. You give me an apple,
That's right.
You're getting an egg.
Reese's, Kit Kats, what else? Twix,
Snickers.
If you want to be super weird, go get one of the stupid coconut candies, Mounds or Almond Joy, you wackos. But if you want to do it, it's passable. I don't like it, but
you got to go Almond Joy. Almond Joy's got nuts.
Just keep
Mounds
coconut.
don't.
Keep coconut. Whenever, you know what I would say? Every single time. So, well, you want a Mounds or an Almond Joy? That's going to be a no from me, dog. That's going to be a no from me, dog. We're going next door.
Become a catchphrase.
All right?
It's become a real thing.
Now, if you really want to kick butt, though, like you want to be the house where like 8 blocks away, they're like, head over to 321 Main Street. Give out the full size. Be that parent.
That's a yes from me, dog.
Be amazing. Be amazing tonight. Be talked about 4 blocks away.
That's showboating.
I'm fine with it. So what? We live in an age where let the kids
As a
play.
parent, you don't need
bat flip on everybody. Do it.
You don't need a full size.
Do it.
You don't need a full size. I'll give you one more. You give me a toothbrush, I'm slashing your tires.
I think if you give out a toothbrush, the kids have a right to go in your house and pick out any item that they want. That's it. All right. That's enough of that. 888
Can we not be done with it? I have one addition.
Oh, please. We're not done.
We got one day a year.
Our producer.
Sorry, Lucas.
Yeah, it's Halloween. Let's talk about it.
Go ahead.
The Alexander family, that's my family for those who don't know, was one of those king-size families. And they still are.
Good for you.
You know, the neighborhood's kind of grown out of trick-or-treating.
That's why you can't walk by your mid-30s. But anyway, go ahead.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But my parents are still doing king-size. My father is making a bit of he's calling an audible this season.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
What do we got?
Let me know what you think of this. And he just ran it by me last week, and I was like, oh, that's a great idea.
Okay.
I had to send an addition his way. He now added, so he brings out a tray. We have very few people who come by the house, so it's a tray, and someone gets to choose what they want. On top of king-size candies, it is now a selection of Hot Wheel cars for kids.
Oh.
And he says now kids can take a choice. Do they want a little Hot Wheel or do they want a king-size candy? And I said, you got like 7, 8, 15 max kids coming. Just give them both. Let kids take both a Hot Wheel and a candy.
That's a yes from me, Doug.
Now, what's
Christmas?
What's the clientele? Because obviously, if you are getting dibs is like middle ground 13-year-old.
It's a choking hazard.
No, a Hot Wheels is like, it's beneath them. Okay?
True.
Like my 9-year-old
Well, then
has
you take
just
a
kind
king
of
size.
Yeah, the 9-year-old would love the Hot Wheels. He's kind of just graduating out of it though. Like that early middle school age is sitting there going,
what the hell am I supposed to do with this, man? Seriously.
They're all Napoleon Dynamite, right? So, and as Dib said, if they're 2, you don't give a kid a die cast that they're going to eat. So, like,
I'd say
I'm going to eat it.
Median age probably around 5 or 6.
Then it's money.
Yeah.
Your house is going to get talked about for miles around.
And now he has to bring it back next year.
I kind of want to come, to be honest with you.
Yep.
If you offer me a king-size Reese's and a Hot Wheel, I still feel like I'm in the age bracket for
I
that.
don't know the final verdict if he did settle on you can have one of each or if one or the other.
He's going to get talked into it even if he didn't.
I mean, Daddy Warbucks over here. Do you want candy or do you want an annuity?
But I mean, look at you. Look at your
giving out cash.
Look
Here's
at
an
your
Xbox.
girl with the chicken outfit on.
Unbelievable.
If someone like that shows up at the door, you're going to say no to her about anything. You're going to put a tray out. You put a tray out there.
Yes.
You know what I mean? And like they're going to just reach for stuff. What are you going to do? Grab it back?
No, but I can tell you that she will eat a grand total of 0 pieces of candy
Of course,
tonight.
she's not ready for that.
Got 4 teeth.
She's not ready for that.
No, I don't. She's never even tasted chocolate.
Number 4.
One of us in our household is pretty much of a hardliner when it comes to nutritional intake. And it's not the guy who's already had 3 cookies and a piece of cheesecake.
Okay, supper, the rules don't count today. You get 364 other days to be like that. Okay? I chase my kids after dinner being like, give me that dessert back. That's too much. Chill. Chill with the bowl of ice cream that goes all the way up to the ceiling. But tonight, it's like Lowenbrow, man. Tonight is kind of special.
The beer will pour.
Yeah.
Must be something more somehow. So tonight, let it be 38 pieces of candy.
Just let it go. Let it go.
Thank you. Not
5, not 6, not 7.
Guaranteed stomach ache for me by about 7:15.
I mean, shout out to the teachers in my kid's school district who have scheduled a staff development day tomorrow. It's the smartest thing of all time.
Genius.
No school tomorrow. Why would there be school tomorrow? I've fought this fight for years.
Yeah.
I'll never win it. It's the stupidest thing in the history of ever.
It's the stupidest question of all time.
That Halloween is on the same date every year.
Stupidest question ever.
Final Friday in October. How hard is that? We have tons of holidays that move dates every year. #Thanksgiving. Final Friday of October every year. Halloween. It's the school day. Go do your parade. Get some candy. Go out that night. Have a whole weekend to sleep it off. Why is that so hard?
It's really not. And then you would follow it up with daylight savings on the Sunday because we all need to fall back, which I believe it is this Sunday, if I'm not mistaken.
I think you're right.
And they finally moved that baby after Halloween, which makes too much sense. But would you rather have the day after the Super Bowl off or the day after Halloween off for the kids? Because I think the day after the Super Bowl off, in our business, it's a great day.
We want to be here.
Yes.
Yes.
But for most people, they all grouse and grumble and, oh, my head hurts.
Brother, the sugar high is real. I'll take the day after Halloween off.
Okay.
because they are nuts and they will not go to sleep until way too late.
Yeah.
So anyway.
Anyhow.
All right. Jason in Chi-Town
Well, that
wants
killed the
to
segment.
talk about the
It's a classic
he wants
radio
to talk
trick.
about Butterfinger versus Three Musketeers. What do you think, Jason? Butterfinger or Three Musketeers? If you get it right, we'll let you give a sports take.
They both go right in the trash.
Wow, I'm hanging up on you.
That's pretty strong.
You can't hang up on me.
Actually, I can, but
Three
I won't.
Musketeers is at
you
best
can't.
your third string strong
Dude,
safety.
Butterfinger gets caught in the teeth, but that's a good thing. Save it for later. Dude, Butterfinger's delicious.
No. It's Snickers, it's Kit Kat, it's Twix, it's Sour Patch Kids, stuff like that.
It's Sour Patch Kids.
I didn't mind it.
It's like a slot receiver.
I mean, again, anything with chocolate.
Butterfinger's an offensive guard, but he's in the starting lineup.
Yeah, offensive line matters.
And you have to be a complete monster to hand out anything with coconut in it on Halloween.
Okay, Jason, you saved yourself.
I like your use of monster.
All right, yeah, no, totally.
Oh, you're a monster.
I might use that tonight. If I see my kid get an Almond Joy, I'm just going to unload on the parent.
You monster.
You're a monster. Hopefully it'll be some poor little old lady who's trying to hand out candy. You monster.
I ate this as a little girl. Sorry, Jason.
All right, Jason, what do you want
Not
to
a
say?
problem. So what I've noticed, if we go back to when you had Saleh here and you had Ryans here, they would have that adjustment. They would see what you were doing on offense, so that first drive, second drive, maybe the third drive, and then they would adjust and take it completely away.
I love this
You don't
take.
get that with Wilks, and I don't understand what kind of monster doesn't look back and take that in consideration. Hey, you're doing this, I'm going to stop you from doing that. You have all the talent in the world on defense, but we're just going to keep doing the same thing over and over again and just get gashed quarter after quarter, drive after drive, game after game. It's getting ridiculous.
Jason, I love what you're saying. What I can't really accuse Steve Wilks of, and thank you, Jason, and thank you for your coconut take, even though Dibs on the down low is writing on YouTube right now that Almond Joy is good.
It is
and that
good.
Coconut gets a bad name. So you're a monster too.
I don't know.
Anyway,
I don't know where this started, but it's become trendy to hate on coconut
because
and chocolate.
it's not as good as the other things you put in chocolate, like peanut butter or caramel. Hello.
It's a nice change up. Okay, sometimes you got to keep the guy off balance with a little Almond Joy.
Well, hey, Steve Wilks, don't change it up because things are going just fine with caramel and peanut
You're
butter.
saying there's too much coconut in the Niners defense right now?
Stop messing with it. Why you need a change up? Everything is working great. Now, as far as Jason's point about not being able to adjust on the fly, I really can't speak to what Steve Wilks is or is not trying to do on that front, other than that to say they're not. They're like if they are making adjustments, they're not working. Or is Steve Wilks? I wonder what you think about this. Is he stubborn? I mean, most coaches are to a certain degree. But in other words, is he coming in to a situation where you've had a great defense for years, you got great players all over the place, and he's like, I know you used to do it that way, but this year we're doing it this way. And then even furthermore, when it's not working, he's like, no, stick to it. It'll work. It'll work. It'll work. It feels that way. I don't know if it is that way, but it feels that way.
But it was working early in the year.
I don't agree.
Well, and maybe it's because they were facing lesser teams. They were going up against Pittsburgh.
Yeah, the Rams moved the ball all over them.
Right, but they played bend but don't break for the most part of that game.
Do you remember that game where they did something different in the second half? They ran Fred Warner on a blitz.
Right.
And they finally got to Stafford, and that, combined with a ball bouncing off of the hands of Kyron Williams, changed the game. But they could have lost that game. And Matt Stafford was doing whatever he wanted throwing the football. It was a sign at a time, and we blew it off in terms of, he gets rid of the ball quickly and all that. We should have known. We should have known that functional quarterbacks were having success against the 49ers. For me, the only super impressive defensive performance this year was Dallas. It was the game against Dallas. And the Niners hit them in the mouth so early that they put Dallas into a really bad spot and took advantage of it. But outside of that, I have not loved their performances against top-level competition all year.
Well, top-level competition, they've faced two teams, and if you want to make Minnesota and the Rams, if you want to throw them in,
good quarterback.
They're better offenses, certainly. Pittsburgh, not a great offense. Arizona with Dobbs, he's played better than expected, but they're not a great offense. And the New York Giants, even at that time with Danny Dimes, I don't even know if they're down to DeVito still or not, but they have really fallen off the map offensively because they lost their quarterback. But yes, Dallas was a great defensive game. And the second best game they've played defensively is probably Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I agree
and
with
then,
that.
Cleveland, they played good on defense for the most part. And, it started to shift a little bit away from them, but that was a game that the kicker cost you.
Well, yes, although it's also being quarterbacked by P.J. Walker. Like a lot of Cleveland's inability to move the ball was P.J. Walker. I mean, he missed wide open throws. They were running the ball on the Niners. Like to me, we focus so much on the opposing quarterback, and we probably should be focusing more on the opposing running back. Kyron Williams ran all over the Niners. Kareem Hunt, Jerome Ford ran all over the 49ers. Madison's gashing him. Joe Mixon suddenly is rebirthed. The running backs for the other team have had way more success than they have in the past against this defense, and it is the trickle down that is affecting everything else on the football field, in my opinion.
Minnesota only ran for 74 yards. It was the short passing game. Kirk Cousins threw for 378.
Right, but what was setting him up on first down? I feel like
Madison runs.
What, I know 74 yards, but how many carries? Like what was the yards per carry in that game?
Madison wound up with 39 on 8.
Okay.
So that's about 5 a tote.
Yeah.
And Akers had 31 on 10, which is 3 a tote. So they didn't run it a ton. It was Cousins going 35 of 45 for 378. So it was a lot more of the short and intermediate passes that were setting it up. Some of the Alexander Madison runs, but they didn't actually have to run it a ton because Kirk Cousins was dicing them up through the air.
Yeah, 4.9 a carry for Alexander Madison. But you're right. They used so much of Hawkinson and Addison.
Yeah.
But they had time. He had time to throw. They were ahead of the sticks the entire game. And it felt like they never stopped him on a third down. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head that number. I think he was 9 of 12 on third down passing for the night. Kirk Cousins?
8 of 13.
Okay,
8 of 13 on third down.
As a team or Kirk?
As a team.
As a team.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think Kirk on passing might have been 9 of 12. One of them was in front of the sticks.
Time of possession was 35 to 25. And that, I think, has been as much of a theme as anything this past game. Time of possession was 31.5 to 28.5. So you've been losing the time of possession battle because you've been losing the run battle.
The good doctor, Dr. Brian Feely, today is going to join us in about 20 minutes. We will get into Chase Young's injury history, the Warriors who sat out last night, and also Brock Purdy's concussion situation over the last week and a half. So we can get to all of that coming up next. Peter King is just over an hour away. Can't wait to talk to him. Chase Young's acquisition, what do you think? 888-957-9570. The 49ers do that with Washington for a comp third-round pick, which they may well get back if Young ends up leaving in free agency. So lots to discuss there. And then don't forget, make sure you're with us in exactly 49 minutes, because at 4:30 today, that's when we are giving away or giving you the information you will need to win your way into Chase Center and play Knockout. We're presented by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. It's Willard and Dibs.
to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
So a debate has opened up on YouTube about all the different candies, what's good, what's bad. I don't know this. There's something I don't know, and I bet you do, and I want to ask you.
Okay.
You know when you get the chocolate that's sitting by, like you go to Trader Joe's or something?
Yeah. And
there'll be the chocolate bars right as you're checking out. It's not like Snickers or Three Musketeers. It's like a bar of chocolate, and it'll be like, 85%, and then the word is CACAO. Is it cacao?
I love watching you struggle through it. Cacao. It's the same sound that a crow makes when it flies overhead.
Cacao.
Thank you.
Cacao. Is it that?
Cacao.
Okay. And the higher the percentage, the more bitter.
Correct.
The darker the chocolate.
Exactly.
Right? All right. So there is a conversation, sensation right now about the cacao. Loco Moco. The cacao is definitely the worst. Tell them, Jeff, worst decision ever. They're all talking about the cacao chocolate. And so I want to add that in to the list of things you should not do to America's children. I want fake milk chocolate.
Of course.
Being handed out to these children tonight. Okay? They work very hard. They go to class sometimes. Okay? They've been through a lot, these children. They did Zoom school for a period of time. I want you to give them fake milk chocolate tonight. Stop being a stuffy stick in the mud. Okay?
I don't know any household that would give that out, like the cacao. It's usually just those mini, I'm trying to think of the worst ones that I would get, but even like the Mr. Goodbar and the Crackle, and the Hershey's, the little minis,
those super minis.
Yeah.
Get a bag of 1,000 super minis.
Exactly.
Oh, if you're doing those, you better give them a handful, whole handful in the bag, in the pillowcase.
Depends on the costume and depends on, honestly,
behavior.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm gonna need, and for all you kids out there coming home from school, first of all, it starts with a good, hearty trick or treat. And it ends with thank you.
Thank you. Yes. Say thank you.
Beyond that, we don't need to get in too much conversation. But if I say, are you a spaceman? No, dummy. I'm a marine biologist.
I'm Christian McCaffrey.
Totally. It's not. Are you Debo Samuel? No, you idiot. I'm Nick Bosa. I'm 97. I mean, if I get your costume wrong, be nice about it.
Well, if it's a Niner and you get it wrong, that's a you problem. Okay. I just also, my message to kids, don't be overly aggressive. Just wait your turn. Don't reach around each other, knock over smaller children in order to get to the candy. I had a kid come in the house one time. It didn't like the amount of candy that I gave him. So he took 2 steps in, started grabbing candy from my other kid's bag, which had been collected earlier in the night. It's like, dude, when did you get out of my house? What are you doing? Which is hard to say when the kid is, 8 years old.
That was my oldest son's go-to quest. It would be trick or treat. They'd open the door and he would push them aside and just walk in when he was like 3 because he was interested in the decor.
It's super cute when they're 3.
It's like, oh, you're so cute.
When they're 12, it's less cute.
Yeah.
So get out of my house.
Trick or thief.
You cannot have a bar of soap from the kitchen.
You cannot go through my medicine cabinet and see what sort of
ridiculous
medicines I have.
888-957-9570. Chase Young is a 49er coming from the Washington Commanders for a comp third. We're talking that out. We're talking about Richard Sherman's comments that Steve Wilks is basically tinkering too much. Time to get back to basics. Let the 49er defense use its talents. Just pin ears back, go get quarterback. Stop having them do all of these different things. What about this, Dibs? This is from our buddy Mike Silver in the San Francisco Chronicle. Quote, Young, that would be Chase Young, according to several Commanders coaches and other organizational sources, was viewed as an undisciplined player who developed bad habits, such as deviating from assignments in an effort to make splash plays.
Oh, okay. That's a damning scouting report.
Mm-hmm.
But he's coming to a place where the defensive line coach, Chris Kasarik, is widely regarded as one of the best in the business.
No doubt, but I'm sure Washington has coaches too.
Right, but I don't know if this system has been beset by players who are undisciplined and trying to make splash plays.
Well, it's interesting. I mean, if you're on a team that is struggling to win and you're coming up on a free agent contract, I could see how stuff like this would happen. The 49ers, I would think, would not make a deal like this unless they were convinced that Chase Young can come fit into a team concept, because that's one thing the Niners have done very, very well. It's a good locker room. It is a bunch of people who have linked together for a common goal. I don't see anybody getting mad about, oh, that guy got the ball too much. This guy over here is getting in my way. I've not seen that with the 49ers, and so Chase is going to have to fit in. But the 49ers have a different goal than Washington does. 49ers are trying to win a Super Bowl.
Right.
I think Washington is trying to, I don't know, make the playoffs?
Probably.
Find a quarterback? It's different. They're not bad. They're not the worst team in the league by any stretch.
Right, but I don't think that it's Super Bowl or bust is being discussed among their fan base as it is out here.
Correct.
And they're in a spot where, yeah, they're definitely trying to make the playoffs, and then you make the playoffs, and it's kind of playing with house money in terms of being Washington and being seen as the third best team in your own division. And, man, they've had Philadelphia twice in a spot where they could have beaten them and didn't. So you feel like you're close. Maybe it's a matchup thing, but Washington's sitting at 3-5, and if you were in a situation where you really thought you had something going, you probably wouldn't have traded 2 defensive players today, which they did.
Yeah, no joke. Like I wonder how they are suddenly going to look. Like they just got rid of their pass rush today. What's their record, by the way? Like I don't even have
Washington.
this. Yeah,
3-5.
Okay, I mean they're not winning that division, but they're not out of the NFC wildcard race. That was a good defense, too. Not a bad defense, at least. Now, I have a feeling that they're going to be a sieve, but we'll see. We'll see how that plays out.
They've given up almost 30 points a game this year. They've given up 228 in 8, which is about 28 and change a contest. Minus 57-point differential. You're 3-5. You've already gotten 2 losses against Philadelphia. You're 0-3 in the division. You're not going to win any tiebreakers. You're in a spot where you probably need 11 wins to be a playoff team, which means you got to win 8 of your final 9. It's kind of feeling like it's over in Washington.
Yeah, well, no, I don't think they're going to make the playoffs.
Right, but in terms of realistically, because maybe 10-7 get you there in the NFC.
Yeah, you're right. Gosh, only one team has given up more points than the Washington Commanders this year. One team.
Wow. And barely at that.
You know
I just
what it
saw
is?
that.
Oh, you
yeah.
look at it.
Well, I just looked. I mean, I wouldn't have guessed it.
Indianapolis Colts, 229. Yeah. Let's go to Paul in Pleasanton. Hey, Paul, what's up? What you doing?
Hey, guys, as we're looking at reasons for the 49ers defensive kind of funk, how about this? Maybe it's like Nick Bosa, second coming off his other brother. They both had their foot to the pedal to the metal on their rookie contracts, get paid, and instead of leaving it on like TJ Watt or Aaron Donald, they kind of take it off and put it on cruise control.
I don't see it that way at all, Paul. Thanks so much. I think, Joey Bosa has dealt with some injuries, and Cheryl Bosa, their mom, when she came on with us, I wonder if you remember this comment that she made. She's talking about the team for which Nick and Joey play. And she made a comment about Nick wanting to stay in San Francisco and never having dealt with anything that would sort of be like the organization and its structure getting in the way, making major mistakes. And she slipped in this Nick's never had to deal with that like Joey has.
Right.
And so I just want to keep in all of the minds out there, which is that I think Joey Bosa is a fantastic player. I think everybody who puts on a Charger uniform becomes a lesser being than what they would be elsewhere. And Justin Herbert is example A. He is a phenomenal quarterback, and he's 3-4. Why? It's just their coach, their organizational structure, the fact that they play 17 road games, whatever it is, it just doesn't add up to being your best self.
And I think you could say the same thing about Washington, at least in
That's
the
true
past
recently.
under Daniel
Yeah,
Snyder.
I agree with that.
I don't know if the worm has turned just yet. I'd love to talk to a Washington insider to get a sense for exactly how things have changed, if they've changed at all under new ownership. But it feels like, players that leave Washington have a greater chance to go on and do good things elsewhere. And maybe that's the case for Chase Young, where a change of scenery will do him well.
4 sacks for Joey Bosa so far this year. But yeah, it is a great mystery. When you got Bosa and Khalil Mack and Derwin James on a defense, the fact that they're not better, similar head scratcher to what the 49ers have been doing so far this year.
Yeah.
Total, like they have all the talent they need.
Right, and to be 3-4, and I know they didn't have Austin Eckler for a while, but you still have one of the better quarterbacks in football.
Yep.
And a situation where you should be able to win these close games, but I do think part of it is the head coach.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union. Dr. Brian Feely will be along shortly, but let's go to Raymond in Richmond. Hey, Raymond, what's cooking?
Hey, what's up, Willard? What's up, Dib?
What's going on?
What you doing, man?
I'm out working right now, listening to you guys every day, first-time caller.
Thank you.
I just want to say I think Chase Young trade is going to be good for the Niners. Hopefully we can get home and give that secondary a break. Also, I'm really calling to give a shout-out to the Richmond United Soccer Club. The girls U12 Richmond Lightning just won the tournament in Pleasanton over the weekend. Big win.
That's huge. Congratulations. Thank you for shouting them out, Raymond. Thank you for calling. All right, there's Raymond in Richmond.
Yeah.
With the shout out and the thumbs up on the Chase Young trade. I get it when people say, well, that wasn't their biggest need. Why did you address that? And I would say 2 things real quick. A, it was a bigger need than maybe we realized based on their production. And B, the 49ers have stated that this is their roster building philosophy. They believe that a defensive line being devastating makes everybody else around them better. Their linebackers, their safeties, their corners, everything. And I would say they've got the data that shows they're right.
Yeah.
When that defensive line plays great, when Nick Bosa got drafted, the same secondary that only had 2 picks the year before suddenly had the best turnover margin in football.
And I wonder what people really think their biggest need is, because the Niners would tell you they don't really have great needs in terms of a spot or a position group that is badly in need of an upgrade.
It is time for Cleared to Play. We take you inside the tent, get you updated on the latest injuries in the Bay. Proud to partner with UCSF Health on this segment. Bring in Associate Professor of Orthopedic Surgery, Dr. Brian Feely. But let's give him a different title today. Let's bring in a man who I had dinner with, essentially, on Saturday night, Dr. Brian Feely. Wonderful to meet you and your wife over the weekend, Doc.
Nice to meet you, too. By dinner together, you mean in the same room, separated by...
Yeah, I did not want to make it sound like we had rented a back booth or anything with the 4 of us. But yes, we were in a room of 300 people, and we were 4 of them.
Yeah, I don't want to make Dibs jealous anyway.
Yeah.
Pretty jealous over here. I'm still waiting for the invite, but I'll go through Curtis and see if we can't get together.
Fair enough.
As Doc Feely will tell you, this invite wasn't free. But anyway, really, really good to meet you, Doc, and thanks for hopping on. Can we start with Brock Purdy's concussions, or I should say concussion, and then subsequently what we saw happen at the end of the game over the weekend? What was your take on how the 49ers handled this?
Yeah, I think it's important to know that for the most part, these decisions are now out of the team and out of the medical professionals that are associated with the team. So these decisions are made from the booth, from independent neurologists. You may have seen how angry some of the Seahawks players get when this independent consultant comes in and says you need to stop. So I think technically everything is done right. But, when you look at his game the week before, when he was hit pretty hard in that quarterback sneak, nobody picked it up, and he didn't have symptoms for hours afterwards. So I think in the moment, everything was done right. But in hindsight, it's always 20/20 these, and I'm really glad they've got a bye week coming up because he probably needs some cognitive rest.
And I want to ask you about cognitive rest in terms of repeat concussions. Is there a time frame that allows the repeat concussion to decrease in terms of the potential chance, or is it more just kind of a crapshoot based on the nature of the injury and the nature of what a re-injury would be?
Yeah, that's a really good question because when we look at second hit concussions, they're exponentially worse. So the concern is that if he comes back too soon, especially after having multiple hits to the head, the next one can be essentially season-ending, if not career-ending for some people. And we've certainly had some players who, after multiple concussions in one season, say, "That's it. I'm not ready to do this for the rest of my life. I want to feel normal." So I don't think that second hit was bad enough necessarily to say that he's gotten 2 concussions. That would limit him after 2 weeks off or a solid week and a half off. But I would be taking it easy as much as possible. No practice this week, very little the week after. And if push comes to shove, that's why we have a good backup and give him extra rest.
Interesting stuff. So, Doc, when you say cognitive rest, I'd love to hear more about that. Like, I get a brain break. I understand that. That's what that's what students are telling me that they need all the time in the middle of class. But the suggestion certainly sounds like you think that playing football right now is not something that Brock Purdy should be doing.
Yeah, when you think about what cognitive rest is, it's a break from everything that's going to make your brain work to really let the energy that your brain uses to restore the part that got injured with a concussion. So what most teenagers and students won't tell you, that's also supposed to be a break from screen. So that means no running around, no football, no reading, no iPhones, no YouTube, no TikTok, to really give your brain rest. You're supposed to take it easy until you feel symptom-free and then really ease back into things slowly. So the idea of cognitive rest is to let all your brain focus on the recovery part and not allow it to be diverted to do other things.
Wow, and some would call our show 2 to 6 a brain break, Doc. I mean, I don't know if I necessarily agree.
Or a brain breaker.
Yeah. Something of that sort. Niners pick up Chase Young today via a trade, and he had an ACL repair, pretty bad one, where he took ligaments from one leg to rebuild the ACL in the other. Is this a pretty standard modality for repair of an ACL?
Yeah, I mean, the straight answer is no. For the most part, when we do ACL reconstruction, we take one part of your body to reconstruct the ACL, almost always on the same side. So there's really 3 choices. The quote-unquote gold standard is taking a part of your patellar tendon with a little bit of bone on either side. You can take part of your hamstring or part of your quad. In some cases, or in some other countries, it's not uncommon to take the other side. And in his case, he had some injury to the patellar tendon. So the concern was that you would weaken the central part of his knee too much by taking it on the injured side, so you can take it on the other side. It's not that uncommon. You see it a little bit more commonly in soccer players. And ever so often, in some countries, they'll even take it from the parents for young people. So it could have been worse.
Wow. Yeah, I actually went cadaver myself when I had my ACL repair, and I kind of wish that I would have harvested part of my own patella with some bone fragment in there. I hear that it's turned out to be a better operation.
I mean, depends on your age. If you're over 35 when you have it done, it doesn't make a difference. But for a professional athlete, it makes sense to have your own tissue. I think the important thing is you look at how long it's taken for him to come back. The Commanders did everything right, which is great for the 49ers. He came back at 11 months, but they really went slow that whole next year. He was on limited snap count. And what you're seeing this year as he eases into that second year back is he should hit his stride and accelerate and get better, hopefully by the time the playoffs get around.
Dr. Brian Feely with us, cleared to play on Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. Doc, we know about the hairline fracture in Deebo Samuel's shoulder. They're reporting good movement at practice, but how realistic do you think it is for him to play a week and a half from now?
You know, I think depends on where the fracture is in the shoulder, and obviously we don't have more information, but if he's got a hairline fracture up at the top of the shoulder or in the back on the scapula, then there's a pretty good chance that those will heal in about 4 weeks. Again, this is a great time for a bye. This will let everything calm down. allow that time, give him enough time for him to feel healed. The tough part, unlike when Ray got injured and he could play in a cast or he could have surgery, there's no way to immobilize a receiver's shoulder. So he's got to feel good. He's got to have full range of motion, and he's got to be able to take a hit before he comes back.
One from the world of basketball for me, Doc, and it's Draymond Green, who missed a couple of weeks of preseason and practices with the ankle sprain. Did you see any negative effects in his return to the floor?
No, I thought he looked great. I know he was on a minutes restriction, but I think he's looked fantastic so far. Again, the Warriors training staff is so good at easing these guys back in, making sure that they're looking at the entire season and postseason in mind. So my guess is they'll continue to have them in that 20 to 30 minute time frame. Take a look at them. It's a little bit tough with so many away games and some back-to-back early in the season. So I wouldn't be surprised if he sat or had under 20 minutes in the next couple of weeks. But, I mean, he looked good so far.
Doc, once again, great to meet you, and thank you for coming on with those answers today.
All right. Happy Halloween, guys.
To you as well,
Doc.
Dr. Brian Feely, who is dressed up as a doctor for Halloween. So the proceeding was sponsored by UCSF Health.
Pretty easy costume when you are a doctor.
Yeah.
You can just throw on the smock and mask and grab a stethoscope and off you go.
Might be a high level enough doctor that he doesn't even cruise around with a smock. Just comes in wearing whatever the hell he wants.
Yeah,
You know
but
what I mean?
when you go in for surgery, it's got to be nice to just go in there in short sleeves, put your arms in the air and say, scrub me.
I love that idea.
I'm going to need someone to start scrubbing my arms.
Yeah, you're powerful when you walk into a room and just hold your arms up and people run over and start putting things on you. It's pretty incredible.
Start scrubbing your forearms.
My goodness, the king is here. Good stuff from Dr. Brian Feely. Hoping that Deebo Samuel and Trent Williams get back cleared to play. The Brock Purdy conversation will be forever interesting, but the more you think about it from every angle, whether it's Brock or anything else going on, like to me, the whole team needs a cognitive reset.
Right.
And so sometimes the bye comes at a terrible time. You're either on a hot streak or when I first walked away from the loss against Cincinnati, I'm like, the bye's coming at a terrible time because the Niners need to remove this bad taste from their mouths. But the more I've thought about it, the bye is absolutely at the perfect time because they need a reset. They need time to make adjustments. Now they can also move a key new player into the fold with Chase Young's acquisition. You hope that Deebo and Trent Williams get healthy. And I think, as I said earlier, it is a rational thought that 12 days from now, the 49ers will come back out there and look like more of a version of their former selves.
Yeah, with some straight-up defense, and as Richard Sherman advocated, maybe less man-to-man on first and second down. If Deebo's back, hopefully he is, maybe your offense can get dynamic again. I do think Trent Williams is a bigger return-to-play candidate. You need him over there on that left side to start to reestablish your ground game. You got 9 games left to go, 5 on the road, and you've got, 4 more divisional games, including 2 with, and I hate to say this, first place Seattle.
Yeah, I know it.
I mean, geez.
Yeah, well, we got some time there before that one shows up on the schedule. If you haven't already, make sure you subscribe to Willard and Dibs on the free Odyssey app or wherever you find your favorite podcast. Peter King is coming up at the top of the hour. You can certainly react to Chase Young, Steve Wilkes, and more. 888-957-9570. We're less than 20 minutes away. 4:30, be with us for a chance to win your way into Chase Center to play Knockout. We'll tell you more about that. But also coming up, would love to get into a little bit of Warriors stuff. As Chris Paul continues the acclamation sensation, is cheering for him, rooting for him, watching him. Is it starting to feel different? Plus, I know both of us want to weigh in on the 3-0 road Warriors. Yeah, got something to say about that next on Willard and Dibs.
UCSF Sports Medicine Center is dedicated to treating every type of athlete, from kids to adults.
instructions to refer qualified applicants. Simply email equalemployment@odyssey.com to be notified of all open positions. And we invite our listeners to visit odyssey.com/careers to view a listing of all job openings.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, it's 4:18 right now, and I am good at math.
Okay.
Which means in 12 minutes, thank you, you will have an opportunity to win your way into Chase Center and play knockout, like on the floor, on the damn floor. You guys know the sounder by now. Don't play the sounder because then you guys are going to have to deal with everybody calling. Just don't even play it. You'll know when we play the sounder in now 11 minutes, and then we're going to ask you a question about something that was said between 4:30 and 4:40 or so. So you got to be with us at 4:30 and listen, and that's going to set you up with a chance to win your way into Chase Center, play knockout on the floor with a bunch of other 95.7 The Game listeners. Pretty cool experience.
As a guy who's spent a half an hour playing one-on-one on that very floor, I can tell you it's a lot cooler than you even think that it is. Just to be on that court,
totally
throwing up brick after brick against a former NFL player. I think Steiny had me at 5 for 37, and he was joking when he said that in our post-game interview, but upon further review, he might have had that right.
Yeah. That's good. It's great.
It's fun to be on that floor hoisting up shots where Steph Curry gets his work done.
Klay Thompson has gone 5 for 37 on that floor. Why can't you?
Yeah, that's for sure.
That was mean, and that was not accurate. I apologize for my snarkiness. I apologize. Klay, if you're listening, you're a Hall of Famer. You're a rock star. All right. That's about enough of that. I will say this. And inspired by Jimmy Garoppolo, who was a tough watch last night on Monday Night Football, there's a piece of me right now that I don't like, and it's the piece of me that when he sees Jordan Poole play basketball goes, see, like he looks.
You don't usually do "I told you so" stuff either.
He looks ridiculous. He looks ridiculous. And I don't care what his numbers are in Washington. I really don't. He's going to have nights where he scores 40. He'll have nights where he scores 15. He'll have nights where he fires a three-pointer and turns around and looks at the opposing team's bench as the ball bricks off the back iron. And he'll have nights like last night where he goes against Boston and does the hot dog shimmy shake and then pulls up for a three-pointer that gets blocked, and they go the other end of the way for a layup. Like, he looks absurd, but who cares? That's Washington's problem now. But when you go 3-0 on your first road trip, when they won, count them, 8? Do I have that right? Road games?
I thought it was 10.
What was the road record last year?
11-30?
Road record last year? Yeah, they got those 2 right at the end when Portland and Sacramento weren't trying. So maybe you're right. Whatever the hell it was, they basically got a third of their road wins already. Here, I got it. It's right here. You're right. 11-30.
Yeah, get off them.
You got 3 already? You're 3-0 on the road, and I'm supposed to not think of Jordan Poole? Why are they suddenly good on the road? Could it be that, I don't know, they don't hate each other? Could it be that there's an adult running the second unit? Could it be that all of those things work together? Have you noticed? And look, I know I was one of the last ones to be able to wrap my head around Chris Paul on the team. And there's still a dynamic in rooting for him that I don't love, which is that when he has a bad play, I'm like, I just don't like it that you're on the team. But he's got a lot more good plays than bad, as we know. And he makes the Warriors look deeper. They look like a deeper team, even though I don't know if they are. But it's just because all of the other players that he supports by setting things up and passing the ball so well, they all produce better. And so now rookies are even allowed on the floor.
Right.
In early road games, and they're blowing people out, including the Sacramento Kings on their opening night. I don't know, man. I don't know if you feel the same way I do. To me, that's A to B. They're 3-0 on the road because he's not on the team anymore.
I think that's, I don't want to say lazy radio because I do think that there's a lot to that, but I think that there's a lot more to why they're starting out better on the road. Now, the Jordan Poole part of it, Jordan Poole was clearly broken last year. And why was he broken? Well, not completely and entirely because his teammate punched him in the face, but that certainly was part of it. And if you look at how their road year started, they lost 16 of their first 19 road games, and that went all the way through December. So if you want to look at the anatomy of their road record, so they started out 3-16 on the road, and they wound up 11-30. So after 3-16, they went 8-14, which is not world-beating, but it's better. So when you look at the 3-16, we have to look at exactly what was going on. In the opening stretch, you had James Wiseman playing a lot of minutes. Now, he wasn't playing 30 minutes a night, but James Wiseman was playing a lot of basketball for Golden State, and that wasn't working. So you had Wiseman playing, you had a broken Jordan Poole, and the team vibe was off from the preseason practice all the way through.
Right, but you also know that everything you're detailing was also true for home games, and they went 33-8. So why? We did this all year. Why? Why on the road? Kerr came on. He's like, it's a complete head scratcher. And this 11-30 isn't even really earned because the last two that they got at the very end of the year in order to secure the 6th seed were two teams that completely punted the game in Portland and Sacramento. We remember. They didn't even play their players. So the Warriors got a couple of gifts at the end of the year just to get to 11-30. They were 9-30 before that. Why so bad on the road? Well, when you go on the road, all of that other stuff, the extraneous stuff, gets magnified.
It does.
Role players don't play as well. What's going on at the hotel? What's going on at the team dinner? Is there a togetherness? Home games, my perception, guys show up at the arena when they're supposed to show up, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, whatever. They've come from their homes, their families. They get together. There was a walkthrough earlier in the day. Let's go play basketball and hit the hay in bed, in our own beds tonight. But on the road, where are we going to dinner together afterward? What are we doing earlier in the day? We want to work out together. There's a camaraderie that didn't exist. Role players play worse because it's the road, and they were one of the worst road teams
no doubt.
In the whole NBA.
Early on especially.
I'm not just talking about Jordan's style of play and his numbers.
Right. It's the vibe, and the vibe was ruined in large part because of what happened in that practice. Now, if that never happened, is Jordan Poole going to play differently? Well, I think so. Is he going to suddenly be a selfless, team-first basketball player? No. I don't think that you can have a Tiger change his stripes.
Agreed.
I do know, just looking at the numbers, Steph Curry missed 7 games on the road early. They went 1-6. James Wiseman played 11 road games last year for Golden State. They went 1-10 in those games. This is not to blame James Wiseman, but that was a big problem with the connectivity of this team. Jordan and Draymond didn't get along, and turns out, according to Logan Murdoch of The Ringer, Draymond never did apologize. And you and I went back and forth on this, and what did he do, what should he do, what I would do, what you would do, and all the rest of it. Well, turns out he didn't make the efforts to make it right.
He's not sorry.
I'm not sorry.
No, he's not sorry. And that's why he didn't apologize.
Exactly.
He's not sorry. Like we saw at the end of the year.
I get it. You're not sorry.
After Jordan was traded, the real colors came out.
I don't need him to be sorry, but at the same time, you can't look back at the year. I won't look back at the year and look at what went wrong and excuse what went wrong based on what he could have made right, what he could have made better, and he chose not to.
I think it's so much more intricate than that. And again,
I agree. I think it's a piece of it, though.
Yeah, it's hard. Of course it is. It's hard to talk about this without sounding like you are, reversing the victim role here. I understand that Jordan Poole should not have been punched. I totally get that. But to me, that was always a symptom and not the disease. It was a symptom of an internal relationship that had totally gone wrong. And when I watch Jordan Poole play now with the Washington Wizards, there is a little bit of a light bulb that goes on and goes, oh, yeah, no wonder smart veteran championship players hated the way this guy played. And Steph and Clay and everybody else can line up until the cows come home and find microphones and tell me about how Jordan Poole was their brother. Fine. I don't buy it. I don't buy it because you also greenlit the trade, and I know you did. I know you did, Steph and Clay, especially Steph. It doesn't happen without your approval. You are the deal in this town. You are the organization. And there's no way that trade happens without Steph Curry's approval. So you can call him your brother all you want, and maybe he is. That's fine. But the bottom line is they were sick and tired of the way this guy played basketball and then chatterboxed about it in their faces.
Yeah.
It was ineffective at the wrong time, and it was increasing every year. People look back, I feel like the championship year, and they go, well, what about that? He was amazing in the playoffs. No, he wasn't. He got benched against Boston.
Sure.
He had a couple of good nights against Denver in early rounds.
Absolutely.
And his play during the regular season.
He was unplayable.
His play during the regular season was a big part of why they played well. I don't run from that. But every time the stage got bigger, he got worse. And so this thing, like, I look at the way they played on the road last year, and it just, every time I watch them play, it gets easier to see why this whole thing was fractured.
Yeah, I just think that it's too easy to point all your arrows at that one person in that one instance.
Oh, it's not all the blame on Jordan. It's, as I call it, the dynamic.
Yeah.
That's my nickname.
Yeah, I
for
like it.
Jordan and everything that's surrounded
That's definitely
him.
a part of it.
That's on the floor, it's off the floor, it's everything.
You look at Steph Curry in games that he missed, and they were 1-6 on the road when Steph Curry didn't play, including a loss to the Pelicans where they lost by, I think, 130. I'd have to confirm it. It was at least 50. James Wiseman played the first 10 games of the year, including 6 road games. They were 0-6 in those games, and the best he played was he was a +9 once, but he was a -19. He was a -9 a couple times. He played 13 minutes. He played 10 minutes. He played 16 minutes. The James Wiseman experience was a failure, and it happened on the road. So you have Jordan Poole, fresh off getting popped by Draymond. He clearly wasn't playing the way he wanted to play. He was inconsistent. You had the James Wiseman experience. You had Klay Thompson coming off a year where he didn't work as hard as he probably should have. So there were a number of factors, I think, that led to them being that bad on the road early in the year.
No doubt. More on that in a second. But right now, just a reminder, it is time. Your chance to play a game of knockout at Chase Center. Make sure you're listening for the next 15 minutes, starting right now. Make sure you're listening for the next 15 minutes. When you hear this sounder, that's what you're listening for when you hear it. Then we're going to ask you a question about something we said over the last 15 minutes. You'll call in the contest line. Don't call now. I know some of you will. Don't call now. You won't win. You'll call the contest line when you hear that sounder and the question, and if you're the first to answer correctly, you will win the right to play a game of knockout at Chase Center. So again, make sure you're locked in over the next 15 minutes because the question will be about something that we said. 888-957-9570, Peter King in 30 minutes. I'll just add this. It almost feels similar to what we're saying about the 49ers right now, okay? The Warriors had a bunch of great basketball players last year, but why could they not win on the road? Left hand and the right hand couldn't shake. They absolutely could not work together. And it's similar to what I see on the 49er defense right now. You got a bunch of great players out there, but something is rotten in the state of Denmark. I don't know exactly what it is, and I'm sure it's many things, as you just pointed out with the Warriors last year. I am not saying this is all Jordan's fault.
Yeah.
I'm simply saying that he was the centerpiece of a dynamic that has been removed. Part of it was his relationship with certain players. I know that there were certain players who loved him. Wiggins and Poole were boys.
Wiggins has never recovered.
There's a fair question that will be answered at some point if he doesn't start to play better. You're right. But the bottom line for me is all of those things, Klay Thompson and what he did in the offseason, his struggles, all of these things work together. And when a team is not working in concert, everything gets worse because your morale is broken. Your motivation might be broken. All of those things. It's like why people can't work well when they've got something going on at home, right? Why did Wiggins sit out for a month and a half? Because he couldn't focus, because something bigger was going on, whatever the hell it was.
We'll never know.
We're never going to know.
I owe you pizza.
Well, I owe you babysitting. Maybe we should negotiate a buyout. But anyway, you get what I'm saying? Like,
Yes.
I just think everything got worse.
Agreed.
And now with him being gone, poof, everything got better.
And again, I do think that it's an oversimplification, sensation to just point to that and say, poof, everything's better. Klay Thompson's game log on the road last year, he was 1 of 8, 5 of 14, 7 of 19, 10 of 24, 6 of 18, 6 of 16, 6 of 17. You're getting my point on that's early days Klay. Klay early days. He did not come in ready to go, and he was jacking him up, and he wasn't making them on the road. Wiseman was playing a lot. Then you got into a stretch where Steph Curry was out, and you lost a bunch more games. And meanwhile, the dynamic, as you call it, still existed. And not only did it exist, but it didn't get better. So if something happens in October and there's no repercussions and no apology and it's not made better, it's going to fester and grow. It's not going to go away when you're dealing with a young player, especially when your big bro, a guy who you looked up to, does this. So I'm not pointing all the blame on Draymond because I do think you're right in terms of it was a symptom, not the disease. The disease was overall Jordan Poole was not going to fit. His style of play was not going to fit with the Warriors' style of play. So you extract Jordan Poole and you insert a guy at 39 who turns out is willing to come off the bench and is willing to get others involved and is a stabilizing force and is a consistent ball player. So just that dynamic, to use your word,
thank you,
has now been taken from an erratic player who is explosive but a little out of control to an absolute stabilizing force.
Yeah. Now, listen, there will be all kinds of questions, especially as the season wears on, because the whole thing with age was going to show up less now than it will later, in theory, right? Chris Paul has never had a problem getting to the playoffs. He's had a problem staying around for the playoffs. But I think if you're a Warrior fan, you've got to be ecstatic with what you're looking at right now. A 3-0 road trip against anybody with this group has got to have you ecstatic. Now, there's more to it. It's not just Jordan's gone and Chris is here. It is all of the things that you would have worried about in the offseason going away. Remember how much time we've spent on, is Chris even willing to come off the bench? Yes, he is. Yes, he is. To the point where even, and this is why I know I would have won that dumb bet if Draymond had been healthy.
You came from behind,
well,
too.
I mean, here you go last night where Klay Thompson's out and Chris is still not going into the starting lineup.
And congrats to you for getting your Warriors warm-up prediction right. You said Moses
Moody double digits.
I had Chris Paul as double-double, and he didn't get there.
Oh.
I think he had 10 points, but only 5 assists.
Yeah, he wasn't even, for the first time, he was not the team leader in assists.
Right,
that
so
went
congrats
to Draymond
to you.
Green last night. But yeah, Moses Moody comes into the starting lineup, goes 5 of 8 from the field, 13 points. I think Moses has got to have everybody really excited and had his option picked up today along with Kuminga.
Yep.
And so he's good to go for at least one more year as a Warrior. But what you're seeing from him off the bench last night as a starter, like the productivity of those role players, when you think back to when the Warriors are really good and have won championships, they've got people like that who come in and are very reliable. Livingston, David West, Barbosa, people like that through the years who give you the same kind of look every night. Moses is only in year 3, but right now he looks very consistent and ready for the moment.
He does, and Kuminga has been great. I mean, he's been solid. He's made mistakes. He's getting more minutes, but he's earned the minutes, and he hasn't gotten to the point where he's playing like he did toward the end of last year, where he was tentative and he was afraid to make the mistake. Jonathan Kuminga and Moses Moody are both playing their way, hopefully, toward getting what Jordan Poole got after year 3, which is that big bag. And that's obviously what their eyes are on. 3-0 on the road. The next 4 road games, starting Friday, it's a tough trip. You've got 4 games in 6 nights, including the defending champions on the back end. And it all starts Friday night with the biggest road game of the year, Mark. It's game 1 of the play-in tournament.
Ooh.
The in-season, not the play-in tournament, the in-season tournament, the first group,
that's right.
The first group stage game.
It's going to take a minute for me to even understand what the hell's going on. Like, I know, I get it, but like, what the hell?
There are 4 regular season games
Yep.
that have been designated. It's a designation sensation.
Very exciting.
They've been designated as in-season tournament group games. You've got at OKC Friday.
Wow.
Minnesota at home. San Antonio and Sacramento. That's your group. You got 4 games, Mark, and if you do well enough, you're going to be able to play in that in-season Final Four in Vegas.
Very exciting. I'm glad we have Steve Kerr on Thursday this week because I am going to grill him.
Oh, I wish I was going to be here.
If he does not sit all of the Warriors tomorrow night. I think you should bench them all. I know that there are rules now, but I would sit them all out.
Keep them fresh.
And just rest them up for Friday because that OKC and that in-season tournament, we need that game. We need it. So you better recognize. You better sit everybody out tomorrow night. Who cares about the Kings? That's not interesting.
Now.
Punt that sucker and give me Friday night at OKC because in-season tournament.
Yes.
Okay?
I want you just to ask Steve, for me, it's a 2-word question, and I'm going to channel my inner Chris Paul. Hey, Steve, you chasing?
Oh, I thought he was going to ask me if he was coaching.
No.
Hey,
Steve.
Yeah, I am.
Hey, Steve, when it comes to wins, you chasing? You chasing? Because it's
stupid.
It's so stupid. Honestly, the interesting spot on the trip is on Monday. Hi, this is James Wiseman. That's the second half of a back-to-back. So if you're going to look to sit. If you're going to look to sit a bunch of players, that's the game.
Well, that's
and you
what
can only
Detroit
sit
will do.
if, yeah.
You know who's going to be sitting is going to be James Wiseman.
Oh, man.
Because that's what he does.
That hurts.
Oh, and TJD last night. Yeah, thank you, James. Interesting to see TJD last night with 23 minutes, 13 points, 9 rebounds. Here I thought Steve Kerr hated young people. Interesting to see the rookies get run. Who knows? Maybe it's because they're, I don't know, good? Could that be it, possibly?
Well,
just a thought. It's early, but I'm wondering if maybe that's what gets you on the floor rather than your age.
TJD is about 16 months away from being able to rent a car. He's not young, Mark. He's 23 and a half years old.
That's young.
It's
That's
young
what
is
Brock Purdy and Jake Moody are 23.
Okay, don't cross-pollinate the take.
That's young.
Don't cross-pollinate the take.
That's a cross-pollination sensation.
That's another buck. And you know I could see that one coming a mile away.
I know, that's why you gave it to me twice.
On a platter.
I read you.
Jonathan Kuminga is young. He just turned 21. And boy, was he thirsty.
Yeah, but come on, man. The guy, like, this was their first NBA game, essentially. Podziemski.
Yeah.
I got in there.
Pods.
Yeah.
Let him eat. Let Pods eat.
All right. We'll take your calls coming up. But more importantly, your chance to play Knockout at Chase Center is next. Peter King in 18 minutes. We're presented by Fremont Bank. Full service banking. No compromises. It's Willard and Dibbs.
Are you scared to put money in your bank for fear of IRS or state seizure for taxes you owe? Are you worried about
mean-spirited.
I was robbed last year. And so I'm not dressing up anymore.
Halloween costume contest.
I'm not doing it.
You're saying you were robbed.
Joe Shasky wins this year. Great costume. He was Jock Peterson.
He
That's
won?
great. Yeah, cool. Awesome. Good for Joe.
For those who haven't seen it, he's in a Giants uniform. He's got a handful of playing cards because he's playing Pusoy Dos, but the capper
It's amazing.
is he's got
It's amazing.
Tommy Pham's handprint on his cheek.
It's incredible.
What did Five Fingers say to the face?
It's
slap.
Number 5.
Yeah. No, it's awesome.
It was good.
And Joe deserves it. I felt last year like there was a little bit of a, hey, the on-air people get enough attention in this life, so let's acknowledge them, which is fine. It's fine. I was robbed.
Shasky won.
I was robbed.
Congrats, Joe.
And so that's great. So other people can now win the contest forevermore. And I'm not bitter at all, but I will be here to eat Milky Way every year on Halloween.
Okay.
Because it's going to be a weekday for a bunch of years in a row now.
I think so. Yeah, it's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Because although it'll skip here, leap years next year. So that baby's going to jump to Thursday.
Jump to Thursday. Oh, we got Thursday Night Football next year on Halloween. Perfect.
Perfect.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, there it is. The sounder is on. So, if you know the answer to the question that I'm about to ask, it's time to dial in. The contest line is 415-523-4652. Here's the question. In our recent discussion about the Warriors' early season road success, Dan Dibley, it's a Dan day, said their biggest road game of the year is coming up soon. What game was he talking about? Recent Warriors discussion. Dib said,
question.
Yep, it was. Said the biggest road game of the year is coming up soon. What game was he talking about? If you know the answer to that question, contest line is for you right now. 415-523-4652. Those of you calling our regular call-in line, you can't win. 415-523-4652. 415-523-4652. Your chance to play knockout at Chase Center. Your chance to win right now. We'll do it every day at 4:30. 415-523-4652. Good luck.
Good luck.
Good luck.
All right. I mean, it's not a hard question if you were listening.
It's a great question, but it's also a stupid question.
It is kind of stupid, but it's also great because I thought it was good material.
And phenomenal material.
And I was able to educate you on exactly what's going on in my brain.
Well, and you were able to educate me on the fact that, well, I mean, I don't want to give away.
It's actually a thing.
I didn't know that.
Yeah.
That there's that thing going on there.
I did not know that. A little Chris Myers for you.
Go Rangers.
Oh, we got the anthem underway.
Yeah, World Series about to get started. Rangers down a couple of players, by the way, who have been removed from the roster because of injury. There was early optimism that Adolis Garcia was showing up and was working out earlier today, and so they thought maybe he got through the oblique and rib problems from last night, but no dice. Adolis and Max Scherzer have been removed from the roster and replaced. They are out for the year.
Out for the year?
Well, there's only a few more. It's the World Series.
Right. So I guess once you're removed from the roster, that's it. You can't come back in the same series.
Exactly.
Wow. And they got replaced, though, I wonder.
Yep.
Okay.
They got replaced on the roster. And let's see. Brock Burke, not Brooke Burke, Brock Burke, and Ezekiel Duran will replace Adolis Garcia and Max Scherzer on the roster.
I'm Ezekiel. Call him Zeke.
I don't even know who those guys are. Should I use them? So anyway, Rangers up 2-1, but down a couple of men.
Okay.
Heading into Game 4 tonight.
Game 5 tomorrow, and then we get into a Friday, Saturday, or is it a Saturday? It can't be a Saturday, Sunday. They can't be putting...
it's only going to be one day off. So tonight, tomorrow.
So off Thursday and
off.
A Friday, Saturday.
Friday,
Saturday.
Saturday.
Makes sense.
Yeah. And
you got to avoid that Sunday.
You avoid the NFL.
That's what I'm
saying. Don't play Thursday. Don't play Sunday. Avoid the NFL.
It's smart.
You had to go up against the Raiders last night. Other than that, avoid the NFL at all costs. And so they will. All right, we've got a winner who was listening to Dibs running material, and that is none other than Alicia in Millbrae.
Okay.
Nice job, Alicia. So congratulations. She will be there knocking people out at Chase Center when we get there. Knockout coming up in just a few weeks, and plenty more opportunities for you to hop in and win your way in every show, every day, rest of this week and next week as well. Knockout at Chase Center. With us, you listen at 4:30 every single day.
Yes, and I pointed out that the biggest game on the upcoming road trip is the Friday night game at OKC because it's the in-season tournament opener. The first ever in-season tournament game. I know Steph Curry's going to have butterflies. Yeah, you've played all-star games. Yeah, you've been finals MVP, blah, blah, blah. It's an in-season tournament now, son. It's a whole different animal.
You might need to call in on Thursday when we talk to Kerr. Okay, Dibs will be out a couple days this week, but you might need to call in because I can tell you've got questions.
I have many questions for Steve.
It'll be in-season tournament eve that night. And so, forget Hallows Eve. How about in-season tournament eve?
IST Eve.
And I think that there will be questions in terms of how he's going to play this. Very dramatic.
I have many. And you can, Steve, we don't normally do this, but let's go to the phones for our next question. I like interviewing Steve because he gives good, honest answers.
Thoughtful.
Steve, did we lose you?
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, I'm sorry.
those days are over. Nothing but softballs and jokes now.
Best question you've ever asked Steve. Steve, did we lose you? I'd love a more open-ended question, but you did it and got a great answer out of him. Yeah, no, I'm right here.
Oh, boy.
Good job.
Yeah, no, that one hurt. Those days are over.
All right, Peter King's jumping on in just a couple of minutes, and obviously we will get to the Chase Young situation and simply why the defense is not better. I think this will come up. Richard Sherman on his podcast and was asked what he would do if he were the 49ers defensive coordinator.
If you were called upon to be the defensive coordinator for this team, what adjustments would you make tomorrow?
We're going back to the fundamentals. We're going back to the things we do well. We're not running man on first and second down like they've been doing. I'm not a big fan of it. I don't think they're sound. We're going to mix it up. We're going to play fast. Our D-line's going to have to get hot like they've been doing. And for you to take them out of that, for you to sit there and run games and stunts and do all these other things instead of just ears back, go get to the quarterback like these guys have specialized in for the last, 3-4 years, is weird. It's weird, and I think Kyle Shanahan has had enough. I think this is the straw that's going to break the camel's back. There's going to be changes next week.
Just listening to him again, I know we've listened to it now a few times. Listening to him again, there's a different portion of it that stuck out to me. And I agree with him on this. He goes, it's weird. And then he says it again. It's weird.
Yeah.
And it really is. And I mean that in two different ways. A, it's weird that they're playing like this. And it's also weird that they're trying to play like this. So I don't understand the lack of production. That's one thing. But that's the concept I'm really stuck on right now that I want to ask Peter King and anybody who comes on with regard to the 49ers in the next couple of weeks. Why did you mess with a good thing? Why would you come in to take over this defense and even be thinking about the word change? The word you should have been thinking about was continuity. That's what I don't understand. And look, there are a lot of those people, they're smarter than I am about football. I'm not, like Steve Wilkes is no dummy, but I'd love to answer that. I'd love to get an answer to that question. Why? Why did you come in and try to change? As opposed to, if you want to tighten a screw here or there, okay. But man, you tried to fix something that was not even close to broken.
And is it fixable now? I mean, can you go back to doing what they did before? Is that in Steve Wilkes' ability to scheme it up differently than what he believes in? And obviously, he's tried to implement his own system in terms of, blitzing. The zero blitz, we all know, was a mistake, and Kyle blasted him in the post game and then took a shot at him again. And then he kind of blamed it on himself a couple days later. And then you go out to Cincinnati and he didn't have any zero blitzes. We know that. You didn't send everybody, but you still got gashed to the tune of 400 total yards of offense. So what's the fix? And, can the bye week be long enough to where, Steve Wilks and Kyle Shanahan and company can look at the film and figure out what to do to make this defense great again?
I mean, it's interesting you bring that up about how Kyle Shanahan was upset with Steve Wilks, and then a couple days later, he tried to take the blame on himself. I tend to believe people's reaction and thought the first time I hear it, as opposed to when you've got a couple of days and some sort of a PR rep is going to come in and say, well, this isn't landing very well out there, so how about if we adjust your opinion? It's like, that doesn't really change your opinion. It changes the way you're presenting it to an audience. Now, listen, I also think we can get emotional sometimes and say things that we don't mean. So sometimes when you get some sleep or whatever, you can come out and be like, look, that came out wrong. Here's what I'm saying. In this particular one, because we're talking about celebrity, we're talking about press conferences, we're talking about wanting to shape a narrative or a message in the public eye, I'm going to take Kyle's first response and not his second one in terms of what he actually feels. I'm sure, yes, he could have called a timeout. He is the head coach, therefore the buck stops with him. Those things are all true. However, behind closed doors, bosses look to the people underneath them and say, I need you to be better at X, Y, and Z. So do I think Kyle Shanahan actually blames himself for not calling a timeout in Minnesota? No, I don't. He's holding Steve Wilks accountable. He hated that call. He should hate that call. That call should have never been made. And we can look at it the other way. Steve Wilks should have never put Kyle Shanahan in position to have to call a timeout. It never should have been made. So there is a frustration there that I think is absolutely still percolating.
Yeah, and that's why the bye week comes at a perfect time, because you get to a spot here where you can either part ways and you have 12 days to figure out what you're going to do with your defensive coordinator. Now, that's not ideal, and I don't believe that's the route they would take, but now would be a time where you could potentially do that because you do have 12 days until your next game. Or the more sensible, mature route would be to sit down with your defensive coordinator and get on the same page in terms of what was working early in the year, what was working before he came and joined the team. What do you want to see as a head coach from a schematic, a play calling, and a philosophical standpoint from your defense? You got 12 days, guys. Let's figure this out.
Totally fair. Yeah, you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app, Twitch, and YouTube, powered by First NorCal Credit Union, Willard and Dibbs. And as always, we love our weekly visit with the great Peter King, Odyssey NFL insider. Good evening, Peter. Thank you for coming on. How are you?
Good evening, man. And I need to ask this question. There's two questions to ask before we start. Number one, did Ohio State really just get named the best college football team in the country? And again, I need to ask this because I am ignorant and I don't watch a lot of college football and all that, and I get it. That's the first question. But the second question, did someone really ask Kyle Shanahan if Brock Purdy should still be the starting quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers? And so let's start before we get to Chase Young. We've got to spend at least 2 sentences on each of those topics. But anyway,
I know.
You guys go.
No, you know what, Peter?
This is total flip mode squad.
Yeah,
Peter.
Peter's interviewing us. This is amazing.
Thanks for having us, Mr. King.
Yeah, exactly. I would love to answer both of those. First of all, I mean, the quick answer to your first question is yes. That did just happen. I know you meant that in a little bit more of a rhetorical way. We've decided that Georgia should still be number one, and some analytics are now telling us they shouldn't be. Go figure. I don't get it either. I think we've got more insight on your second question. Peter, I'll share something with you and now our audience. No joke. Yeah. An hour ago, I said to our whole team, I said, do we even want to play the sound and bring up the whole thing that happened about asking Kyle Shanahan whether or not he's going to bench his quarterback? And the reason I asked, should we bring it up, is because in this city, we all know, in fact, when I heard that the question got asked, before I actually heard the audio, when I heard that the question got asked, I went, I know exactly who asked it. You don't even need to tell me. I know who asked it. He's a complete bleep starter. He does it on purpose. And I asked our guys, should we play it? Because when we play it, we give him undue promotion. And so that also answers your question in terms of why it got asked.
All right. So I guess and look, we are in a free-for-all society. And I do, hey, look, on Monday in my column, I named as one of my 2 goats of the week, and I mean goats, I mean a guy who blew the game. So I named Brock Purdy, along with Graham Gano of the New York Giants, as one of my 2 goats of the week. So he deserves to be criticized for his play, absolutely unequivocally. However, I mean, to say that Brock Purdy should legitimately deserve to be benched, or should he be benched, is just really, I don't want to, whatever the word is, it's wrong, it's idiotic, whatever it is. But I think the thing that is most notable about that question and about that concept is that that is the society we're living in. Okay? And Brock Purdy, in the last 2 fourth quarters, has done some bad things. And look, we can talk about why he's done the bad things. Does it have anything to do with him being, concussed or getting hit in the head or whatever it is? My whole thing about that, and I have empathy for it, is if you are on the field, you are playing, and you deserve, if you make a bad play, to be criticized for it. So that is how I look at that. If whatever the reason why he made some bad throws at the end of the game against Minnesota, and in the last 16 minutes, 2 bad throws against Cincinnati. Okay, so one of which wasn't even a throw. It was, I don't even know what you would call it, the first interception. But whatever, he deserves to be criticized. But this is a guy who does not deserve to be questioned about whether he should be benched. I would have been absolutely shocked if Kyle Shanahan gave that any air. He didn't, so we all move on. But be that as it may, I think everybody should understand that Brock Purdy has done enough in his first 12 months as a starting quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers to say, essentially, he's made enough great throws that when he makes 4 or 5 really bad ones, that we have to just say, okay, let's take the bye. Let's everybody take a deep breath. Let's everybody get refreshed for the last 9 weeks of the football season or whatever it is. And let's plan for some better football starting at Jacksonville when they come out of the bye.
Peter King here on 95.7 The Game. Now, I don't want to be a hot taker when I ask this, but a lot of callers and a lot of conversation around here has been around Steve Wilks and his ability to retain his position. How much does Kyle Shanahan have to take a hard look at that spot, or is it just a situation where they need to do some retooling?
In my opinion, when I look at what has happened with this defense, and again, I do not think that it is smart to say, okay, let's talk about replacing, a coordinator or anything like that, because I don't think that is what is required here in any way, shape, or form. What I think is required is to have some intelligent looks at what exactly is happening, with this team at this time. I think there are 2 things to look at when you look at this defense, okay? And again, look, I believe that a lot of people could look at this defense now and could say, hey, look, let's all look at the numbers involved. And let's just say, for instance, that we still really believe in this defense, because until the Bengals put up 31, they have not been shredded. The shrapnel has not been horrible. And a big part of this is that the offense has put up 17 3 weeks in a row, and that's not enough. But I think the 2 points I would make are that number one, Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch had a very long talk late last February, early May. And they both basically said, listen, let's go get Javon Hargrave and let us build the kind of defense that even when our offense isn't playing great, that they can win a game. Okay? And again, I am not someone who believes, essentially, that sacks are the be-all, end-all of how you determine the success or failure of a team. But what I would say is that 18 sacks in 8 games stinks. And we can talk about pressures and look at these pressure numbers. They're great. Bill Parcells once had this point, and it became something a little bit laughable, but his point was very simple. Don't tell me how tough the labor was. Did you deliver the baby? And is the baby healthy? Okay, so I don't necessarily want to hear about all the pressures they're getting. I want to hear how often they're getting home. And I want to hear in these 3 games that the 49ers have lost, in which the offense has been mediocre. Okay, even though they've had some injuries, the offense has been mediocre. I want to know, let's just talk about the points you've given up on defense. And these points that you've given up, I think it's 72 or 7, whatever it is in the 3 games. I mean, sometimes the defense is going to have to win a game. And they made a move to reinforce the defense today, getting Chase Young, which is fine. Okay. But John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, I believe, have to be shocked that they had to go out and do that now, because the defense has been good, but it hasn't been overwhelming. It just hasn't. And so I guess I would look at everything that's happened, and I would say that, everybody shares blame when you lose 3 in a row. And the offense clearly hasn't been what it was. And Brock Purdy needs to take responsibility for being, especially in the last 2 games, an average player at best. But this defense has got to be better. And I don't know what Kyle Shanahan does. I don't know if he walks in and says to Steve Wilks, I want you to do X, Y, and Z. But I wouldn't blame him if he did.
Peter King with us, Willard and Dibbs, every single week on 95.7 The Game. Peter, that's a hell of a comment. I think a really good one, with the idea that they've got to be shocked that they had to add to an already stacked defensive line. That said, let's hear more from you on that. What is your reaction to the acquisition of Chase Young?
What they've done essentially is they have spent one of their, I believe, right, it's going to be one of their 3 third-round picks for a 9-week rental of Chase Young, who, according to Next Gen, has the 5th most pressures in the NFL so far this year. They're probably not going to re-sign him long term. They just can't re-sign everybody who they want to. But you have to ask yourself, is the 98th pick in the 2024 draft worth an 8 or 9 week rental of a player? I would argue that it probably is. Unfortunately, that it probably is. And the reason is, if you ask the Los Angeles Rams right now, 2 years ago at the trade deadline, they traded a 2 and a 3 for Von Miller. And everybody just said, oh, my God. For a half season, they rented a really good pass rusher. That's way too much. They way overpaid. The Rams are crazy. I would argue that if you could tell me right now that at the trading deadline right now, you know, is it a smart move if the 49ers win the Super Bowl to only have Chase Young for half a season and the playoffs? Are you kidding me? If he helps you win games, it's a brilliant move. And just like Von Miller, everybody at the time said that's a ridiculous ransom to pay. But, you know, you ask Stan Kroenke right now. He sits there in his office, wherever his office is, and he looks over at the duplicate Lombardi trophy, and he said, hey, that's pretty cool. Ask Kevin Demoff, if, you know, the president of the team, if the Lombardi trophy that is sitting in his L.A. home, wherever he lives in L.A., that he can look at longingly, if that's worth it. You're damn right it's worth it. So I think that, especially because most likely they're going to get a compensatory pick in return for Chase Young, wherever else he signs. It's fine. But in my opinion, I think it's a little weird that they had to go do this. And honestly, another time, another day, John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan might have said, might, that let's go get Jalen Johnson for what we had to pay for Chase Young. Or let's go get Rasul Douglas, for a little bit less maybe than we had to pay. I mean, because this team is not without problems in the secondary. So I guess I look at it and say, it's okay. It's probably a good move. But, I mean, if you thought after you got Javon Hargrave and signed Nick Bosa that you were going to have to go and make this, I don't even want to call it an urgent signing, whatever you want to call it, at the trade deadline for one of the best edge guys in the game, I think they might have said, are you kidding me? Do you realize how much we have spent, to fortify the defensive line? I don't know. I would look at it and say, I understand why they did it, and it's not a horrible move, but I don't think that they ever thought they were going to have to do this, especially after they signed Hargrave and gave Nick Bosa a giant contract.
It certainly is curious, and the 3-game slide has coincided with the defense becoming a little bit porous, and all those things collectively with a couple of Brock Purdy mistakes. Have you lost any enthusiasm as it pertains to the Niners and being a real threat to be a factor in January?
Not really, because what I look at when I look at the 49ers is, look, if it'd be one thing if you looked at the 49ers and said that Trent Williams and that Trent Williams and Deebo Samuel are going to be out for the year. But nobody is saying that. I just think that teams sometimes get hurt during the course of the season. And you have to look at what sort of injuries are they. Are they really serious injuries, or are you going to get these guys back? Honestly, I am still really bullish on the 49ers. I think I don't know how it's going to happen. I don't know what's going to happen. I believe the 49ers will be in the NFC Championship game. I don't know if they'll win it, but I believe they'll be in the NFC Championship game. The players on that defense are too good. The offense is too good. And particularly, I think, and I probably like the quarterback more than most, I've just seen the quarterback make too many good plays too often to think that he is what he is based on 2 bad second halves.
Peter King with us on Willard and Dibbs, 95.7 The Game. So, Peter, let's explore then how we got here. You can still be bullish, but how did the 49ers go from 5-0 and everybody thinking they're the best team in football to what we've seen in the last 3 weeks?
I think it's pretty simple. I think it's that if you're not whole on offense and 2 of your best 4 or 5 players are either missing or wounded, every team in the NFL is going to be affected other than, let's say, let's say for the sake of argument, okay, that the Philadelphia Eagles don't have Jordan Mailata and don't have A.J. Brown. And honestly, and I think that Jalen Hurts comparison to Brock Purdy, I like Jalen Hurts a lot better than I like Purdy. But the fact is, Jalen Hurts right now is wounded. He's gimpy. He's got a bad knee, and he's playing through it. So whatever, that tends to equalize things. If you told me that the Eagles did not have their left tackle and didn't have the best receiver in football right now, or he and Justin Jefferson and Tyreek Hill are 1A, 1B, and 1C, whatever it is, if you told me they were going to be without them, I would say to you, I think the Eagles lose to Dallas this weekend. And I think the Eagles probably would have lost 1 or 2 games more so far over the last, 3 weeks. So I guess I look at this and say, essentially, honestly, that I'm still bullish on them because I think you have to look at the team that they're putting out on the field. It is a wounded team, but I don't think it is a deceased team.
Kyle Shanahan has never led his team back from an 8-point or greater deficit entering the fourth quarter. Is his system not designed to lead teams back, or is this just one of those tough luck random stats?
I mean, I heard that stat, and I think it is an interesting, semi-valid stat. I don't think it's a bad stat, but I just bet there are 5 or 6 other stats you can look at to say, oh my God, the 49ers are really, really good at X, Y, and Z. So, and again, I love stats, and I do think that has some meaning, but I think part of the meaning of that is, Kyle Shanahan, I want you to tell me, has he had in any of those games, a top 10 quarterback in the NFL? And I think what I would say is probably he's never had one. Jimmy Garoppolo was never one. And Brock Purdy may end up being one. And I believe a month ago, I would argue that he was one. But he certainly doesn't look like one right now, based on the last 2 second halves. I still think Brock Purdy is good. But I think what that statistic says to me is you have a quarterback like Joe Burrow who can bring your team back when everything looks like it's doom and gloom.
Peter, in sort of building on the comments that you made earlier about the defense, you may or may not be aware, Steve Wilks has been a major talking point here even before the game against the Bengals. And my take is there's got to be something bigger than just players disappointing. You can't have this collection of talent and have them all at once just start playing poorly. So what's your take on the idea that Steve Wilks is taking some criticism here?
I think he should take some criticism because, look, right now, honestly, every coach in the NFL gets credit when his unit does well or his team does well, and gets criticized when his unit or his team doesn't do well. And so I don't knock that. And honestly, Steve Wilks set himself up by playing a cover zero blitz that you could argue that if he played that normally, the San Francisco 49ers would not have lost 3 in a row. They would have right now lost 2 out of 3. So again, I'm not criticizing this, honestly. I'm not making a point that he deserves every bit of criticism. But what I am saying, I think, overall, is that if a coach makes a bad call, then all of a sudden he's not a genius anymore. And you guys will be familiar with this. So Robert Saleh went through a couple of years in San Francisco where he could do no wrong. Every game, I remember I charted one game, how many times, whatever network it was, might have been ESPN, I forget what it was, but he was in a primetime game, and he was shown, his face was shown more often than Kyle Shanahan or whoever the coach was that they played against that day. Because, he was, here's the new genius. Here's the guy. So now if Robert Saleh, basically says that Zach Wilson's our guy, I have total faith in him, all that stuff, wait a second. Isn't he a genius? Shouldn't we trust him? How can he be saying this stuff about Zach Wilson? So he deserves the criticism now. That's the point. So I guess what I would say about Steve Wilks is that I think Steve Wilks is a good NFL coach. I think he's a good coordinator, but we've seen it. We have seen it the last 3 weeks, and a little bit before then in some games. Okay. We've seen him give up too many points to the Bengals, too many points to the Vikings. And, at some point, if you're a genius, if you're a great coordinator, you've got to take some responsibility. Steve Wilks needs to take his share for a defense that has been good, but certainly not consistently great.
Peter, does Roger Goodell hate the West Coast? And if he doesn't, why would he put Kansas City and Miami and Frankfurt so we have to get up at 6 a.m? It's a really long story, and I don't think it's a mistake. And I'll tell you why. If you read my column this week, I explained why this game is in Frankfurt. I'm poring over it, and your explanation was incredible in its detail, and all I took away is that Roger Goodell hates me. No, well, let's put it this way. If the other option for this team was taken, and it was Kansas City against Detroit, okay, I might argue, maybe not definitely, but I might argue, why in the world are you taking away a game with 6-2 Detroit against 6-2 Kansas City? What a horrible move by the NFL. The fact is that the Kansas City Chiefs have a phenomenal schedule, the home schedule this year. Do you want to put Philadelphia over there? No. You want to put Cincinnati over there? No. You want to put Buffalo over there? No. So the next team, as you looked at it last April when they're making the schedule, is Miami. And you have to ask yourself, okay, the question is, right, do you want to basically say that we'll be sure that Tua is going to be healthy then, and we will take, because Tua hasn't been healthy for a full season, so do you want to just say, okay, he's going to be healthy, or do you want to say we're going to take a team that deserves to play its way into a really good game like the kickoff game, like Detroit did? And look, I'm going to make this one point that is going to sound dumb right now. Detroit beat Kansas City on opening day.
And you could say that Detroit's not as good as Miami. And maybe you'd be right. But I would say that Miami has not beaten anybody this year. Every team that they've beaten has a losing record. Detroit has a better resume right now than Miami does. So I'm not saying you'd rather see Detroit, but I am saying Detroit has outperformed the Miami Dolphins so far. So I understand nobody wants that game to be there, but it makes a lot of sense to me about why it is there.
NFL insider Peter King with us. Before you go, Peter, I'm gonna read off some names, and I bet you know where I'm gonna go here. Mike McDaniel, Robert Saleh, DeMeco Ryans, Rand Carthon, Mike McGlinchey. The 49ers are building up on a yearly basis all of these third-round comp picks. Today they used one to get Chase Young, and they'll probably get it right back if and when he leaves in free agency. What's your take on how the 49ers are playing this? Because this certainly seems to be more than just dumb luck.
Well, the 49ers understand how to use the system. And they have basically said, to get Chase Young, it costs us one draft cycle and about it's going to cost them, I would think, maybe it's going to cost them a few slots in the third round. I'm assuming that Chase Young will bring back a third-round compensatory pick. He probably will when he goes into free agency. The question becomes, when you look at it, okay, the question becomes, it's going to come a year later, and is it worth it to have a really good player on your team for 3 months? I think it is. I understand why people might not, but I think it is. And the one other thing I would say about all this is that if you look at how the Baltimore Ravens have gamed the system for, I'd say, 10 or 12 years, because they've had more comp picks than anybody, they have learned, do not be emotional about your people. Let them go, because you're going to get something good back. And if you trust Adam Peters, if you trust your scouting department, don't worry about it. And over again, I think the 49ers have been proven right in that way.
Peter, wonderful stuff always. We already are counting down to when we get to talk to you next week, and hopefully the Ohio State and Brock Purdy questions didn't ruin your night.
Hey, all the best, guys. Thanks a lot.
Thanks, Peter.
There it is. That was Odyssey NFL insider Peter King, Football Morning in America. Yeah, Peter came in hot. He wanted to know what gives. What the hell? What the hell's going on out there?
And what does give with Ohio State 1, Georgia 2, Michigan 3? I know Ohio State and Michigan are going to get a chance to slug that one out on the field, but the whole CFP rankings to me, put aside the very fact that it's actually a thing and that the top 4 go. We're not to the point yet where we get a final 8, which will be fun, but still, when we get to 8, people are going to clamor for 16. And we get to 16, we're going to want 32. And then we're going to get 64. And then we're not going to have a regular season anymore.
Sounds great. I mean, whatever they got to do to play it out on the field is fine. I will say this. I'm not emotional about it. So therefore, I didn't go further with it. I wasn't going to agree or disagree with Peter. But I would just, I guess, answer the question with another question. What is the difference between 8-0, 8-0, 8-0, and 8-0? How would you answer that?
Well, one team's got 8 wins, and the other team only has 8 wins, and then the other team doesn't have a loss, and then that fourth team also, Mark, doesn't have a loss.
That's a good answer. Now, what's the difference between those 4 8-0s and 8-0?
Would that be James Madison at 8-0?
No, that would be Washington, who is not even in this clam bake, with potentially the leading Heisman Trophy candidate at quarterback out of a Power 5, and is 8-0 with a victory over the number 6 team. So Here's what I'm getting at.
Air Force also 8-0.
The reason that we're upset that Georgia isn't number one is just because we've been told all year that Georgia's number one. But why don't we ask? Why'd you tell us that? What the hell have they done that the other 8-0 teams haven't done? Preseason rankings ruin college football because everybody thinks there's a baseline that's really just been made up by somebody. It's been made up by coaches who hand a little card to their assistants and go in the back room and fill that out for me, will you? Turn it in. Like, what is the dip? Why can't Ohio State be number one? They're 8-0.
Well, of course they can be.
So Georgia's 8-0, and we're all like, how the hell is Georgia not number one?
Florida State's 8-0.
Correct.
Where are they?
8-0.
This, to me, and if you look at the Associated Press college football rankings, and they put these rankings out every week, and I would lean toward these more than I would look at the college football power rankings that they release, but it's Georgia 1, Michigan 2, Ohio State and Florida, and then Washington. Okay, that's a solid 5. And then you go to Oregon, Texas, and Alabama. There's 8 good teams. Can we just get an 8-team playoff? Let's get to a 16-team playoff. Because for the most part, Mark, the majority of these regular seasons are a joke. Each of these teams plays 2 games that they don't have any business playing. So let's cut the regular season down to 10 games. And then after 10 games, we'll take the top 16 and we'll slug it out. And then these rankings won't really matter. It'll come down to seedings, and you'll take the top 16 and you can let them just duke it out.
I mean, if you do care about these rankings, then you could easily argue that Ohio State has beaten the number 9 and number 7 team in the country already. They beat Notre Dame and they beat Penn State. Meanwhile, Georgia's best win based on rankings, they've only played one ranked opponent. It was Kentucky, and they were 20th, and they beat them. You shouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, Kentucky's not even in the AP top 25.
Exactly. They were 20 at the time when Georgia beat them. So don't be surprised that Georgia's not number one. You only think they should be number one because someone told you they should be number one. But anyway, that's college football.
When does Michigan play Ohio State?
At the end.
Okay.
Yeah, at the end. And so that's the other thing. This is all going to get figured out. Michigan and Ohio State play one another on Saturday, November 25th, Thanksgiving weekend.
Okay. And then the winner of that will go into the cockamamie Big Ten championship game against Penn State? Is Penn State in the other division? I don't even know anymore.
That may end up in the college football playoff too.
Exactly.
Why not?
And the whole thing.
Who knows?
Yeah, it just.
Yeah. Now,
anyway,
his question about the other thing, which I'm being straight with everybody. I threw it out there to our group.
Don't play it.
I'm not going to play it.
I don't even want to talk about it.
Well,
really.
But we already talked about it. Like the
Peter made us.
Horse is out of the barn now. I know. He duped us right into it. So we don't need to go in depth about it. But the question that was asked of Kyle Shanahan, are you going to consider a quarterback change through the bye week? And he was so stunned by the question, he responded at first by going, wait, what? What did you just ask? Are you going to consider a quarterback change? No. Why not? Well, because you don't change your quarterback for no reason. We didn't bring it up because when I heard that exchange, and I read it, and I'm like, oh, God, I already know who asked that.
Yeah.
And a lot of you out there, if you follow 49er content, you know exactly who asked that. And it's a bleep starter who, quite frankly, has no business having a genuine conversation with anybody about this. But if we're going to go down that road, let's go down it from the angle that Peter built. Not the
Peter
truck.
built, yeah, nice. That was
not
good.
the truck, but let's go down that rabbit hole because he said, as I am, he's like, I like Brock Purdy more than most, and so do I. But that doesn't mean you can't be disappointed with what you've seen the last 3 weeks. And he referred to him as a mediocre at best player if you just look at the last 3 weeks. I don't even know if I buy that. Kurt Warner says he's playing great. Richard Sherman says, look, it's a couple throws. We can all have this conversation. Here's all I'll say about it. This is not on the table. Maybe someday it will be, but this is not on the table. Sam Darnold is not an option. Brock Purdy is the quarterback of the 49ers. He's earned that. If you think the sample's too small with what he's done well, then you sound ridiculous for bringing up what he's done poorly, because that's about 1/5 of the sample of what he's done well. So Brock Purdy's job is beyond safe. There's no conversation here unless he loses 5, 6, 7 more in a row, and then we can have it. But if you've sat down and watched the games, you can criticize and should criticize the bad throws that he's made, but you do not get to eliminate some of the other stuff that you all know you see. You see it. You see the playmaking ability. You see some of the throws that are high level, grade of difficulty, ad-libbing, maneuvering, buying more time. That stuff's all there too. We're only having this conversation because of what I told you 6 weeks ago, which is that Brock Purdy's good for business. You say his name and you get everybody going for all of the reasons that we've detailed.
Right. And when you want to make yourself a part of the story, you look to agitate the head coach with a question that you already know the answer to, honestly. And I know the reporter about whom you speak, and he certainly is not a dumb person. He's a smart guy, and he knows that this is how you get a reaction. You ask a question like this that is inflammatory, and you already know the answer to it. Will you consider making a change at quarterback during the bye week? And if not, why? No, he's number 3 in QBR. He's number 2 in ranking. He's 5-3 on the year. And he's made some late decisions that are poor, but you're a winning team. And you ask that question for one reason and one reason only. Yeah. It's because you want to be a part of the story, and this is your bit. And you are a knockoff of your dad, who actually was a good journalist and a good reporter and an agitator in his own right. But he was the kind of guy who would stand up and at least be accountable for his takes back when the newspaper was a thing. And now you are version 2.0, and you're a knockoff, and you're a hack.
So we in the media and in the fan base, we love to say whenever a player or a coach makes a mistake, you don't get a pass. You got to stand up. You got to be accountable. You should be criticized for it. Well, then we should actually have to face the same thing too. That was a really bad fourth quarter pick. That's what that question was. We'll find out if anybody ever wants to be accountable on this side of the conversation. We'll take your calls next, 888-957-9570. It's Willard and Dibs.
Hi, this is Brian Bakhtiari, Executive Manager of Stevens Creek Subaru. With fall here, there's electricity in the air. With football in full swing, the baseball playoff race, and kids back in school, it's easy to see what the buzz is all about. Speaking of electricity, did you know that Subaru makes an all-electric vehicle? The Subaru Solterra is a go-anywhere, all-electric.
I love stats.
Now, back to Willard and Dibbs on 95.7 The Game.
Interesting stuff today, man. Chase Young is now a member of the 49ers, and I thought Peter King was really good on that fact, which is to say, and this is the way for those of you who may have missed what Peter had to say, and glad you're with us, Willard and Dibbs. This is sort of what I'd say. He thought good move will work, but if you went back to the beginning of the season and asked Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch, do you think you're going to even want to acquire a big-time edge rusher at the deadline? Of course their answer would have been no.
Right.
I don't think anybody's arguing that today. I think this is a great move because it's essentially free, and more good players is a good thing. I don't ever want to hear, no matter what your team is, I don't ever want to hear, I don't want to acquire more talent. So many of you loved it when Kevin Durant came to the Warriors. Should we have said, whoa, wait a minute. The Warriors don't need another scorer. They don't need another great player. They got plenty of those. They've already won a championship. Why on earth would we go acquire Kevin Durant? No, be opportunistic.
Right.
Be aggressive. That's all
this
the Niners.
Is not them getting Kevin Durant.
No, it's
not. And I know you're not saying that.
I'm not saying that, but I'm saying that the fact that the Niners are adding to what was already supposed to be a position of strength is maybe surprising, but it's not a bad thing.
It's a good thing.
It's a good thing.
And it's a free move. So you take a compensatory third that you have by the truckload, and you get a player that you don't really have to pay. I think they're on the hook for about $500,000, which is nothing. You got $41 million under the cap. It's a 9-week rental and hopefully 3 or 4 playoff games. And if it works out or if it doesn't work out at the end of the year, you let him go to free agency, because if he plays well, he's going to get more money than you're going to be willing to pay him. And you already have a strength at that position. So he goes out as a free agent and you get a 3rd-round compensatory pick, which you can't use in this draft. As Peter King said, you're basically taking your comp pick and you're kicking it down the road a year.
It's a total hack. It's a complete hack that the 49ers
and
have going right now.
I'm glad you asked him that because, and he made a great case about Baltimore, a team that's been doing this for a long time, not so much with minority hires, but with free agents, getting comp picks and having the most comp picks of any team in pro football. It's an absolute cheat code. It's a hack. You hire minority candidates who are good at their job, who are going to get promoted elsewhere, and you get picks for them. So you're serving 2 different ends of it, because you are helping to promote and enhance minority candidates in the NFL. You're having good coaches on your staff, and then you're getting rewarded for it.
Yeah, and you end up with all of these 3rd-round comp picks, and therefore you've got a surplus, and it makes it easy to deal one away. And, yeah, not only do you kick it down the road, or maybe you don't get a comp pick for Chase Young. Maybe, I don't know if the Niners are going to re-sign the guy or not, but when you're going for it, when you are going for a Super Bowl, and I don't like Super Bowl or bust, but when you think that you are one of the top odds teams out there, and by the way, they still are. In fact, some books with this acquisition today have the 49ers in this moment as still the number one.
Really,
Super
number
Bowl.
one.
Some books still
I got an email from Jimmy Shapiro this morning.
That was before but that was before the Chase Young deal.
And they had him at number 3.
Right, just barely behind the Eagles and the Chiefs.
Yeah.
But some books with the Young acquisition have pushed them back into the number 1 slot on a 3-game losing streak, which is wild.
Even to have him at 3rd, when I saw that from Jimmy, and it's from an offshore book, I was like, wow, even though we're all here locally, we're not panicking, but we're definitely more worried than we were 3 weeks ago.
No doubt.
And yet the overall market has them with better odds now than they had at the start of the year.
I'm with something that Richard Sherman said in the sound that we keep playing in terms of what he would do if he was DC, and he talked about getting back to basics. But he said, look, this was the straw that broke the camel's back. He said there's going to be changes. It's the bye week. Kyle Shanahan's not going to take this anymore. Now you add in Chase Young, And the comment that I made earlier today, which I think is absolutely something we'll talk about when the Niners play football again, is there are no more excuses. Like, there's literally no way that this D-line doesn't produce. If it doesn't, I'm sorry, Steve. I don't know what to tell you. This is whether it's his fault or not, this is how life works. If you are given 4 Ferraris and you can't get any of them out of the garage, the driver's getting fired. Like, there's nothing you can do. There is way too much talent. There's way too much money being spent on this. And so Peter said it. Sure, they've got great pressure stats. They've got no sacks. What's the number?
18
He's
and 8.
like, that stinks.
Those are his words.
It stinks.
He doesn't usually talk that dirty.
It does.
It does stink.
So, like, the name value, this is something we deal with in every industry, right? Like, say you're putting together an ad campaign, and you're like, okay, do I want this campaign to be really funny, or do I want to get attention by hiring a really big name? What is it? Is it T-Mobile that's got that Taylor Swift thing bouncing around right now, that commercial where she's in a bunch of different outfits and different scenes and everything? I think it's T-Mobile, whatever it is. They decided, well, let's just do the wow factor by getting Taylor Swift. Well, okay, what kind of bang do you want to get for your buck? I hope you're getting it. They started that campaign, and she's become an even bigger celebrity, so they probably love it. Then again, it's probably uber expensive, like incredibly, incredibly expensive. And so it comes down to bang for buck. And if this happens, which is you do, okay, we're going to invest all the money, let's get big names, and you don't produce, well, that's the worst stuff in sports. That's the Lakers 5 on the floor and all that crap that they did, those kinds of lineups. Kyrie,
the New York Mets this year and the San Diego Padres.
Right. The Padres, great example. Luka and Kyrie, they're going to wreck this league. No, they're not. It stinks. It stinks when they put them together. So that's what the Niner D-line is right now.
Bosa's making 11 this year. Armstead's making 12. Hargrave is making 6.6. You got high prices up there in that front. Now you add Chase Young, who had his 5th-year option decline in Washington, and he's going to go out there and probably make 15 or more, even if he, doesn't elevate his game. If he plays the way that he did before, he's getting 25. So you got high-priced across the board, and if they don't perform, well, somebody has to get scapegoated, and, well, it's not going to be Bosa, and it's not going to be Armstead who's signed. Hargrave is just fresh here, and Chase Young is probably going to go no matter what. So if it doesn't work out, you're probably right, Mark. The person who is going to have to pay, Kyle Shanahan's not going to fire himself.
No. And by the way, Kyle Shanahan's job status right now shouldn't be questioned. Same for
but it will be
for John Lynch,
depending on that.
Well, it always will be, but not.
Kyle, just one question: have you considered benching yourself?
Not by anybody who matters, as you know.
Yeah.
The bottom line is yes, this is the way sports works. And if you're given all the resources in the world and it doesn't work, that's what's going to frustrate fans the most. You mentioned the San Diego Padres. The Giants fans have every right to be frustrated this year. But you know who I think should be even more frustrated? Padres fans and Mets fans. You know, come out of here with like $1 billion in your payroll and you can't even break 75 wins. That's the worst. And I hate even putting the Niners in that light, but their defensive line right now, that's who they are. This is an all-star team playing not even mediocre.
In the crosshairs, and you've got 12 days to figure it out. And after these 12 days, when you come out of the bye, you don't have a cookie, kid. I haven't checked the look-ahead line, but Jacksonville's a real one now, and
They're
you're
good.
on the road. That's going to be a tough game.
5 in a row.
And by the way,